Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you're watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us on Mtembei TV. This is Open Forum Political Discussion Show, a show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. We are all geared up for the case at the Supreme Court, where we're going to find out what is behind the stalemate in our elections. IEBC versus the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya coalition and other interested parties will be battling out to prove that the election was free and fair, or there was interference with the election process, and so the outcome is questionable. So we need all to be set, as lawyers and all legal minds will be at the Supreme Court. Are you set for the same? Let us get set. Well, Didi Nyoro is on record today begging the president, Uhuru Kenyatta, to congratulate DP RUTO for being president-elect. Well, being president-elect came to an end when the challenge, when the challenge at the Supreme Court was filed, although the Kenya Kwanza legislators and supporters, fanatics, seem not to get it clearly. And so Ndindi Nyoro demands that Uhuru Kenyatta should congratulate DP RUTO. What is your take on the same? Well, lastly, we're looking at what is up with DP RUTO and the Moi family. After Senator for Baringo losing the elections, there seems to be another spirited campaign against the Moi son in Rongai to see to it that he loses that seat. What is DP RUTO up to against the Moi family? Something that we need to get to light with, even as we understand our politics and how fierce they can get. But must they go personal? Should we extinct others from our space so that we can feel to be anything? Let's look at that keenly. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. I appreciate you. The link to use to get in the studio is right now in the comment section. All you need to do is click on it, allow StreamYard to configure for you the camera as well as the audio, and you will be in this space for us to get talking. I salute everybody for joining us, and if you're able to get us, please make sure you invite 1, 2, 3, 4 people to join into the discourse as we look keenly in our politics and how to respond to the same. Kuna Mato Makandet anasema niko karibu sana. Kuna Mami karibu sana, waiting patiently. I'm here already. Asante sana. Nashukuru kwa kila mmoja kwa kufika. Salome Mbone karibu sana. Kuna Abdurrahim Ahmed karibu sana kwa show. Thank you. Nani huyu mwingine? Fitin Abdi, I salute you. Kuna Georges Olule, asante sana. Patricia Nzioka, karibu kwa show. Alafu kuna Robert Opilu, karibu kwa show. Belindo Gweno, you're welcome to the show. Emily Sagala, we salute you. Obuya Collins, thank you for joining us. Kuna Caroline Okumu, karibu kwa show. Fatuma Nasimiyu, karibu kwa show. Freddy Ole Kinaiyo. Karibu. We salute you. Thank you so much. It's awesome to be here this night, even as we look at this, the Supreme Court and the anticipation they give and they take, the legal minds battling it out as we find out what transpired after the 9th August 2022 elections. I don't know if you're set for the same. Let's get moving. The link to use is in the comment section. I want us to get that to say, after traveling all the way to vote, counted for nothing, still got no strength, lost all hope in my motherland. Silas Okumu, don't worry, everything will go right. They only go wrong to go right. Don't worry about nothing. This is our country and we will fix it. Whatever goes wrong, we will make up to it. So let's all gear up to see to it that everything is working out according to our schedule and according to our plans. But more than that, kuwa mzalendo inamaanisha kwamba uko tayari kujitolea mhanga kutetea haki ya Wakenya na mambo yote yanayohusu ukomavu na maendeleo yetu. So let's do what is required. Let's remain focused, and we believe everything will work out. Okay, let's come in, make use of the link that I am sharing. I hope.
Mombasa way! Mombasa way! Mombasa way! Asanteni sana. Nina furaha tele kuona nyuso zenu hapa mkiwa mmechangamka. Tumekuja mimi na Martha ili tuweze kuonana na nyinyi ana kwa kwanza kutoa poleni kwenu wakaji wa Mombasa kwa yale ambayo yalifanyika siku yale. Nyinyi ni watu wa Kakamega, mlifanyiwa njama kubwa sana, lakini nyinyi wenyewe hamna makosa. Nyinyi vile vile hamkuwa nyinyi mnalengwa. Kakamega na Mombasa ililengwa kwa sababu ya baba na Martha huyu. Maana yake walikuwa wameona kama wimbi imetanda ambayo ilikuwa hawezi kuepukika, wakatoa njama ya kujaribu kuzuia kura zetu zingine. Jua kimaksudi wakasema tusimamishe wa Mombasa na Kakamega. Lakini hata ufanye nini, siku za yani ikifika, kila mtu fanye nini, hata hii itatereza tu. Tereza tu. Hii nyani ako juu ya miti kule, anafanya nyefu, lakini huko chini tumeweka umbwa. Tata tutarusha mawe huko juu, nyani yaanguke chini na umbwa atakuwa na yeye. Sasa mimi hamuoni mimi sina huzuni, sina uoga. Hapana bwana. Hello. Mimi najua, nina hakika ya kwamba ukweli itatoka na ukweli itatendeka. Yale ambaye tumeona mimi na mama Martha huyu na macho yenu ni machafu sana, maovu, inainuka, haitakani ifanyike katika taifa kama ya Kenya hii. Lakini tulisema kitambo sana ya kwamba sisi tuna deal na wale ambao wanaitwa wale wafisadi wakubwa sana, wale wezi wakubwa ambao inaitwa kwa Kiswahili wapwaguzi. Yale njama walipanga kitambo sana. Uliona wale ambao walishikwa kutoka ng'ambo, si mnajua hiyo njama ilitoka huko. Wale kazi yao ilikuwa ni wezi tu, lakini hata ukijaribu kufanya nini, mwishowe ukweli itatoka. Na kweli ita set the Kenyan nation free. Kwa hivyo sisi tunataka Wakenya wawe na subira. Wawe na subira. Mama Martha amesema ati kwa sababu kesi iko mahakamani hatuwezi kuongea juu yake. Lakini wakianza kule, mawakili wetu wataanza kutoa ushahidi. Mtaona 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 mpaka 10. Tunataka kwanza mahakama iseme ya kwamba sisi ndio tulishinda. Na hiyo ni ukweli. Tulishinda, na badala ya kurudi katika uchaguzi tena tutangaze washindi, tuende tukachukue kiapo. Ati mwingine anajaribu kununua watu, ananunua wabunge, hata wale makandidates ambao walianguka, ati president elect, president shit. President elect sio mwingine ila ni nani? Nani tena? Sawa. Na hiyo tutaonyesha. Mliona ati yule mwizi mkubwa yao anaita Shebu Theater. Huyo ametangaza ati kwanza aoni hata haya wale commissioner 4 wametoka wamesema hii si haki, hii ni wizi kubwa hii. Amebaki yeye peke yake, hata wale wawili waliogopa kwenda na yeye kule kwenye microphone. Ameingia katika hiyo ukumbi peke yake, na hiyo commission iko na wanachama 7. 6 hawakwe pale. Yeye ameenda pale peke yake, maana yake ilikuwa amechapewa hongo kubwa. Akaenda pale kutangaza. Sasa tena hata aoni haya, anasema hiyo uchaguzi ya Mombasa na ya Kakamega yaendelee kama yuko hapo. Tunasema hizi uchaguzi itafanywa chini ya usimamizi ya naibu wa chairman ya IEBC. Bwana Chebukati kama mshtakiwa disqualify himself, ajiondoe katika hii uchaguzi ambao unaendelea, awajifanye na wale watu ambaye hawana upendeleo. Unaona vizuri? Sasa mimi natangaza hapa, Bwana Chebukati should disqualify himself from presiding over the elections in Kakamega and Mombasa. Ili haki iweze kutendeka hapa. Sasa hapa Mombasa na Kakamega ni kipima joto. Nataka si nyinyi kama wana Azimio na wana Jubilee na wana Chungwa na wana Wiper, nyote kutoka hapa murudi nyumbani. Kampeni tulimaliza. Iliyobaki sasa ni kuambia watu wetu wajitokeze siku ya Jumatatu. Wajitokeze wote kwa wengi, waende wapige kura kwa Abdul Samad Sharif Nasir. Hiyo ndio sababu mimi nimekuja. Kwanza nimekuja kusema poleni kutia nyinyi moyo. Nataka nyinyi mkienda kila mahali mmetoka, Kisauni, Nyali, Mbita, Likoni, Changamwe, Jomvu, kila mahali hatutaki mtu yetu yote ilale. Hatutaki kura yote ilale. Manake mnajua sasa viti 5 tayari zimepita, imebaki moja peke yake. Kwa hivyo saa nyingine watu wengine watasema ni gavana peke yake, MCM zachaguliwa, mama amechagua na senator. Hapana. Tunataka wafuasi wetu wote wasikufe moyo, wajitokeze kwa wengi zaidi. Siku hiyo ionekane ya kwamba Mombasa ni Azimio zone. Sawa? Hiyo vile vile itatia sisi, itamotisha watu wetu ambao wako mahakamani huko. Kwa hivyo hii kura mnapiga hapa na vile vile mnapiga kule kwetu kule mahakamani. Ionekane ya kwamba kama hawangetoa uchaguzi wa gavana Kakamega na Mombasa, ushindi wetu ungekuwa hata kubwa zaidi kuliko hapo. Tumeelewana vizuri? Kwa hivyo nataka nyinyi nyote mkitoka hapa mwe mabalozi ya baba. Balozi ya baba. Kile mahali mnaenda mwambie watu wetu jitokeze. Vile Bwana Shabala alisema kila mmoja wenu atapate watu 100. Hiyo itakuwa ni watu 300,000. Hiyo inatosha. Tosha gari. Utafanya namna hiyo? Wangapi mmekubali kufanya hiyo? Nione mkono yenu hapa. Azimio. Hawana Azimio msilale. Azimio msilale. Bado mapambano. Bado.
I'm glad you're watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us on Mtembei TV. I trust all is well. That is Raila Odinga, the presidential candidate for Azimio, drumming up support for Nazir, the governor candidate for Mombasa, and bringing us up to speed about what is happening with the Supreme Court. And now that the case is before the Supreme Court, couldn't give more details, but this is the week when we will be looking up to the battle at the Supreme Court. Thank you everybody that is joining. Omar, mbona uko nyuma ya curtain ama giza limeingia kwako?
Bela ukiona tu nimejificha tu ni giza imeingia.
Sawa, karibu, mawili matatu tusonge mbele.
Okay, sina mawili matatu, niko tu na kidogo tu Bernard. Unaona watu wa UDA wameshaanza vitisho. I think umeona clip ya Sudi na huyu mwingine wa kutoka Mount Kenya anaitwa Didi Nyoro. Wanaanza kutisha machief na whatever. Hii watu kama wanaanza hivi kubehave Bernard, serikali kweli itawaamini? Ile serikali watashika, si wataumiza watu sana. Wanaanza vitisho kutisha watu wa Azimio, watu wa machief na madio wanaanza kuwatisha. Can you imagine tupate serikali kama hiyo? Si tumemalizia Bernard? na tunaomba Mwenyezi Mungu atusikize na tuepushe na watu kama hao, kwa sababu vile inaenda wanaanza kutoa vitisho mapema, na hii inaonekana watu wafai kusimama kwa ofisi yote ya serikali. Watu ni vitisho, ni kama hii power wanataka na nguvu kama ni kila saa wakizungumza wanataka President Uhuru. Waachane na President Uhuru. Hao walikuwa wanashindana na Raila. President Uhuru hapo hayuko. Kama sasa wanaanza kupanic, watu waambie wameanza kupanic, lakini wasianze vitisho. Hiyo inashangaza sana. Kumbe watu wako na angry na power sana. Hiyo tu kwa Bernard, hata sina mingi leo, na nimeona magavana wameapishwa. Sina mengi ya kuzungumza, ile tu ni kuomba hii nchi iende right side, isiende wrong side. Sina mingi Bernard, niyo tu.
Asante Bwana Omar, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako na huo utangulizi. Nashukuru kila Mkenya mahala pote ulipo. Tuendelee kujumuika pamoja, karibisha wawili watatu, na kama huja subscribe kwa YouTube tafadhali fanya hivyo, kwa sababu kwa YouTube tuko na muda mrefu kuliko Facebook. But we appreciate everybody for their participation into our show. Bwana Karanja, habari leo?
Mzuri sana.
Karibu.
Asante sana.
Maoni yako?
Maoni yangu, sisi tunangoja kuapisha naibu wa rais, the president elect. Hiyo ndio tumengojea sana. Yes.
Unasikiliza Mugithi? Naomba hivi, kama unasikiliza Mugithi zima kwanza, kwa sababu italeta ile music unasikiliza in the background.
Hata ni neighbor hapa.
It's going to mess up the video. You stop the music
kwanza pe mwingine. Kwanza pe mwingine. Sawa.
You get in a quiet place, and then you can share from there. The music playing can bring about problems for our channel when somebody can claim rights for the music, so we can't allow the music to play. Asante sana kila mmoja. Asante kwa wale watu mko kwa comment section. Thank you so much. We look forward to interact tonight and be able to chat the way forward. There is who is this? Okay, nani Maalim, habari leo? Maalim Samson. Samo-san, are you there? Inaonekana Maalim yuko na hayuko. Nakaribisha kila mmoja, wale ambao mngependa kujiunga na discussion. The link I've shared it again in the comment section. You click on it and come forth and wherever participate into the discussion. We are looking at the Supreme Court and what we can anticipate from there. And then there is an interesting twist here about DP RUTO and the Moi family. Beside the begging for him to be congratulated. Why is he in a hurry to be congratulated? Why can't he wait for the process at the Supreme Court to be concluded? Is it a must for the current president to congratulate DP RUTO? I don't think so. So I don't know why it is a big deal for Ndindi Nyoro to demand that Uhuru Kenyatta should congratulate William Ruto. Hiyo mimi naipata kuwa ni aidha kuogopa ama kukosa adabu. Sijui unaona vipi mahala popote ulipo, na una haki ya kuamini kile unachoamini, lakini ukweli wa mambo ni kwamba kila kitu lazima kifanyike kwa kulingana na sheria kwanza, alafu kulingana na utu. Hali vile tulivyo kama Wakenya, tuna haki ya kuangalia kitu na kufanya nini, kukidadisi na kukielewa kulingana na sheria zilizopo, applies the natural cultural practices, the normal practices of the people. So when does it become a requirement or a need for somebody to demand that so and so should be congratulated? I thought congratulations were free will, and people were to congratulate one another based on the excitement they have towards the success somebody has achieved or the breakthrough somebody has gotten. Is it now a must that somebody has to be congratulated? Hilo ni swala ambalo ningependa tuangalie kwa kina tunapoendelea na mjadala huu. Alafu labda pia tuzungumzie ni nini kinachoendelea katikati ya DP Ruto na Moi family na uongozi wa Rift Valley, kwa sababu tunaona baada ya Gideon Moi kupoteza kiti ya Baringo kama senator, kiti ya Rongai ambayo ilikuwa inasimamiwa na the current member of parliament, ikakuwa na dosari. Siku ya kupiga kura inakunduliwa kwamba hizo papers they were corrupted, hazikuwa zinafaa. Then the elections was deferred, and now when the election is deferred, now there is an outright attack towards ensuring that this particular current member of parliament does not come back. And the really picture is that Lee Njiru, there is the Njiru who was it's called Lee Njiru, the press man for Baba Moi, okay, has now crossed camp. Instead of supporting the KANU candidate, is now supporting the UDA candidate against the long-serving family that he has served longest. This man started serving Moi when he was a youth. Moi died when he was still serving him. What is going on that he can cross the floor now and begin to support UDA against Moi's son? Nini kinachoendelea katika nchi? Yaani hakuna uaminifu tena, ni malipo tu kwa kila kitu. Roda, dakika mbili tuende mbele.
Habari zenyu. I hope you're doing well. Nimeona hi Daima. Nakuanga na kuona, at least I'm happy to see you live. Na Bernard na nini na Omali na Kitlui. Asante sana kunikaribisha. Sijui niongee saa hii ama niongee ningoje.
Endelea. Naongea.
Yeah, hiyo umeongea about, nimeona saa hii kwa internet about huyo Moi story. Lakini sijui kwa nini exactly what happened. It's even me, that's why I come here. I want to know what is going on within Giru. Giru was the Moi lawyer, sindio? Tena ametoka chama za KANU akaenda. Unajua something with the RUTO, they have never liked each other with the Moi family, because RUTO, when it was violent 2007, he did something mistake in Moi, the way I know, akaenda akachoma nini gano kwa Moi. So they don't have really yani they have never understand each other, even if they are the same tribe. Wakarejina Manade, they are still, they have a little bit grudge with the Moi families. That's why I know, yeah. And you remember Uhuru Kenyatta, he will always contact with the Moi families. You know why? Remember Mzee Jomo Kenyatta was the first president na Moi akakuwa vice president. Ndio Moi alipata hiyo nini everything. Hata 2002 President Uhuru akisimama president, Moi alimwambia wewe ndio nataka upeleke nchi mbele, wewe ndio naona unaweza peleka nchi mbele na economy nini. Moi akanoint President Uhuru, na ndio maana you see our country is great, is beautiful, you have been changed, it's great. Everybody have eye and we can see because Moi have already blessed Uhuru Kenyatta. Uhuru Kenyatta could not continue with the chama za KANU because his father had a chama called KADU. And then when Moi came, he bring KANU. So those family you never separate. So Ruto, he doesn't have nothing to do with the Moi's family, nothing. Ruto is an enemy with the Moi's family. Yes, never, yeah. So, and I'm continue praying that our Supreme Court, our case still, they will continue using our constitutions and our truth and justice. That is my yangu kila siku. Every day. Hata Mungu anajua roho yangu. Kwa sababu I love my country. Mimi sitaki nchi yetu irudi those days, poverty, our money. I want my country to development. Kwa macho yangu mimi naona watu, unaona, my eyes, I get excited when I see everybody is happy. Unajua, when your country is under dictatorship, people, they cannot be happy. People, they cannot enjoy the fruits, you know. So I want Kenya people to be happy, everybody to enjoy the fruit. You live a peaceful country, love, justice, freedom. There is nothing in this world like freedom. Nothing. You know, so that's what I'm fighting. I'm praying to God every day. And God, I know He'll do miracle. Yeah. We are still waiting because I love my country so much. Yeah. I have finished.
Okay, thank you sana. Nashukuru Roda kwa mchango wako na maoni yako na vile unapenda nchi hii, na kila mmoja wetu tuna wajibu wa kuhakikisha kwamba tunailinda ipasavyo, na tunashughulika na mambo ambayo yatafanya nchi isonge mbele, tudili na maadui wa hii nchi ili nchi ikapone kutokana na maovu ya aina zote. It is our responsibility. So let everybody do that. There is somebody called, I need to respond to, Tula. Tula is saying nonsense, okay? He said he's mobilizing all UDA people to leave the channel. Tula, we did not mobilize you to come. Just leave. We did not mobilize you to come, so mobilize yourself and leave. There is not, in fact. Kwaheri. Mkenya daima, karibu, namna gani?
Niko salama Bernard, Roda, Omar.
Wewe uja congratulate watu wanalia hawajakuwa congratulated.
Waje nisalamia hao wenye tunaumianga wote pamoja kwanza. Nawasalimia nyinyi wote, mjambo. Unajua hao watu wenye wako Mtembei wote bado tuko na machungu ndani ya moyo wetu. Tumeibeba tu, tunaongea lakini tuko naye ndani ya mabafu, tuko naye. But tunashukuru Mungu tu. Wacha tusidi kuomba. Mungu atusaidie. Mungu asafishe njia. Mungu atoe mapepo zote, na Mungu aweke imani mbele. Mungu asimame na hii kesi ya baba. Mungu asimame na Supreme Court. Watu wasifike huko waanze kutumia shetani. Shetani saizi anatumika. Na huyu shetani ambaye anatumika ni pesa. Watu wamechakuliwa, watu wamesimama kwa chama mbalimbali za Azimio, lakini inafika mahali wanatoroka. Bernard amerushwa chini. Sasa tutaendelea tu hivyo. So sisi tunapenda amani Kenya, na tunapenda watu wenye wanafuata maneno ya straightforward. Instead mtu unajua umechaguliwa, unaanza kuyumba yumba. Wache niende huku, wache niende huku. Wewe umechaguliwa na watu uwafanyie kazi. Ujachaguliwa na watu ufike huko uanze kusema wache niende kwa hii chama, wache niende kwa hii chama, which means wewe hauko kwa upande ya watu, uko kwa upande ya tumbo yako. So watu wenye wanajaribu kutoroka kwa chama ya Azimio, na chama ya Azimio ndio imewafanyia kampeni mpaka wamepata hizo kura, hao watu wafikirie kwanza. Maneno ya kuyumba yumba huku na huku na huku, hapana. Wakati wamekuwa wakifanya hiyo kampeni hiyo muda yote wakikuwa na baba, saa hizi ndio wakati wao wangeonesha umoja na baba. Saa hizi kila mtu angesema sisi tumekuwa na baba kuanzia tuanze hii kampeni ya Azimio mpaka hapa, na tumepata viti, na saa hizi tumenyang'anywa victory yetu. Sisi tunaendelea kukuwa na baba mpaka tuone victory yetu imefika. Instead ya watu kufanya hivyo, hawa ni kukimbia kwanza kwenda kulipwa mapesa kule, kuja kwa hii chama yangu niongezee watu. Hao wabunge wenye wanatoroka kwa machama hao wanafanya kitu mbaya sana. So mimi napenda kuongelea pia maneno ya huko ya Rongai. Hii kitu imenifanya sana, nimesikia hata uchungu kabisa. Unajua Bernard, maisha wakati mimi nikipatana na mtu mahali, ama vile unaweza kuwa umepatana na anybody hapa na aweze kukusaidia, ukisha tajirika, umepata chenye umepata, unasahau kwenye ulitoka. Kweli sisi Waafrika huwa tunajisahau mahali tulitoka. Mimi huwa naangalia ndani ya moyo wangu, nasema okay, kuna watu kama sisi binadamu, kuna watu ambao umewasaidia, umewafanyia kila kitu, lakini inafika mahali akishapata anasahau ule mtu ambaye alimsaidia ndiye akafika mahali pale alikuwa. Kuna watu ambao wako wanajua kufaa viatu, lakini imefika mahali walisaidika na mtu fulani wakajua kufaa viatu. So hii ndio maisha sasa yenye iko saa hii Kenya. Mtu anasahau ya kwamba mimi nilisaidika. So kama hii familia ya Moi imesaidia watu wengi sana, imesaidia watu wenye tuko tunawajua, imesaidia watu wenye walikuwa mbali. So watu wanafika huko wanaanza kuleta midomo mbaya na kutusi. Nimeona ni nyingine huyo Raymond ameiandika, amesema baba yake alisaidia our deputy. Hata hakukuwa na chochote, hata gari ya kwanza yenyewe alikuwa anaendesha ni baba yake ndiye alinunua. Mbona uende ufanyie mtoto ya mwenzako kitu kaa hiyo? You forget even you have the kids. Tomorrow itakuwa namna gani? Kwani unafikiria wewe maisha yako utaishi tu ukikuwa hivyo? Pia watoto wako watataka usaidizi mahali pengine. So hii maneno ya watu kuanza kuweka chuki, ndio so wao wanasema tunataka kumaliza hao watu wa dynasty wanataka kumaliza. Ya kwamba wajue hao ndio wenye inji. Hao ni wenye inji, hao ndio wameshikilia inji. Sio maisha ya watu kusimama kwa mikutano na kuanza kutusi watu wakina Ndindi Nyoro. Ndindi Nyoro wanafaa kuheshimu President Uhuru. Alipigiwa kura, kama aliiba kura, aliiba, kama aliiba vile waliiba huko, waliiba. Waache kuja kusema watu wa Central walipigiwa kura. Watu wa Central pia walipigia Raila kura na wakaiba kura zake. Aheshimu Uhuru. Aheshimu President Uhuru kabisa. Yeye bado ni kijana mdogo. Ajui kwenye anaenda. Alipatiwa kura ya nyamaza, aongoje maneno ya Supreme Court. Hii maneno ya kwenda kusimama na kuanza kurusha mdomo kwa Uhuru. Ajui ya Mungu, ajui chenye Mungu anapangia mtu. Unaweza rusha hivyo mdomo na kesho wewe ufike mahali tena ndio unataka usaidizi kutoka kwa huyo mtu mwenye ulimtusi. Hao watu wa Central waache mdomo kwa Uhuru. Waache mdomo kwa Uhuru, walishapata kiti yao, walishaiba makura yenye walipata. Waache mdomo kwa President Uhuru, wakae chini waende wafanye kazi. Waende bunge, waende wafanyie watu wa Kiaru kazi. Waache sasa mtu mwenye anafaa kuongea saa hizi wanatafuta hiyo kiti ni Gachagua na RUTO. Hao wawili ndio wanafaa kupigana waone walishinda ama walipigiwa kura na wananchi ama wakupigiwa kura. Hiyo maneno yenye wanajaribu kuleta hiyo ni maneno ya ujinga sana, ni maneno ya uchochezi. Ukiangalia mwingine huko naye amejiweka cheo, anafuta the county commissioner. Anamwambia atoke aende. Wafanyie watu kazi, maneno ya siasa iliisha. Sasa hao ndio wamekuwa which means kumaanisha hata Ruto akishika hii nini inji, wewe kama huku msupport, kama ufanya nini, usijaribu kuonekana mbele yao. Hiyo ndio picture wanajaribu kuonesha, ya kwamba wanasahau kuna kuanga na mshindi na kuna kuanga na loser. So tayari hao wameanza kuonesha the true face yao vizuri sana. Hata ni kujifanya tu walikuwa wanataka washike hii inji. Ndio sasa wakishika hii inji sasa watu waanze kuona joto. Watu wasifikiria watu wako na uzuri na watu. Kama mtu unafika mahali unaanza kwenda kuambia county commissioner utoke, ulikuwa unataka kuchoma hii inji na lakini sisi nini? Hao ndio wako na ubaya na huyo county commissioner. Kama wanasema hao huwa wanaomba Mungu, mbona wanafika pale wanasema tumekusamea lakini uresign utoke uende? Hiyo ni insight kubwa sana. Watu hao wenye wamechaguliwa saa hizi, watu wenye wamejaribu kuchukua vitu, wamechukua vitu kwa nguvu. Hiyo vitu wamechukua kwa nguvu. Mungu mwenyewe ndiye anajua huko mbele. Supreme Court tunaiongojea, tunaomba kila kitu. Hao wanasema wanaomba Mungu. Sasa sisi tunaomba Mungu. Na saa hizi nimekuja kujua kuna ule Mungu mwenye anasikia maombi yetu na kuna ule Mungu wa kishetani. Kuna watu wanaomba Mungu wa kishetani, wanatumia majuju, wakitumia kufanya vitu zao ziende sawa. Sisi tunaomba ile maombi yetu yenye Mungu anasikia. Na maombi ya Mungu anajibu, si ati Mungu anajibu maombi saa hiyo. Mungu anachukua time kusikiza maombi yako. Si ati watu wanakaa chini wanaweka maneno ya Mungu is God. God from where? There is no God huyo mwenye anaweza kufanya watu wakue waingie kwa moto. Hakuna Mungu mwenye anaweza kubali watu waende kuharibu maisha yao. Si tunajua Mungu ule ni ule Mungu ambaye alikufa msalabani kwa ajili ya dhambi zetu. Na akatoa mtoto wake akakufa msalabani kwa ajili ya dhambi zetu. Huyo ndio Mungu ambaye tunajua. Na tunajua huyo Mungu ambaye alikula na wale watu ambaye walimsaliti na alirudi kuwasamea. Huyo ndio Mungu ambaye sisi tunajua. Tunajua ule Mungu ambaye aliombea watu na wakapona. Huyo ndio Mungu sisi tunajua. Si wale watu wanatumia mazingaumbu kukuja kutumia jina la Mungu. Watu wamejifunika na kanisa. Wamesimama kwa madhabahu ya Mungu, wameharibu kanisa. Na ninawakemea katika jina la Yesu siku ya leo. Hiyo mipango yao yote yenye wako nayo ishindwe katika jina la Yesu. Nimemaliza.
Amen. Thank you. And it is important that we come out clear that Christianity is not a private life. It is a public life in the sense that you can't hide it. You are either one of them or not. But when you try to pretend to be, is when you get it wrong all through. All in all, this country must be governed, and for it to be governed rightly, every Kenyan must come on board. The only Kenya I know will hold and prosper is a Kenya for all Kenyans. Tukitafuta hii Kenya ili tuweke watu fulani na tutenge watu fulani, that Kenya has never held. Next year it will be 60 years of independence. We have not taken off because tunataka Kenya ya wachache tukitumia wengi. That has failed for 60 years. It will continue to fail. The only change that is required in this country is when Kenya belongs to all Kenyans equally. So that when you are picked as a civil servant, as a minister for education, minister for whatever, you know that you're holding that particular office on behalf of Kenyans. And Kenyans are entitled to the service you provide. Lakini kama tukisema hii Kenya ni ya Mount Kenya, hao wengine ni wageni, hao wengine ni wapita njia, we will keep fighting between Mount Kenya and the rest of the country. If we say this Kenya is for Rift Valley, uongozi sasa ni wa Rift Valley, wengine wote wajipange vile watakuwa, the way the UDA deputy president is reasoning, okay, that now wameenda opposition, sisi ndio tuko kwa mamlaka and all that. The 2010 constitution does not envision that. Na kama unawania kuwa rais na hujaelewa hiyo, inamaanisha kwamba uko na shida sana. But all the same, Kenya for all Kenyans is the dream for our founding fathers. It is the dream that each Kenyan must buy into and fight to ensure that it is established. So as we differ politically and have different views in our politics, UDA bloggers, please go and blog on your platform. You are not invited here. Okay? You are not invited here. All this Kemsa nonsense. What is KEMSA? For heaven's sake. Okay, KEMSA does not work at Mtembei TV. Find him elsewhere. He's not here. All right? We are discussing what is good for this country. Then somebody is here with trying with the madness of trying to twist the subject so that we go and address whatever that is addressing. Na hii ni ujinga ambayo unapaswa kuwa by now imekutoka. Okay? Who adolescent unaenda now in old age for what? Get over it. Grow up. We are looking at a country and how to chart the way forward, and you're busy dragging us back to where we have come from. You wait. You will know that there's a different Kenya altogether. Well, naomba tumulete Simba achangie alafu tusonge mbele. There's a video I'm preparing that I'll be playing shortly. We will continue to fight. This fight is not ending here. Simba, dakika 2-3 twende.
Asante sana Bernard.
Your gadget is not well configured. Configure it right. Okay.
Yes.
People that they are. Carry on Simba.
Yes Bernard, na wasalimu yote mabanalisti wenzangu, na jambo muhimu hapa, nafikiria Mkenya daima umekata cross mambo yenye nilikuwa nataka niongee, lakini nitayaongezea tu kidogo. Unajua kuna kitu yenye inaonekana na inarudiwa, ni kitu yenye unaona ni kama hao watu wako na cabinet yenye huwa wanaenda wanakaa wanadiscuss, alafu inaenda kusomwa kwa meetings kama memorandum, kwa sababu mbunge mwenye hata hajaapishwa anaambia county commissioner resign. Haya mambo yalikuwa in 90s. So hao watu wakiapishwa na wakichukua serikali, watu watakuwa kwa maofisi kweli ama watu watatolewa hata kwa dirisha? These are the crooks wenye hata elimu yao iko in question. Ndini Nyoro anatusi rais mwenye ako kwa kiti. It's through this Uhuru Kenyatta that we saw the rise of the likes of Ndindi Nyoro. Saisi anaambia rais wacha ujinga, simply because kuna uchunguzi ulikuwa unafanyika in Kiharu. Unajua kuna mambo mengine ambayo tunaangalia na tunajiuliza hii Kenya inaelekea wapi. But anyway, mimi nataka ni congratulate watu ambao wako na maono kiasi lakini hawana usemi katika kwa jamii. But Roda, you are trying. Lakini sasa watu kama wewe si wengi, ni wachache. Kwa sababu kuna kambegu kamepandwa kachuki katika Mlima Kenya. Hii chuki inaendelea kuspreadiwa across. Na ikiwa watu hawataangalia vizuri, ikiwa UDA na William Ruto watakuwa katika uongozi na hii characters zenye tunaona ambazo siko na kiburi, Kenya itakuwa kwa shida. Nchi ya Kenya itakuwa na shida kubwa tena. Lakini siku yao nao itakuja ikiwa ni hivyo. Na watu waambiwe ukweli. Uchaguzi uliibiwa, ndio. Kesi wacha mahakama ifanye kesi na itoe jibu. Hakuna mtu anafaa kuongea kuhusu mwingine. Kesi ikiwa kotini, si wangojea ruling ifanyike ndio waweze kuongea. Kwa sababu tuko hapa na tutaongea mengine mengi vile yanazidi kuibuka. Ni aibu. Familia ya mzee Moi wakati wanafanyiwa kejeli namna hii na watu wengi ambao tunashangaa.
Pole bana Simba, inaonekana neti yako imekataa. Okay, but you made your point. Thank you very much. Kuna mtu hapa amesema kitu fulani ningependa kurudia ili just to bring it in the light Anasema Raymond anaitwa nani huyu? Will I be able to get it? Anasema Raymond alitukana watu wa Baringo akiwa katika huo mkutano, akasema kwamba watu wa Baringo ni maskini wa mwisho. Hiyo sio matusi. Hiyo ni ukweli. Ukweli. Kwa nini hao watu wameletwa kwa TV? They have been covered. It's in the public domain. Okay? The level of poverty in Baringo, it is alarming. It's alarming. People feeding on roots. That's not an insult. It's pointing to where there is a problem so that a solution can be found. So ukiita hiyo ni matusi, basi inaonekana wewe ndio uko na dosari. Umaskini katika Baringo umepita kiasi. Plus now insecurity. So things are falling apart. We need to fix them. Lakini hii mnaendelea at you need to eliminate the Moi family from the leadership so that you feel that you are leaders. That is a sure exhibit that you are not leaders at all. Leaders don't kill other leaders. A light finds another light. A candle loses nothing by lighting another candle. Ukiona kiongozi kazi yake ni kuondoa viongozi wengine, huyo sio kiongozi. Huyo ni mtu ambaye ni mgonjwa. He has insecurity problem. He only feels secure when he's sucking other people's blood, when is stepping on other people. He thinks he cannot get his own space. He cannot express himself freely. He needs to take other people's spaces so that he feels he's something. That's a very serious case that we as Kenyans need to address. Look at Raila Odinga. Just an example, okay? Look at Raila Odinga and look at the kind of leaders that we have in Luo Nyanza, okay? The likes of Orengo, the likes of Otienda Molo, Anyang' Nyong, all these people, they including Kidero and the Gladys Wanga, all these people are credible leaders in their own capacity individually. But they never intimidate Raila Odinga, or Raila is never intimidated by them. Why? Because he's a free spirit. He wants everybody to rise up and become something. But if you have to stifle everybody so that you become the only leader in the region, you are the wrong leader at the wrong time. Let Kenyans wake up. I don't have a problem with the Moi leading from this direction and the RUTO leading from that direction and Isaac RUTO leading from this other way and Alfred Kater leading from the other direction so that our light can multiply. But unataka kuzima mizuma yote ili ubaki mshuma peke yake. You cannot light the entirety of Rift Valley. It takes everybody coming out. Hey, God help us. Well, let's play this first before Winnie comes in. Hey, Wakenya tusaidiwe.
We know as the people of Kenya that the case at the Supreme Court hakuna kura iliibiwa. Mr. President, please, we know as the people of Kenya that the case at the Supreme Court is not the case for huyo Tinga ama hawa watu wengine. Mr. President, this is your case. You are the one who have taken us to the Supreme Court. Mr. President, here in Keharo yesterday, there was a DCC holding a meeting with Azimio fellows trying to collect evidence. You must stop misusing public time with nonsense. Hawa wananchi wa Kenya sio wajinga. Walienda wakapiga kura wakijua kile wanafanya. Na msione tumenyamaza mfikiria sisi ni waoga. Wasione tumenyamaza. Wafikiria hao wafuasi wa William RUTO hawana akili. Tuko na akili. Ni vile tunapenda Kenya yetu. And I want also to tell you, Mr. President, Kenya will never ever again have ethnic violence. There is no tribe that will take up arms against another tribe. Kenya will remain peaceful. If there will be a conversation in Kenya, it will be about how 3 families came to own more than half of Kenya. That is the only conversation Kenyans United will have in the future. But there will never be a conversation about this person fighting another Kenyan. Kenya will remain peaceful. Mr. President, take up your phone. Congratulate the President-elect, William Samoei Ruto. All the observers from the European Union to the AU, to the local observers, over 18,000 of them said that the elections in Kenya were clean, they were fair, they were verifiable, and William Ruto won. Muache kututapeli na mjue sisi ni wale wale tu watoto wa Maumau. Nemokora tuthina mbere na guterwo mahinda. Andu acio mena magoti mathie magoti ini. No tondu igoti ni rikururu kuringana na uria Kenya marekire. Mumenye gutire mundu guikia mahiga Kenya. Na gutire mundu ukong'wa reri Kenya. Na gutire mundu guthukia biashara ya mundu. Mundu uria kura ciake itanaigana aikire hurubaro aga ngari athie express mpaka Bondo. Niguo twithanagia andu aitu tukwenda Kenya ya thayu na tutige gukuo wana turaikirie kura turi andu athomu na tuyu uria tureka na turathurire president tuyu uria tureka inyu na system cianyu na deep state aya raia maramubundithia handabu mutige gutera andu a Kenya mahinda. Thank you muno na Ngai amurathime.
Bernard, huyu anasahau ya kwamba kwa bunge hiyo ndio anaenda kukutana na Uhuru Kenyatta the first sitting. Anasahau ya kwamba atakuwa huko. Huyo nani anaitwa nani huyo Ndindi Nyoro anasema yeye ni mtoto wa Maumau. Pia naye atajua Uhuru ni mtoto wa Maumau. The first Maumau. Wacha yeye anakuja hapa anasema yeye ni mtoto wa Maumau, atajua Uhuru ndio mtoto wa Maumau namba 1. Awache uchinga yake hiyo.
Na ujue nani huyo Dede alikuwa anafanya kazi Thika ya kuuza mituba before aende kazi ya nini ya parliament. In fact, you need to be very humbled. That's why we always say, if you know where you come from, you know where you are going. Unajua mimi sasa niko nchi ya wazungu. Mzungu ananyenyekea. Every day. Last year I didn't have a new car. I bought second-hand car. Now I have a new car. Ananyenyekea. Why not Africa? We have never been humble. This is not about tribe. It's about Kenyans and Africa. When are we going to move Africa and move forward in Africa? You know, this is President Uhuru ni president wa whole Kenyans, right? Si ati Wakikuyu. Hata ukienda Nairobi wachokora wengi ni Wakikuyu. Sinde ukienda Mathare ni Wakikuyu wengi sana wanakaa. Why? I don't see this kind of I'm so tired with these Kikuyu tribes. I'm a Kikuyu tribe, but I'm so tired. You know, let me tell you, these guys, I think they are trying to play like that again. Oh my God, let me tell you something, my sisters and brothers here. Uhuru Kenyatta ni wa Mama Ngina na Mama Kenyatta, si ndio? Na Kenyatta. Sasa mimi kwa sababu mimi ni Mkikuyu, mimi sasa hii nchi mimi nakaa kuko na Kikuyu wengi na mimi tuongeleshani. Tunakutana hivi na tunaenda kanisa moja na they don't talk with me. Was proud. Wananichukia. I don't care, mimi naenda kanisa yangu, naenda maombi narudi. Na tunaongea language moja, unasikia? Na mimi I don't care. I don't care. Unajua? Kwa nini na Uhuru si kusema ati ni Mkikuyu ati mtukanane. Uhuru Kenyatta ni president wa whole Kenyans. Na ni mtoto wa Kiafrika na ni mtoto wa Mau Mau, vile wanasemanga Mau Mau. Yeah, Mau Mau it's true, ni walipigania nchi yetu na mzee Jomo. By the way, my grandmother was singing to the Jomo Kenyatta in Kapeguria when mzee Jomo Kenyatta was in prison 10 years. She was singing to them. So I'm so tired with these Kikuyu tribes. Yani they think that Kenya is there. Yani wanafikiri ni wao tu. It's so shameful. So shame. Kenyans, let us stand together. Let us stop this kind of manners of evil. Uhuru ni mamake ni Mama Ngina na babake Rate. Si wa Dede Nyoro mamake. Dede Nyoro ako na mamake, si na kona brother zake. Si atukanane brother zake ama cousin zake. Hata na mtoto wenyewe, you know. I get irritated. I'm so tired. I'm sorry. Thank you so much.
Rhoda, thank you. I want us to look at this in a wider range of the breaking of our boundaries, the kuvuka mipaka kwetu, kizazi ambacho kinavuka mipaka. Okay, in the sense that if there is an issue that needs to be addressed, does Ndindi Nyoro qualify to address the president? Let's look at the president's age group. Does Ndindi Nyoro belong in President Uhuru's age group? No. President Uhuru is now an elder. Is Ndindi Nyoro an elder? No. Now, when he's talking like that and is being clapped for, are we encouraging, okay, the breaking of our boundaries, disregard of every known law in terms of cultural respect and practices? Because this is what we are displaying. Now, when it has been said and done, does it mean it is now the right way? Getting power is one thing. Being powerful is another thing. And being in a position of leadership means you are charged with responsibility. And responsibility is in your ability to constrain yourself from saying what you shouldn't say, even when you think is your right to say it. Why? You look around. If the children get this, what would they be learning? If the youth get this, what would they be learning? Ndindi Nyoro, I'm sure he wants to be a governor someday. He wants to be a president someday. Would he want to be addressed the way he's addressing Uhuru Kenyatta? Would he enjoy when his children address him the way he's addressing Uhuru Kenyatta? This is something that we need to face as Kenyans. Now, when we make it an Ndindi Nyoro thing, it just ends up being that, when it has a wider spectrum that is affecting the entirety of our society. What happened to respect to those that have gone ahead of you? Kama kuna shida, for example, if there is a fallout between, like there was a stalemate between Raila Odinga and the then Jubilee government, which of the boys was sent to talk to Raila Odinga? who mediated the handshake? Was it these boys? No, they were the elders, the SK Macharias. So this Ndindi Nyoro and team are a part of the problem we have been cultivating, pruning, and watering. And if we don't cut them now, they will mess up our society. People must be called to order. And the elders in Mount Kenya region need to call these boys to order. Let them be put back to where they belong. Crossing boundaries smells bad. And it paints a bad picture of our society. Enough said. Naomba nimsikilize Ayeko tukisonga mbele. Go ahead.
Asanteni sana. Now, nimesikia venye wanaongea. Na remember, these are young people. Hawajafika age of 60. Hawajafika age of 50. Remember, hii ni Kenya, ni yetu sisi wote. Na hawa sasa, Kenya inanishtua, wanatukana rais. Na rais anatoka kwa kabila yao. Apart from hiyo, I know one point ashawahi unda pesa through na jina ya rais in any way. Sijui ni way gani. Anazaambia mtu, naona ni karibu na rais, hiyo kesi yako nitaangalia, wewe tuendelee nayo. And kama hawezi kuwa na heshima kwa rais, na hivyo ndiye anaongea, inakuambia hata watoto wake wale wako kwa nyumba 10, 20 years to come wataongea the same way anaongea. Remember where we come from. Tuna support mzee Raila. Hatuwezi shika microphone tutukane Raila because it is in my culture. I need to respect him. If I differ with him, nitaongea tu kinyuma nyuma. Nitaongea kwa redio, nitaongea kwa TV. Lakini siwezi fika kiwango ile ingine yenye nasikia venye anaongea. Hiyo ni kiwango yenye unaonyesha watu akili yako imefika wapi na wewe ni nani. I don't think Ndindi Nyoro ni kiongozi ambaye 10, 15 years to come mtu atafuata watu. Na viongozi kama hawa tumeona huwa wanakuja na matusi, huwa wanakuja na mavitu na wanapotea tu. Alafu wakitafutwa 15 years down the lane, 25 years, 30 years down the lane, unapata ni maskini, ni mgonjwa, hajui venye anaweza jiendelea. The reason is because hakuna mtu atamsaidia, because mdomo yake alipokuwa in power hakuweka watu pamoja. Hakuona huyu ni kabila gani, wacha nisiongei, wacha nisikosee Masai, because haujui kesho nani atakusaidia. When you are sick, ukiwa kwa hospitali huwezi jisaidia, ujui nurse ni nani, ujui daktari ni nani. So remember, anybody mwenye mali unaongea, remember in years to come utakutana na watu. Na ukikutana na nurse mbaya anasema I was young na nilikufollow nikasikia I used to abuse people, hata kama ilikuwa kudunge kitu ya saa 7 anasema kudunge. Yeye anasema uko sawa, ameona uko sawa kabisa. Remember haja kudunga, wewe unaenda nyumbani, ugonjwa inakuwa ingine, something else. So I think we should just have peace, love each other, respect each other. And about tribe, mimi siwezi ongea about tribe because in Kenya we have so many tribes. Na nimegundua we can't help each other. We always speak, sometimes we always argue, sometimes mimi hata kuna mali naenda mtu anaona hata sijaongea, lakini because mimi ni mweusi, kichwa changu ni kubwa, mapua kubwa, asema huyu ashatoka mali, huyu vitu yake usiweke hapo, weka vitu yake huko nyuma kabisa. Then sometimes you find someone, mtu ameenda mahali anamwambia sasa leo wewe kaa mbele, ati because he's brown, he's thin, meno yake imekaa namna hiyo, anasema hiyo yake pitisha ikae huko mbele. You see, so sometimes hata unaenda kunywa chai unasema hata kama hii chai ina sukari siwezi muitisha niongeze sukari, acha tu nivumilie, because atasema huyu jamaa leo ndo amepata pesa anakuja kututisha hapa kwa hoteli. That's how tumechukuliwa, and those are the things tunaendelea. Ukipata hata Mkikuyu anaondesha gari yake utasema huyu pengine hata ameuza watu huko City Mortuary na mambo kwa gari. It is a mentality yenye tumewekewa na wale watu wazee, na it's a mentality inafaa to drop. You can remember, now we have kids. In our houses, these kids wanaongea lugha mbili. But they'll speak Kiswahili na English. Hata waongei my mother tongue, mali mimi natoka. Na hata wakiwa hapa, hata hawajui ni Wajaluo. Watajua wakiwa Wajaluo, maybe wakisha join shule, ndio wanaambiwa, "Oh, wewe ni Mjaluo." Na hata hii nyumba yetu, mimi na bibi, hatujaongea hiyo Kijaluo, na yet sisi ni Wajaluo. So you find unalipa pesa mingi kwa shule, mtoto kisha anakuuliza swali lingine, tunashangaa ulilani hiyo wapi? Because mimi sijaongea kwa hiyo nyumba. Unasikia, no, somebody told me I'm a Luo. Luos are so, so I'm, hey, Dad, I don't think ni hivyo. Anasema, no, they say tunaringa sana. Sijui we brag too much. It is not them. It is not sisi. It is something, it is in us. And the only thing kuitoa is kuallow watoto wangu wakuje on their own. They be kenye wanataka kukua. Like I have a girl and I have a boy. Now my girl asema analeta Kikuyu mwanaume. Sasa mimi nichukue kisu kwa jikoni nidunge ati, oh, I'm finished. No, it is chaguo lake. Anampenda. Mimi the only thing nasema ni kwa support. I talk to my son. Namwambia, sasa wewe umechukua mchana wangu, nione venye mnaweza hii. Kama kuna issue, mniite nitawasaidia. And unapata wazazi wengi hawana hiyo. Kwanza my daughter akipiga simu hapa ati, oh, dadi nilislapiwa, kuja saa hii, kuja. You know, it is not me, it is the anger of, ameoa Kikuyu. You know, instead of me supporting that marriage, kuinua hiyo marriage. Na the same thing inafanyika na sisi hata kwa politics. Politics yetu, first of all, inafaa tuache, first of all, tribal. Alafu tuweke respect. Ukinitukana, let us argue, lakini tusishikane, tusitukane. I should not even say your mom, your dad. Wewe unatukana baba ya Uhuru, mama ya Uhuru. Baba ya Uhuru alikufa kitambo. Nao ndo walianzisha hii nchi. Bila pia wao hatungekuwa mahali. I think and I believe kuna kitu baba Uhuru alifanya yenye sisi wote tunalipa, tunaona paka saa hii. Hata mali amekufa, mali anasema yeye ni hivyo vile anasema. Mama ngine I think na hiyo uhai wake, huo ni kijana yake. Amelinda paka mali amefika, akaona akiongoza. Muachieni. We should not talk about Mama Ngina nini. Like Moi amesaidia watu wengi sana. Watu wazee wengi sana. Na right now unaona venye inafanyika kwa familia Moi ni heshima yenye watu hawana. Raymond shida si yake. Shida kama babake alifanya shida, Raymond anaomba kiti, amekuwa kiongozi, amekuwa MP. Raymond anaomba kiti kwa mara ingine. It is not mistake yake. Because Raymond, remember, ako na familia yake na watoto yake. So if Raymond abebe cross ya baba yake, what about watoto wake? Unaona? So we should try na kuweka hiyo respect. Kenya is one. Hatufai kuongea about matusi. Mimi ni mtu wa baba. Tuko kotini. Tulishindwa, niko na mauchungu yangu. But sipeleki kwa streets. Sipeleki kazini. Hata nikutana na mgonjwa sisi sema because wewe ni Mkikuyu ulipiga huku, hii meno yako sikuwekei. No, I'm there kumsaidia na mtibu aende zake. Mimi na sina cheka, hata anasema umenijengea kitu smart. Wewe Jaluo kuna style nyingine hiyo ni furaha yangu kusikia amesema nimemjengea kitu smart. Lakini si ati sasa ati unajua wewe ni Jaluo, wewe mtu anipiga na mawe, sasa unamuuliza tamami, hapa tuko kwa clinic, nitakupiga wapi mawe? Hapa si tu nitakung'oa meno ndio iko hapa. Hakuna mawe hapa. So you find hata pia anacheka, naambia kulikuwa hivyo, lakini ni mzee baada akakutini. So let us respect, and kwanza na respect sana Raila. Raila anaheshimu sheria za Kenya. Angekuwa mtu mbaya saa hizi hata angesema nini tungekuwa kwa streets. Lakini because amesema twende kotini. Remember, hata ashinde ama asiposhindwa, atatuaddress, atatuambia the way forward. We will follow. Punda yako, farasi yako ni yako. Ng'ombe yako ni yako. Itoe maziwa, aitoe maziwa bado ni ya. Ikunywe maji, ikunywe maji bado ni ya. Sasa Raila ni wetu. Aanguke, asianguke ni wetu. What I like about Raila is ni mtu mwenye ameanguka na anaamka. Anaanguka na anaamka. Na ni ngumu kupata mtu kama huyo. Sisi hapa tunaanguka mara moja, kamba, ushajinyonga. Maisha ni ngumu. lakini mtu kama Raila anaambia watu kuna life after something. So whatever Raila amefanya tumrespect, whatever Uhuru amefanya for 10 years tumrespect, tuache Uhuru aende kwa salama, akae. Uhuru akidecide hata kisha ataita conference, tumpe nafasi tusikie President Rais anasema nini. Tusiseme ati tunatukana watu. Tukianza matusi hata saa hizi, babu akianza matusi saa hii, people won't like it. Saa hii tuko na Jalango, Lang'ata, akianza matusi, nobody will like it. But ni respect ile tumeweka. Tumesema hata sisi maboys wetu, wao mapunda wetu, msiongee mbaya. Mapunda wetu tulieni tu. But we have time. We have time. If you can say something, tunasema, lakini tumenyamaza. Na ni peace ndo tunataka. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much, Ayeko, for that elaborate response. And I just want to urge us Kenyans, we will not go anywhere supporting what is wrong. Wrong has never made any country great. All the countries that have become great, they enforced the rule of the law. They refused to compromise when it came to following their systems that they gave themselves to govern, to help them do the governance. It is wrong for the elders to surrender the leadership of the family to their children and do nothing about it. It is not in order. Biblically and historically, it does not work. So it is about time the elders stepped into the space that is being misused by these young people, so that that space can be salvaged and there will be now transference of values from the older generation to the younger generations. It's only by respecting the elderly that you can secure your place in the seat with the elders. Let's not clap for what is out to extinguish us as a people. Ndindi Nyoro, Ichungwa, and the rest, they don't qualify to address Uhuru Kenyatta. They don't. Age-wise, they don't. Experience-wise, they don't. Politically, they don't. And so let's not be deceived that because somebody organized for you, I'm told it is Uhuru Kenyatta who sponsored Ndindi Nyoro's wedding or something like that. Then after that, you turn around and begin to insult the same person. And Kenyans are supporting you in the same. Kenyans, let's wake up. And anybody who is targeting the Moi family, we are all beneficiaries from Moi. We are all beneficiaries from Moi, either free maziwa ya Nyayo, or education-wise, or cultural-wise. In one way or another, the 24 years of Moi rule affected almost every life that is here, whether negatively or positively. The targeting of the Moi family and trying to humiliate it because Moi is no more is not the way the country is built. Just before the elections, my senior Bishop Adoyo conducted a prayer meeting at KICC, and is one of the items he was praying for is in the disrespect and the humiliation that we caused President Moi at Uhuru Park when he came to hand over the sword to Mwai Kibaki, and say, as a country, we need to repent, because you should not speak against, the Bible says, don't speak against the leader of people. In the sense that our disregard for Moi is part of what is affecting us right now. So let's all wise up and begin to realize that we sow and we will reap. Whatever you sow is what you will reap. No other way around. Alafu kuna hao watu wa UDA wanakuja hapa wanaanza kuleta kichwa. Sikiliza, hakuna mtu amelazimishwa kuwa hapa. Kama ile conversation inaendelea hapa haikubambi, ondoka. go find another platform where you can, there are channels upon channels, thousands of them here that you can view. If what is happening here is not good for you, go elsewhere. But we will do what is right for the country, we'll do what is right for the society. That is why we're here. So kama uko hapa na utoto, unakuja hapa kujikompea na wengine na kujifanya eti wewe ndio mjuaji hapa, alafu unatukana wazee, hauna heshima kwa wazee, alafu unafikiria kana kwamba wewe ndio kusema. Wewe sio kusema. You need to do some growing fast. And therefore, if you are not enjoying this show, I give you liberty to leave anytime you want to. But we will do what is required for this country, because we love this country and we want the best for this country. Let's listen to Ronald as we move forward into our discourse. I'm preparing a video to play. Ronald, go ahead. Orango, go ahead. Are you there? Bwana Orango. Okay. Talam D, how are you?
Ujambo Bernard.
Sijambo, vipi?
The panelists. Mimi yangu ni machache. I am from Rongai constituency. And whatever is going on here is a big mess. Kwangu ni uchungu sana. Because now the people who have been helping us, anyone who is doing good in this country, is being put on anawekwa kando kabisa, yani atakani kufanya kitu yote mzuri. So if you see some people like kina Gachagua wakikuja huku trying to choose for as a leader, that's impunity of the highest order. Unaona? Like example ya Nyoro vile ameongea leo. You cannot talk in that manner to the president. And huwezi lazimisha congratulations kutoka kwa mtu. No. Like if you just stand in front of people, I think kitu wamesha stuka. They're in a panic mood. Wanashindwa mbona President Kenyatta aongei. So they are trying to, wanajaribu kumkoroga ndaweze kuongea. Kunyamaza kwa president, yeye amenyamaza because he is at peace. Na hataki kuvurugana na watu wenye wanataka kuleta fujo tu Kenya na kuja kutuibia. I have seen some people in the comments wakichokoza watu because they have been brainwashed by the same people. Mimi am a Kalenjin, but Raila is someone who is well respected. Ni mtu amesaidia watu sana. As far as people don't like him or wanaongea vibaya kumhusu, that is their problem. Wengine wetu tunafurahi kwa sababu ameweza kufanya mambo zingine zionekane. And I pray that the Supreme, hii kesi yenye koti saizi, it will bring justice. I can tell my fellow Azimio that justice will come. Tuvumilie tu vile tumevumilia. Wacha wala watu wapige kelele, wapige panganga zao huko kando. Their panic itafika tu. Tarehe 5 si mbali. Niyo tarehe 5 itakuwa victory sana. Asante.
Thank you, Talam. Appreciate that, and that is a very honorable view to be level-headed and be able to judge matters for what they are. I fear for Rift Valley and the kind of leadership you are in. I'm a Bible teacher. Everybody here knows that. And in leadership, we say that you cannot replace faithfulness. no matter how competent the person who has offered himself to work is, if he's not faithful, he would rather be laid off and get that person who doesn't know the work very well, but he is faithful. Faithfulness and integrity should not be replaced by anything, anywhere. So when I see people like Mishri, okay, out of parliament, I see Isaac Ruto out. I see Alfred Kater out. Gideon Moi out. Okay. What is remaining? Sudi, Murkomen, and and this other Chere what? Cherengai or Cherengai. Now, I want, let the Kalenjin elders convene a meeting and look into their place in the country. If they don't rise up and do something, they are going to be leaderless. Leaderless. Wazee wote, and this is message to all the elders around the country. Retreat, organize your backyard. Without leadership, any community gets extinct. I'm a Luya from Kakamega. In the Luya community, we don't discuss when it comes to eldership leadership. Yule tunaambiwa huyu ndio mzee wetu, kuisha maneno. We don't vote, they don't campaign. Kwa nini? Wanapokea huo uongozi kwa umri wao na hekima walio nayo. So mtu kama Atuoli akikuja asema na naita Buhungu, everybody goes to Buhungu, or whatever that is resolved at Buhungu together with other elders becomes law. Let us not play games. Wazee, tafadhali chukueni vijana wenu muwafundishe adabu. Wacha hii show kama itasaidia nchi iwe ni kwamba wazee waache kuogopa watoto wao. Stop fearing your children. Call them to order. Call them to order. Call those your sons to order. Wacha kusema ati wametushinda. No. Waswahili wanasema ukicha mwana kulia, mwisho utalia wewe. Call those your sons to order. Elders, assume your responsibility. Stop this overthrowing of the eldership leadership in our community, especially Mount Kenya and Rift Valley. You are under threat, and the person pushing this agenda of Atupangwinkwi is one person and is not up to any good. I will say that any day, anywhere. He's not up to any good. Mtu yule anakuambia utukane baba yako, utukane mama yako, usimheshimu mzee yote, huyo mtu akupendi. Huyo ni mtu anakulaani, anakuletea laana, anataka ufe kabla ya wakati wako. That is how you should see that kind of a person. Anakutuma utukane rais, utukane wazee, alafu unasherekea. Are you serious? So let's wake up and understand things for what they are. I'll give you this example and bring in Mama Selina. Kuna siku kwa Biblia, kuna siku ambayo kulikuwa na mtafaruku kati ya Sauli na Daudi, okay? Wakati Daudi alipakwa mafuta kuwa kiongozi wa Israel, Saul was still the king, and Saul did not want David to succeed him as king, okay? And then the covenant of the children of Israel with God was tied to their circumcision, okay? Their circumcision. And it distinguished them from the rest of the communities. So it was said that from the Abrahamic covenant, that those who want to enter into covenant with Jehovah, their male children must be circumcised. Now, when Saul tried to fight David and he couldn't succeed, he looked for a wise way to set God against David. Okay, how did he do it? When David got interested in marrying, is he called Micah? Okay, Micah, the daughter of Saul. I want you to follow closely because there's something I want you to understand. He wanted to marry Micah, the daughter of Saul, and then he went to ask for the dowry. How much is the dowry? Saul cleverly, being mature and understanding the covenant, David being younger without knowing the covenant, and although being younger, he has won the hearts of Israel. The anointing is working in his favor. So Saul is looking for how to stop David from becoming king. What did Saul ask for? He said, if you want to marry my daughter, go and bring me 100 foreskin of the Philistine. Go and circumcise the people that are not supposed to be circumcised. Okay? In the mind of Saul was that when he does that, he will have done something against God, and so God will go against David, and that will reduce David, and then Saul will be able to extinguish David easily. You understand the technology that is playing around here? So kuna vile ambavyo unaweza kutumwa na mtu kwenda kutusi mtu, si eti anakupigania siasa, no, anakutuma uende kufanya kitu ambacho ni kinyume na Mungu, ili Mungu akaanze kukuchapa na washirikiane na Mungu wakuchape pamoja. So don't be quick to run around and run your mouth to insult elders. Be afraid. Be afraid and fear anybody who sends you to insult an elder. That person wants you dead. He doesn't want you to live. So the attitude of at Pangwingwi will not be told. It's not biblical, it's not Christian, it's not traditional, it's not acceptable. Tuelewe kwamba maisha yana thrive katika uwiano. Na uwiano unatokana na honor. Honor. You honor, you get honored, and you grow together in unity. But when we dishonor the elders, we dishonor each other, we dishonor our parents, what happens? The family disintegrates. So the people want to divide and rule us. What are they doing? They are asking us to dishonor our elders, dishonor our leaders. Ndio wapate njia ya mwanya kuingia katikati na watutawale nyumbani. I'm not against any community taking leadership anywhere, okay? But there is a tape I think I'll play later on where kuna MCA moja in Marach. Is it Marach? Okay? Marach ingo kabisa katikati ya Waluya kabisa. Ni Mkikuyu lakini amekuwa MCA. You understand? He is reigning away from home. All right? In a foreign land. But he's become what? An MCA in that particular region. If it is because it's good and it's goodwill of the people have given mandate, well and good. But what happens is, if we don't pull together, we don't honor each other, Biblia inasema tutatawaliwa na wageni. So watch out, watch out. Mtu anakuja anakuambia ati nini, fukuzeni mbunge wenu, yule mmesafa na yeye, amewapatia basari, ameelimisha watoto. Mumtupe nje. Mreplace yeye na nini? Na wheelbarrow. Alafu mnafuata. God have mercy. Mama Selina.
Yes,
naomba mchango wako, alafu tupelete kijana baadaye. Then tuende kwa mzee.
Asante. Asante sana Penat. Fikiri nilishika flu, nasikia ko lakini ni sawa. Tuko Ocean City, ni kusuri, tunajaribu kuoka na maji. But anyway, Penat, umeongea kuhusu jamii. Kuna Luka, kuna kitu moja wakale wasee wa samani walisema wakati inchi itakuwa na generation inaitwa kablelach. This one of RUTO now. The old men, they say, we better die. We don't want to see them. One, in those generation, wanasema inchi ilikuwa mchanga imekuwa red. So that kablelach in our community, it is not a good generation yenye kila mtu angefurahia. Wase walisema ikifika hiyo generation, it is better for you to be dead than to see them. And it is coming to be true. Hii generation inaenda kila mahali penat, they don't want to work, wanatusi watu, hawana heshima, wengi wajaoa. Ni generation yenye inaenda over 100 years. Lakini wanasema inchi ikifika hiyo hawangetaka kukua alive. So wacha nikuje mambo ya leo. Kwanza niliona baba amerelax, hana maneno, naona lakini Ndindi Nyoro. What is wrong with these people? Uhuru is not in the ballot. Hata kama wamemtusi Uhuru namna gani. Unajua ni kwa nini penalty? Wanajua Uhuru ndiye ako na SWOT. Wanajua Uhuru batu wako na serikali. Wanajua Uhuru yeye ndiye anatakikana kuhand over. But Uhuru alisimama akasema hawezi hand over nchi kwa wakora ama thieves. Hii threaten yote wana threaten Uhuru inawasaidia nini? Raila alikuwa anasimama na RUTO. Kwa nini kabila zingine wachatusi are they very special? Walikataa kupatia RUTO ama Uhuru kura Central. Wako na kingpin yao, wawachane Uhuru. Uhuru anapendwa na Kenyans. Let them know that. Wasikuje kutusi Uhuru ni kama mtoto yao. Uhuru is a respected man, na sahi Uhuru ni msee. Kama kuna watu wanahesabiwa umri ya msee, Uhuru ni moja. What is wrong with these people? Waende wafanye inauguration yao, wafurahi na makafanas na MPs. Wawachane na Uhuru. Raila na Uhuru wakikubaliana, because penat, hatuwezi enda Rira na Chebukati. Na baba na Wakenya hawana shida Uhuru kuendelea kuongoza, because we cannot, kama katiba haiwezi ruhusu Raila kuongoza, then wacha Uhuru waendelee kuongoza, because we need a country. Na hiyo ndio inawauma penat, they know that. Uhuru can give it to yani amri mkuu wa jeshi. He can decide to do anything. Lakini watu wakiendelea kutusi yeye, amefanyia Wakenya kazi. Amesaidia hii watu ya Central. Uhuru ametoa Wakikuyu mahali wangekuwa. Uhuru saa hii alishikana na Raila, ndio Wakikuyu wakakuwa na Wakenya wengine. Wangekumbuka kabla ya handshake. You know these people are playing with fire. They are really playing with fire. Uhuru ni president ya Kenya. Wamemdharau na wanapenda hiyo malaika yao. Let them stay with him. Wangoje siku yao ikifika, tutasema nini? Tutaangalia. But ninajua siku sao hiyo president elect iliishia wakati kesi ilienda high court. So kama ameikuwa president ya wiki moja ama mwezi moja, itakuwa ni sawa. But wakumbuke ya kwamba inchi, yes, Ndindi Nyoro anasema wanaweza pigana. Ndindi Nyoro anasema wanaweza fanya anything. Nani anawashika mkono? Uhuru atashika hawa mkono. Raila atashika hawa mkono. Si watu onyeshe vile wanataka. Unajua, nashukuru Raila ama ODM. Wakisema today is today, they don't care. Wanasema tear gas, wanasema punduki hata ni kitu kidogo kwao. Wanaanguka na wanabeba wenye wanaanguka na wanaendelea. Those are men. Haya ndio wanaume wanaenda vita. Ati ule ameanguka huwezi kumwacha, unamubeba na unaendelea kwa vita. Hii cowards. These are cowards. Hata hatujui ni vile Wakikuyu wataki kutuambia ukweli. I don't think Ndindi Nyoro ni mtoto ya Maumau kiasi gani. Tumeona wasee wa Maumau. Raila analipia bibi ya Tetan Kimati nyumba. Raila anasaidia familia ya Tetan Kimati na Raila ni Mjaluo. Hawa watoto ya Maumau wanatuonyesha ni watoto wa Maumau wamesaidia wale watu ya Maumau na nini. We want to know by action, not by mouth. Tunataka kujua huyu Ndindi Nyoro. Kwa nini ule mama ya Tetan Kimati alikufa juu ya Wakikuyu ako na shida? Hakuna mahali ya kuishi mpaka Raila ndiye anasaidia. Where are they? Wamekuwa kwa serikali wakati ya Kenyatta, wamekuwa wakati ya Kibaki, I'm sorry, wakati ya Uhuru. Hawajui Maumau kwa nini wanaumia. Kwa nini Maumau wako pekas. So Ndindi Nyoro, if you want to tell us, na unataka kutuambia wewe ni mtoto ya Maumau, wewe Kirati Kashakwa, munasema nyinyi ni Maumau. Hawa Maumau wanatembea uchi wanahangaika, where are you? Mumewafanyia nini? So that sisi Kenyans, we can know that you are real sons of Maumau. These people penat, ni Kenyans ni vile wamesahau, Rata nitakupatia. Naona wamesahau historia. But I want to say this. We know, baba yangu alichukuliwa akiwa kijana mdogo. Alikuwa pale Olkalao, akisaidia Maumau juu wasungu waliwapeleka. But my dad, walikuwa wanaletewa chakula na wamama wa Kikuyu. Na walikuwa nasaidia Maumau. They never sell out. And those are other tribes. Wakukua wa Kikuyu. Waache kutuambia Maumau. Even my dad alipelekwa Olkalao na alichunga na alisaidia Maumau. We are not proud to say Maumau. Wakuja wasitudanganya hapa na kutuambia Maumau. Na hawa ndio walikuwa home guards. Walikuwa wamenunuliwa na wasungu. Mpaka makabila ingine, penat, walienda wakasimama huko. I'm sorry. Leo sauti inakataa, but I want to say this. We are really tired. Election imeisha. Wangoje kotini. They are threaten chief justices. Wanatuambia ati wananunua ma chief justice usiku. Do you think hiyo ma chief justice Kenya si kwao? Hata hao kama wanataka kuuza nchi. You know they don't penat. These people should know Raila is not desperate. It is Kenyans who are desperate. Wanataka Raila awasaidie. Raila is not desperate to be the president. He has done enough. Raila amefanya history ikiandikwa hata kama hajakuwa president. Luther Martin Kings, he never became the president of America. But 200 years, the name is still there. Hakuna vile mutatoa hesabu ya Raila kwa dunia ya Kenya. Yes, mumemanage kumaliza Moi kwa yale mambo alifanya. But for Raila, katiba, section 2A, hakuna kitu utamuita Raila. He will be there in the books of Kenya. Yeah, amewahi kuwa prime minister ya Kenya. What else can Raila get in 1977 years that he never get when he was 25 years? What else can Raila get akiwa na 80 years that he never get when he was a strong man? Naona hata wanawake wanamchekea. Wanasema Raila hawezi fanya kitu. Na ni hawa walimufinya. You people are stupid. They are very stupid. Raila hakuna kitu anataka ni kuwasaidia. I wish that old man today anaweza amuka na kusema enough is enough. Atapaki na Aida. Tuone hii wachinga watafanywa nini. You know, people are talking about Raila. Raila anaweza 77 years, 80 years, penat. Anataka kuoa. Raila anatafuta mali. Raila anataka kuipa nchi. Hiyo yote Raila amepita. Anatakia Wakenya amani. Anatutakia tuishi kama Kenyans. That is the only will Raila amepaki nayo. Otherwise, he can stay. Na hata kufa. Ameona yote. Amepita uchungu. Amepita raha. Kenyans, it is our time. It is the right time to make your own decision. Ati mtoto mdogo ya 30 years anasimama akitusi Uhuru. Rais ya Kenya, hata sijui Uhuru anafanya nini. Anaweza amuka na kupendua hii nchi tuone watafanya nini. Anyway, Penat, sitaki kuongea sana nimalize sauti, but I'm really disturbed. Na watu wanapika makofi. Ninashukuru kwa sababu kuna mtu alisema Penat, better the devil you know, but the angel you are crying. Hawa watu, afadhali shetani hiyo Uhuru walimjua kuliko hiyo malaika wanakimbilia na wachui. Asante Penat.
Asante Mama Selina, nashukuru kwa maoni yako na mchango wako. Ni muhimu kila mmoja asimame kidede, tuhakikishe kwamba tunaongoza hii nchi kwa njia ipasavyo. Vijana ni muhimu kufuatana na wazee, au watakusaidia kuelewa kule unakotoka na kule unakokwenda. Usijarau hekima yao na usichukulie hivi hivi wakati wanakuambia kwamba hili ni baya. If Raila Odinga wanted to be president that badly, he will be president by all means. He has refused to be president fraudulently. He wants to be president genuinely. Let the Supreme Court go and retally the votes, check on the Form 34As, 34Bs, and 34C. When we determine who is the winner, he will be declared. Story nyingine muachane nayo, muache kuogopa court. Wangapi si nyinyi mlikuwa mna support BBI? Court wakati court ilitwated BBI simulisherekea. Say our courts are independent, our courts are these, our courts. Yes, we are going to those courts. Tukutane huko wakati wataangalia hizo forms, awamue nani kiongozi, accept what the court is going to win, to rule and live with it. Na kama vile nilivyosema jana, hii ruling itakuwa monumento, historical. Kuna watu ambao their political career inaenda kuishia kwa Supreme Court. Kuna watu career zao zitaishia Supreme Court. Kuna watu maisha yao yatakwamia wapi? Huko Supreme Court. Hii sio Supreme Court ya kawaida. If you are on the wrong side of history, you will live to tell. Thank you. Tumsikilize kijana alafu ndio turuke kwa mzee Karara. Kijana vipi?
Niko freshi. Habari ya panelist wenzangu. Bernard, leo imekuwa siku nyingine ya kusikitisha juu vijana wadogo, acha tu niseme vijana wakina Ndini Nyoro. Hao ni vijana wadogo and kukosea wazee heshima actually si haijakuwa ni kitu mzuri mbele ya watu actually. Kwanza Uhuru mwenye ambaye anatusi ni Mkikuyu kama yeye. Na vile Ayeko alisema hapa mbele, ni vigumu sana uone watu, hata kama hautakubaliana naye, ni vigumu sana kuona watu kutoka Nyanza wakitusi Raila publicly. Hata kama hawatakubaliana na yeye, watafanya tu kinyuma, lakini hawatatoka publicly kusema tu na kumtusi hivi. Watu kama Kinobada utaisikia, manake najua the same people the same person unamtusi ako na wafuasi wake, na hao wafuasi wake siku moja, kama ni huyo Bada ambaye alikuwa anamtusi, siku moja hao wafuasi wake ndiye atakuja kumsaidia kufika hatua ambayo anataka, kama ni ya kisiasa ama kitu kama hiyo. So kitu kingine naweza waambia, hii maneno ya dynasty, najua watu wa Kenya Kwanza wana campaign wakisema sijui wanataka kutoa dynasty, wametawala, sijui wanafanya nini. Bernard, hakuna mtu mwenye anachagua mahali ya kuzaliwa. Ukikuwa na bahati umezaliwa kwa matajiri, nyinyi mtabaki tu hivyo, utakuwa tajiri hata wewe. Ukikuwa kwa ile klasi ya katikati like auchagui, hata kama utachaguliwa kwa maskini, wewe ni Mungu ndiye amewaleta hapo. Unaona? Umepatikana hapo. Na ni wewe ufanye bidii yako, ujielevate. Kama mlikuwa kwa maskini, ujiweke mkuu matajiri. Kwa hivyo hakuna mtu anaweza chagua. Mtu kama Ruto saizi yeye anasema yes, yeye ni hustler, yes dynasty. But kumbuka Ruto ako na vijana wake pia. Kuna siku watakuja kusimama. Pengine watake mwingine atake MP mahali, mwingine atake hata urais pia, is possible. Lakini si unaona sasa hii itarudi the same way alikuwa anasema dynasty watapigana, na if at all Ruto atakuwa rais, watu watarudi wakatae, waseme wewe pia baba yako alitawala hivi, nyinyi ndio madynasty. Sasa unaona hiyo kutumia hiyo majina ya dynasty hiyo itarudi mrudie na itapiga pia generation yake. Kwa hivyo kama ni kuacha hawa ma dynasty, of course dynasty lazima itakuwa tu, hiyo ndio maisha. Sasa lazima tu itakuwa, kuna wale wenye watatawala kwa wingi na kuna wale wenye watakuwa, unaona. And we are trying to change pia hiyo in form of leadership through Raila, unaona. Raila pia ni mtu ametutetea wananchi, ametutetea sana, na kuna siku saizi kuna watu hawezi ona umuhimu wa Raila. And I'm very sure kama Supreme Court haitakuwa on side wa Azimio, mimi naona tu hapa mbele watu wanaenda kulia, watu na mostly itakuwa tu watu ni kila mtu, lakini watu wenye wataisikia hiyo uchungu sana itakuwa watu wa Kenya Kwanza. Manake unaona, unaweza ona kama leo venye ni Sudi venye amecomment kuhusu hiyo county commissioner mwenyewe ni Mkikuyu, of course, wacha tuniseme ni Mkikuyu ndio. Na unaona pia huyo Mkikuyu sasa ukianza kuwaambia sasa ati wa resign watoke, nyinyi ndio mko kwa utawala, unaona sasa ni like inakuwa tribal thing, mnaanza kupigana kikabila, na hiyo ndio kitu inarudisha Kenya nyuma. Uhuru si mjinga, wanamtusi kila siku, wanamtusi, amenyamaza. And Bernard, kitu yenye watu wajui, na si ati ni miujiza ama nini, tangu election Chebukati atangaza election, hatujamsikia Matiang'i, Kibicho, wakina Tolie, wakina Murathe. People are quiet. Hakuna mtu anajua what they are thinking, hakuna mtu anajua what they are planning. Unaona? Unajua mtu mwenye anataka kama mnaenda vita, yule mtu mwenye atakuja anza kujifanya anatangaza, mimi nitakuja na kisu, nitakuja na bunduki. Unajua hapo ukijitangaza utakuwa unapatia adui yako njia yenye anaweza kuja kama amejami, maana yake atajua umejibeba na nini, utakuwa na nini. Unaona? The same way venye amenyamaza hivi, hakuna mtu anajua wanaenda kufanya nini. Ndio kwa maana unaona Ruto they are trying to kuwakasirisha na kumfanya Uhuru aongee, na inakuwa mjigumu. Hao watangoja tu hadi final verdict, na hiyo final verdict wakati itatolewa hivi, hapo ndio Ruto watajua sasa serikali ilikuwa na Uhuru hatapeana kisu kwa kirahisi. Sioni kikuwa kirahisi sana, atajipanga. Na kama ni Raila is calm. Raila amekuwa leo Kisumu, is calm, ameambia watu nyinyi mtulie, tumepeleka kesi huko kotini, mtulie, sisi tunafanya kazi na tutawarudishia kikombe. Hivyo ndio mzee ametuambia, atarudisha kikombe. Tulipiga kura kwa wingi, watu wakajitokeza, na ushindi wetu ni kama okay, si hata ni kama ni hao watu wametuchezea hapo juu. Na uzuri sasa itarudi. We are hoping for the best, na tuzidi tu kuvumilia kidogo na tutafurahi. Na watu wa Kenya Kwanza naona kwa comment hapa wanarusha sana. msifikirie watu Azimio hawana watu, tuko na machungu. Tunaweza kuwa tumenyamaza na tuko kwa wengi, watu tuko na machungu sana, lakini msizidi kurushia wengine maneno mabaya mbaya, kwa sababu hujui kwa nini inaweza fanyika. Hawezi jua. Watu wamebeba mauchungu sana. Nyayo tu.
Okay, thank you, Kijana. We appreciate that for giving that line of your thoughts and your submission towards the situation. What I keep insisting is that we all need to adhere one to another. Utawala wa jogoo unapaswa kuondolewa katika timu yetu ili kila mmoja aheshimiwe na ashughulikiwe kwa sababu ni Mkenya. Wale watu wana support kwamba uongozi lazima ukue sehemu fulani na sehemu fulani peke yake ndio inaweza kuproduce kiongozi. Hiyo ni kujaribu kuharibu umoja ambao unasaidia kufanya nchi ikue na amani. Amani yetu inatokana na umoja wetu. Umoja wetu unatokana na kuheshimiana. So wakati wewe unaona kwa sababu wewe ni wa Rift Valley ama ni wa Mount Kenya, wewe ni muhimu sana kuliko Wakenya wengine, hapo usha cause conflict. Na hiyo conflict hautaizima. People can be quiet, but that does not mean they have succumbed. You can only push people to a particular extent. When they turn around, hata paka ukimfukuza atakimbia, lakini ukimfikisha kwa ukuta atakugeukia, na akikugeukia utajua kwamba it's not business as usual. So let's wise up, especially the young crop of leaders. Let's appreciate the fact that our diversity is our strength, and our diversity is not a weakness. It is a strength that we can harness and profit from the same. Rhoda, unataka kusemaje?
Nilikuwa nataka kusema kimila yetu vile tunafanyanga wazee, mtu anachinja mbuzi, hiyo damu ikitoka ina means una respect wazee. Sasa sijui kama huyo Dede Nyere na huyo Waishangwa, jana ulisikia vile alitukana na Uhuru huko Nakuru na muita matako. Sijui kama wamechinja hiyo mbuzi, hiyo damu ikimwagika, it means you respect old people. Naona mimi nimezaliwa kwa wazee, mimi na I grown up to respect old people na everybody. Ukiona mzee unaamka akiwa kwa gari kwa Nissan, unaamka anakaa. So I don't know how is it nowadays. I don't know, they still respect that our culture, like we respect our old people no matter in a community. That's the way I grown up to respect. Ukiona mtu mzee unaona kama hata you cannot tell bad words. It really hurts me how they're abusing the president of, you know why they're abusing the president? I know the truth. The truth, President Uhuru is not a tribal. That's why they hate him. They think President Uhuru is a tribal. But tribal, unajua President Uhuru anatuambianga kila siku, anaongea kwa radio ya Kikuyu. Last time before elections, akatuambia unity. Na sitaki muanganyishano na mtu ajifanyie kazi yake. Sivyo mnapatiwa pesa huko na RUTO, sijui 1000. Unaona kama huyo Dede ni pesa amepatiwa na RUTO, hiyo ni obviously. RUTO he have done a stupid thing. Amejaribu hiyo community yetu na pesa. Lakini mimi nasemanga kile kitu utafanya dunia utalipa. Hata yeye bila President Uhuru anatukana because he'll pay the price. Everything you do in this world utalipa. Anatukanana just innocent man who love peace, who love development, who love every community. He will pay the price. That's why I can tell RUTO. You have to respect every community and our president. That's all I want to say. Before I leave.
Okay, thank you, Rhoda. Thank you, Rhoda. The point is at home. Let's all move on. Sylvester, Karim.
Nasikika?
Yes, unapatikana, endelea.
Yes, good afternoon, good evening. Nimeingia tu saa hii sijasikiza mjadala sana, but for those young guys in the mountain, mimi nashangaa sana. When you flash back, not too long ago, I think it's only a decade. If you guys can remember the man, the late Kamolo, he was from Mathioya. This man, because he was too loyal to Moi, his people never elected him whatsoever. They say, well, you are not. But until I've never seen what I'm seeing now. And he was an older man. And nobody, I never heard him. And he was Secretary General of Kanu. I don't know, Mzee Karana, you're going to have to help us understand what's wrong with these young people, man. He refused to go to what the people wanted, but they would never elect him in the Mathioya. But he was always nominated. Now, for Abush Uhuru is within the law, guys, if we look at it. Because you know why? We had an election which had issues. So until the due process is done, he cannot interject and say, hey, this and this, because he will be going against the same constitution. No, supposedly, it's found these people had some malpractice. Now you congratulate somebody that is you're ready to hand over to. Now he put us in a real problem, because now the genuine winner who is supposed to be given the powers. Then whoever was congratulated, now it will be worse, because it will look like we are stripping off what was already his. So guys, people, let them think first. Who will talk when the time comes? He had to wait for the due process. Once everything is followed, comes to a conclusion, you will hand over the power or you congratulate with whoever. But this rush and push, I don't know, guys, with the insult and all that. And you guys, whoever have been in Kenya going around before the 2010 constitution, and now when we have it of 20 years, just go to that Mount Kenya. If you were there before the 2010, and the other places you went, either coast, eastern, northeastern, and all that, and see the difference. And still they are insulting. The same Dindi Nyoro is the one who tells people, and the Moses Kuria, all the classes in Central, they have tiles on the floor. And there are some people in that country which they still have dirt floors, not tiles, not even cement. What are you telling people? Are you insulting this person? Go and look at the schools, but we cannot end with them, because you know why? We had a different system of governance. Okay, they are closer to the headquarters. Why devolution came, at least to have basic minimum to every corner of the country. Now they are insulting the president, who just tried. If we were going to equalize, I think you guys remember there was somebody who was saying, you cannot tie a horse for a donkey to catch up. Do you know what was that supposed to mean? Like, it feels like Central will be like a food and a hold until we develop the other places to be equal to them, of which was misconception. So guys, we need to talk to our young leaders. I saw some really young ones in Central who came in now in Parliament, and I don't know what's gonna be, because that kind of insult, you cannot go ahead. You cannot do anything. And there are some brilliant kids. I see them there. There's, I think, a speaker of Nyeri County, very brilliant guy, but his mind twisted. There's another one in I think Bomet. He's a speaker or something. Very brilliant young guy, but twisted. You can be smart, but smart doing the wrong things. So please, Let's unify our people. Forget about all these name calling. Look at a person like Moses Kuria. Why? Because we dismissed the campaign we had this previous season of election. We tried to keep down those insults. Moses, he can only campaign when he insult Raila Odinga, call people names. He don't have anything he can say. Do you see now how he was subdued? Because he couldn't sell anywhere. So, I'm very disappointed by our young people. When I look back in 90s and 80s, people who are there young, 2000, people were still coming in, new ones. But this one is a shame. It's a shame. If here they are from university, they are from this. Please, can you bring something on the table? Oh, you can get this and this. It's not going to change anything. And all this is because of what? Wait until who lets everything out. All this is because number one wrongdoing of him is stopping counterfeit. It's known. Kimani Chungwa, Didi Nyoro, they were the beneficiaries of these imports. Illegal imports, no paying duty and anything. When he stops that to protect the rest of the country, I bought this so-called power bank. It just blasts in in your hand. Boom! It goes like a bomb because it's fake things. When he stops that, people are so angry because you were scamming people. Some of these things were dangerous. But guys, let's soldier on. And what I'm hearing and seeing from bombers, will be shocked what was done. I think everybody has seen what Jeremiah Keone says. Even I was shocked, Bernard. Can you imagine a polling station was open at 8 o'clock in the evening? Another one was open until midnight. Surely, what kind of country we want to run, guys? And all this is about, who's supposed to do this? All these people, surely. Because this has to be hidden until everybody is gone. Then you hear ballot papers run out for a certain candidate. In between there, not the MCA, not the governor, we run out of ballot paper, which was printed equally. It's only maximum 700, surely. What do you call this? Any fool, call somebody from somewhere else. Just explain the scenario. He will tell you the same conclusion. Something is fishy. Somebody hid this for another use or shipped them to somewhere else. Simple as that. But those are the people you want them to lead. There's one thing I will say before I conclude. All this just something. God forbid they are given power. There's something Selena said, I think Bernard, the way we did to Moy, people were fed up and all that, humanly. But I think it was 3 to 4 months, 6 months, even before 6 months. The same government we elected in power, they had to look for more, for help. How do you handle this? All right? Because there was a sense of like, are we going now to punish those guys who are there or just fire everybody? It doesn't work that way. Fire everybody. And Raila Odinga was asked that question during an interview, and he said, well, we looked here, there was, corruption going on, so we kept some people who were not tinted or who were not trading. That is the approach. But this one of just thumping, you're going to go there and sweep everybody, all the law enforcement, we're going to lock them up. My friend, you can't look at those people on your knees, pleading, please, Kibicho, please. It will crumble on your face. So, God forbid, because it's going to come down. If he's handed over to them, they don't know. Governance is not a high school leadership. They don't know. But let's hope for the best, guys. And I appreciate, and hopefully we keep talking. And all these warmongering. Can you imagine the guy saying, "Oh, we are." What is this? Sounds of Mau Mau. So what? That's a warmongering. We're going to fight with who? So because he's, like one way he say, "Oh, you're supposed to congratulate right now." No, we are sons of Mau Mau. Those are two different statements, Bernard, if I'm not wrong. He's sending two signals. But guys, let's keep talking. And I love listening to you guys whenever I get a chance. So thank you so much. I just came in, so I didn't have much to say, but
Asante Sylvester, we appreciate what you have shared, and we look forward to engaging further.
yes.
This is our country. We will not leave it to the dogs. It is our
Please.
responsibility to guard every minute segment of the same. And so we are given ourselves completely to ensure that that happens. And so Kenyans of goodwill, this is Tembei TV, and we want everybody on board in terms of ensuring that right information is given to right people. Some people are deceived out there to believe what they believe. The only way to get them to believe what is right is for us to put them in proper understanding of what is happening and why it is happening. There is no choice between integrity, faithfulness, and these other things, competence, these other things of popularity and the rest. We need people that can run the affairs of this country effectively for every Kenyan to get what is rightfully there. So naomba tusonge mbele ili tumalize mkururo wa wale watu ambao wafanya submission ndio tuanze kurudia. Naomba tu tafadhali, let's keep it clean and let's ensure that we respect one another in terms of our different opinions, but those opinions must be credible, right, and true. Okay, sawa. Tumsikilize Andy tukisonga mbele. Andy, karibu.
Bernard, sorry for interjection now. Nitaingia shughuli kiasi, but I'll be in the background. I'll come in later on, all right?
Sawa. Bye, Sylvester.
Okay.
Thank you. Andy?
Hello, guys.
Hello to you.
How are you?
We are good.
I'm happy to see Mama Selina. Yes. Oh, Bernard, yesterday I left early. And I don't know, I left when there was this guy who was a UDA, who won the UDA ticket, and said that election was free and fair. You remember it yesterday? Yeah, actually I left. I was seriously boiling up. But I'm happy you control you moderate the talk. But today I'm okay. I'm just following up the talk. I'm just following up the panel. I'm okay. I'm okay. Happy to see you all. Mama Selina, I salute you.
Thank you, Andy. We appreciate it. And asante. So let's keep moving. Mama Selina, I want to give you the chair. If you are available, you do the chairing. There is somebody who will be adding the participants. I went to see my doctor today and gave me some drugs that are driving me crazy. So I will not stay long as usual. I may just disappear any moment from now. So Mama Selina utatake chair the chairmanship na uendeleze mjadala vile tunaendeleanga, alafu kina Alex na Kip watakuja baadaye. Watakuwa wengine wao wanataka kuwa kwa background kwanza, alafu watakuja kuchea baadaye. So kama vile tumeendelea ni Joshua hajafanya submission. Kuna Joshua Nyongesa amekuja na of course MC na Peizi. Sawa sawa. Haya.
Okay, Penat, tutasaidiana tuone vile kipindi yetu itaendelea. Tunashukuru Mungu because we are here. Mtembei TV ni yetu sisi yote, na tungependa kusimama na kuchunga na at least tuelimishe wenzetu, because we know there are more Kenyans that wanatusikiza na wanachukua mawaidha yetu, na wale wacheuri Penat tunawawacha, because at least ninashukuru vile wanasema educate one and get 10. Kama vile inasemekana, ukielimisha mama umeelimisha dunia mzima ama ulimwengu. So I will be here na tutasaidiana na wale tuone vile tutakuwa mpaka tupate wale wenzetu. And then pole Penat, utasikia vizuri, tunakuombea. Tungetaka kuona umesikia vizuri ili uendeshe hii kipindi. Thank you so much. I'm here.
Sawa. Thank you, Mama. Just proceed. And it's nothing serious. The doctor said I have an allergy that needs to be driven out of my system. Otherwise, asante. So Joshua, you will take, and then Mama take charge until the other guys come. God bless you.
Okay, thanks.
Joshua, unmute and speak.
Yes, I thought maybe Mama Zena bado anaongea, lakini sikuwa nimejua ameshamaliza. Now, pole sana Bernard kwa ugonjwa. Mungu akupatie uponyaji wa kipekee. Now, I am so bitter with these young people, that population ambao wako wanatoka Oxa Sudi, Didi Nyoro, huyu Imani, I don't know, Imani Machungwa. You know, sometimes they think that they're more powerful politicians. We are powerful politicians than them. The likes of Biwott. Saizi wako wapi? They are no more. So somebody cannot, mtu hawezi feel kuwa is more powerful. The same way Sudi anaambia commissioner, yule commissioner wa Usingishu County kuwa lazima resign kwa hii serikali. Kwani serikali ni yake? You know, I was really mad when lazima uresign kwa hii serikali. Kwani serikali ni yake? Hii serikali wa Kenya, not for Sudi. So you cannot tell somebody kuwa lazima resign, and you want to tell Sudi vile anasema tuambieni ukweli, pia yeye tumwambie ukweli. The same way politicians who are powerful walikufa, it also die. It should not threaten anybody. The life and maisha ya binadamu iko mkononi mwa Mungu. So you cannot come and start threatening people kuwa lazima resign. Who is Sudi? We had powerful politicians here in Kenya. Tulikuwa na wale powerful, somebody like Biwott. Wako wapi? So kama ukaanza kuthreaten people kuwa lazima resign. No, sometimes I wonder, alafu anaambia kuwa lazima resign. Atuambiane ukweli. And just imagine, bado UDA ijaingia serikalini. Ni president elect. And then somebody like Oxa Sudi can talk like that. You know, sometimes I wonder. Ndo naomba Mungu aingie kwa Supreme Court to stop this arrogance ya watu. Somebody like Ndidi Nyoro today ana lecture Uhuru. Ndidi Nyoro, who is Ndidi Nyoro? You know, sometimes I wonder, mtu ameingia politics juzi hapa, a very young boy. Now today, because sasa ameshakuwa kwa bunge for some few years, I think that is more powerful. They must respect Uhuru. Uhuru is still our president, and he deserves respect. RUTO is just president elect. and maybe that may be the end. Hiyo inaweza kuwa jina yake ya mwisho. He will not be a president. So when I hear people coming out and they attack Uhuru, somebody want to attack people, they are now fighting familia Moi. And I wonder somebody like Gachagua and Anenda Rongai and attack familia Moi. That they want to uproot the dynasty. You know, sometimes the Imamba dynasty, I don't know why dynasty, the three families are dynasty. Kwani kuna mtu alinyima baba yake kuwa alipigana na mama, because the three families ambao wanasema kuwa dynasty like Kenyatta family walikuwa mamau. I'm wondering Nyoro baba anasema babake ni mamau wapi? So this country, we are asking Supreme Court that they must come out and stop the arrogancy of UDA, because they think that this country belongs to them. This country belongs to all Kenyans. You cannot come and tell somebody kuwa lazima resign kwa serikali. Serikali ni yako kama serikali ya Kenya. So I think the best thing we need to save this country is Supreme Court waje and they make a proper and a good decision to save this country. Already tunaona tayari vile mambo ilivyo. Tutafukuzwa kama saa mtu hajakuwa president na tayari watu wake wanabweka kubweka. Na si ati Ruto ajui, Ruto anajua very well. They want to revenge. And then ikifika Jumapili wako Karen. Niko kanisa tuambe wanaomba. Wapi Mungu amesema revenge. Now they are so bitter, they want to revenge. Na bado wajaingia kwa serikali. So wakiingia. So the best thing, tunaomba Mama Martha Koome, we respect her with the team yake ya watu 6 plus ye watu 7. Can they stop these people? Hii Kenya itaumia katika mkononi mwa hawa walanguzi. You know, these people are wale watu walanguzi. So I don't have much to say today. I will just bitter na matamushi ya Oscar Sudi anapomwattack mtu ambaye ameajiriwa na serikali. We want to tell Oscar Sudi, tuambiane ukweli kuwa vile anataka huyu jamaa aende. Hakuna mtu ambaye maisha yake amebeba. We belong with one God. Na pia yeye anafikiri kuwa atakuwa milele. One day he will die. Thank you very much.
Asante sana Joshua. And I think ni mzuri tunajua. Unajua wacha nikwambie. Wacha waropoke ndio Wakenya wajue tabia yao. Wacha waropoke ndio hata wale Supreme Court wajue what type of leaders wangetaka kuchukua nchi yetu. So for me, I want to thank God. Hili waongee. Unajua ukioa pipi na amenyamaza, akikuja kwa nyumba utaregret kwa nini ningejua. So we are really happy. Let them say what they want to say. Wacha niite Sante aingie alafu tutaenda kwa pap. Sante, unaweza ongea utuambie mafikiria yako. Tuendelee ama ni nani alikuwa nafuata? Nafikiria ni hivyo naona.
Hello.
Yes, endelea.
Mimi nimeona maneno zinaendelea kule Kenya na nimeona hao vijana vile wanaongea kwa president, na sio vizuri kwa sababu huyo president I think amefanya kazi sana. Huyo president amejenga nchi sana saizi. So I think shida ilitokea ambapo kuna time huyu president alielektiwa 2013. Watu wa jamii yake hawakuona kama ni mbaya hizo siku. 2017 akaelektiwa tena na the same people. 2017 Maraga Justice waka cancel election. The same people walirudi wakamuelect. Sasa mahali walichukia Uhuru ni ile siku alianza kufanya kazi na papa. wakaanza kusema ni mbaya, huyu president ni mjinga. Sasa matusi zote sasa kutokea hiyo siku anamtusingi day and night, na sio vizuri, kwa sababu I have seen that Uhuru ni president wa kwanza apart from baba yake mwenye amejaribu kujengea zile communities za nomads. Nimeona mabarabara ziko kule Lodwar, ma flyover ziko huko, na maybe sijui ni kwa nini wanamchukia, lakini mi naona Uhuru amedeliver to all the communities. At least for these 4 years he has done a lot of job. So hiyo matusi naona Ndindi Nyoro wakipeana sio mzuri, na inaleta ile disunity among, like, more hatred among Kenyans, which is not good. Nao ni leaders wanaongea, na wamechaguliwa overwhelmingly na watu wao, kumaanisha in Kenya we value mediocrity. Tuna elect watu yani hawafai kuwa kwa uongozi, tunawa reward. The more wanatusi mtu, the more tunawa elect. The more mtu ni mwizi, the better we should elect him. Hiyo ndio shida yenyewe tuko nayo kama Wakenya, na sio hata kwa president sijui, but kwa hapo chini naona hao leader kama Ndindi Nyoro hawafai kuwa leaders, kwa sababu wakina Sudi. But we are electing them. They are being elected by people who have gone to school, by professors. They are being elected by doctors, by yani watu si watu hawajaenda shule. Wanajua Sudi hafai kuwa leader. But they will still elect him more and more. So I think we have a problem when the country is falling now. For right now, let me tell you the reality. Let me tell Kenyans the reality. When they swear in RUTO, if they will swear in RUTO and Gachagua, I don't think that country has a future. We have destroyed the future of all the children who are being born now. They don't have a future, because for us, our future is done. We are waiting for our day. But kuna wale wanataka kuzaliwa, watapata nchi gani yenye tumewekea? Hii kuchagua RUTO na Gachagua imeletwa na hatred, kwa sababu kuna wale watu wanaona maybe Raila akikuwa president community zote zitafaidika, sisi watu wa Mlima Kenya ndio tunafaa tufaidika. Wacha tupanish wa Kenya wote tu elect RUTO, hata kama atatusaidia wacha tumuele, which is not good. I know mnaweza nipinga hapo, but I'm speaking from my heart and from my observation, because we know where the votes of RUTO came from. Na kuna siwezi kashifu watu wa Mombasa, but after people are not talking about this thing. In Mombasa, they cancelled the election, and in Kakamega, Mombasa has 640,000 registered voters. Walivotia baba kura hata zifiki 300,000. Because Chebukati ali nullify hiyo election usiku ndio tuende kura kesho. So I think in the Kakamega the same thing. So I think hii kitu ya Chebukati kunullify election pia ilichangia pia hao watu wakatupita na hiyo wizi yao ya kura. So kama Uhuru ata hand over power kwa those groups, I think we have a problem, and I don't know where Kenya will be heading. And I see all of the Kenyans are celebrating, most of them are celebrating that RUTO ameshamalizana na dynasties. But if you ask the Kenyans very well, dynasty, okay, Oginga Odinga was the first vice president of Kenya. He was only a vice president for only 3 years. RUTO has been vice president for 10 years, and you are telling me that Oginga family is a dynasty. So I think Wakenya tuko na shida. Kwa sababu gani? Oginga was only 3 years vice president, and he never tested any leadership from that time. Again, vile walimtoa kama vice president 1966. So now RUTO amekaa 10 years as a vice president. Is telling us that Oginga wakina Raila ni madynasty, wakina sijui nani ni madynasty. Hizo vitu zote sisi ni Wakenya tumesoma. We need to reason like big people. That is the issue. Now I see hata inakaa sometimes I listen to Kenyans how they are talking, and I wonder why we are going to school, why we are wasting money to educate people. If RUTO can come from there and tell you I want to finish dynasty, na yeye mwenyewe amekaa kwa bunge sijui 20 years, amekaa kwa vice president 10 years, who is a dynasty? And we are following and clapping. Leo nimesikia Ndindi Nyoro akiongea pale akutusi Uhuru. Wananchi wa huko bado wanapiga wanafurahia kama kitu kingine. So I wonder which country of Kenya is a great country with great potential, but I'm sorry to say this, Wakenya wote wako na shida ya akili. Karibu wote, si hata siwezi kudanganya, hata Martha Koome, if she cancels that election and asks for a rerun, there will still be problem. There will someone told I heard some Mount Kenya people saying that Mount Kenya will wake up to teach Raila the last lesson to vote overwhelmingly for Ruto. So I don't know if it's true, but they're claiming something like that. That wataamuka na wafundishe Uhuru adabu ya kutosha hiyo siku. Sasa hawako walivote 60%. Sasa watavote watu wote hizo milioni zote. So I think Raila has tried to fight his best, and I know if the case will not go on the side of Kenyans the way we want it to go, Raila will retire from politics. Now, most casualties of the Ruto regime will come from Mount Kenya region. I'm not speaking that out of hate. For me, I come from Bungoma County. I come from Bungoma County, and I'm not in Kenya right now. I'm in outside Kenya. And the people who are here, who I interact with them outside Kenya, they are telling me that Gachagua and Ruto are the best, and for them, they will never change. They will never follow Uhuru. But they are in abroad, but they are thinking in that manner. So I can tell you that we have a problem as Kenyans. The hate we have, ile chuki tuko nayo baina yetu sijui, you know, if I'm supporting Raila, sometimes they think I'm a Luo. The people from Mount Kenya who I have here, they would say I'm a Luo. They classify me in that category. But for us in Western, we support someone whom we see can steer the country in a good direction. We know Ruto can do it, but he's still not yet in that direction. So we cannot congratulate and clap for him, whatever he's doing right now. Kama aliiba kura. Na kama kote zitashindwa kunalify, if they will swear him in, I know the people who will be suffering most. Ruto will use the tactics of Moi, whereby he knows that the only threat to his rule will be from Mount Kenya. The only opposition will come from Mount Kenya in the years to come, as long as anaendelea kurudi. So he will make sure that how he can sabotage them economically and they can submit the way Moi did. He will do his best. So there will be more casualties from Mount Kenya in William Ruto regime than anywhere else in Kenya. I promise you this, Mark, take it to the bank and you will come to ask me. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Yes. Watu wengi wanafikiri. What is it, Winnie?
Now, I wanted to add something before I left. Now, there's something Sunday amesema, ni point kubwa sana, whereby amejaribu kusema watu wanasema Uhuru ni mbaya. The reason why Uhuru ni mbaya, nazambia Sunday ameinteract na watu kutoka nje, na nimeinteract na few people huku, nimesikia point yao. Uhuru amebreak that kupigana between Akikuyu and Luo. Na huyu Uhuru ameibreak hivi, amesupport mzee. Actually watu wanasema Uhuru ameanguka because amesupport mzee, anajaribu kwa force na mzee. Remember, Uhuru is a president, is a leader, akona intelligence, anajua mahali kuna shida. Na hata yeye mwenyewe akifanya uchunguzi aambiwe kuna shida mahali. He knows. That's why Uhuru said, I don't want to live kwacha inchi mahali pabaya. I know what I'm doing. So, hao magavana ambao walisimama kwa mrengo wa Azimio, MPs mrengo wa Azimio, senators mpaka MCA kutoka Mount Kenya wameanguka, ni heroes because wamejaribu kuclean jina ya mzee. You can remember, these are the people walikuwa wanasema mzee ni mbaya. Na mzee hajaua mtu kutoka huko, mzee hajaibia mtu kutoka huko, but Luos hawana shida na Kikuyus. Hata right now, if mzee comes out and say, twende huko, it will be that way. They don't, hata watauliza mzee, mbona tunaenda huko? Kama ni shimo, tunaingia kwa shimo. Hiyo shimo ikiwa na panya, paka, panga, ikiwa na moto, Wajaluo wote wanaruka ndani ya shimo. Kesi watauliza baadaye, because the respect we have for our elders, the respect tuko nayo kwa mzee. The reason why hajapenda Uhuru ni because Uhuru anasema hiyo, at the same time Uhuru alisema yes, 10 yangu 10 yako. Anybody can say that. Hata me right now nikiwa na pesa can say, oh, this house of mine wacha niweke kwa jina ya bibi. But remember, hatujui tutakosana hapa mbele. So tukikosana, sisi enda court niseme nataka kutoa jina yake kwa title deed, niweke yangu. It cannot work that way. The power iko kwa jina ya bibi because they ndio own the house. Niliweka hapo. You remember? So hakuna chuki yenye iko nayo. Mimi what tunasema ni moja. Let us love each other. Even if people will hate me that mimi am Luo, sikupenda kwangu. Nilijipata nimezaliwa hapa, nikapelekwa shule hapa, nimefanya vitu nikiwa hata sikuwa najua because sijawahi kuwa na beef. Classmates wangu wote tukigrow, I used to see Kalenjin, I used to see Kikuyus, tuko so many. Hata tunapigana simu, tunacheka. Lakini napenda mature politics whereby tupendane. Usiniangalie through mapua yangu, kala yangu, useme Modo, huyu ni Modo, huyu ni ule mtu wa Jakababa. Hapana. It is love. Because remember, tusipopendana sisi, hata Kenya saizi channel inafanya, tunajaribu kuweka mapenzi. Na nikiona hizi sura zenyu hapa nyinyi wote, jina yenyu hapa naona ni jina tofauti tofauti. Sijaona hapa Tionyango, nani, We are trying to bring something that people doesn't want us to do. And I'm so much grateful na nawasalute nyinyi wote. Let us come out there and try to speak. Even if you don't like somebody amevaa kala yellow, yeye ni Mkamba. Ini yake. Mpe tu respect. Baba ameenda kotini because baba ana believe kwa rule of law. You hear Dindi Nyoro anasema Uhuru ndio ako nyuma ya hiyo Supreme. Sasa surely, how do you put Uhuru on that? Na Uhuru mwenyewe hajakuwa kwa ballot. Uhuru hajawania kiti. Ni baba ndiye amewania kiti. Now wewe unacheka microphone unaongea kwa dunia mzima unasema Uhuru ndio ako behind. Na tena Kenya inanishangaza hujasema ukiwa Nairobi, unasema ukiwa Mount Kenya. Na watu wa Mount Kenya wanapiga makofi wakicheka. Wanataka kuka mzee aende bondo. Sisi hatuna shida na mzee. Kila mtu anakuaga mzee, kila mtu uretire. Hakuna mwenye anakaa Nairobi milele. It is time for Baba to go home. Baba will go home and sit with Aida. Remember, he has grandchildren. Ako na watoto. Na mutalia, mutasema how we wish tungejua tungeacha mzee. Remember tuko hapa saizi na 9 trillion deni ya Kenya, whereby we were warned. Tuliambiwa mnachagua rais na deputy wake wakiwa Hague. Mukasema no, Raila ndiye amepeleka huko na watu wake, hata si Kibaki. Remember, for the case to go Hague, rais lazima asaini, akubali iende. Parliament lazima ikubali iende. Na parliament ilikubali iende Hague. Parliament ilibeba kila mtu. Not at Raila. By then, Raila was not even an MP. Raila was just a prime minister. Wakachukua kesi ikaenda Hague. Tukaambiwa mtakuwa na consequences about this. We didn't hear. Wameingia, tumesikia scandal 1 NYS. Up to now, serikali imeisha. Lakini looting imefanyika massive. Nobody wants to talk about that. People just want to talk about mzee, RUTO, mzee. Tuangalie nyuma. Kitambo mafuta ikikuwa hii bei yetu. Mafuta hatujawahi nunua na hii mafuta tunanunua. Sasa unatoa 1,000 unawekewa lita. Una drive kutoka town ukifika Lang'ata, kesho inabidi ukitoka asubuhi ukienda home unaongeza ingine. Because maisha imekuwa juu. Ukiangalia dola, nyakati dola, I remember baba yangu aliretire kama dollar was around 90. Yeah,
Nafikiria
90
ukimalizia naona
namalizia
tumekuwa na
pole.
watu wengi wameingia.
90 na hapo 90 bob. So maisha imekuwa ngumu, watu waoni mali dola imefika 120 something. So let us respect each other, love each other. Asante sana.
Thank you so much. Nafikiri tutaenda kwa MC and then tukuje kwa, naona kuna watu wameingia, so wacha tuende hivyo, tufuatane MC, tuende K Kalansa, alafu tuende Dati, alafu tukuje Andy, alafu turutie hivyo, tuende tusunguke. So MC unaweza kutuambia nini, na at least tafadhali, kwa sababu Penat ametoka asikii vizuri na tunangoja wale watakuja kuendelea na sisi. Wacha tuchukue at least 3 minutes tusisimamishe mtu katikati, wacha tujipange. Unajua tukiwachiwa nyumba, wacha sisi tukue discipline na tuwachiane. So MC 3 minutes please, and then tukuje K Kanansa, and then tukuje kwa Daddy, and then tukuje kwa Handi, tuendelee namna hiyo tukirudi huko juu. So please, nafasi ni yako. You can mute. MC, unaweza mute na uongee please. Okay, una-mute karibu na china yako, unaona that arrow, una-mute alafu unaongea. Pia mimi sauti yangu leo si mzuri sana. So MC, na kama MC batu achaingia, wacha turuke kwa K Kananza. Tuone. Thank you.
Heshima yako mama yangu Selina, nimeshukuru sana kukuona. Nimekuwa nikiomboleza kidogo ile shock, but what nataka I don't know whether it was Ayeko that was speaking. Nataka kukubaliana naye kwa namna fulani, but nataka niwaombe sana anybody mwenye alipigia Baba Raila Amolo Odinga na Martha Karua kura. You did a good job. Na hongera Queen. Hongera kwetu. Ninafuata kile kinachoendelea Kenya, ninaishi London, but ninafuata kile kinachoendelea Kenya na ninafuata kile kinachoendelea America. America kuna watu wachache sana wanapayuka. Unaweza wanafuata anaitwa nani huyo mzee Trump. Unaweza fikiria dunia inachomeka. That is what is happening in Kenya. Watu wachache ambao ukweli wa mambo ni kwamba Baba Raila Amolo Odinga na Martha Wangari Karua walitakana kushinda hii kura. But kuna watu wachache ambao walitaka kuleta utapeli na uongo. Wanaongea mpaka watu tunafikiria kwamba ni watu wengi wanaongea. Sio watu wengi wanaongea, ni hao wachache, but wana kelele mingi. Ninashukuru Baba Raila Amolo Odinga na timu yake kwenda mahakamani. Tupende tusipende, Raila Amolo Odinga atazidi kuaffect what is happening in Kenya leo na hata baadaye. Nina imani kwa kuangalia maneno vile yanavyoendelea, tuna things that did not happen well. Na nina imani kabisa kwamba hii Supreme Court sitaki kusema it will decide to our advantage. Nataka niseme decide to the advantage of the people of Kenya. Mimi binafsi maombi yangu ni either watangaze Baba Raila Amolo Odinga ndio wapekue na waone Raila ndiye anatakana kushinda hii kitu, ama watuambie hata mwaka mmoja miezi 6 everything should be disbanded. Hawa watu wachafu waoshwe, wafagiliwe wote waoshwe. Something has to happen. Nilifuata huyu kijana ambaye nilikuwa napenda sana South Africa, anaitwa Julius Malema. Nilikuwa nampenda sana, but aliniudhi alipoanza kuambia baba asalimu amri. Nikajiuliza, kwanza every time nafuata mambo yanaendelea South Africa, wachache sana wa South Africa are on the internet. They don't even know what is happening. Watu wa ANC wanafuata tu kile wanaambiwa. There is something wanaambiwanga watinda wafazi, watinda mbogoto. Ati ukichokoza mwanamke unachokoza and they don't even follow that, because which means the woman is the powerful person in South Africa.
Na angalia what they did to Mama Winnie Mandela. Naomba niseme ukweli, to me Nelson Mandela is not the hero. Winnie Mandela was the hero. Watu wengi tunapenda kujifanya, but Nelson Mandela was the hero wa wazungu. Winnie Mandela was the real hero. So to me, nataka niambie any azimio, anybody mwenye alipigia azimio, usiogope. Kuna wimbo I think ilikuwa inasema kanyaga nchi yako kwa nguvu na raha. Because that is what we need to do. Walifikiri ati watakuja watuchezee wakuje. Mimi nilikuwa naambia watu, huyu anaitwa nani, Chebukati, hizi story analeta nyimbo, ameenda kuletea watu ati waimbaji kutoka Tanzania nini, what was going on? Nataka tujue what Raila Amolo Odinga is doing is okay. Raila mwenyewe ametuambia akiwa Mombasa, ako happy, hana shida, hana bugdha, hashtuliwi, hababaiki. Mbona sisi tubabaike? Sisi tuna support what Baba Raila Amolo Odinga is doing. Tumemsupport kutoka, mimi particularly nimemsupport kutoka 1997. Niliwaambia juzi hapo Mama Selina, baba yangu mwenyewe akiwa about 6 years ago, akiwa on his deathbed, baba yangu mwenyewe nilienda kumvisit hospitali, ananiambia nimetoka kwa mkutano na Raila. Nikajua hajatoka, but it is because of the conviction that watu wako nayo na Raila Amolo Odinga. Nataka niwaombe kwamba leo ni jana mliona ile decision yenye watu walikuwa wameenda kupinga kwamba ati judiciary Supreme Court haiwezi decide kama kulikuwa na wrong things that happened at IBC, wanaweza badilisha ati decide no the right certificate ipewe mtu fulani. Nani walitengeneza hivyo? Mnakumbuka ile tyranny of numbers? Walikuwa wanatengeneza hiyo sheria wakifikirini wao ndio watanufaika. But Martha Karua alituambia wakati mmoja, ukitengeneza sheria, tengeneza sheria ambayo itasaidia hata adui wako. Sasa ndio hapa nataka niwaombe kwa heshima na taadhima, kama ulipigia azimio, simama kidete, kibebea, utembee, ukanyage nchi yako kwa nguvu na raha. You deserve it. Na umruhusu yule mwingine mwenye alipigia wherever ule opposition, ana haki yake, lakini mtu usiruhusu mtu akunyanyase, akubabaishe, akukejeli na uanze kulia. Tembea. Ninaomba na imani watu wa Mombasa na watu wa Kakamega watafanya heshima vile inavyokuwa. Na wabariki na watakia kila laheri. Mwenyezi Mungu awabariki kila mtu. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Asante sana kwa mawaidha yako, tumefurahia. Na asante kwa sababu umeambia sisi wafuasi ya baba tusiokope, tusimame imara. Ukweli ni kwamba baba alipata kura nyingi na tunangojea kotini, na tunajua Martha Koome si mtu ya hivi hivi. The only thing tunauliza wa Kenya ni ukweli. Sudi amesema ama Ndindi Nyoro amesema hawa si waoga, na hakuna mtu anataka Mkenya yeyote akue muoga. Kama wako na kitu wanataka kufanya, let them do it. The government is there. Na kuthreaten commissioner, mfanyikazi ya serikali, then how many other civil servants maisha yao iko hatarini? How many other, hata our churches, their lives will be in danger wakifanya makosa. Kama mtu anapika kifua na ataingia ndani ya serikali, ni mbaya sana. So wacha nipatie Daddy, alafu tuendelee hivyo. Naona Emmanuel, naona Okola, naona Vincent. So wacha tufuatane hivyo mpaka tuone mtu ameingia. So Daddy, wacha tusikie kutoka kwako, and then we come down to root it, tuende juu.
Nawasalimia wote kwanza, mimi naitwa Daddy. Mimi niko na maoni tofauti. Mimi tunaambia watu wenye walipigia Ruto kura hapo mko sawa. Because Kenya ni ya democracy. And kitu ingine yenye napenda kusema, tusi criticize mtu sana ama tu criticize watu wengine. Like sasa kusema Sudi amekosea kusema mtu ama commissioner ata resign. Unajua ni kwa nini ndio aseme hivyo? I was there today. Ni kwa sababu amesema it was planned ama atoe askari gani alipiga innocent raia risasi before election. Hiyo inamaanisha nini? Kama watu wa North Rift ama watu wa Eldoret angeona jamaa amepigwa risasi waanze vita, tungekuwa sahi mess. Unaona? Kitu ingine, tusikriticize watu sana useme ati amefanya hivi. Watu wa Ruto wakiongea, hiyo demokrasia waongee. Lakini chenye mimi nataka ama nasitiza, mtu tu asitusi mtu mwingine. We are all Kenyans. Kitu ingine, watu wa baba ama mtu kama Junet anajulikana sana kwa hii. Akituzi, huyo hajatuzi. Alafu mtu wa Ruto akisema kitu ametuzi. Tuko demokrasia hapo kweli? Ama kuna ukweli hapo kweli? Hakuna. Hiyo ni criticize tu mtu, mnasema watu wa mtu fulani hatutaki.
Thank you so much. Naona Daddy ameweza kutoka, na hapa mahali tulipo hatuwezi ongeza. So naona Vincent mkono iko juu na tulikuwa tunataka kufuata. Naona Joshua pia mkono iko juu. Wacha nipatie Vincent 1 minute, alafu Emmanuel utakuja. Tunafuata Emmanuel, ulikuwa unafuata Vincent. So at least wacha tuende hivyo. Naona Adi you are there, lakini ulikuwa umetoka. So yes, Vincent ulikuwa umeweka mkono juu. Unataka kusema nini kwa dakika moja please? Okay, Vincent. Najua unataka kuongea. Kwa jina yako utaimute kwa sababu saa hii you are muted, hatukusikii. Click and then uongee Vincent, please. Click katika jina yako pale Vincent kuna hiyo arrow. Can you click that one so that you can talk? Okay, sijui nitakusaidia aje. Naona Vincent imekuwa ngumu. Tusaidiane sisi wote tuone nani anaweza ingia. Vincent, kwa mara ingine tena, kuna hiyo arrow imecross karibu na jina yako. Unaweza click. Ukiklik itakuwa white na itakuruhusu uongee. Unaweza fanya hivyo Vincent. Okay, kama bato wacha nipatie Emmanuel. Okay, Emmanuel. Emmanuel, imute mara moja. Hiyo arrow uimute alafu uongee. Yes, unaweza ongea Emmanuel. No, mara moja. Once. No, hatukusikii. Okay, wacha tuende kwa Auntie. Auntie, please, can you mute and talk?
Hello.
Hey, watu wapi? Yes, tunakusikia.
Oh, okay. I think there's a problem with the site. when you unmute, it still indicates on the screen that you have muted. So I think that's the confusion which is going on there.
Okay, and now because hatuna wale wanaweza kutusaidia, so tutaenda kwa wale wakimute wanaweza ongea until tunapata moderators ndio watakuja kutusaidia. So you can talk. Endelea.
Okay. So there is a point. Ayeko, I think he has left. He was speaking about this. Somebody wakes up in the morning and says that I'm going to vote and I must teach somebody a lesson. Especially you are saying you are going to teach Uhuru Kenyatta and Raila. You are saying Mzee to go home. You are teaching them a lesson. Which lesson are you teaching them? To be sincere. There's no any lesson you're teaching these guys. When you vote wrongly, you vote for yourself. As Ayeko placed it, today we are doing like we are teaching somebody a lesson. And you are told very well, Ruto is coming in. And the threat which he has to maintain and to remain in power, he has to do something in Central. And this is what? To ensure that the Central region remain down on the lower side. Why? If they rise, if anybody comes up, actually to try to reach his level, he will get a challenge in the region. And that, what will happen? He can be overturned. So what he is going to do is that he has to do what? To ensure there is no any head coming up. All heads will be trimmed. No one will be allowed to come. So when you say you're going to vote maybe Raila Odinga, and you are going to teach Raila Odinga and Uhuru Kenyatta the lesson, that is not a fact. You have to check it well. Okay, you teach him today. Yes, he will be home. But then, after that, we are told we have a loan of about how many? 9 trillion. This 9 trillion, now that we've given the other party which knows very well that we have to eat to live. We have to eat everything, including nothing. Do you think this 9 trillion will stay there? Today we are complaining of the fuel cost. Do you think that fuel cost will remain there or it will rise higher than that? So guys, when we are saying that we are teaching somebody a lesson, that should not be the fact. Let us check facts right. Let us revise our lines and let us know what we want as Kenyans. That's what I can tell you. If you are in a central part of Kenya and you wake up and you say that the other time we voted that's only 60, we are now going to do it 100% in case the Supreme Court ruled the other way, that we are going back for election. And I hear you say that you are going now to teach them a lesson. My friend, there's no any lesson you are teaching these guys. There's no any lesson you are teaching these guys. You are digging your own grave. I'm telling you, as Kenyans, you are digging your own graves. And it will dawn on us. It will dawn on us very soon or in the future. Just give it 2 years or 3 years. Then you will see how things are happening in this Kenya. Today you are happy. Yes, you teach somebody a lesson. But after that, yes, Raila is at home. Or Uhuru Kenyatta is at home. Now they are at home. So what next? You have taught them the lesson. And what about you now? What about you? So guys, let us analyze things before we act. We, very few, okay, we say that we have those who know what they are doing. As per biblical says goes that my people perish because of lack of knowledge. Now that you know, how will you help that person who doesn't know? That person who is going to vote with the propaganda that we have Mzee. Mzee is the problem we have in this country. We have this. We have this. This is the individual who is so mean, so bad to us. And even if you ask people from the central region, what does this Mzee did to you that you make him or hate him so much? You have no any answer. Or everybody who has serious answer on that? Nobody. But just an
idea, an ill idea sold to you, sold to that somebody who is, I say, somebody doesn't know what is going on in the country, sold to somebody at the rural area who is not able to access the television or any information gadget, sold to him or her, hatred sold to them. Can you change their mind? Can you help? Can you enlighten them? So brothers and sisters, let us be realistic for our tomorrow Kenya. We are going. There's a new generation coming. Is this the way we'll be living? You hate somebody. Why? You have no any concrete reason to do that. So let us change, guys. Let us teach the others what should be done. Yes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for your wisdom. Let's listen from Joy. Joy, let's listen what you can tell us. Can you unmute and talk to us, Joy? Yes, unmute and talk. Yes. I think no, Joy, unmute. You are muted, yes.
No, Joy, unmute. You are muted.
I think we have a problem. Okay, can we go to Chef? Joe, can you mute? Because we don't listen, we don't hear you. Okay, Okola, can you, are you able to talk? Can you mute and talk to us, Okola?
Hello, hi. Hello?
Okay.
Am I audible enough?
Yes, you can talk now.
Okay, first of all, let us stop lying to ourselves because it is very clear that these elections were stolen. Take a good example in a county like Kisumu. There's no way people would have voted for the governor and the same people did not vote for the president. You cannot tell me that the IBC is very serious when they tell us that the governor-elect got more votes than the president. It's not even logic. In a place like Central, where massive rigging took place, I'm being told that according to the figures, how they were being displayed in the IEBC portal, most governors that were elected there actually had more votes than Raila, than the president. And that is very clear that there was massive rigging that took place. So to our UDA, to the UDA team, it is very clear that the case is in court, and we are very confident that this time round, they are not going to walk away. But all in all, let us just remain peaceful and wait for the decision that the court is going to make. Thank you.
Vincent, you can proceed.
Okay, good evening to everyone. I am speaking from Nairobi. Are you getting me? Is everyone getting me? Okay. I'm speaking from Nairobi and a bit much surprised with what is happening in Kenya. Okay, going to the election, you can just see by yourself how the statistics don't tally up. Okay, I was looking at the tally for places in Rift Valley and some places in Mount Kenya. They don't give a reason as to why every Kenyan should wake up in the morning and go to the polling station to cast a vote.
Because actually, someone like me drove all the way from Nairobi to go and vote in the rural area. I come from Homa Bay. But then, if you look at the votes even from Homa Bay, where Wanga was elected as the governor, the lady actually got more votes than the president. I am even wondering how Gladys could garner more votes than Raila in Homa Bay, for example, where people turned almost 98% to vote for the president. Okay, in Kenya, we have a lot of problem amongst ourselves. In 2013, 2017, we all woke up and went to vote. During that time, I was in Chuka, and we wanted to change a youthful generation. That was Uhuru and Ruto. They came into the system, and we still realized we have the same problems that were facing earlier on. I think even during that time, life has become much harder to a Kenyan who is even graduating from the university today. You realize you don't have a job. And for the people who are starting small businesses, taxation is much higher. So the businesses are going down. You can't do anything right now in Kenya. Because I've even tried even into that business, actually can't work. Taxation is much high. So what is going to solve our problem? You know, people keep on saying Raila is the problem in Kenya today, that we try youthful generation. So I am even much wondering how it will work with Ruto from 2022 going onward. And it never worked in 2013. It never worked in 2017. And in Kenya, the problem is one, we keep on postponing things. Okay, let us try Ruto this time. We see what he can do. Next time we try another person, we see what he can do. I think if we can belittle the achievement that Raila has made for this country, then someone might be wrong somewhere or might be misled somewhere. Because even the podium that we are talking on today, we enjoy it because of Raila. And I was even much wondering, immediately Ruto was declared the president-elect. And all of you can see this. There are these 5 accounts. One is called Ruto Delivery Unit. That account keep on trolling people here in Facebook. And if at all you are saying something against the man, he come and jot down a message, I am watching or following. You will see those accounts, they are all 5. What is this person going to bring to Kenya? Someone who was already threatening Kenyans, even the use of information, I think it is going to be limited. Okay, our problem is in the social justices that are in our country today. You as a Kenyan can't do anything, and we need someone who can understand these social injustices. Just Raila said, I don't agree with Raila on some issues, but I tend to believe is the man that can change the face of Kenya. He understands the social justices that has happened in Kenya. And if you go to any other country, go to China today, what made China develop is working on their social reform. China worked on the education system, worked on their security system, and worked on the political stability. And that is when you have realized China has achieved some substantial growth. In Kenya, we won't achieve much. If we can shift our discussion away from the social injustices. We can't achieve much because you want to put an investment today and you don't own a land. How are you going to put it up? You are told here by the so-called president-elect that is going to give money to the youth to start businesses. How is that going to work when the taxation itself is higher? And even in this money in question that is alleging that he'll give to the youth, look at the money. Can he give each and everyone more than 10,000? Ask yourself thereafter, what can you do in Kenya today with 10,000 when the license itself is more than 10,000? Are you going to do anything significant? And based on the business reports that was released, it is Kenyans who are doing very well in businesses abroad. You go to China, you go to the US. Particularly, I want to talk about US because the information was everywhere. Kenyans are doing much better in business. So my question is, what makes them not do better in Kenya? Because if it was employment generation through their businesses, they could have been adding value to our country. It is because we have not chosen or we have not given an opportunity to someone who understands our problem, somebody who can change the landscape in Kenya. We have a favorable environment where any youth can do business and pay little tax. Giving money to an individual won't change him much because you're giving money to somebody who can't even account for where that money is coming from. I think Kenyans are swayed in the wrong direction, believing that you can use someone's money to make something for yourself. That is a dangerous path. That's someone promoting people who are lazy, who cannot have any input on economic growth of a country. So let's go the direction. Yes, Raila can't solve our problem, all of them, but I tend to believe he is better positioned to change most of them, being that our growth will only come after we have realized the social injustices that are happening in Kenya. Let us look at the social reforms. Let us look at the land so that a youth can own a land. You can own a land and make your investment, and somebody cannot come and interfere with it. Let us work on our education reform, because even as at now, I don't even know what a typical is gaining from education. The younger generation, what are they gaining? If somebody uses a gunia, for example, to make a lab coat, how does that translate to economic value? Are we making things that are sensible, or we are just making things for the purposes of making them? To look at education, we are supposed to have serious reforms there in education, to create an education system that can add value to the young generation, so that they can, what they do, even as young as they are, can impact our economy.
Yeah, Vincent, as you finish.
So let me just to summarize. Yes, let me summarize. Okay, I believe Ruto is a shrewd politician in Kenya, and we can't ignore him. He has made some achievements in education sector when students from high school took a lot of time at home. But being that we have given them time, the 10 years, they have not showed us they can change this country. Can we try somebody else who is new? Why do we have to criticize Raila and we haven't given him opportunity to tell us what he has for our country? Why must we criticize him? Okay, last time I was almost somebody in a public vehicle. Someone came from nowhere and just telling me, from a guy from Kikuyu, see, at the price of unga is very high. Then I asked him, what is wrong with the price of unga? He said, but Raila is not talking about it.
Okay, can you summarize?
Should you elect bad leaders? It is just the final sentence. Should you elect bad leaders so that you expect someone you have not tasked to do for you any duty to hold them on check? In Kenya, Raila is not going to be there. If we disown him now, I think the man should be with this family, and the problems that we will be encountering in Kenya will remain unsolved for years and years.
Vincent, Baba is not going anywhere.
Yeah.
And can you summarize? Thank you for that. I want to try Joe.
Okay, I'm just done.
Thank you. Joe, can you unmute and talk?
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we hear you now, Joe. And then after Joe, we want Papa Senior to come in. Joe, you can talk now.
Okay, habari zenu. I think something was wrong with my laptop. That's why you could not hear me, but I'm now changed to a phone. I hope mutanisikia. Habari zenu zote.
Tunakusikia. Endelea.
Okay. Okay, habari zenu nyote na wale wako kule chini kwa comments. Mimi nimefurahi kuja hapa. Asante sana Selina. I want to dwell on the topic of today, the Supreme Court battle loading. I think it was a very wise decision for the Azimio people to collect evidence. In fact, evidence iko kila mali, uende Turkana, uende Mombasa, uende Western, uende Nyanza, uende all region, Eastern, uende Central, evidence inamwagika mingi sana, hata unachagua ile ya kuchota. And I believe with all this evidence, I think the future is bright. And you can see it even from the reaction. Ruto leo alikuwa leo ama tuseme ni jana alikuwa kwa ile swearing in ya Sakaja. He was not himself. Kabisa, he didn't have those smiles kama mtu ameshinda bila alikuwa amecheka wakati wa kwanza. He has realized that this thing is going to be very, very tough. In fact, evidence inatoka mingi, hata sahihi zingine zimeanza kumwagika zile kuwa bado zijajulikana. Kama station codes ziko tofauti, polling codes na zile ziko kwa Kimski ziko tofauti kabisa, na hiyo yote imeanza kutokelezea. Iko ma station zingine zilikuwa na Kimski 2. Nafikiri hizo ndio zile zilikuwa zinatuma results from nowhere. So evidence iko mingi, mimi nafikiri tusubiri, tutulie, tungoje koti tamua. Hii mambo kusema kwamba niliona mtu aliandika hapa tio washaweka ni wawili kwa mfuko, hiyo ni urongo mtupu, hizo ni propaganda, wanajaribu kujipatia moyo. Mimi najua hata wale watasimamia hii kesi, hata hao wako na watoto, wako na jukuu, wako na mandugu zao na marafiki, na pia wanaangalia mbele. Hiyo sio kusema ati watasema hivyo wakiona kama ati Ruto hafai, wataangalia haki, sababu hata mbeleni hapo nyuma watataka watoto wao wapate haki. Kwa hivyo mimi na hakika wataangalia haki kamili. Mambo ya Ruto na Ndindi Nyoro, nafikiri ni vizuri hata wameongea hivyo. Mimi naona tusikasirike sana ama tuwazuie kuongea hivyo. Wacha waongee hivyo ndio Wakenya wajue ile serikali kama itakuwa ni yao vile itakuwa. Sababu kama wameanza saa hizi vile Selina alikuwa amesema na wajaingia kwa madaraka, je, wakati watakuwa serikali ni yao, sitakuwa mbaya zaidi? Hata wale wanasimamia hiyo Supreme Court wamejua kwamba hata hawa uendekaa watagandamizwa kama hiyo serikali itakuwa ni ya UDA. Mimi nasema UDA sababu si ya Kenya Kwanza. Kenya Kwanza imewekwa tu pale kwa jina tu. Kitu kingine ningependa kuongelea ni mambo ya foreigners, foreign countries. Mpaka sasa nafikiri ni wale wametuma congratulations ni zile nchi ambayo umeona ziko na ukora mingi, zinakuwa run na mafia ama macartels. Hizo tu ndio nchi ambayo zimetuma zile congratulation yao. Sijaona nchi ya maana. Juzi High Commissioner wa Britain alikanusha ile propaganda, walikuwa nasema kwamba amecongratulate Ruto. Amekanusha, nimeweka kwenye mtandao ya media yote, kila mtu amesoma. Kwa hivyo hakuna nchi ya maana mpaka wa sasa imempatia congratulations. Yule jamaa wa anaitwa nani, huyu jamaa wa South Africa, huyu wa ninio, huyo nafikiri ni mtu pia nionekana ana njaa, labda hiyo congratulations Malema ende kawa alipewa. Ruto sio wajabu wako na account kule South Africa, labda aliambia aende achote kidogo atume ampatie labda recognition. Nafikiri ndio maana aliruka na akasema. Alafu hii ya mwisho, sababu sitaki kuchukua wakati, hiyo kugandamiza Moi family. Nasikia huyu mwingine wa Rongai amesema, ametuma kwenye Twitter kwamba amegandamizwa. Ruto anajaribu kujiweka kwamba yeye ndio mwenye kusema, yeye ndio wa kusema kule Rift Valley. But I'm very very sad for him that haitawezekana, sababu Rift Valley kuna watu wengi. Watu waliona vile alichagua ma cabinet secretaries wake wakati ule, aliweka jamii, siwezi sema hata ni Wakalenjin wote, aliweka jamii yake peke yake. Na Rift Valley kuna watu wengi, kuna Wasamburu, kuna Wapokot, kuna Waluya, kuna Wakikuyu. Hakuona mtu mmoja hata natosha, aliona ni jamii yake. Kwa hivyo akifikiria kwamba atajaribu kuwanyamazisha, sioni kama itawezekana kamwe. Siwezi ona kama itawezekana, sababu Rift Valley kuna watu wengi, kabila wengi, communities wengi. Kwa hivyo haitawezekana. Ni hayo tu ningependa kusema kwa saizi Selina, labda baadaye wacha nipatie watu wengine nafasi na pia waongee. Asante sana.
Asante sana kwa mawaida yako. Hivyo ndio tungetaka sisi wa Kenya tukiwa kitu moja, tuweze kuunganisha watu na ukweli isemwe. Hiyo evidence unatuambia, hiyo ndio Wakenya wanataka kujua, ndio wajue wakati waliamuka saa 9 ya usiku kwenda kuchakuana, walichakua viongozi. Na sasa vifaranga ya kompyuta ile tulikuwa tunaongea, this time round pia wamekuja, lakini wamejaribu kutumia njia ingine. So Papa Senior, endelea, alafu turudi kwa, kuna watu walijaribu kuongea na hii kuwezekana. Emmanuel, after Papa utaingia, so wacha tupatie Baba, and then after that utaingia, alafu tukuje kwa chef tuone pia kama utakuwa umekuwa sawa. So Baba, karibu.
Thank you very much, Mama Selina. Nice to be with you guys. Nasalimia Jefton, Vincent, Andy, Joe, and Emmanuel. Yeah, yangu itakuwa machache, and I think I'll try and stick to the topics of the day. And the topic today, which is coding. Yeah, did the right thing by going to the courts, and it is important to adhere to the law. But in as much as Azimio have gone to the courts, UDA, who are the main opponents in this election, they are spending double the energy they were spending on campaigning to try and frustrate the Azimio supporters, even when the Azimio supporters have decided this is the way to go. It is about the law. But you can see the efforts they are putting in trying to dampen the spirits of Azimio supporters. And it is overwhelming. It is all over. And I want to mention that I have a relative who is a supporter of UDA. And about 4 weeks ago, he actually told me something, and I dismissed him, and I told him, no, it can't happen. But it looks like this was a well orchestrated theft of election malpractices, and he told me that we are tumejipanga na kila polling station tutakuwa tukiweka kura kama ni 10, 20, 200 hapa hivi. And I didn't really take him seriously because I thought Chebukati and his team have to be actually an extension of UDA. So let us get focused. We have the little bits and pieces of evidence that Azimio has collected across the country is going to assist us have this election overturned. Because, you know, one thing that people must understand, I reckon that there are so many lawyers out there who are driving, actually they are paid up lawyers who are driving not be overturned. But one very important thing that people must realize is that, one, when a president, for instance, the one that was 17, it can't go. They have set a threshold, and they need to live up to it. So that should give Azimio supporters confidence. Number two, in the Supreme Court, there are also Kenyans. They know that procrastination of a problem, you know, every time you postpone a problem, even in your own daily life, come a time when you'll have to deal, because if you don't deal with it, it will become a bombshell. So even the judges themselves, they know that any attempt to president and the existing laws is just postponing a problem. Because the Azimio people, they are peaceful and quiet, and it is not, they are not just quiet because they have accepted the election results to live up to the law. But we are in such a situation whereby petroli, na hiyo petroli, unajua ukiwasha kiberiti hata kama uko mita ngapi mbali, ikiwaka imewaka na haitarudi tena. Hapo itakuwa ni kupambana na moto mbaya. So we are in a good position, and based on the evidence we should be able to turn this and nobody should frustrate you with those so many talks and bravado. Wanaenda kila pale wanajigamba na kujipiga vifua. Pale ni masuala ya sheria. Masuala ya siasa tulimaliza, hiyo tuweka kando. Sasa tupambane na masuala ya sheria, ili koti iweze kuona kwamba the man was not doing the right job. Now going to KK begging for congratulations. You know, another thing that the UDA is facing is something very big. Very big. It looks small, and but they are really fighting for their lives, because, you know, legitimate by its peers out there, they can hardly attract investors. They cannot do business with other people from other nations comfortably. So UDA is in a position where they think they may go ahead and have government. How will they even how will they convince other nationals to? It's not rocket science. Hata hapa majirani wetu, if you travel to Tanzania, you know, Tanzanians don't trust a Kenyan at all. Totally. They just look at a Kenyan like this and they see danger. So when you have that kind of credibility problem, You have to keep on running, up and down to try and convince the other nations to congratulate you at least. And
Baba, you say Tanzania. Remember
yes,
Magufuli say munakuja kukula ugali. You remember what he say about Kenyans? Mumemaliza mahindi Tanzania kwa kukula ugali. Continue, Baba,
yes,
continue.
I remember. Yes, and I can even give you an I can, yeah, I can even give you an example. There's a time I drove to Tanzania, Arusha, through the Namanga border. And on my way, I was fined thrice. I had not realized that you are not supposed to go past 50 kilometers per hour. But even when I tried to plead with the police, and I had other passengers together with me, and when I was pleading with the police, the other policemen were saying, our Kenya wanajigamba. That is the kind of, name we have out there, because we never do anything straight. So UDA has a credibility problem, and they must, God forbid that, I hope they don't get to take over the government. But that is what they are trying to do. They are looking for sympathy from other nations. This thing should come naturally. When you do something good, you get embraced by all other nations. When Mandela took over the government in South Africa, everybody was rushing to stop, because everybody wanted to go there and exploit the potential they had. But here we are in Kenya that even with that government, even if they are to be given that government, very few people would want to come and do business with Kenya. Because one, they know the kind of persons who have been elected. They know they're untrustworthy. We have examples of people like Dangote, who came on TV and told us that, they wanted to invest here. And the kind of investment they were bringing in was in millions of dollars. But they had to go away. And who lost? It's the Kenyan people. Because somebody somewhere wanted a kickback before he can invest here. He simply walked to Ethiopia and they embraced him. And he's still doing his business. Kenyans lost. So KK has that problem. Let them deal with it, but I hope they don't even ascend to power. Lastly, maybe I can just touch on the Moi family, and I don't know which kind of leaders that Kenyans have decided to choose for themselves. Any leader who harbors some kind of revenge mission or on a particular section of people or a particular family is a very dangerous leader. Let us be honest. And sometimes you need to be very careful, because the things that UDA has been advancing dynasty, that thing can blow up in their faces. And the same people claiming to be fighting dynasties, when they get to power and the people them, start going hungry because they are unable to manage an economy. Those same people will walk to Kitsuru, they will walk to Karen, they will walk to Lavington, they will walk to if it is in Mombasa, Nyali, where the same politicians live, and they will turn against them. So sometimes, what you wish for others, you should be very careful. It can come back to you should, Kenyans grow up and avoid choosing leaders who are very vengeful. When you look at young boys like Didi Nyoro lecturing Uhuru Kenyatta, the president of the Republic of Kenya, like Uhuru is some small boy. They simply have no manners. Sudi telling a civil servant that wewe jipange. You know, when it stage where Sudi has those kind of powers that he can shake a civil servant. Somebody who never even, despite having all that money, cannot even educate himself. We are living in dangerous times, and Kenyans, you need to wake up and be serious. Lastly, just mention, I saw a comment from a fellow called Nathan, and he was talking about, he made a comment about the choirs that were entertaining people at Boma. That is totally nonsense. You know, somebody should not use theoretics to divert the focus of the nation. Yes, we appreciate those choirs. We appreciate the message of Christianity, but at the same time, it shouldn't be used to things. So let us not use the church and the name of God in vain. It is very, very wrong. In fact, I kept on asking myself, not announcing these results, and is entertaining us with the choirs. But that, for me, it was not genuine. It was the same thing that UDA, same message that UDA has been using. They pull you towards Christian religion while they're doing very dirty things. You know, if that place was really blessed, Chebukati should not have been doing those kind of things. Yes, the people who were delivering the message were actually upright, but the people who hired them to be
Papa, I think we are losing you. Unaweza kutusikiza ama utengeneze
faith.
Yeah, we are
some of us
losing
are
you.
Muslims, some of us are Christians, Hindus, and so forth. But be very careful to see somebody driving a narrative.
Okay, we are losing Papa. Emmanuel, we don't hear you. Yeah, mute and talk, Emmanuel. I think we are having a problem with Emmanuel. Okay, try one more, Emmanuel. Mute, yes, and talk. We are not getting you, Emmanuel. Wacha tuende kwa Simba Atuya. Emmanuel, I think I cannot assist you because I cannot see, but let's go to Simba Atuya. Emmanuel, mute because we cannot hear you. Okay, Simba.
Asante sana Mama Selina na panelist wenzangu, na nafikiria Papa amegusia jambo hapo ambalo ni muhimu sana, kwa sababu hawa watu wa UDA wametumia propaganda nyingi sana to ascend to power. Nevertheless, assuming kwamba watakuwa declared kama winner and they form the next government, jambo la kwanza ni serikali ambayo itakuwa overthrown na wananchi hata kabla haijaenda mbali. Hilo ni jambo ambalo tutaliongea wakati huo, kwa sababu namba moja, njia yenye wametumia, most of the youth watakuwa wamedanganywa. Kitu cha kwanza, kazi isipopatikana, hawa watu wenye waliitwa dynasties watakuwa pale vijijini bado. Watakuwa wanaita hao vijana, wanawaambia angalia, mlidanganywa. Na wakati watakuwa wanawaambia ukweli, watawasikiza na ni ukweli, watachipata kwamba walidanganywa. Matokeo yake itakuwa nini? Maandamano kila kona, nyinyi mlitudanganya. Na kwa sababu hawatatekeleza yenye walifanya, itakuwa vigumu sana kwa hao watu kuendelesha ajenda yao. Lakini unajua, mimi nimeshangaa sana watu ambao wako na maswali mengi ya elimu yao, ana lecture mtu ambaye ni civil servant in the name of county commissioner. Kitambo uwe county commissioner lazima ni mtu ambaye umesoma. Hii Kenya yetu iko na shida kubwa sana, kwa sababu Sudi anasomea county commissioner eti lazima resign. Huyo ni mtu ameajiriwa kutokana na makaratasi yake. Ni jambo la kusangasha sana kwamba nchi yetu mahali tunaelekea, lazima tujihadhari sana, tena sana. Na wale ambao wanafuata huo mwito, sisi hatujasema kwamba kesi imepotea, nimesema in case iwe the other way round. Lakini hata hivyo 2027 ikiwa uchaguzi huu mwananchi wa Kenya atanyang'anywa haki yake ya kupiga kura, kuna watu watawachiwa hiyo kazi ya kuongoza Kenya bila kushiriki kwa uchaguzi, kwa sababu waongoze tu vile wanataka, kwa sababu ni uongozi wanataka. Kwa sababu hapa imeonekana kwamba
Simba baba alisema hatutaki kusema mambo ya 20s and 27. Baba alisema tunangojea kuona, so we don't want even to think of 2027. Sisi hatuendi mahali, we cannot move on, so tusiende hapo. Wacha tuambie wa Kenya the truth, we are not talking of 2027. Tunataka haki yetu, na haki yetu kotini, hapo ndiye baba atatuambia what next. For now hatutaki kuambia wa Kenya ati tunangoja baba kama atatuambia 2027 well, lakini kwa sasa we are not moving on, we are there. Tuongee hapa, we don't want to talk of tomorrow. Thank you.
Asante Mama Selina kwa hayo marekebisho, na nafikiria nitakalia tu hapo. Basi ikiwa kwamba uchaguzi wetu ama haki yetu tutakuwa tumenyang'anywa, tutashikilia kitu kimoja tu ambaye ni Bwana Chebukati, na hawa watu hakuna mahali watasunguka Kenya hii. Tutakaa hapo kwa hiyo barabara na hatutoki. Hiyo ndio itapakia mbinu yetu kuhakikisha kwamba hakuna uongozi wenye unaendelea.
Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta ataendelea mpaka wakati tunatengeneza nchi yetu. So ni aita tu baba akuwe ndani ama Uhuru aendelee.
Exactly. Hiyo ndio namaanisha. Hao watu tutawatatiza na maandamano mpaka hakuna mahali wataenda na hakuna kitu watafanya, kuhakikisha kwamba Uhuru amepakia, kwa sababu hata swearing in haitawezekana. Hakuna mahali watapitia kuingia kiwanja yeyote, kuhakikisha kwamba Mkenya amepata haki yake. Hii mchezo yenye vijana wanafanya hapa kutuuliza kwa nini baba achungi kura. Mtu akipiga kura amemalizana na kazi yake. Si lazima mtu uchunge kura, kwani kura ni ng'ombe unachunga, ni mbuzi unachunga. uipatie chakula ikule. Kura ukishatumbukiza basi ihesabiwe vile uliweka. Lakini hii mchezo ingine hawa wakora wamefanya all over na watakuwa exposed soon. Kuanzia kesho mambo itaanza kuonekana, ndio tujue akina Gladys Sholei hii kimbia. Na huyu mama mimi sitaki na munisamee sana. Ukiona watu sampuli ya Sholei na tunajua historia yake tunaielewa, yeye si mgeni Kenya hii na sio kuingilia wamama. Nimeongea about Gladys Sholei, huyu si mgeni, karakta yake iko well known, na mambo ya familia hawezi yalete kwa uongozi wa nchi. Nchi ni muhimu sana kuliko, tunajua maneno yake yote kutoka huko Keio na mzee wake na mambo mengine, hatutaki kuenda hapo, lakini asikuje kumanipulate mambo ya uongozi wa nchi. Sitaki kuongea sana, ninaweza ongea hivyo na nilisahau kidogo kwa sababu mimi natumia jina ya Simba. Huyo ni gavana wangu, mtu ambaye ataset standard ya viongozi Kenya hii. Hiyo ndio mfano tutawaachia.
Asante sana Simba. Waja tuende kwa Kalana Dina, and then from there kati ya Patrick na kuna watu wameingia, Samuel na kuna Stantlas, tutafuatana hivyo. So Diana ni yako.
Habari ya asubuhi ama habari ya jioni popote ambako mlipo.
Sauti kidogo mama, weka sauti kidogo.
Ninasema habari ya asubuhi ama habari ya jioni, inategemea uko upande gani wa dunia. Nimeshukuru sana kwa wakati huu ambao Mungu ametupatia tena ili tuweze kukutana na kujadiliana hali ya maisha katika nchi yetu ya Kenya. Kwanza ningependa kumshukuru Raila Amolo Odinga, amesimama kidete na mwenzake Martha Karua wakiwa wanataka Kenya ipate uhuru ambao tulitaka, si ukoloni mamboleo. Sasa ningetaka kusema jana niliona kama Martha Koome akiongea, ni kama kuna watu ambao wanamfuata, akasema ati yeye hataki kufuatwa na kuna watu ambao wanamwambia asikutane na watu fulani ama departments fulani za serikali. So she was very bitter. She said that, how can you tell me not to associate with some people, and yet as a Supreme Court, all the judiciary, I cannot work by myself. From there, I thought maybe there are things that are going behind our back that we don't know. Maybe they are being threatened or intimidated, that they don't give the judgment according to what the findings will be. Here, I saw UDA as a party that is very bitter. Why are they upset, yet the findings are still yet to come? Why are they threatening the commissioners and the regional commanders not to get evidence? If they didn't steal for sure, they should be allowing the department to give out evidence so that if the Supreme Court is going to give out judgment, it will be final, that everyone will be happy that this was done accordingly, that nobody was aggrieved. But with them, they are really bitter. I saw Rigathi Gachagua in Molo trying to say the Moi family, we are going to crush them. How do you say that? Even if Mungu mwenyewe usamea watu, yeye ni nani amekuja sasa anataka kucrush the Moi families? Kwenye nilizaliwa nao watoto pia si ati baba yao alipofanya makosa hao wako ndani. Kila mtu atahukumiwa kulingana na matendo yake. They are grown up kids. They have a heart. Even when I see Gideon Moi, he's not as bitter as William Ruto. He's a gentleman. He's a patriotic Kenya. Kama angekuwa ni mtoto mbaya ama watoto wabaya, hata wangeng'ang'ania hiyo urais pia hao. But they've taken a step back because they want Kenya to go in the right way. Alafu tena unaona Sudi hakuenda shule, yeye sasa ndio anasimamia watu ambao wamejua mengi kuliko wale walisoma. If UDA happens to take power, hatusemi kuenda shule ndio kila kitu, but fikiria wazazi wetu walikuwa wanalipa school fees wakituambia, oh, someni kwa bidii mkuje kunitoa kwa hii umaskini. Sasa watoto wamesoma, wako na makaratasi, wengine wako na PhD. Mtoto hata akienda kwa ofisi kutafuta kazi, makaratasi yake iwezi kuangaliwa, simply because kuna wale watu wamepata positions hawana makaratasi. So wakiona makaratasi wana feel intimidated. Wanaona huyu akiandikwa atakuja kunitoa kwa position yangu. So wanawakanyagia chini, which is not fair. As we want Kenya that is polite. We have sisters and brothers wametamak mpaka unawahurumia, unasema sasa kwa nini basi nisome? Kama dada yangu alisoma akafika hapa na hakupata kazi, basi kwa nini mimi niende shule? Those are the Sudis. Halafu jana pia unamuona Ruto ameenda kwa Sakaja, akamwambia Sakaja ati yeye ni governor wa maajabu, miracle governor. Sakaja huyu mwenyewe ana makaratasi pia. Sasa imagine that government yenye mtu ana makaratasi anainuliwa mpaka watoto wenye wana watch TV wanasema hata nisiposoma Sakaja pia alipata kazi. Which society are we bringing up? And we cannot say like Kenya is a first world country that hata ukiwa na talanta yako utapata pesa. Sisi Kenya we are very different. In a third world country iko different kwa sababu hizi ma first world unaona hata wale ambao hawajasoma ndio wanaishi vizuri kwa sababu government inawapatia pesa. Lakini sasa Kenya kama hujasoma utashinda tu kule chini.
Ukimalizia kidogo ndiye tupate Samuel. Yes.
Okay, so what I'm saying, the youth, let's stand up for ourselves. Tusidanganyiwe na hao watu ambao wametoka msituni wanakuja kutuambia the Moi families ni wabaya nini. We are not part and parcel of that. As we are forging ahead, kila mtu apate haki yake, watoto watengeneze policies, legislations, watoto ambao wamesoma wako na makaratasi wapate kazi kulingana na masomo yao. That's what I can say.
Thank you so much. Samuel, naona una drive, wacha tupatie nafasi. Pengine unaweza fika mahali ya.
Naongea tu. Asante sana kwa kunipatia nafasi also to have my input towards the discussion we're having this evening. Nataka kusema kwamba it is quite unfortunate to hear such utterances from the so-called leaders, the likes of Sudi. It is just a grip of power wamepatiwa tu kidogo tu ya good president elect, na hata tayari vile kesi imekuwa kotini ni kama hiyo kitu tena iko, lakini people are trying to show us their true colors. It is not something ambayo ni ya kufurahia, and in the event we're going to have the nullification of the the 9th, the October, October, August 9th elections. Mimi naona kama Wakenya wanafaa wafikirie sana about this RUTO and the Kenya Kwanza, because ni kitu wamepatiwa tu kama testing, lakini kama wanataka kuanza kukalia watu tayari na wataingia kwa kiti. What if they are given powers, the tools of power? Hao watu ni kama wanaweza kanyagia inchi chini. Another thing wanafaa wajue kwamba there is nothing like dynasties. Of course iko mtu kama amekaa kwa siasa miaka 30 alikuja, hao watu wanaita dynasties, wakamtengeneza wakampatia pesa. Somebody has been in politics for over 30 years. That's a dynasty. One dynasty ni tunasema anga mtu kama Ruto atakuja siasa jana. This is somebody who has been in politics for over 25 years. The same people ambao wanataka wasiwaone. These are the same people waliwapatia kazi wakawaleta kwa politics. You should give respect to where it deserves. Au watoto wa Moi wataka waone. Moi ndiye alimleta akamtoa kwa kuku, if at all alikuwa anazo kuku, tunasema akamleta kwa siasa. Huyu Gachagua alipatiwa kazi na Moi akafanywa DC, akafanywa DO. Alikuwa anachukua orders kutoka kwa Moi. Sasa Moi ndiye amekuwa sasa mbaya, hataki familia yake. Hii pretense na policy of petrol inafaa iishe. Yes, najua kuna new reformations za Kenya, lakini these are the same people ambao wamekatwa from the same cloth. Kwa hivyo wazi kutuambia dynasty na wao ndio wamekaa kwa siasa, au dynasties waliwatengeneza, pesa wako nayo, mali yote wako nayo, mashamba wako nayo, ndio dynasties waliwapatia. So Kenyans, especially young people, should not be deceived in our politicians. Once kusema dynasties versus sijui nini. Watu wote wako na mali, watu wanaosumbua ni watu wanatoka shule sasa hivi, graduates, alafu na nyinyi mtaanza kuingia kwa chorus ya dynasty na mahustlers. Mahustlers ni sisi ambao tunatafuta maisha sasa hivi. Lakini watu walitengenezwa na Moi wakapatiwa pesa, they are also part of the dynasties. Kwa hivyo na hata hao watu watazidi kuongoza nchi, hata ndio wanatafuta uongozi. Ukiangalia hapo, hata niliona Hussein Mohamed akifurusha mama mboga wakati walikuwa wanaenda kupresent chini manifesto. Hapa sasa hivi vile wamechukua hiyo mamlaka tu machache tu, hiyo president elect, sijaona mama mboga huko, sijaona bodaboda. Watu naona hapo ni ma leaders ambao wale wanapata milioni na kuendelea, nusu milioni na kuendelea. So people should think. Kwa hivyo tukine kama hiyo watu wameanza kutuonyesha siasa ya kulipisha kizazi, mimi naona kama we are not heading the right direction. Inafaa Wakenya wafikirie sana, because najua ikiwa Azimio wako na ushahidi wa kutosha, kuna outcome kama zile ambazo ni kama mbili, zile ambazo zinajulikana. Kuna moja wanasema kwamba koti inaweza amuru recount na mshindi atangazwe, ama inalify ikiwa ushahidi utatosha. Ikiwa watanalify hiyo ushindi wa Ruto huwa ambao alijiwekea, mimi naomba Wakenya wafikirie sana. Angalia viongozi wale ambao mnaenda kuchagua, wote yale wameonyesha kwamba even if they are given the reins of power, they are going to tremble upon other people. People are not going to have their voice. They have already started raiding the opposition, trying to hold people to their side. You know, these are the signs of a dictator. Somebody is gonna take the reins of power and make sure that it is him only anasikika, watu wengine watasikika. Kenya, think twice. When you go for a rerun, make sure that you choose the people in leadership, the people who can listen to people, the people who can resonate with the common wananchi. Leave alone ya watu wanajidanganya kwamba they are for people. They are not pro people. These people, they have already shown what they are and what they can do, given the reins of power. So Wakenya wafikirie sana when they go for a rerun. Wachague vizuri, watupatie angalau mzee aongoze, atupatie mwelekeo. Another thing, naona watu wanazidi kukashifu mzee kwamba why every time akishindwa anaenda kotini. I think the ruling of 2017 it enabled at least kufanya marekebisho fulani ambayo yalipresha kidogo, isipokuwa ni vile tena Chebukati sijui ni nini alifanya akaharibu. At least kule kuenda kotini kulijaribu kusababisha hawa yetu system zetu kaweze kuboreka kidogo. So I think mzee hata kama atakufa atakuwa ameacha mark kwamba he has really fought for the nation. He has put in place the mechanisms and the systems ambazo hata mimi naangalia vijana sasa hivi wale ambao wanasema mzee ende Bondo si what. These are same people in the event, unlikely event kwamba nani amechukua Ruto amechukua. Hao watu watajaribu kuingia uongozi kwa sababu wanajua jinsi ya kumanipulate the system, hawataingia because kuna wale ambao watu wako predetermined kuongoza tayari, kwa sababu system watakuwa wamehaki, wanajua kufanya mambo vile wanataka, so watakuwa sustained kupitia systems. So vijana wanafaa wajue kwamba huyu mzee hata kama anapigana kwa the good of our nation and even for their future ambition za uongozi. Otherwise tukiacha hivi, things are going to be very very bad in the days to come. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Nani alikuwa aongee baada ya huyu? Sababu moderator kidogo ametoka. Nafikiri yule alikuwa aongee next anaweza ongea.
Frederick Meja. I think Frederick, you are the one to talk next.
I think Frederick amehang kidogo. I wanted to make a few comments before we now go back to Joe and we follow that order. Yeah, I reckon that I might have touched or upset some people, and there are people who in the comment section who have said that we can't compare Kenya with undemocratic Tanzania. Such people who speak like that is because they are not well informed or either have not traveled to Tanzania. Tanzania, 20 years ago, call it 15 years ago, was way back in terms of development. But if you go to Tanzania, you'll realize that they have made a lot of progress despite a few hitches in their democracy. And what you are seeing right now in Kenya, like in Nairobi, where the NMS had to take over the city of Nairobi, those are things that, like the transport system, the infrastructure, you cannot compare the infrastructure in Dar es Salaam with the Nairobi. Dar es Salaam is way far ahead. We are trying to catch up with Dar es Salaam in terms of infrastructure. And this is because of good governance in terms of management of public funds. So sometimes when we are making comments, let us make comments from an informed point of view, not just to babble and comment for the sake of commenting. Get yourself informed, and you realize that good governance is something very important, and we are likely to lose that if we do not elect the correct leaders. Joe, I want to hand over to you. Maybe you can make some contribution.
Thank you very much, Bob Papa. Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah. Bob Papa, I really want to support you on the information you have just given, that some people are actually really just commenting for the sake of commenting, but they don't have the information. If you go to Dar es Salaam right now, the infrastructure, if you see the roads, they're actually ahead of us. You cannot compare it to the ones we have in Nairobi. To make it worse, theirs are not built on loan. Ours are built on loan. And even if you go to Tanzania, if you get a common hawker, he has got a better life than a hawker in Kenya. You'll find maybe he's got even like a small car and he's a hawker. And you can also see that most of us in Kenya, those actually who sells clothes, they go to buy their clothes that they sell in the stores here in Kenya from Dar es Salaam or Tanga. I don't see why that is happening when they have a port and we also have a port. So it's all about governance, ni uongozi. Kama uongozi ni mbaya, Moi alisema siasa mbaya, maisha mbaya. And that's actually what is happening in Kenya. Kenyans are hardworking, very, very hardworking. In fact, if you go to most of the neighboring countries in their capital cities, their businesses starts around 8 or 8:30. But in Kenya, by 6 or before 6, even by 4:30 in the morning, people are awake, the hotels are operating, everything is operating. So actually, Kenyans are really hardworking. But we have thieves that steals our taxes. That's why we can't see the returns. We are taxed heavily. When we get things from abroad, when we import things, we are taxed heavily. That's how people go to buy their wares in Uganda, in Kampala, or in Dar es Salaam because of the taxes. And actually, the taxes that we are taxed, they're not put into the public system for wananchi to gain. Kwa hivyo sisi tunaumia sana, tunafanya kazi sana kwa bidii na tunaumia sana. Mtu alisema hapa kwamba ukienda ng'ambo utakuta Wakenya wanafanya biashara mzuri, lakini ukikuja hapo unakuta tunafanya biashara lakini mapato ni kidogo. Ni sababu serikali ni yani the governance, the administration is not concerned about the common wananchi. I think that is what Ruto used. Alitumia hii mbinu kwa vile amejua Wakenya wanafanya nguvu sana na wanaumia na wengi ni wako hali ya chini, ndiye akawadanganya kwamba atawapatia mabilioni. Na kweli Wakenya wamechoka. Wakiona kitu kama hiyo wanafuata kama ile samaki imetegwa kwa maji. Hajui kwamba itashikwa na itakuliwa. So hivyo ndio vile unaona watu bodaboda na mama mboga wengi waliona kama anaweza wasaidia. Lakini hiyo sio hivyo, ni la. Yeye anatafuta uongozi yake, akishapata kwanza hawa ndio kwanza kuumia. Sababu unajua ile kiti ukishakalia na uko na uwezo kila kitu ya kubadilisha kila idara, kila institution ya serikali, inakuwa ngumu kutoa yeye. Kwa hivyo akiingia majenerali wale ataweka kwenye jeshi ni wake. Viongozi wa polisi wale akiingia serikali ni wake. Ukienda kwa KRA wote itakuwa ni wake. Ukienda kwa CID wote itakuwa ni wake. Kwa hivyo akishashika ile security system na ameweka watu wake ambayo pia watakuwa wanataka kutengeneza mali, watakuwa namsikiza. Sasa hivyo wewe mwananchi ya kawaida hautakuwa na sauti. Sababu ukienda kwa polisi husaidiki. Jeshi iwezi pindua sababu pia wale majenerali ameweka ni wake. Ukienda KRA ni watu wake. So mwananchi atafinyiliwa kufinywa. Lakini watu wengi kwa sasa hawezi ona hiyo. Watu wanaenda na emotions zao. Wanafikiria labda kutakuwa na mageuko. Hakuna kitu, sababu dalili tushaanza kuona saizi. Ruto huwezi sema hizi pesa zote ametumia, matrilioni za pesa alitoa wapi kama sio kwa serikali. Na vile amezitumia kwenye siasa, lazima atataka aziregeshe. Na njia zingine za kuregesha kwamba ataanza kufanya biashara zingine, atupatie hewa na nalipwa. So hivyo lazima tuangalie sana mbele. Unajua kwa watu kama sisi tushaishi Kenya, labda siku za mbele ni kidogo, za nyuma ndio mingi, lakini tuko na vizazi, tuko na wajukuu. Hawa ndio tunaangalia maisha yao. Hata Raila mwenyewe, Raila hana kitu anakosa duniani. Raila akitaka kwenda kuishi Amerika ataishi vizuri sana, labda hata sio kwa gharama yake. Lakini unaona amekazana, mzee ana umri mingi, halali. Anataka aendeleze zile vitu, zile demokrasia alianza. The freedom of speech, yeye yuko ndani. Hii kutoa section 2 ndio tuwe na vyama mingi, yeye yuko ndani. Constitution ambaye imeleta ugatuzi, sasa at least rasilimali zingine zinaenda kwenye county, yeye ndiye ameleta. Na hata hii changes ambayo tuko nayo, tunataka kuona haki yetu kotini, ni yeye yuko ndani. Ni vile mwenzangu hapa alisema, hata akienda, hata sipopata, lakini baada hii kesi ya kotini, IEBC itarekebishwa. Mambo ya wizi ya kura itakuwa watu washapata mbinu, kumbe hivi ndio watu naiba kura. Na nikiongeza mambo ya kwenda kotini, unajua Ruto anaweza nunua kotini. Yes, sawa. Hiyo sio shida. Bila amenunua watu wa IEBC. Hiyo sio shida. Lakini kitu kipelekwa kwenye mahakama, wananchi watasikia kila kitu na ushahidi ile itatolewa. Na mimi kawaida mimi husema the best judge ni wananchi. Sisi wengine tumekuwa na makesi kule kotini, unajua hii kesi unaweza shinda, lakini kwa vile judge amehongwa, labda polisi wamehongwa, unaona labda mwenzako, mtu yako apati haki. Lakini wale wamesikiza ile kesi na ushahidi ikitolewa, wanajuanga kwamba hapa haki jatendeka. Kwa hivyo hii kesi ikienda mahakamani, najua itaonyeshwa kwenye TV, kwenye runinga zote Kenya, kila mtu atasikia kwa redio na kadhalika. Wananchi wataweza kuamua kwamba haki imetendeka ama haijatendeka. Na hii itakuwa ni sababu ya Raila kupeleka hii kesi kotini. Angenyamaza, asipopeleka hii kotini, wananchi hawezi amua. So Ruto anaweza pewa ndio uongozi, lakini wananchi ndani watakuwa wamejua kwamba haki hijatendeka. Alafu kitu wale watasema kwamba huyu mzee aende Bondo. Hebu hivi sasa akienda Bondo, alafu Ruto apewe hiyo uongozi, ni kiongozi gani sahihi anaweza chukua ile nafasi ya Raila kusukuma serikali? Wa hao viongozi wako saizi, ni yupi anaweza chukua ile mantle ya Raila kusukuma serikali na kuhakikisha zile demokrasia tumepata iwe azipotei? Sio Ndindi Nyoro. Hata kwenye kwa Azimio enyewe ndani, mimi sioni kiongozi ambaye unaweza ongoza viongozi wengine na wananchi kustiri ile demokrasia tumepata. Kuna wengine ndio watu kama tuseme kina Rama, kina Babu, lakini bado wajafika ile kiwango ambayo wanaweza fanya jambo ile Raila anafanya saizi, awe ndani ya serikali ama nje. Sioni mwanasiasa yoyote ambaye anaweza fanya hiyo kazi. Asante sana bana papa. Nafikiri wewe ndio moderator. Labda nitaongea baadaye nikishasikiza wenzangu pia wakiongea. Asanteni sana.
Asante sana bana Joe kwa maoni hayo. Tusonge kwa bwana Simba. Bwana Simba, tuongezee mawaidha yako hapa kidogo.
Nafikiria Gilbert ametoka.
Hapana, mimi nitazuia kidogo, nitaendelea na kuchangia, lakini naona kama kuna mwenye ameingia hapo saizi ataendelea, mimi nitasikiza kidogo.
Nafikiri Gilbert anaweza ongea.
Gilbert, go ahead.
Sijakuwa tayari kuongea, nilikuwa nasikiza kwanza. Ninawasikiza kwanza ndio niongee baadaye.
Ronald can talk.
Okay, Ronald.
Yes. Wenzangu, ile jambo tunachionea pale Kenya yetu, mahali tulizaliwa, mahali tumelelewa, hata unashinda unaangalia ni Kenya yetu ama nini. Kiongozi mzima anasema eti anataka kumaliza the dynasty in Kenya. Dynasty, huyu jamaa anasema anamaliza dynasty, anaitwa Gachagua. Gachagua nani alimfanya akakuwa DO? Si ni Moi. Akamlea huyo miaka yote. Huyo anajiita Ruto. Ruto nani alimfanya YK92? Si ni Moi ndiye alimfanya mpaka akakuwa leader. Akamtoa university. Hata shule amemaliza chusi, akienda kuuliza hii akiwa hata deputy president. Hata kumaliza shule. Alimaliza shule chusi tu, akienda kufanya degree chusi. YK92 nani walitengeneza? Moi ndiye alimleta pale. Alafu sasa anataka kumaliza the Moi family. Mambo ile inaendelea kule kwetu, tukatae kabisa. Vijana kina Ndindi Nyoro ni Kenyatta family imemleta katika uongozi. Hatukuwa tunajua Ndindi Nyoro ni nani. Ameleta tu juzi. Alafu anaanza kujifanya sasa wanatusi Kenyatta family. Ile kitu nataka kuambia, you cannot do away with the dynasty in Kenya. As much as tunaweza sema eti dynasty juu hakuna kitu, wale watu uwezi watoa katika Kenya yetu. Jambo lingine ni the IPT. Leo nimeona kwa news eti IPC the junior staff walikuwa wanaandamana wakipeleka ule jamaa mwenzetu alikufa pale Mbakasi wakienda maombi. Mimi nikiangalia as much as wanaandamana, unajua mimi nashangaa sana. Ni nani ameua returning officer? Ni nani? Because iwezi kuwa ni serikali. Sisi hata sisi tulikuwa serikali, sisi ya Simio na the other fraternity. We were not interested of stealing. Kama ingekuwa ni kuiba kura tungeiba, because we had all the power. Because hakuna serikali ilikuwa interested kuiba kura. Ingekuwa interest ya kuiba kura, hata yeye angekuwa analia sahi. But the government wanted to kila mtu aone duniani ya kwamba this call Ruto si leader. Huwezi ziiba mchana, hata forms zilikuwa zinatolewa chini ya meza bomas, zikiekelewa kwa nini? Kwa table juu. Sherehe wameipa kura pale tukiona mchana, So tunajua yule ameua. We know. I live in Mbakasi, Utawala. Tunajua nani ameua ule returning officer. I'm very sorry for the family. Tunajua ni nani, because they wanted a guy called Mureidi akue member of parliament pale. Huyu jamaa akakataa, na ndiye alichukuliwa, ndio deputy returning officer akatangaza yule the Babu Wino. So we know kutoka 2017 tunajua nani aliua Msando, tunajua nani kila wale Kenya. So mimi naona mtu ana comment kwa
Ronald, lakini ni allegation. Hakuna mtu mwenye anajua na hajaandikisha statement hiyo. Wacha tuiwache ikiwa allegation.
So the leaders tuko nao ile Kenya yetu ni watu I don't know, as much as yes wanajitenga, wanataka tu kushuku dini. The Gachagua and the Ndindi Nyoro, you cannot do away with the Kenyatta family, with the Odinga family, with the Moi family. There is no way whatsoever. Wale ndio waanzilishi wa nchi yetu, ndio walianzisha, na uwezi sema eti watoe na hawezi toka. Asante sana bwana. Endelea.
Okay, thank you very much, Ronald, for your contribution. Let me just add something about the dynasty. Unajua, this thing of the dynasty, when you look at it critically, the people that we are calling dynasty probably are not even the dynasty themselves. Because how long has Ruto been in presidency? He has been in presidency for 10 years. And even prior to that, Ruto has been in government from way back the Moi days. He has been in government from the Grand Coalition government. In essence, Ruto has been in government for almost 20 years. And if you look at Jaramogi, Ronald, can you mute your mic, Ronald? Ronald, mute your mic.
Okay.
Yeah, and now when you look at the issue of dynasty, the people who are preaching loudest that they are fighting dynasty, they have been in government for more than 20 years. Look at Raila Odinga. Raila Odinga has been in government during the Grand Coalition government and also part of the Moi regime. And his father was in government probably less than 5 years. The Raila Odinga combined with his father cannot match the period that William Ruto has been in government. So who is dynasty? You know, sometimes we need to be very genuine with ourselves. You know, let us be honest. Ruto is more dynasty than Raila Odinga. But the fact that Raila Odinga's name is in everybody's lips because he has been in the limelight, he has been fighting for the good of the country. So you cannot just come and say you are going to wipe out the dynasties. And looking at the Kenyatta family have invested a lot in the country, in the banking industry, in the dairy industry. The same people who are telling you they are fighting dynasty. At least 75% of Kenyans every morning consume a product that belongs to the Kenyatta family. That is milk. And it is not because they are getting this milk free. They are in business. They are paying taxes. So are you trying to say that you are going to bring down every single business that appears to be family oriented, or what are you talking about? You know, this dynasty issue is going to bring a class war, and it is not healthy for any country. Kenya is a free economy. You can invest and grow, and nobody should intimidate you in the name of dynasty. So let me give it to Frederick Major. Maybe we can get your contribution before we go to Gilbert. I hope Gilbert is now ready. Frederick Major, karibu sana. Frederick Major.
Yeah, let me mute.
Okay, Frederick, you appear not to be in sync with us. Unmute. Frederick, we can't hear you. Frederick, your mic is mute. Frederick, your mic is mute.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead. Yes, thank you.
Okay, now, okay, the issue about this Oscar Sudi. Oscar Sudi, this man, I really hate him with passion. I hate him with passion. This guy is a very dangerous person. He don't know how to talk, and these are the people who are even spoiling more the name of Ruto. So people like Oscar Sudi, Ndindi Nyoro, yeah, these people, if they speak, and this guy called Rigathi Gachagua, these are very, I don't know what I can say or express. So, sorry, I will speak later because there is confusion here, and also here I cannot hear myself. Just give me like 2 minutes, someone can speak, then I will talk later. Sorry.
Hello.
I'm coming back.
Okay. Okay, mute your mic.
Just give me like 2 minutes, someone can speak.
Can I talk?
Well, Frederick, mute your mic. Okay, Diana, you can go ahead.
One thing I wanted to talk about is like, it's just saying like in my community, we have this about people are talking about dynasty, and this dynasty, they are the ones who put them in where they are at this. They've come from where they are because of the dynasty. I happened to go to school once when Moi was the milk thing was still there, and I was happy to go to school because Moi bought milk from the farmers and they sold it to the government bought and brought it for us for free milk, those who don't know. But who are the farmers for the milk? It was people from the Rift Valley. How much money they got that time? And now they are saying the Moi family, they did nothing for them. But this RUTO has been in government. He's telling them to plant avocados, blah, 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 blah. But Moi made sure that even the institutions, and I went to school in Rift Valley as well, the schools in Rift Valley were built much better than the schools from Kisii. In that regard, we can just empathize with the people from the Rift Valley. They are trying to fight the Moi family, but the Moi family did much, much for them than they did for other communities. Ndio sababu saa zingine huko kwetu tunasemanga ati kebambe geko bambukire. So this saying says like you empower somebody, and when he gets the money, he will finish you. It's like a caution. When you are helping, help to some extent. I can see Oranga laughing, but that is the truth. You can see now we are trying to see Moi empowered Ruto Rigati, but now they are the people fighting him like down to earth. They hate him with a passion. And also about the Supreme Court that is coming, I saw I was going through the news and the tweets, and I saw Hamd Nasir, the lawyer. He said like if we go for a rerun, it will be in 2025 because there must be the IEBC must be broken down and restructured afresh, and Uhuru can continue for 2 to 3 more years. For me, I'll advocate for that because we cannot go into election when things are haywire, like spread all over the place. We'd rather have Uhuru continuing in the government. We'll structure the IEBC. We'll structure the servers. Then we can go into another rerun. From there is when we can know we are going to have a free and fair election. But if that is not, let's swear in Raila. He can go for the 7 years. Then everything will be streamlined and we can go for another election. But apart from that, wakae kando, Ndindi Nyoro na Rigathi wakae kando.
Asante sana, Diana, nashukuru sana. You know, sometimes, you know, they always say that there's a saying that says that when the gods want to destroy you, they first make you stupid, or you know, they fatten you before the slaughter. You know, some of these things that we are seeing right now, the likes of Rigathi and talking about finishing, I don't know whether it is the Moi family, Didi Nyoro making outrageous remarks, Sudi, you know, these are signs that that they are going down.
And God is not oblivious of what we are undergoing. And he probably wants to either teach us a lesson by giving us these leaders, or is warning us not to redeem ourselves. So I want to believe that all is well at the Supreme Court. We want to give the judges their space so that they can guide us on matters law. We have been politicking for the last 3-4 months, and it's quite a long time. We now need to focus on our own personal development as a country. Therefore, I have all the faith that the Supreme Court will pronounce itself in a manner that will keep this country together, or guide us on how we can do some reforms. Because ideally, if you look at it, there are many people who are saying, and I want to say this, that these same lawyers who are coming on TV day in, day out, and telling us that Chebukati is here to stay with us, and that he's going nowhere, that unless he resigns is when we can overhaul IBC. One thing you must realize is that if the Supreme Court in itself pronounces itself that Chebukati violated the Constitution, and that there is a possibility of him being indicted for electoral offenses, then he automatically will have to leave office. We cannot have somebody of that nature being in office to run any other election. Kenya, we are guided by the rule of law. We have a robust constitution. Therefore, there is nobody in Kenya who is not who is indispensable. Even the president himself. You know, some people believe that they without them, this country cannot move forward. No, this country will move forward. And that's why we keep on developing our laws, so that they serve us, not us serving the law. So therefore, we are going to give the Supreme Court their space, and I'm sure they will guide us on matters law. Thank you very much. I think we have a new visitor, Mark. Mark, welcome. Karibu sana Mark, tupatie maoni yako. Mark, can you hear me? Mark Malin?
You can tell him to mute.
And unmute Mark Malin, and try to be on the screen. We cannot see your face. Mark Malin?
Maybe his mic is a problem, eh?
Yeah, I think his mic has got a problem. Maybe we can now go to Frederick Major. Major, karibu sana. I hope you're ready this time.
Okay, I'm ready. I hope you can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear.
All right. Okay, so langu ni kwamba Uhuru is not a fool. Uhuru is not a fool, and he was trying to check on this guy, because if it is this deep state, Uhuru has it. Uhuru has got that power of doing anything. So he saw this before. That's why he took these 4 commissioners to IBC to help the rest. Nona. So kuwapeleka pale, alitaka kujua, they were there to oversee wafanye kazi na pia kusio na udanganyifu, at least kuwe na transparency. So if in case there will be something, they will see everything. So yeye alijua chenye anafanya. Ukikumbuka vizuri, a day to elections, Uhuru alimchukua the former IDB camp, is it IDB camp, the bodyguard mwenye alikuwa wake before, akamchukua nini, akamweka kama commander wa Kenya Army a day before election. Unaona? So Uhuru knew what is going on, and anajua huyu jamaa ambaye anakuja ni mtu wa kujipiga kifua, mtu wa kuongea vile anataka, na anaweza sababisha tuende kwa vita. So Uhuru alisema haizi mwachia power. So the Azimio camp, we should not have worry at all. It is going to be nullified, and if Ruto atajaribu kufanya lolote, because if he take the government, Ruto anaenda kuharibu hii nchi na atachukua makamanda vile umesema bwana Joe, atachukua makamanda wake ataweka pale. We can't do anything. This is the right time. We can do anything. This is the time if the court will nullify this the election that happened on 9th, then Uhuru has got that power. Saizi na alisema haendi kumpatia mwizi nini uongozi. So if he said that, do you think he will leave this seat to Ruto? Right now, Uhuru was supposed to be now starting handing over his power to the next president. But he was waiting for Raila to take the case to court. And he knew what is going on. And they have evidence because he is there as a president. All parts of the country, he had people who were checking on these elections. So hakuna chenye wangefanya, and that's why Ruto was planning, alikuwa ametarget nini? Central na Rift Valley. Ndio anajua pale ndio anaweza iba vizuri. Nairobi Uhuru aliharibu. Manake alitaka mtu kutoka Central achukue nini? Governorship. Naona? Na pale kumbuka Nairobi huwa ni ya ODM. Hapo hakuna siri. Raila ngome zake ni Northeastern, Eastern, Coast, Western, Nyanza. The 5 and Nairobi, yeah, Nairobi I mentioned. These 5 province ni ngome za Raila. Na huwa anashinda, si ati ashindi, ni kuibiwa wanaibiwa. Unaona? Na nikifika Nairobi, governorship huwa tunachukua bila wasiwasi. Sonko walimuibia tu wakamweka pale. Otherwise ilikuwa inaenda kwa NASA. So Nairobi this time ni Waluya ambao wako pale, Wajaluo, Wakisii, wa Northeastern na wale wa Kikuyu ambao wanapenda Raila. Wachache wao ndio walikuwa wampigie yule jamaa ambaye walimbadilisha kumwambia simama MP Westlands. Sasa jina lake. Huyo ndio wangemweka pamoja na huyu Sakaja, angeangusha Sakaja vizuri tena mapema. Manake malumbano pale sasa watu waliona okay. Wameamua kubadilisha kupatia huyu jamaa si msao jina lake huyo Paul Kapigadhe. Sasa na sisi tutampatia huyu Sakaja roho safi. Unaona? Na walimpa Sakaja roho safi. The majority ambao wako Nairobi. Unaona? So Nairobi ndio kura zilipigwa si kwa minajili ya chama, zilipigwa kwa minajili ya mtu. Manake hapo ndio hesabu Azimio waliharibu. Manake Uhuru alitaka Paul Kapigadhe achukue. Na sasa Sakaja amechukua. So that is the politics in Kenya ambapo sisi hao watu mlikuwa mmetaja mtu kama Rigathi Gachagua, mtu kama Ndindi Nyoro, mtu kama huyu Kalenjina anaitwa nani huyu jamaa anaongea mbaya huyu nikumbusha kwa jina
Frederick Major. Hold on. Let us not refer people according to their tribes. Let us or their communities. Let us try and deal with the Kenyans. Don't let us not go that way, please. Thank you.
Sorry for that.
Proceed.
This guy, what is his name by the name? What is it? Is he called? I've forgotten his name.
Sudi.
Oscar Sudi don't know how to talk. I think it is because of the academic issues. Yeah, yeye anaropokwa tu mahali popote penye anaenda, ataongea vile anataka, atishiki, sijui ni nani, sijui nini, anajipiga kifua kama kiongozi wake. Na watu kama hawa washaonyesha mahali tunaelekea. Manake tukichagua hii tunaenda kwa dictatorship. Ni hayo tu mimi naweza sema.
Asante sana Frederick. Now I want to watu wasiwe na wasiwasi na watu ambaye wanapiga mdomo kama wale, kwa sababu hao ni watu ambaye sio viongozi. Wale ni watu walichanganya Wakenya pengine kutoka upande wao, na they have imposed themselves as leaders, but they are not actually leaders. No sane leader can come to a podium and try to turn the people against and the existing administration, especially administration that is charged with their own security. That is a dangerous leader. That is somebody who is stoking fires. So let us not take them seriously, because the more we take them seriously, the more we are likely to get annoyed and might resort to taking the law into our own hands. So we should ignore them and focus on progressive leaders who are preaching peace, cohesiveness, and who have a vision. So those noisemakers, I doubt whether they will be in the political scene for the next few years, because empty heads like those ones don't really survive too much. They fall by the wayside. You know, the other day we had another empty head from the Marland who was insulting Raila day in, day out. Right now we don't even know where he is. You know, they have been sending Raila to Bondo since time immemorial. Raila is still in Karen. So those ones will always be there. Na kuna soko ambayo utakosa wendazimu. Kwa hivyo if we ignore them the better. Otherwise watatukasirisha na tutakuwa na amani. Bwana Mark, uko tayari? Tunataka kukualika kwa jukwaa. Karibu sana. Yes, Mark. Karibu. Something wrong with your mic? You need to... Yeah, can you hear us? Mark? Mark atukuski. I think you'll need to get out and then come back. We can let us jump to Mr. Andy. Mr. Andy, tunakukaribisha tena. Tuendelee kuchangia. Asante.
No, thank you, Bob. I think somebody should proceed for now. I was doing something and I was just following up. Kindly, someone else. Joe, kindly take my part.
Okay,
Mzee
I've
Joe,
just spoken.
wazee wamesema wanataka mawaidha yako. Kwa hivyo unaweza kuchangia kidogo. Pengine ni kurushia swali kidogo.
Yeah, I've just spoken.
Na hii swali ni kuhusu the question I want to ask you is why do you think UDA has got so many people spread out in the televisions trying to sell a narrative as if the Azimio people did something wrong by going to court? Why are they trying to muzzle the voices of other Kenyans? Maybe you can shed light, because personally I feel like they are trying to divert the course of Kenyans in living in peace and sticking by the law. But it has become too much that they wake up every morning ni kushambulia watu wa Azimio. Kwa nini wanaenda kotini? Ushahidi hakuna, sijui kama wamekuwa majaji, lakini pengine utuelezee kabla tuende kwa Kenyan. Ninaona Kenyan ameingia. Kwa kifupi.
Okay, maybe I can give my view on that. But I've always known Ruto as a very, very shrewd man. You see, all along, the IBC chairman, actually, it's not Chebukati, it has been Ruto. And to some extent, once the Venezuelans were caught red-handed, after that, he started writing a letter also complaining to IBC. Well, all along, he knew that he is the one who is controlling IBC. So I think he wrote a letter to himself. So even now, you cannot rule out, because this society is rotten. And we have a lot of surprises. By him trying to muzzle the petition could also be a gimmick. We all know that most of the court ruling has been in his favor. And the 5 judges, the bench that are there, it's not them alone who is going to decide on this. The 14 days is just too little for them to go through those things. They have people that they're depending on, fellow judges and whatever, to go through these papers. And they're also given just a report. So you never know which game Ruto is playing. So we still have to be very, very, very careful. Maybe this is a smoke screen that is also, you see, he came with the same gimmick that he was saying that Baba should accept. And he actually pushed Baba to say publicly that he'll accept the outcome. And the same trick he's using now. He's gone to court, but he's saying that he's ready to accept the outcome. So he's going to push also Baba to maybe accept the outcome of the Supreme Court. And maybe he knows very well what he's playing with at the judiciary. So we still have to be very, very, very careful on this. Because if the ruling goes on his way, he'll say that he's been a Democrat. He said he's going to accept the results of the elections. It is also said it loudly and publicly that he's going to accept the rulings of the court. So we have to look at either way. But I think also the other number two, he could also be scared of what is happening, and he's trying all means to stop the petition to go on, or the rulings that might be announced by the court. Some of them could even buy him from also maybe standing for public position. So he's trying to also balance these things so that some of the rulings does not come harsh on him. So we have to look it on either way. That is my take, my opinion. I don't know.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you very much for that opinion. I just want to mention that William Ruto is a master of doublespeak, along with his UDA. And during the campaign period, they kept on saying that deep state is, and they kept on talking about the chiefs and the police trying to use the deep state was using the police and the administration department to sell Azimio, while it was them who were using that the police. We captured weeks before the in fact, a week before the election, we captured Rigathi Gachagua on camera along with Waiguru, and they were talking to the police, and where Rigathi Gachagua was clearly telling them, baada ya siku 100 maneno yenu itakuwa sawa. Nyinyi muangalie, mufanye kazi na mama hapa, kitu yenu tutaangalia. Now, what do you call that? These are the same people who are accusing Uhuru Kenyatta of favoring Azimio, and they are the same people who are doing it. So they are very good in double speak, and whenever you see UDA come out to make a certain statement which they want to win public perception, that statement, do not just take it on face value. There is more than meets the eye. And I want to agree with Joe that whenever they're sending a certain message to the public and seeking for sympathy, they are actually the ones who are doing that. So I want to go to Kenyan, karibu sana. Maybe you can give us your views on the topics of the day. It's about the Supreme Court battle looming, and KK begging for congratulations, as well as the battle of the Mois and RUTO. Karibu sana. Unmute. Kenyan?
Yeah. I was saying, I've been watching, but I've never been contributing. So some of my opinions will be very unpopular with some of you guys. Like, for example, they were saying politicians double speak, isn't it? Double speak, that's the heart of politics. Everywhere in the world, double speaking. Even I remember George Bush, he said once, read my lips. When I get to office, there is no more taxes. What happens in the first 1 month? There was increase in taxes. Then there is the issue about deep state. It was Oburu Odinga who brought this thing. It was Oburu Odinga. And UDS ran away with that thing. Everything, everywhere they go, they used it to popularize themselves. So when you do a mistake on one side, the other side uses. There have been other things that are like, for example, there've been this issue Arap Mashamba, alafu inaitwaje, there is these other issues here 2007 huko Rift Valley, the other side were using. So these other side have to find something they use. So then there is now let's come to Supreme Court cases. Some of the there are some weaknesses in some of those cases, like Gidongo case. I don't see it going far. The only person I can see his case going far is this guy who was elected senator. What do you call him? Omtata. Senator Omtata.
Okiya Omtata.
That one, if you see, when you find errors in your submissions, it becomes a little bit, it becomes difficult to because how did he access the logs? Because the logs that will be given will be the one that are in the prayer that Azmi has done, is the one that will be given, because they made a prayer. There will be a response. Was it today or tomorrow? IBC gave it yesterday, isn't it? So, and we're expecting, because today is Friday, we're expecting UDA and the other group. The other group is UDA. Let's stop calling it Kenya Kwanza. Let's just call it the name it is. Let's call a spade a spade. So that when IBC gives those logs, so we can say, maybe we can talk about the case of Gidongo. But as far, because I've looked at those submissions, there is some errors there is some critical issues on the submission. And I love this thing you say that UDA is going to the media. I beg to differ. The media likes this thing. For example, when there is a debate, when everybody was looking forward between Raila and Ruto, When one person misses, it becomes like it's nothing. So if they bring a debate to maybe between people, maybe let's say between Azimio and Azimio on debate, most people will not watch. But if they bring Azimio and UDA, most people will like to watch because I want to see my side winning. So you'll see. But the person who has been doing so many press conferences is Jeremiah Kioni. Jeremiah Kioni did one mistake. The first after losing, the first TV interview he did, he conceded defeat. Then they went to that meeting with the Mother Karua, and Kalonzo told them, you should not concede. You should not have conceded. Now he changed his story. Now he's doing the damage control what he has already done because he rushed the media. And another thing, if you think these people or these MPs of Mount Kenya are really serious, you remember what happened? You remember what happened to Mother Karua versus Waiguru when he lost to Waiguru in the governor race? He took the case to High Court. He lost, and he was told to pay Waiguru the legal costs. It was around 7 million, and pay the legal costs, and the case has been thrown out. She appealed. She went to High Court. It increased to around 14. He went to Supreme Court. He was told to pay 15. Now he went to seek for reprieve on the East African Court, so that it can be reduced the amount. So if what they are saying is true, they should have been the first people to go to court. They should not be waiting for Baba. They should have already gone to court and filed. But the danger is you might lose the case and you might have to pay. That's the danger. So these things you should be because I don't like listening to people who might like we agree all of us. Sometimes I listen to many sides because if you stick to one side, you might lose some of the few things. As Ruto being a shrewd man, he's a shrewd man. He's a very good negotiator. Let's say the truth. The way he has changed these people called who inaitwaje, Kivuta Kibwana, and the other one, those party inaitwa Mandera party or some, you know those party Mandera, and joined to cross the east side just to make sure that he wins the speaker seat. I think he's a very good negotiator. He's actually a politician. I've never seen any good. I wish he
wind up.
Yes, okay. I think I'm closing
up.
on that one. I'm closing on that one.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Sana Bana Kenyan. Nobody is going to castigate you for giving us alternative views. However, I want to. You were asking about where did some of the petitioners get logs of IEBC. Yeah, are you aware that presidential candidate agents are given something called an API? An API is an application program interface where they are able to log in, but with specific rights.
Yes,
but with specific rights.
Not admin rights. Yes. Now you cannot. Now without admin rights, you cannot see when Chebukati logged in. Once you somebody who logged in. In fact, Gidongo iko na mpaka mahali kuna log ya 2017. Mpaka mahali times zinaenda zinarukana. Go and look at that petition on the last page.
Now
you'll see.
Now. That is where let me cut you short. I need to move to a next panelist. Before we go into such details, you realize that Gidongo's petition is premised on a whistleblower who came forward and explained to himself that he was part of the people who were recruited by a UDA to carry out these activities. Therefore, those people had rights, admin rights. Therefore, correct. we cannot rule out that fact. Let me finish. We cannot rule out that fact that the petition and the testimony of that young man could be true. That is why it is a petition supported by an affidavit. Therefore, we will leave that for the courts to decide.
No, let me ask
give
you.
Joe
Let me ask you one question. If I ask you cold records for this
we'll
month,
come back to you again.
No, let me ask you one
Yes.
question. If I ask you cold records for this month, isn't it? It must come with this month's dates only, isn't it? What if it comes with 2017 on your cold records of this month, and you are bringing me the cold records of this month, and it has the year 2017 in it? It has one day, you come Monday, Tuesday, then Friday is 2017 or Friday. Will you? Is that really? Will you believe that document is my cold records of this month? Come on.
Now let me answer you. I want you to mute, then I answer you, then we move to Joe 1 minute or 30 seconds before we come to Robin. Now, Kenyan, you must realize that we are not experts in that field, and even the court themselves, I mean the judges themselves, will rely on what we call expert witnesses. They will seek the advice of experts who will interpret for them the IT part of that affidavit and testimony. Therefore, we will leave it for the courts to decide on that. Meanwhile, I want to give Joe 1 minute or less, then we can come to Robin. Robin, maybe you can get ready after Joe. Welcome on board.
Yeah, mine is a question. I've heard Kenyan talking about the Waiguru and Martha Karua case, and he did not talk about justice. He talked about the money. I want to tell Kenyan that money is nothing. Justice is more. Raila has gone to detention for 9 years, seeking justice for Kenyans. So it's not about money, please. Yeah, you can go to you can spend so much to get justice. So money is not an issue. Let's talk about justice. If justice was done, that's what I wanted to tell you.
Thank you very much, Joe. Let us now move to Robin. Robin, karibu sana. Tupatie mchango wako. The menu is scrolling down there. Pick one, serve yourself, move to the other. Karibu sana, Robin. Unmute your mic, please.
Okay, nashukuru tu sana. Nasikizanga kila siku. Naona Mama Selina hapa, very famous kwa platform. Mzae simuoni. Mi kijana mdogo lakini bado nimesoma history. Hope mnanisikia.
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you. Proceed.
Okay, ukisema mambo ya Githongo kiasi hapo Kenyan. Unajua Githongo karakta tu kwanza ndio imefanya wanaume wamenyamaza. Karakta ya Githongo tu, Mark Githongo. O jamaa hizi nunulika. Kenya alipatia wa Kenya juzi, Ruto mwenyewe amenyamaza. Watu yani hakuna mtu anaweza ongea about Githongo. Hauwezi mpiga, hauwezi kuja useme ati huyu jamaa tunamjua. Yeye Kenya anakuoga na evidence yake ni heavy. Yeye imefanya politics ya sahi, watu kwanza wamenyamaza. Ruto hawezi ongea, vijana wake wadogo ndio wanaongea hapo, akina Murkomen, Nyoro, kwa sababu wanaongea vitu hazieleweki. Unajua hata watatu kutishatisha watu. Githongo Kenya anaenda kusema mbele ya koti, ipatie siku 2-3 one drama. Watu wanaenda kushangaa saa hii. Ile si kitu ameenda amekaranga tu mahali, amekuja amepea watu. Ile ni affidavit, a sworn statement, ile anaenda kupeana kotini. Anyway, to cut the story short, the families which kama kina Moi, Kenyatta, kupata mtu kaa Sudi kuja kuongea, ule ni kijana mdogo sana. Yeye zitisha mtu kaa Kenyatta. Mali Kenyatta yuko mtu amekalia kiti miaka 10. Anawaangalia tu hivi. Anawacheki tu. Si mali tumetoka tumegrow tukijua hii kabila ni mbaya, hii kabila ni mbaya, watu wanaishi hivi. Na sana ukienda Malika ghetto ndio unaweza jua ukabila ni kali. Kila kabila watu wameprofilia na kivyao. So sahi watu wazimio wala watu tulikupiga kura. Sisi tumepiga kura kati huko diaspora. Tuliamka asubuhi ndo tufike bado twende job. Kura kuibiwa, tunakaa hivi tunashindwa aji. Hakuna mtu alikuwa anaelewa mpaka dakika watu waliona Bomas mambo imeanza kuwa mbaya. So mimi naambia watu watulie, ngojea ya koti ianze Monday ndio muone vituko. Watu wajaona mambo. Security na gava kunyamaza si ati hao ni wajinga, wanajua Kenya wanafanya. Ni asante kwa hayo tu. Nimeshukuru Jo kwa join, naona kila siku to keep up the spirit, mambo itakuwa poa. Serikali ya wash haiwezi chukua hii kitu. Haiwezi. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Robin Simba. I like your spirit, and we appreciate your sentiments. Yeah, I want to remind Kenyan that John Gidongo was one gentleman who joined the government with during the time of Kibaki, when Kibaki ascended to power. And if there was a time that John Gidongo would have been corrupted, it was when he refused categorically and he laid bare the Anglo-leasing scam. So when you see John Gidongo, he is somebody who is a credible fellow. For me, I see him as somebody. I mean, you can, like a banker's check. He cannot just come up with something that he is not sure, and that is why he is ready to put his credibility on the line and swear an affidavit, and even need to be produced the gentleman who he was getting information from. So therefore, let us not dismiss anybody who has gone to court. Even the likes of Moses Kuria and Osoro the other day, we gave them an opportunity to go to court and present themselves, despite the fact that we knew very well that there is no way you can go to a lower court to gag the Supreme Court. And you know, when lawyers even take their time and take your money to go and file such a case, they are simply, I mean, they simply want to eat you up. So sometimes it's good to use your brains and think before you just make any move just because you want to stop Raila Odinga. This is not about Raila Odinga anymore. This is about now Kenyans versus Chebukati himself, because Chebukati, despite being given 40 billion Kenya shillings, taxpayers' money, your money, Mr. Kenyan, Andy's money, Robin's money, Mama Selina's money, and all other Kenyans in general. Anything you go to the supermarket and buy, there is a tax. You know, the minute you fuel your car, there is a tax. Anytime you load your phone with the airtime, there is tax. But people don't realize how important that tax is. And when you give it to Chebukati, and Chebukati comes back with bad food on the table, yet you sent him to the market to get you fresh produce, that is not fair. And more especially, to add on that, he was warned in 2017 to go and correct ABCD, and he still comes back with the same mistake. So hata wewe bwana Kenyan, wakati unatuma mtoto wako sokoni, unamwambia kuje na nyanya fresh, yeye anakuletea nyanya ya juzi, hiyo ni makosa sana na unafaa kumwadhibu. Asante sana.
Let me explain.
I want to.
If you believe Kidongo, sometimes Kidongo, there was a corruption. Like for example, Kimunya, you remember, was it that Laiko Regency Hotel? They will say Kimunya was corrupt. He was removed from opposition. He went home, even lost member of parliament. Do you believe Kimunya now who is in Azimio? Do you think Kimunya was corrupt really? It was because of politics and power. They want to destroy somebody, so they create something so that they can use it against you to remove you from a position of power. Sometimes these politics, be careful before you believe it. Kimunya has never been prosecuted. He has never had a case in court about Laiko Regency, but somebody was paid called Kalwale for what, for those people who bought Safaricom. to get justice, Kimunya must go. For something, Kimunya must go. You remember that? And Kimunya has never been prosecuted. So sometimes be careful about this politics.
I don't think we have to. I don't think we have to go by records of prosecutions, because if it's a matter of record of prosecutions, nearly all politicians wangekuwa prosecuted. Actually, the outgoing governors wangekuwa prosecuted. But because of some political interest, that's why they are not prosecuted. And if you talk about prosecution, I think Ruto should be also prosecuted, because he cannot account for money.
Raila should also be prosecuted.
That's what I'm saying, exactly. I'm not denying that. But you see, there are some zingine ziko just too much.
Order. Now, I want to bring in another panelist. We'll leave it at that. But one thing I just want to mention is that Kenyans, we shot ourselves in the foot in 2013 when we watered down Section Article 6 of our Constitution, and we lowered that bar of integrity too low. That is why we can now see every Tom, Dick, and Harry going to Parliament or Senate. I saw one panelist or journalist who wrote that 70 MPs have got either cases of murder, some even rape, fraud, name it. If you have 70 legislators in your parliament who are facing charges, who have either got a case in court, then it is the country that is not doing itself any good. The same people we are cheering here and there, people like Dismas Baraza, are now in parliament who can shoot at will. We are our own enemies. We are electing criminals. And that is where we are going wrong as a country. And we need to rethink on what our values are all about. Thank you very much. I have a new visitor in the name of Duke, a diehard of UDA, and I like listening to him because he's a very good defender of the president, not the president-elect. He has now become the 9th respondent. And until we clear him at the Supreme Court, he is now the 9th respondent. Then we can go forward and name him as president-elect before we can swear him in. Karibu sana Duke bana. Maoni yako ni yapi? The menu is there, down there. Serve yourself.
William Ruto remains the president-elect up to now.
You see, Duke, hold on a minute. Duke, hold on a minute. You are now coming in with bad manners from UDA. You first come and say hi to all the panelists, but you have now straight come from the market, and you are now in the kitchen. You now want to defend the deputy president. As far as I'm concerned, he's the deputy president and the 9th respondent. Karibu sana, Duke.
But also you started to speak to me without greeting me also. So as per the Constitution of Kenya, until you are found guilty, so there's nothing which changes. Most of you have been saying that now, when the case was submitted that Ruto ceased to be the deputy president-elect, it is false. It's until those allegations are proven. They are just allegations up to now. So until the court makes a determination of the allegations, he remains the deputy president, the president-elect now. But for me, I'm proposing that this platform should actually be trying to assist people or the supporters of Azimio to face and embrace the reality. You know, it is high time as humans, you have to be strong enough to face challenges. Maybe one day you may go to hospital and you are diagnosed with a terminal illness. How will you go about that? Or maybe there's an accident and you have no arms. So the reality remains that William Ruto is going to be the president for the next 10 years, not even 5. If we can win with the machinery, the president against him. So who is that who's going to emerge and defeat him in 2027? Yes? I'm giving my opinion. You are entitled to have a different opinion. And what I'm surprised about is the evidence which the Azimio team are trying to count on. They are trying to fabricate evidence without embracing the fundamental principle that Form 34A at all polling stations was final. So the basis should be that. So those individuals who are fighting at Bomas of Kenya that there is election fraud, that forms has changed, there is rigging. Those are side sources, because once ballots were cast at the polling station and they were counted and they were submitted or scanned by the King's Kids and submitted, that became final. And in any way, Chepkati does not play any role in terms of determining who wins. It's a returning officers or presiding officers across the polling stations. Because as per the 2017 ruling that Chepkati should actually take the values from that 4A, and where there is discrepancies, he will note those discrepancies. He will not change that. So that is what is established. So the point of reference which the court will refer is from that 4A. So trying to give evidence outside from that 4A about people with gadgets at Bomas of Kenya, about people with this paper or what, about Gitongo trying to interview somebody with
Out of topic.
false narrative.
Hold on, order. It is, let Duke finish. Proceed.
So, for me, up to now, I'm unable to point out specific evidence which is actually demonstrating that there was rigging of the 2022 elections. Maybe maybe one point which makes sense is where we have maybe the differences between the number of votes for president and other positions, that is senators, governors across Kenya. There is a small disparity. Not the way some of you are saying that it's 1 million from Mount Kenya. That's false. I've actually scrutinized those figures. But in any sense, even if those are the discrepancies, then it doesn't mean that they were rigging. Because for me, maybe the source of the discrepancy is that maybe the thoughts for there was some monkey business when it comes to the governor position and other positions. Because you remember, whereby the presidential count, the ballots for presidential votes for the president were counted within very few hours. The form that 4A failed, scanned and submitted. And we have scenarios whereby we have like 2-3 days, people are trying to count the number of governors, the number of votes for governors and other positions. That's where maybe you find some people bringing ballot papers. Maybe some of them are destroying those of their opponents. I'm very sure the discrepancies, the differences are arising from that. And actually the benchmark should be the number of the presidential vote, because it's actually like it goes hand in hand with what was captured in the King's Kids. So the percentage was the percentage of people who cast their votes is reflective on the the outcome or the result which we were announced. So people should.
Duke,
I
I want to interrupt you. Wind up,
Yes,
wind
yes.
up. Hey, Kenyan, please mute. Kenyan, please mute. Let us have some order. Andy, also mute. Duke, I think you need to wind up. There are people who want to ask you questions. We are not going to give you a field day to feed us with a lot of toxic waste. So wind up, and then people will want to interrogate your
So I'm winding
message.
up that. My winding up that for me, William Ruto won, and in any case, even if the court says let us have a runoff, Raila Odinga is scared, he cannot go for a runoff. He will start, let us maybe change the IPC, which will take a wrong procedure, wrong process. So there is no possible outcome which will actually change or reverse the outcome. And as most of you are actually trying to guess or try to wish that the court will announce Raila as a winner, that cannot happen. It will never happen. How?
Okay. Thank you, Duke. Can we now have questions? I need people to interrogate what you're saying because you have given them a lot of toxic material, so they need to ventilate. And before they ventilate, I want to be the first one to ask you a simple question. Duke, yes, we acknowledge the courts before have pronounced themselves on Form 34A as the primary document in the presidential election. However, I want to believe that if I'm not wrong, I think you're an engineer. And you know, when you're doing mathematics or accounting, you don't just look at the solution. You have to look at the process that leads to a solution. And if the Form 34A is reading 5, then Form 34B should be Form 34A's in total that find you Form 34B. Then you move progressively until you get to Form 34C, which was given to William Samoei Ruto. Now, if Form 34A, which you even posted at the portal, does not give you the answer you expect in Form 34C, how can you tell us that election is reliable or is credible? So Duke, I think you need to think about that. Don't try to feed us on the Form 34A, which has been forged, and Chebukati actually printed several copies because he had a mission. He knew what he was going to use them for. Yet he lied to us that they will be sealed and put in the ballot box. That will be my question. I want to give Andy a chance to ask you another question. So maybe Duke, you'll write them down. Let's proceed to Andy. Any other person who might be wanting to ask a question? I want to believe Alana will and Kenyan. Let us go in that order. Questions, 30 seconds, then we give Duke and he can wind up before Simba comes in.
Bob, allow me talk to the guy, Duke. Duke, you are running away from the camera. Kindly see me. I want to talk to you. First, I want you to tell me, was the election free and fair? That's the first question. Was it free and fair? And then the second question, it does not meet a common man logic. Even a class 1 pupil can tell you 1 + 1 is 2, not 3 or 4. So when you want to come to this panel and try to tell us that there were just minor disparity, and you want to tell us that everything was fair, and then the Azimio should come to senses and come to the reality to accept the outcome, and then you summarize that the court will rule, even if it ruled the other way, Ruto will rule for 10 years. I don't know what. Please, my friend, you are an adult, my friend. We have to be realistic. You know, this ignorance which Kenyans put always, this is what is costing us. This is what is costing us, especially the UDA guys. You are very, very ignorant in this Kenya. Please stop this ignorance. Tell us the reality. You are not talking sense. As an engineer, that is beyond you. You cannot reason law like that. Kindly reason with people.
Calm down. Andy, calm down. That was, I think he has noted the question. Any other person who wants to ask Duke a question? 30 seconds. Nothing more than 30 seconds.
Okay. Mine is to let Duke know that we are not kids. If I take my photo in a word form, if I'm sending my form in a word form, the recipient form, there's no way the recipient is going to get it in a PDF unless somebody has hacked my email or my email address to change it to a PDF. The same way, the forms were being sent to a portal, but when they get when they were being downloaded, they were being downloaded like a PDF. So there must be somebody in between who was changing the word form to a PDF. I rest my case.
Thank you, Alana. Kenyan, 30 seconds before we finalize with Duke.
In 2017, there is something Chief Justice Smoking Wanjala asked. If there are 10 people, if 10 people come to a polling station, they will be given 6 votes, isn't it? If those people, if they will be, if somebody maybe maybe spoils one vote for governor, puts it in the presidential, you'll get governor. There are 10 votes total plus 1. But and you'll get 9 votes on presidential, isn't it? That's the disparity, isn't it? But you cannot get people like, for example, what were the clerks doing so that you get a disparity of over 100? That's why that is one of the issue. On the other, that's my question to him. When you say the money disparities, I cannot go through the whole 45,000 forms alone against all those against all those. There will be people who will be doing that in the petition, and we'll get to know it. On the question on the lady who asked about from JPEG to PDF. For example, I was working in a company. We could not accept, we could not receive any document in Word or anything to pass through some administrator for virus sake. So everything has been converted to PDF. Once it has come, it gets converted automatically to PDF. Then it is scanned. Then she sees, is it something that can be forwarded to the to respective. For example, I was working under finance director. So for anything that comes to that department is very sensitive. So it must be scanned, and they even call you within the office. There is a document from so and so. Do you know? Is it necessary? Is it something that we can print for this side, or we can forward to that office? So it must be. It must be. There is some system that automates that process. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Before I go back to Duke, in your opening statement, you said that this forum, we should be trying to educate Azimio supporters to accept reality. For your information, Duke, this forum is not a place where people come for therapy. We are hardened, and we can battle it out politically until we get to where we are going. Therefore, Duke, do not underestimate the power of this forum. This is not a rehab center. This is one of the Azimio centers to push the Azimio agenda. Thank you. Duke, can you answer those questions before we proceed? I'm giving you 3 minutes.
Yes, starting from what you have said, what I said is that the argument should be based on facts. When you find Azimio members trying to argue that the Supreme Court will announce Raila Odinga as the president, So
I'm sorry.
that's
I'm sorry to
so.
interrupt. You yourself, are you giving facts? Duke, are you
Yes,
giving
I'll
facts?
Order,
yes,
order,
I'm
Which
giving
order,
facts?
facts.
order,
My
order,
friend, you
order.
cannot tell us
Andy
2
mute.
plus 2 is 10. Give us the reality.
Andy,
Talk sense, my
no,
friend.
Andy mute,
That's
mute,
you know
mute.
those those emotions cannot take you anywhere. So can I answer the questions? You said, Bob, you said that when you are talking about maths, you have to look at the not just at the numbers, but the process. But I'm telling you the process, that the process started at the polling station and everything was finalized at the polling stations. So what was the source of this drama at Bomas of Kenya? That a person is with a piece of paper, a person is with a laptop, a person is with a calculator is trying to read. You see? So the process started long ago at the polling station. There were agents of all political parties. There were observers. So if, for instance, you are trying to claim that there are fake forms within the portal, produce the original form which you are given. Say, here is the original form, and the form in the portal is fake. But trying to give a corrective statement that their forms were interchanged, and yes, agents were given original copies at the polling stations. They were allowed to take photos. So we have to compare with what you have original forms and what is in the portal. But don't just say they are fake without. How do we prove that? Then you ask,
Let
is the
me
process
cut
fair?
you short.
You stop it.
Yeah,
Stop lying to us because we
order,
are
order,
not here
order,
to be lied to.
order.
We've already
Alana,
seen.
Alana,
No,
order.
Baba,
Alana,
we are not going to
order,
waste our time
order.
to listen to what he's saying.
No, 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 no,
He's
no, no, no,
lying
no,
to
no.
us
Calm down,
because
calm down. Now, calm down, calm down. I'm the one moderating, Alana. Now, Duke, before you proceed, I want to ask you a question. And this is what was happening in Bomas, unless we were watching different televisions. Number one, Chebukati said that everything was on the portal, and in fact, the media houses were wasting time. They should have done almost 90%. At one time, he said that. Then in the flow of Bomas, Chebukati and his team said that what is on Form 34A in the portal cannot be changed. Now, when he tells you that, yet he allowed your agents out there to take images, and those images do not match what is on the portal, then why is there a verification process? Because that is where the bone of contention, because you are talking about the drama at Bomas. The drama at Bomas was because the images that Azimio agents had from the polling station were not matching with what Chebukati was posting on the portal.
That's
so when
not
you
true
say
because
no, Duke, we are not going to argue on that. Chebukati had those documents changed midstream, and it is now time we wait for the court to decide on what is fake and what is not fake, because this is not one person who has talked about it. There are several IT security experts who have looked at the forms in the portal and the forms with our agents. And secondly, the same forms that Chebukati had told us that were not going to be used have been used more than 100 times on the portal. So therefore, this is a matter to be decided by the courts. The courts, I'm sure, will invite their own experts and to make a determination on the same. Duke, I want to cut you short because I think you are now trying to irritate.
No, can I am answering there are two remaining questions. I answer and I move out.
1 minute.
Can I proceed?
Don't move out. Don't run away. We want you here because you cannot annoy us and then run away. Answer them.
But you are saying you are not going to allow me to speak.
No.
So
I said I'm not going to allow you to mislead.
Then he moves out. You should move. Take him out.
But why do you ask? You ask me a question.
No.
Why did you ask me a question if you don't want me to answer it?
Alana, order. Duke, wind up to 1 minute.
You know, they have asked me questions. Why did they ask questions if they
This guy
don't
is
want
an
me to
adult.
answer?
He should reason with us like adults. We are not kids. We are not kids.
No,
Talk to us like
you are
adults.
the ones who are behaving like kids. When you ask me a question, why can't I answer it?
No, you can't reason. You can't reason.
No, the problem is you want me to reason the way you are reasoning, and that cannot happen. I'm different from you, my friend.
Okay, Duke, stick to your answer the questions. 1 minute, 30 seconds each.
Yes, somebody asked about the forms in the portal ping in PDF, but what was captured by the Kim's kit was images. You see, the forms were having a QR code, and after scanning, the capture of the photo and the transmission is automated. So if the software which was undertaking the transmission was programmed to convert the image into the PDF, so that maybe to reduce the size, you know, images are can consume more space than PDF. So it depends if the software was programmed like that. Also in the portal, maybe you can program it whereby you say let downloads be accessed in terms of PDF, or let downloads be accessed in terms of Word. So those are the basic procedure. We should actually talk whether is the image the same as the PDF, are the contents the same. So it doesn't depend on which medium was used, but whether the same content has been retained. So that's what is very important. Finally, Kenyan asked a good question that when you go to a polling station, you are given 6 parrots, and in that, the total number of votes for presidential candidates and for the governors and the finance, they ought to be the same, but they are not. They are not the same. The reason why they are not the same is because there is actually tampering which takes place across Kenya. For instance, if you go to Homa Bay, the governor got more votes than the president. So you are trying to say that in Homa Bay, people love the governor more than their presidential candidates. So what happens is where we find that those other candidates, the governors,
You'll never
the
get
members
away
of
with that.
parliament,
Where did the rest of the votes go? Don't get away with that. Where did the other votes go? If you have given 6, where did I put it in my pocket and live with it?
no,
Even
you should. No, I'm trying to. No, I've
even
not.
if I love my governor, where will I put the votes of MCA? Where will I put
What
for
I'm
the
trying
votes
to
of
say is
MP?
this. For
What
instance,
I'm asking you.
you know, people even produce fake ballot paper within the ballot boxes. So those fake ballots are counted. So you find that a governor has fake ballot paper. They will smuggle them in cooperation with the presiding officer and the agents. And then you find that the number of votes for governors increase. So that's what happens.
Duke, I want to cut you short. You have consumed.
That petition was failed. 2017. That's why 2017 we
no,
went
that was not a basic.
That
Duke, my brother, you have a problem on this app. Duke, you have a problem on this app.
Duke,
my
I want
brother.
to cut you short because.
I mean, why are you people worked up?
Order. Yeah, now I want to, Duke, I'll cut you short. We'll come back to you another time. I want to give a chance to Simba Natea to contribute.
Asante sana Bob. Thank you.
Na utashikilia kidogo dakika 5 ninarudi.
Mimi bado hata niko hapa, nataka tuelewane na huyu jamaa, niweke vizuri. Anajiita hapa Duke, ni mtu mwenye anatusumbua kwa hii forum na mambo yenye ni I think Duke, we have moved away from the Stone Age period where you want us to stack. It's so shameful, someone of your age, that we are still on that platform. I'm sorry. Unajua, wacha tuambiane ukweli. And I think you have to be candid na uwe honest, uwe truthful kwa kitu yeyote yenye unaongea. You are someone who's learned, and in fact with these facts zenye unalete hapa kama unaweza funza mtoto na hizi, that's why we end up having people like Sudi elected na wanawacha watu wenye wako na akili timamu wenye wanaweza saidia hii nchi. Sudi does not even contribute ama kuprocess a motion in the parliament. The people are processing him back kwa sababu ya vitu kama hizi zenye unatufanyisha hapa kwa hii show every day. One, mimi nataka unielezee vizuri ni kuelewe. Unajua sometimes kuna mambo hapa hatuelewani. Mambo ya uchaguzi ya 2017. One, nataka unijibu kwa nini ilikuwa nullified. Unielezee kwa hiyo peke yake, alafu tuendelee na maswali mengine.
Actually, the basic reason why the 2017 was nullified is because the results were not obtained from Form 34A. There were, at polling station, there were like a gadget which was sending just numbers, and it was discovered that all the numbers were different from what is indicated in Form 34A. That was the primary reason.
But we waited.
So there were several reasons, but that one is the primary one. What are you trying to say? That's a fact. So Form 34A were not used. That's why Chepkati was directed that in the future you must extract the figures, the data from Form 34A. Remember, we used to see just figures on the screens where individuals were sending numbers from polling stations, and maybe there was somebody who was like multiplying that number by 1.3 for one side. That was the main reason. That's why Chepkati this time was taking time to wait for Form 34A to be scanned and then to extract the data from that Form 34A.
Duke, just a minute.
That was the key.
Duke, a minute. The Kenyan election law said the results have to be transmitted in two ways: electronically and manually. Electronically, direct to the IBC at the constituency tallying center and at the national tallying center, so that if anything new comes in, we know there is some big changes, because that one is sent immediately and it's gone. So the other 34A, the physical, is now what you take. But in 2017, there was some 34A which were not matching, even the one that was sent digitally over at IBC were not matching together. You remember? Even the votes were not matching together.
That's not true, because the KIMS kits failed and were unable to scan the Form 34A. So they basically used the numbers which were sent to Bomas of Kenya. So don't try to say that they were Form 34A. No, the Form 34A were not submitted. They just sent numbers, which later were discovered they were different.
During identification, but in the evening when sending numbers, it was working. Don't lie to us, one. When during the day, that is why some people who were not supposed to vote voted, or goes to vote appeared. Now the president had more votes. But
can you just download the judgment of 2017 and read it? It's all over. Read it. It's you can look for their summary too, like 4 pages, and read it, and you can find it there. Just download it and read it.
Okay, Kenyan, kidogo tu kuna kitu hapo nataka nielewe. Please, uniruhusu. I think kwa hiyo ruling ya Maraga aliongea mambo ambayo yalikuwa kwamba the results zinaanza na process. The process alisema kwamba iwe simple, accurate, verifiable and transparent, right?
Yes.
Is it the same now?
It is the same according to me.
Yes, the process now, I can say, number one, it is verifiable. Where you are, you can access the IPC portal, access the server and check. So you can verify that. Also, it's simple because you can just take a calculator and add. So what are you trying to say? In 2017, you cannot access those figures anywhere. You were to wait for maybe Chepkat to announce. But now we are able to see when the votes have been counted within a polling station, that form is scanned and it can be verified by every Kenyan. You can access it. And maybe if you are an agent in a particular polling station and you have that original form, you can compare. Maybe if you have issues, then you can say, I have original form here, which is different from what is captured within the portal.
Duke,
so it is very verifiable according to me.
Excuse me.
So
Duke, I want to. You have woken me up, Bwana Duke, because you have given what we call in English heresy. Because one of the things you have said is that the form were taken on PDF and then they were downloaded on JPEG, which is not true.
No, I said they were taken in photo form, or that, and then they were converted into PDF. So in the portal, you can access them as a PDF.
And that is why I'm saying the PDF story is a heresy. And it is a heresy because the moment you change what was on the ground, we don't know who changed. One thing I want you to agree is that they were changed. And whoever changed could have amended. So
what if it is an automatic software which converts it automatically, not an individual?
Converted
there's
from
nothing,
one form to
there's
another.
nothing automatic.
It was never changed. It was
Unless
converted
you're
from one form to another. You know, PDF has more security features.
My friend, there is nothing like automatic in technology. There is nothing like automatic. Ukipiga picha kwa simu yako uipeleke iwe nini PDF nini automatic inafanyango hapo. You have to download the software that actually translates.
I can automate the system to do that for me, so that I don't need to be doing for every document.
Yeah, I'm saying, but we don't need to listen to Duke or Mariba, because what he's doing here is defending thievery and thuggery. But we are not going to really spend a lot of time here trying to explain that this thing was stolen right, left, and center, because it is open to each and every Kenyan to see that there's something amiss in this thing. And the funny thing is, this thing was stolen by the people we entrust with our votes, the IEBC. Chebukati had to put people of IT, and the good thing about even the witnesses and the affidavit that have been sworn, some of them were recruited by NIS, and they're going to give this evidence in the court. So do not celebrate. Tell Sudi and the likes of Duke and all those people who are arranging for government, it is not over until it is over. This thing was messed up. It was planned from procurement to the execution of voting. And I will tell you for free, Ruto will not become the president of the Republic of Kenya, because it is now even the European Union and the military, they know that this thing was stolen. The good thing about everything is that even the world knows that there's something amiss about this election. They misled the observers to declare it simple and verifiable before even everything was uploaded. The portal itself collapsed. The media itself collapsed. Why? Because everything was messed. It is only Chebukati who came up with a paper after 3 hours of disappearance at Karen and came up with the results. And that is why you see Ruto knew that he's going to win. That is he brought his mother, his grandmother, his brothers, his sisters, because they had already agreed. You call me after 15 minutes. It is that
But you have
simple.
the physical. Your agent was given one physical form. UDA agent was given one physical form. Another one was put on the door of the polling station. Another one was put inside the ballot box. Another one was given to the agents. So which one are you saying it was stolen? When if it was stolen digitally, we are using the manual one, the physical one, the one that is for
the ones.
That
You
is
see,
why we had to wait for returning officers for days, because they could not come with the presidential only and leave the other ones. What will happen to the
Hello,
ballot box?
moderator, if you allow me to
I want to be. I want to.
the bombers. Now we
Be
come to
orderly, please, one at a time.
we go to the
Yeah,
bombers. Now at the bombers, we verify the one that your
let
agent
us
was
be
given. We
orderly.
use that one. You say this one. Now this one is the that
Let
is
us
here.
be orderly.
The one
Let
your
us
agent has is here. Your agent
excuse
Aponai
me.
and your agent was given one.
Kenyan,
You look at it.
Kenyan,
You
please,
look at the form 34B.
Kenyan,
Then
Kenyan, please.
when was it stolen? If it was stolen on the portal, let those portals go. But now you have the physical one, the one that your agent has.
Let me talk. I've been quiet, eh? I've been quiet for some time, but let me talk, eh? You see, you guys have started a case, the petitioner and the bench. The bench, they have around 14 days, which they say is not enough. I don't know whether you people will have enough time to sort it out here in the next maybe 2 hours. Because you guys have started the petition already here. Everything is with the courts. The evidence is whether they are true or false, they're in the court. Let's wait for the court to maybe give a decision on this, pronounce themselves. Because if we start arguing here to and fro, hakuna mali tutapelekana. Let's talk some other issues about the elections or about what.
Joe, the reason why we are here, Joe, the reason why we are here is because we need to preempt the lies. And what we are doing here, it is true that it's in the court, but we are not forbidden to talk about it because the court has not started the deliberation. What we are educating Kenyan and Duke is that there was a deliberate attempt to change what was initially on the polling center, and that deliberate attempt was found out after some time, because the Azimio people, we have the original ones, the 34A's original. But then what happened? Some even the polling station. You remember, this story was only happening in Mount Kenya and the Rift Valley. It was not happening in Nyanza. It was not happening in other areas except probably Bungoma. And therefore, we have to talk about it. We are hurting as the people.
Totally agree. I totally agree with you.
That
But
is
I'm
the
saying,
most irresponsible statement I have ever heard.
Hold on. Guys, can you hear me?
Order. Kenyan, you are very unruly. Kenyan,
I'll throw
you
you
are
out.
very unruly. In fact,
Bob Papa Ngoja. Kenyan, I'll throw
you
you
have
out.
been.
I'll throw you out. I've been listening to you and muting yourself here. This is not a public market. All you gotta do is listen to the moderator. So the moderator has to control the debate. When you open your mic and start talking over somebody else, you're breaking the rules. We'll throw you out. And we are not here to kubembelezana. The thing is, if the moderator allows you to speak, then you speak. If the moderator does not allow you to speak, then you keep your mic shut. Now, there's one issue here that you guys are coming to tell us here. I've been listening to Duke telling us at sijui form inapigwa picha na JPEG inabadilishwa, inawekwa sijui inakuwa sijui what ina download kama PDF. There's somebody's mic that is giving feedback. I don't know ni nani. Major Generali, can you mute? Major Generali, mute your mic. Yeah. So Duke, my question to you is this. Where in the IBC provision did they say that they are going to take a picture in JPEG and then send it to Bombers of Kenya as a PDF?
You know, there is no provision like that. But what we are interested is that the data, the figures are the same.
It doesn't
also,
work
where is it written that
it doesn't work like that? The thing is, if we sit down and have an agreement with you that you're going to work for me and I'll pay you in dollars, why do I have to go and do the conversion of the money to pay you in shillings? Well, the agreement is the IBC said it's going to transmit the image as is. The image as is the image that is taken at the polling station, and that image is taken as JPEG. At what point did the IBC decide to change the image from JPEG to PDF? That is what we are asking.
can I respond and give me time to respond? There is no provision that the format of the document should not change, but there is a provision that the data within that document should not change. If there is a provision which states that if the document is taken as PDF, it should be as PDF or it should be as image, tell me which provision is that. It's about the data, the contents of the document. Also, if maybe you understand the way,
hold on, give me a minute. Let me make this simple for you. At the polling station, I have two agents. The image that is taken at the polling station is supposed to be the same image that your agent and my agent have. That is a JPEG. At what point did you decide to convert that image from JPEG to PDF, and then at Bomas you expect my agent to come with a PDF?
That is false, because agents who are taking photos using their devices, mobile phones. But here we were having a KIMS kit specifically designed to capture that photo, and maybe based on the program or the software it contains, it can actually resize the image or reprogram it so that it can maybe easily be transmitted. So can we argue about the data, not the format of the document?
I cannot allow you to come here and give us assumptions. The thing is, and I'm telling you very simple, is this: if you are an UDA agent at a polling station and I am an Azimio agent at a polling station, when the picture of the form is taken at the polling station, when the RO takes that image, the physical copy to the Bomas of Kenya, whatever your agent and my agent arrive with at the Bomas of Kenya for verification or whatever, our tallying center, should be the same. You cannot have an RO coming to Bomas of Kenya with a PDF while our agents have a JPEG. That is what we are saying. So I don't know why you want to twist this thing to look very sweet on your side.
Oh, you are the one actually who's trying to twist it. Can I respond in 1 minute?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. 1 minute.
You know, we have carbon copies, and we have the KIMS kits which scans the QR code. So that KIMS kit is one. Each agent does not have his own KIMS kit. So it's about the configuration of the KIMS kit, the way it was procured, the software it entails within it. So the transmission mechanism is within the software. That device, KIMS kit, which was bought almost 200,000. So you don't expect it the image of a smartphone or a Techno to be the same as that of the KIMS kit. It has specific programming features. Don't try to say that that brings differences.
Duke, if there was a standard policy that all the JPEGs were supposed to be converted to PDF, why do we still have PDFs and JPEGs at the Bomas of Kenya?
You know, no. You know, if you were agent and you took a photo at the polling station, then that can be like that. However, if you downloaded it from the website,
I'm talking about
then it's a PDF.
I'm talking about IBC officials arriving at the Bomas of Kenya with both sides of with both copies. I mean, with copies of the forms as JPEG and also copies of those forms as PDF. Why do we have this difference at Bomas of Kenya on the side of the IBC?
Can you give specific of that?
I'm telling you what is there. You said you have access to the portal. Have you not seen a PDF in the portal?
Yes, if you download anything from the portal, it's a PDF.
Yes, Bob Papa. I think Duke is not even answering my question. Yes, Bob Papa.
Yeah, I want to put it to Duke that before the beginning of, after Chebukati had received the nomination documents of different parties, for the presidential candidates, he invited the presidential candidates for an open discussion. You can call it a status conference. And all the presidential candidates who were there agreed on the modalities of that election, and Chebukati explained himself that how the KIMS kit is going to work, and they were all in agreement that that image shall be taken using the KIMS kit and sent directly to the portal or the server. But here we have a situation where that the document that agents took the picture of that document upon reaching Bomas, one, the figures are not the same. Number two, they arrived in different formats other than what the IEBC clearly told the presidential agents during that stated conference, that that format will be that JPEG. They did not talk about any PDF. Now, let me put it to you this way. And if you are following when the results were streaming in, results, different polling stations closed at different times, counted at different times, and then streamed the results using the KIMS kit to the tally center. Now, one of the affidavits that Azimio have submitted in their evidence is that at one time, I think it was between 10 o'clock and 11 o'clock. Tell me how possible it is that 11,000 from 34As can come in that 1 hour, within that 1 hour. Not unless they were heaped somewhere and they were released at once. Because those coincidences, it is not easy. Documents that are being sent randomly from different polling stations cannot come in a huge batch of 11,000 from 34As. And secondly, the last time, this is the last chance that probably Makiadi is giving you. What point did that image change from JPEG to PDF? Because I don't think there is a program that you can use to convert that image en route. You have to convert that image at the source of that gadget and then send. There is no program that I know with my little information technology that I've learned that can convert an image en route. If you send me an email which is JPEG, there is no way it can land on my side being PDF. That one we have to agree. Unless you have this new technology and we would want to probably market it for you, I think you would be a millionaire by now, billionaire by now, if you have that kind of technology. Thank you.
Okay. Duke, you want to respond to that? 1 minute.
You see, what you are trying to miss in your argument, and maybe you don't want to accept the reality, is that we were having one KIMS kit per polling station, and those maybe some of you were agents. When you are scanning that from that 4A, you are just given one chance. Once you scan it, it's automatically sent to the Province of Kenya. You don't even send. It scans, and then the process it takes on its own. Once, not twice. So trying to say that there is people who are trying to, and you're trying to talk about difference. Where are these differences from? Because we were having carbon copies which were distributed, and then that original copy was scanned once by one KIMS kit, then was submitted to the portal. So maybe the mechanism of transmission, we need to understand. Nobody has said that there was somebody somewhere who was trying to change that image into PDF. But that that device itself, because the process was automated, because you when you take that photo, you don't even click send. It sends on its own. So there was some programming and a software or algorithm which was trying to do all that process on its own. So that process must be interrogated, and maybe people can take even a new Teams kit and take a photo and then send. Then maybe if it ends into the server as a photo and the others are in as PDF, then you can see there was manipulation. So that is something very simple to demonstrate. But the key argument should be, are the figures the same? So why are you trying to run away from actual figures at the polling station and figures which were reported at the farmers of Kenya? I think that should be the worry.
Yes, Mark.
Hello.
Go ahead. We can hear you.
Are you able to hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
I want to start by I'm perturbed with this guy called Duke, because whatever he's giving us, he's not giving us facts. First of all, whatever he says, he wants to defend his side. He wants us to believe all the lies he's told us here. So first, on the case of the forms that were altered, you see, if both agents of the party that were at the station, they had a copy each. So we expect that the results, when they are delivered to bombers, they should exactly match. Because otherwise, how would you verify that what I took at the polling station is the same as what I'm seeing? So that is a lie. Number two, there are two cases that actually IEBC verified and proved. There is a situation where in Kiambu, where a candidate got 5,000 votes, but what was recorded in IEBC, what was read actually, was around 13,000. So what would you say of such a case? Was it still fair? So we can actually say these elections were not fair at all. There was some rigging, and actually it's possible the courts will determine that. But don't come as here and try to create some fallacy. Thank you.
Kenyan, 1 minute. Unmute your mic. Unmute your mic. Unmute your mic.
There is some misleading going on here, that this election was stolen and it was not free and fair. If what is in the portal, you know, at the polling station, your agent was given one copy. The other agent was given his copy. There is one that was pinned on the door, and there is another one that was taken, the original now, that was taken alongside to the constituency returning officer. So if you see particular that has changed, you must note that it is this one, and it is exactly this one. This one is what was given. This is the copy. This is the exact, and this is what is in the portal, and this is what is in the form 34B. That what we are not hearing is that what we are hearing is things like cloud, and that the purpose of cloud was
Kenyan, where are you hearing these things from?
Yeah.
Where are you hearing these things from?
I'm hearing from here.
No, what you are saying, what you're telling us is just fallacy. There is a case in court, Supreme Court, that will begin, I think, on Monday, if I'm not wrong. And all these things you are bringing doubts here about will be spoken and will be addressed by the court. Why are we arguing? Why are we arguing? Hold on. Why are we arguing about issues that are before the court? If you want evidence, you will see evidence in court. Watu wameleta boxes zao, wengine IBC meleta forms zao. So we will see. Tutaona ni nani ambaye ako na original forms, ni nani hana original forms. That is what you are saying. Because once you come here and start castigating people that they are saying this, and there's evidence, every side has its own evidence before court, then we are wasting time.
Yeah, and that's why we should not say the election was stolen. We should wait for the outcome there.
Why are you saying the election was not stolen or was stolen? And there's a case. Hold on, there's a case in court. There's a case.
That's
Your
a
case.
frivolous case. That's a frivolous case.
You cannot say it's a frivolous case na iko na watu wameleta evidence yao ya kuonyesha ya kwamba waliibiwa kura. Why can you say it's a are you a judge?
No, I even saw ile
No, I'm asking you. I'm asking you at what under what capacity? Hold on. Under what capacity?
In my opinion,
but
in my judgment, my whole personal judgment, I'm saying this election was free and fair.
My question is this: under what
because
capacity?
I've not been convinced enough.
Under what capacity? Who is supposed to convince you?
As a citizen, as what was in you, they should convince that they should not tell me that it was stolen and there's no theft.
Kenya, na kuna mtu atakuambia election imeibiwa ama haijaibiwa. There is a case in court. If you have evidence to the negative, then you present that evidence before the court next week on Monday. But ukikuja kutuambia that it was a free, fair, nini, that's just an opinion. That's an opinion you should keep to yourself. The way we are keeping our opinions to ourselves. There are people specialists. There is a judge, not even one. I believe 7 of them. Wataangalia evidence yenye imeletwa na IBC, wa compare against what Zimio has brought. Alafu they will be able to give a judgment with regards to the evidence that will be provided before them. So when you come here and say it is not free, it is not fair, it was free, it was fair, I think we are going around in circles and we are wasting time. Bob Papa.
Yeah, I'm failing to understand this Kenyan guy.
Yeah,
because he's double speaking. He's like RUTO himself. Yeah, he speaks this, he speaks this. So I don't know where he's standing. Okay.
Now, I've listened to Duke very keenly, and Duke, I want to put this question to you. Did you participate in the rigging of these elections? Before you answer me, you have tried to sell the narrative of the carbon copy. And I want to tell you this, that that narrative of the carbon copy, you're the first person I've had in this forum over the last few days. And you have talked about that carbon copy. Now, let me tell you this. In Narok, the PO, one of the POs who was discovered that he would fill the form 34A and block the carbon copy for the other agents to see, then bring in another book, fill in a different form 34A. After he has filled the earlier one, pasted it, but when what he sent to the tally center was a different one. And Duke, that has caught my mind. The way you have explained insisted about that carbon copy. That PO was arrested and charges have been leveled against him. The narrative that you have brought about that carbon copy, I want to believe that, Duke, you participated in falsifying some of these Form 34As. And I want you to deny it, because the way you have explained this was so meticulous, and that is what happened in Narok.
Let me bring Simba. Simba, I think you had something to say.
Yes, asante sana. Kwanza Duke, nataka nikwambie huyu jamaa anaita Kenyan ni blogger mwenye anafaanga mask all time akitusumbua akiwa live kwa Facebook. Huyu jamaa huyu, I know him. Secondly, wacha nikuelezea hivi. I don't know, was it in Isiolo ama Meru? Kuna pickup yenye ilikuwa inasafirisha election materials, ilikuwa intercepted, it was slowed down, materials were destroyed, others were stolen, and even the Kim's kits ziliibiwa. Right? In Wajir, kuna Kim's kit hata Chebukati aliripoti kwamba iliibiwa ikiwa charging. So, wakati mimi nilikuuliza maswali ambayo ilikuwa ya awali, was this election transparent, accurate, kulingana na ruling ya 2017? You said yes. Hizi vitu zote ambazo zilimefanyika ni vitu ambazo zilipangwa na zikatumika kuiba matokeo ya uchaguzi, lakini nyinyi mko hapa kutusumbua tu. And even Makiadi, please, hao watu wacha wasitupotezee wakati sana. Thank you.
They should go, in fact.
No, I like them here. I like them here because wanachangamsha watu, but it's okay. What I don't entertain, I don't entertain mostly is propaganda. You know, the most unfortunate thing is that when you put them to task, they have nothing to explain. You know, I was listening to Duke here talking about JPEG and PDF and all this stuff, and then you know, you ask yourself if every agent is supposed to come to Bomas with one type of a form, then the question is, why should our agents? I mean, if Azimio has a JPEG, for example, or it sends a copy of an image, whatever form it is, then I expect the agent wa IEBC akikuja Bomas of Kenya akuje na exactly the same thing yenye mimi niko nayo. And that is what we've been saying. Kama nitapiga picha na simu, nipige ile form na nitume kwa tallying center yangu, then somebody anapitishia image yake mahali pengine anasema ati amechange into PDF. Then it means anybody anywhere from Kenya anaweza tuma form yake to the IEBC portal. Because if the image yenye inatumwa pale has only been programmed kuwa JPEG na wewe uingize PDF, then umeinterfere na nini za umeinterfere na nini transmission system ya IEBC. It's as simple as that. If you bring something that is different from what the agent transmitted or the IEBC officer transmitted from the polling station, then it means you're interfering in the election process. Anybody can send an image na ikubaliwe pale Bomas of Kenya. It's as simple as that. Yes, Duke.
No, you have to differentiate between physical forms and those which are soft copy. You know, agents who are taking forms to Bomas and the returning officer physically. So when you have a physical form, you cannot describe it as PDF.
My question to you is this. The form that was given by the IEBC, the picture that was taken by the agent at the polling station. It was a picture, it was a copy, it was a true copy of the form, of the original form, correct? Of the original form, right? And if I take that image to my tallying center, all those details are recorded there. And then you as an agent, when you take the original form, it differs from what you transmitted. That is the case that is happening right now because
That's
agents
not
are coming.
true.
It is true. That is the case.
Let me explain you. You see, they started verifying physical forms and what was on the portal. And they did that throughout from the start up to where they came up with the final figure. So the verification was done at Bomas, physical forms and that one which were on the portal. So which differences are you talking about?
You are misleading us again here because you're saying they started verification from the first to the last. We also Chebukati tell the arrows to put their forms pale na waende nyumbani. Ama ukuona hiyo? Ukuona hiyo? Were those forms verified? Ama labda maybe I saw my own stuff. Ama nyinyi
you see,
uliona hiyo kweli?
Actually, let me tell you now, you know, verification of forms started actually on Wednesday. So from Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, there was thorough verification. Actually, some people complained as if it was like forensic audit because they thought they cannot move.
Duke, you are misleading us here. You told us they started verification from the first until they announced the last results. My question to you is this. There were ROs who came with their forms there, and they waited in line for their forms to be verified, correct? At what point did the ROs release their forms to the IEBC officials at Bomas of Kenya and then left? At what point did that happen?
At the Bomas of Kenya, we were having like 10 desks of verification, and those desks were added to 16. So unless you don't understand what was going on at Bomas of Kenya, that's why you are speaking that way.
I am telling you this. Chebukati at one point said all the arrows should turn in their forms and then leave. Did you see that?
Yes, you see, you know,
And
when
that is
you
what you are
submit
saying.
that,
Not
you
submitting.
know,
That's not submitting. You know, don't try to baptize this. When you come with your form from the polling station, our arrows walikuja na form zao, waliambia wekeni forms hapa, and they left. And that is where the monkey business started happening. Because initially these people would come with their forms, they would be verified against what they transmitted. That was the verification process. Unakuja na form yako due kutoka mahali umetoka, tuna
you
confirm.
see, you know, listen, Pastor.
Ngoja 1 minute. Unakuja na fomu yako, unaleta fomu yako, tunaangalia kama ilikuwa imeandikwa 10,000 votes, tuna confirm na ile fomu yenye ulitransmit electronically. Then that is what we call the verification. At one point, Chebukati said the arrows have been there on the line for almost 3 days, and he said they should just turn in their forms and leave. And that is where the monkey business started. And that is where now you find the forms that were released by the returning officers at Bomas of Kenya were different from what was in the portal.
Do you have specific cases?
I have specific cases. There are so many. I can mention them to you, but that one is before the court utaona next week. Yes, Bob Papa.
You know, I asked Duke a simple question. Did he participate in electoral fraud? Because Duke has so much detail. And the beauty about lying, you know, sometimes when you're lying, you must be consistent in order not to be caught. But Duke, you have so much detail more than the ordinary Kenyan. And I want to say, I want to assume that most of us and the people at the comment section are the ordinary Kenyan. Now, the ordinary Kenyan was informed by Chebukati that what you need to follow is the screen, and we are posting them in the portal, and that's it. Duke has so much detail, even what was happening in Bomas. He even knows the number of tables that were increased for verification. This is not something that I even noticed. I know that there were added tables for verification when Chebukati decided to become the multi-returning officer and received all these forms from the POs who had been there for 3 days, as he alleged. But Duke has even the correct number of tables that were added. Are you part of this scheme that rigged these elections? Because you have so much detail, which I don't think any Kawaida Kenyan can have.
Yeah, I'm looking for that video. Bob Papa kama uko nao niwekee kwa link hapa. You know these people, I want to quote Chebukati directly. Sitaki nataka kuwekea Duke kwa sababu yeye uamini kutoka kwa mdomo ya Chebukati. I'm looking for that video about the transmission of results ndio to settle this thing. Meanwhile, Mark, 1 minute alafu tuende kwa Ed, naona mengi hapa.
Hello.
Go
Are
ahead,
you
we can
able
hear
to,
you. We
to
can
hear
hear
me?
you. We can hear you. Go ahead.
Hello. Are you able to hear me?
Mark, go ahead. We can hear you.
So now I want to say this to Duke and his colleague. Kenyan is also like he's supporting him somehow, but he's hiding. Now, normally what we've known from over the years 2013, 2017, there has been at Bomas of Kenya a screen that displays the tally of the votes. At every instance, when the new votes come in, they're displayed, the total for all the candidates. But do you know that was missing, stopped somewhere during the 2022 election? So how comes the same process of tallying stopped somewhere? And we were not able to know who has what. Actually, at sometimes we would see the commissioners come, announce the result as per constituency, but at some point it died. So how can we know that everything was okay when we don't even know who is having what?
Kenyan 1 minute, alafu niende kwa Ed.
Martin, in 2017, they were sending only the numeric only. That's why kulikuwa na kitu walikuwa nasema inaitwa logarithm ama instead of algorithm. So this time wakaambiwa they must send the physical paper, the physical the image, which mmekuwa mkisumbua Duke. When I scan a document using my camera scanner, cam scanner, what do I get? Do I get a PDF or do I get a JPEG? So that's how the Kim kit was working. Now you got the JPEG on the other side. So that was the issue, because now you had everybody at this time at their own form. They can compare with what their agent is having on the ground and talk to the agent. So that's why we're having a case in court. Maybe somebody else can speak now.
Kenyan, I'm trying to understand what you're saying. Can you break what you said in simple English? Because I think I missed your point.
I'm saying in 2017, they were sending only the numeric values, like 100, 200. Now, those people went to court, said there was something called logarithm or algorithm that were setting a numbers like a curve, so that if Raila goes like this, it keeps on, they were maintaining certain constant. So that's why the court ruled, Maraga ruled in 2017, they must also send the physical form as they must send the physical, the image of the paper. Now you have been disturbing Duke. If I go to my phone right now, use cam scanner, I scan it to PDF, then send it. What do you receive? A PDF or do you receive a JPEG? That's what I'm asking you guys.
Yeah.
So
My
because
question.
that's how the Kim kit is made. Now, so I was answering why Mark Malin, why you are not seeing the figures. It was only the media who were told by Chebukati, start telling your own. You should be even at 90%, because you have the physical forms. You can even go and look for other agents to verify on yourself and then come with a result. That's it.
Yeah, I want to go to Ed, but I would want you to think about this because I'll give you another chance. You're talking about scanning an image with the cam scanner. What software does the Kim's kit use to scan the forms? Is it a cam scanner? That's just something you'll answer when we come back to you, because I think we are confusing ourselves here. Ed Karibu.
Yeah, habari, salimia sana. Makiadi unanilaje? Metokelezea leo. Yeah. Nilikuwa nasikiza Duke na Kenyan wakiongea, and I actually realized, because I've always listened to this guy Duke talk, and to me he has always come across like a funny guy. Like, I've never taken him serious. I don't even really believe Kwamba Duke ali vote for RUTO. He just says these things for attention, and anapenda kuanza hii just for the sake of the argument. So kuna watu wawili hapa. Kuna Kenyan who really believes what he's saying, na kuna Duke who says things but doesn't believe them. But both of them are here just to cause a disturbance. So the sad part is that Kenyan ana believe actually what he's saying. He believes that this ndio wale wanapeonga mawe wanaambiwa enda mrushe, na atabeba naenda arushe, alafu utasikia ameumia, alafu ataenda kupigana, Ruto atakuja kumsaidia. But ukimwambia Duke abebe mawe aende kurusha, Duke haizi beba, because Duke does not believe in what he's saying. But he likes to take an opposite argument just for the sake of it. Ndio kuona mtasikiaje, but I don't believe kwamba Duke ali vote for RUTO. He's a young guy. Honestly, look at him. Do you think he voted for RUTO? He says he went to school. I don't think he voted for RUTO. So the reason I joined is because back and forth kuna watu walikuwa wanakasirika na wao, especially Duke, and I was like, don't take this guy serious. Don't ever take this guy serious. I'm gonna take his time from where he is just to come here every day to oppose a group of people whom he has nothing in common with. No, I believe this guy voted for Raila Odinga, but he's just here to just further an argument. So another thing, anasema kwamba, okay, the picture was taken by the Kim's kid, and then it ends up as a PDF on the other end. Why would you want to do that in Kenya when you know elections are very sensitive? Why would you want to even change anything? As you said, Makiadi, everything should be sent as is. Kama ilichukuliwa kama JPEG from the other end, that is how it's supposed to be received on the other end. Any changes in between, especially in Kenya, and now that we have all these questions zenye zimearise kutoka kwa hii election, should not even arise, because that's for people who want to contest an election. And I think that
Ed, you've just reminded me. Sorry to cut you short. Remember, Maraga in 2017 asked one of the lawyers a question. He asked that lawyer, I think it was Paul Mwite, aliulizwa na Maraga, hizi ballot papers zinafaa kukua na kitu inaitwa security feature. Remember that question?
I remember that, yeah.
What was the answer? What did Paul Mwite say?
I don't think Paul Mwite gave an answer to that, because he wasn't even able to answer that, because he came across as a very bad lawyer at the time, I remember, and people were questioning, I mean, how did he even get to be a lawyer? So
Paul Mwite said, out of abundance of caution.
Yeah,
remember,
yeah.
Out of abundance of caution, that is why they decided to have security features on the ballot papers. And then Maraga asked Paul Mwite, so let me ask you, are these ballot papers supposed to have security features, or they are not supposed to have security features? You know what Paul Mwite did?
Yeah.
Alihepa hiyo swali. And
Yeah.
it brings me to the point yenye umesema sahi, consistency. Because this is an election whereby nobody trusts the other. Nobody trusts the other.
Nobody trusts the other.
Consistency. And that is why we are asking akina Duke hapa. Kama image inatakikana, unachukua image kama JPG, JPEG, unatuma huko. Kwa nini tena unataka in between pale ubadilishe image kuwe?
Makiadi.
Yes, please.
Duke will even defend a Word document at this point. He was saying all we need to talk about is the data, not the document. He will defend a Word document that is editable. So don't even worry about this guy. I don't even know. Honestly speaking, look at him. He smiles every time. Alikuwa anamcheka. Duke wakati Kenya alikuwa anaongea, Duke alikuwa anamcheka, because Duke anauliza huyu mse ametoka wapi huyu sasa. So both of them, they here arguing the same way, but one of them knows what he's doing, the other one doesn't. So both of them. So yeah.
Go ahead, Ed, malizia.
So everybody knows kwamba, like, the entire, as I've always said, that there are so many people, Wakisi, Wakale, some of them were Jaluo, Waluya, Wacoast, Wakamba, I mean, Turkana huko juu. If you look at the map, it all looks blue except for one particular section of Kenya. Walimpigia Raila kura. There is no way unaweza kuniambia kwamba Ruto alimshinda Raila in Kenya. There is no way. And actually, watu wanakuja hapa to defend that. Look at them. Duke is one of them, and as I said, I don't believe. And akiongea Kenyan, as somebody put in the comment there, alisema ni Mkale. I'm not sure, and it's not good to point somebody out like that. But we should always be truthful and honest. And one question I want to ask, and nobody has asked, is this one. This court case is going to go ahead. Let's assume they find out that there were irregularities and crimes were committed, and Chebukati is put out there as to stand trial for criminal charges, and Ruto is put out there to stand for criminal charges. What if that happens? Let's assume all this, because there's a lot of people are going to fall with this. We may not have Ruto as a president based on the fact that he's going to be standing for charges, and this is a question I've not had so many people talking about.
Yes.
I'm done, Richie.
Aya, sawa, wacha niende kwa Black.
Amjambo watu wote kwa panel na watu wote mahali popote mahali mlipo. I hope you're all doing fine. Works ni works. Nice to see you, Duke. a Kenyan. It's been a while, but nevertheless, I think Bwana Ed, when you begin your submission, it would only sound best if you don't insult people. I mean, Wita moja sijui nini believes, it adds no value to the debate that we're having right here. You either come with substantive views or points to rebuttal whatever someone has said. Now, moving forward, because I don't want to sound like you, in regards to the process, right? The Kim's kit, the word was it to take a picture or to scan the form 34A? Because if I recall Chebukati's own words, he said that the Kim's kit will scan the 34As. Am I right to that point? I'll take you step by step. Wanarichi Makiadi, Bob Papa, step by step. Did they say the Kim's kit will scan the 34As or the Kim's kit will take a picture of the 34As?
We'll
Makiadi,
scan.
stop smiling.
A scan is a photo, by the
We'll
way, just so
scan.
you know.
I just asked a question. Did they say it will take a picture or scan? There's a difference when someone takes a camera and says they're scanning you and takes a device and says they're taking a photo. So did they use the word scan or take a photo?
Scan.
Scan is the word, right?
Yeah.
Good. Now, if scan was the word that was used, someone is trying to call me here on purpose to try and keep me out of this. If scan was the word that was used, we all know what scanners do, right?
Yeah.
You can even step by step. I'll take you step by step. There's a call coming in. Let me try to decline it. It's one of you guys, Azimio. So we have agreed that the Kim's kit was supposed to scan. To that point, are we in agreement? All of you?
Black, make your submission. We
No,
cannot.
I heard the way you people were pushing around Kina Duke and all that.
You cannot
That's why I
ask
had to
us
come
questions.
here.
Listen,
Okay,
listen.
fine. Okay, fine.
We cannot ask
Fine.
us questions as a panel and
Fine.
expect us to move forward. So I
Fine.
want you
You'll
to make
answer
a
that.
submission, then we'll.
Fine.
Yeah,
We will
exactly.
go. Okay, fine. So you Swahili make a candle. Now, another thing, the form 34As, after the what wameshapiga kura and all that, tallying has been done, right? Which we must point out was physically counted and confirmed and affirmed by all agents. Moja hii ya Raila ndio, moja hii ya Ruto ndio, moja hii ya Wajakoya ndio, mpaka wakamaliza. Then they signed the form. If there was any complaint at that point, there was an error report that was supposed to be written and submitted, correct? For any irregularity whatsoever. Now, after this, these 34As, Form 34As were sent to the constituency returning officer, who would then tally all the 34As and would come up with the 34B, which he would then send to the National Tallying Center, right? Now, if there would be any dispute with the 34Bs, the 34As would be the ones in principle that would be looked into. But nothing would be changed. If any correction, it would be done by the Supreme Court. Correct? Now, when I hear people talking about why this format was this way, why this format was this way, when we know that the KIMS kit has scanned, where a scanner can send images in different formats, as opposed to a camera. Because if we have agreed it scanned scanned. Scan is the word. The Kim's kit scanned the 34A. Then we should not be arguing.
I think you're not to mislead, because when you scan, when you take a picture of somebody, you're actually taking a photo of somebody. When you're taking a picture of a document, you are scanning it. Stop misleading us.
Let's talk about no. Was the Kim's kit taking a photo or scanning the 34A?
It's the same image that was done at the polling center. That's the image that we see on the other end. That's what we're supposed to see.
We are not. Now the question is then, did the contents of that image change?
Hold on, Black. Hold on. Ed, ngoja kidogo. I think Black ametuleta mahali alikuwa nataka. Sasa Black nilikuwa nataka kuuliza swali ni hii. It doesn't matter whether it's scanned or taken a picture. What form of image was supposed to be transmitted to the IBC Bomas of Kenya?
To start with,
No.
I remember Marjan. Listen. I'm answering. To start with, Marjan was asked the same question prior to the election. He was asked in which format, and he did not specify. I can try and look for that video for you, and I'll forward it to you so that you can play to the viewers out there.
Let me ask you,
so that they too can be the jury of what I'm saying.
It's good that you've brought Marijan. Who is Marijan? What role does he play in the presidential election?
You tell me. It seems you know best.
No. You should be telling us, because we know who is supposed to be announcing the presidential election at the Bomas of Kenya. So what role does Marijan play? I want to compare what
in context to what? Come up with a question, round zero into the direct question.
You are talking about Marijan was asked a question. Who is Marijan?
Because he was talking that in regards to ICT, because in regards to the technology that was being used at that point.
No, what role does
He's a CEO.
play? Yeah, exactly. What role does the CEO of IBC play in terms of announcing the presidential results? Because I want to compare what you are saying with what Chebukati said in terms of transmitting the election results. Because I have a video here.
Can you please play that video before we can discuss?
I have a video here.
Please play that video.
Hold on. I have a video
play that
here,
video.
and I want you to paste the other one that you have in the private chat so that we can move forward with this.
Fine, that's what I'm telling you. Please play that video for the viewers to see that he says that it will be in JPEG format.
So the problem is, Makiadi, I don't even know what the guy is defending. I don't even understand what Black is trying to say. Like,
no, you're arguing about...
What are you trying to defend, honestly?
You are arguing, listen. I saw you trying to hit Duke and Kenya in matters to do with...
Can I tell you one thing before you proceed?
Okay, let me mute you to speak.
Okay, I actually wanted to put you in that argument too, because a few weeks back, niliona ni kama ulikuwa umebadilika kidogo. And I was gonna be like, okay, Duke was almost behaving the same way as Black was, but Black saw the light and changed. And all of a sudden you come back again in a different light. I'm like, I'm trying to really understand what your purpose is. Honestly, somebody sits in your brain and thinks, okay, the other day you were...
Ed, you're missing the point.
No, hold on.
You're missing the point, Ed.
Ed, you know Black has
Ed,
never
you're missing
changed.
the point.
You know Black has never changed. He's always been in a UDA sympathizer.
So alikuwa anadanganya.
Alikuwa anawadanganya. Hiyo ilikuwa kuwapaka mafuta.
Hii mambo ya kunaona vile mnafanyia watu.
Malizia submission yako. Tutarudi.
Kwa Makiadi, there's a lot of time. Acha nimpatie Mato. I'm still here. I hope Ed is not going anywhere.
No, ubaya yako unapeana na mimi ndio moderator. Mimi nimekupatia nafasi
okay, sorry.
minute. Maliza 1 minute alafu nisonge kwa next person. Hata schedule alikuja mapema ongea.
Fine.
And
the
one
point
thing,
is this,
ngoja kidogo Black.
Yes.
Panelist, kama uko na video unataka nicheze, hii story ya IBC iko na mambo mingi. Niweke kwa private chat hapo. Ni compare na ile niko naye. Malizia Black.
Okay, now finally, did you not count the 34 A's that were presented by your agents? That one of the same copy as the agents of the others and came up with a different number. And if you came up with a different number, What was that number? Can you share with us? Because instead of giving us wild allegations, give us numbers. You know, I like dealing with facts. Tell us this is what we tallied. We came to a number of 7 million point this in favor of Azimio, and UDA came with this number, blah blah blah, in favor, not in favor of UDA, as per the copy of what our agents provide. Let's start from there. Thank you.
Let me ask, okay, good. Let me ask you a question, Black. Lakini hutanijibu, nitarudi kwako. Swali yangu ni hii kwako. If our agents got our numbers right, na tuseme tulipata 8 million, what difference does it make? Will we take the numbers to ngoja kidogo? We will take the numbers to IBC Commissioner Chebukati tumwambie this is the numbers that we got and these are the right numbers. It doesn't make any sense. It
You
doesn't
can
make
actually
any
use that,
difference.
Makiadi.
No, you cannot. You cannot.
Listen, these are the copies of the 34 A's that our agents came up with, and these are the signatures, because those copies that the agents took. Let me speak.
But that is
Let
why
me
we are
speak.
in the Supreme
Allow
Court,
me.
my
Allow
friend.
me. Allow me.
That is why.
Allow me,
No,
please.
no, no. Hold on.
You've
You're
asked me
making
a
this.
question.
No, no, no. I
You've
will
asked me a
not let
question.
you go that. Look, the reason why you have a dispute resolution in the court, in the Supreme Court, is because we have a difference in our tallies. Whether we get 7,000 or we get 10 million or we get what, it does not make any difference whether we go to Chebukati and tell him this is what we got from our agents. Because the prerogative, the person who has the authority, as given to him by the Constitution to make any decision, any final decisions on the presidential election, is Chebukati. And he gets his numbers from his agents, his ROs, not Azimio ROs, not Kenya Kwanza ROs. So Itumbi akisema
Where do these arrows where do these arrows that give the numbers to Chebukati get their numbers from? Do they just come up with the numbers, or are they coming from the different polling stations having been verified? The keyword here is verified.
And
now, if I was answering your question, now if, as I said, you can come up with numbers based on the copies of the agents that you had, because your agents took a picture image of the 34 A's from their respective polling stations where they were based.
You know,
tally
Black,
those ones up. Have you
Black,
tallied those ones up?
Black, Black, hold
and
on,
you come up with a number.
Black.
Yes.
I don't want us to go that road because you have seen on TV. Hold on.
I've not seen on TV.
You have seen on TV people walking around Nairobi na form 34 A's. Tumeona. So
tunaongelea kuhusu agents wenu, wachana na hao. Niambie kuhusu
you're
agents wa
talking about
Azimio.
IBC. You're talking
Focus
about
on Azimio agents.
You asked
Tell
me
me
about
Azimio
IBC.
agents.
No, you asked about IBC.
I'm talking about Azimio agents. Azimio agents.
What I'm telling you is it doesn't matter what we have, because those are not the numbers that IBC will use to announce. Hey, man.
When you are disputing something, you must come with something to dispute with. So what is this something that you are coming to dispute with? And that is why I'm asking you, do you, as Richie Makiadi, as you sit where you are right now, have a tally of the
Richie,
form
kama ni
34
mute wote tuangalie mikono. Huyu jamaa anaongea 24/7 bila kuinua mkono.
Umemaliza. You guys,
sawa,
ni sawa, umemaliza time yako. Panelists, mnaona ile shida ninapitianga hapa, because Black anakataa kukubaliana na mimi ya kwamba agents wetu zile numbers wako nazo, hata wakisema ni 9 million kwa Raila Odinga, they will not make any difference, because the numbers zenye Chebukati atatumia kutangaza ni numbers zenye atapata kutoka kwa ROs wa IEBC. That is the point I'm making. And that is why I'm saying, if Azimio did their tallies na wakaona Raila Odinga akona 8 million na William Ruto akona 6 million, they cannot take those numbers to Chebukati to announce Raila as the president, because Chebukati will use the numbers zenye yako nazo. Kama itakuwa different from what we have, the only place yenye tunaweza enda kudispute the numbers ni Supreme Court. That is what the basic yenye ni hiyo ndio basics yenye naambia Black hapa. Shedi, karibu.
Mambo. Naona debate leo imechacha sana bwana. I'll try to be objective. The worst thing someone can do is get into a debate with emotions. Yeah, the best thing to do is to be open-minded as much as you can, so that you can be able. Ukikuwa closed-minded, hawezi sikia hata kenye watu wanasema. So let me start by where we are at the moment. The moment tuko Supreme Court. Tusijaribu kurudi nyuma hadi vile Richi unasema the case is already at the Supreme Court. I think that should be the starting point. Because if we go back at the, okay, kuna form 34B, 34A, the only 34A itatolewa ni ile ya IBC. Hata kama uko na ya KK ama ya Azimio, it won't matter this time. From there, the two scenarios that can happen is I've had arguments from lawyers that it is not at the jurisdictions of the Supreme Court to declare who is the winner. So there are two likely outcomes here. Either the elections be nullified and the Supreme Court orders a new election within 60 days, or the election be upheld. So in the case of a nullification, the Azimio team wamesema tayari they'll not go into the election with Chebukati. So here is a question, and I don't know, I'm not sure about it. Is the 60 days that have been allowed after the nullification or a reorder of election cast on stone, or it can be amended? So it's like we're gonna go into a stalemate again. If they say if Raila says he's not going for the election, that means we get into a stalemate. Or what will happen is the election will continue, and because I'm very sure Raila cannot accept to go into a written election with Chebukati in place. So either we get into a stalemate, or one of the parties boycotts, and it happens like 2017. So I'm not sure what happens within the 60 days. So and the stalemate, but the argument in when my point is, and this is my point, if in terms of Supreme Court, I think we'll go off the point if we argue about Chebukati. The only way Azimio can win the case if they have evidence on the polling station. The way I heard someone talking about there was altering of the form 34A, which is the primary document in this case. In terms of Chebukati, I know the court can order a retallying of those forms, but the only way that that is so substantive to this case is about the results at the polling station. If there is any malfunction or fraud from the polling station, that is the only way the elections can be nullified or can be upheld if there is no fraud that happened from the polling station. Another thing, I heard someone talking about the Kim's kit. I have participated before using that Kim's kit, and what happens? I think this time that machine is configured in such a way that when you scan or when you take that photo, it moves the image as a PDF, and you cannot immediately you tap into the option of transmit results. Once you transmit those results, you cannot be able. It logs you off. You cannot be able to log into that Kim's kit again, because the machine is not used for any other elections, like for the governor, for the senator. It is only used for the presidential. So once you transmit those results, you cannot use it again. It logs you off, and you cannot log in again. Thank you.
Haya, Bob Papa ulikuwa umeinua mkono niende kwa Mato. 1 minute alafu niende kwa Mato. Shedi umesema ati hiyo kitu ina nini image PDF peke yake?
I was saying it looks like, because I saw the forms zenye ziko online nikaona ni PDF, so it looks like ilikuwa inatuma in form of PDF.
So you're not sure?
I'm not sure, but I'm not sure. The only reason I might think so is that when you take an image, a JPEG is normally heavier than a PDF. So it could be that the machine has been configured so that it can take the minimal space.
It's okay. It's okay. If you said you're not sure, then I'm not going to hold you to task. I mean, to account on what you said. Bob Papa, 1 minute. Alafu niende kwa Mato.
Yeah, just 1 minute. Shedi, I wish you would have listened to the Supreme Court, the petition in 2017. You know, and it's sad that so many of us are probably listening to a few lawyers who are out to make mileage on TV, and they convince you that that Form 34A is the only thing that can decide a presidential petition. No, that is the same narrative that Ahmed Nasir tried to advance in 2017, that the will of the people cannot be overturned because of that Form 34A, and it is final. But the Supreme Court pronounced itself very well that the presidential election and the election, it is not an event, it is a process. So whether you want to tell us that the Form 34A is cast on stone, that is not the case. The presidential election can be overturned because of other reasons other than that Form 34A. If the processes that lead to that election announcement are flawed, that in itself can have that election overturned. So people should not even try to think that Form 34A is something cast in stone and it is the only one that will decide what the judges can rule. Number two, you know, there are people and lawyers who have been arguing the fact that the only thing that Azimio or any other party who has filed a petition can get is probably a rerun or their elections being upheld, and that the Supreme Court cannot announce a winner. Let me tell you this thing, and this one is for free. Whether there are some lawyers there who have been trying to sell some narrative that the Constitution is supreme. The Constitution is supreme, yes, but who created the IEBC? The IEBC is a creation of that Constitution. And in the Election Act, which governs the IEBC, the parliamentarians themselves went and amended a section that gave powers to an election court. And it is clearly defined. I think it's Section 80 of that Election Act. It clearly defines the elections that an election court can overturn. And it includes that presidential election. So somebody cannot talk about sovereignty of the will of the people in the Constitution, and then the Constitution itself creates that body that is supposed to give you that will of the people. You give it powers, and now you want to take it away just for convenience. They should have seen that, and if there was something wrong with that clause, it would have been challenged in court, but nobody challenged it in court. Now that it is in the powers of the Supreme Court that they can even announce a winner, they now want to sell you another narrative of the opposite direction. So let nobody try to cheat you that it is only a rerun that can be given by the election court. The election court, which is the Supreme Court for the presidential election, has got numerous powers. Read them and understand. Thank you.
Matoda Kamonja.
Appalling both.
Yes.
You're given 6 ballot papers.
Yes.
So you decide, as you may decide,
yes,
that you'll only vote for a presidential candidate.
Correct.
That leaves you with 5.
Yes.
Those 5
yes.
are not stray.
No.
They are unused.
Yes.
You've been given 6,
yes.
but you have elected to use only 1.
Yes.
That leaves you with 5.
Yes.
What we are asking,
yes,
where do those 5 go? How are they accounted for? It's a simple question.
Oh, yes.
They're not stray.
No, they're not stray.
They can only be stray if they have found themselves through in the wrong ballot box.
And that's the point.
Okay. So they're not stray. So you still remain with 5.
Yes.
Where do you put them? You carry them away?
No.
How are they accounted for?
No, and that's the point I'm making. You vote. You vote for 1, and vote for the 2nd, and vote for the 3rd. You have 6.
Hiyo ndio maswali yenye mtu ulizwa unashindwa utajibu nini. Ukisema mambo ya JPEG hapa na mambo ya PDF. Mato karibu.
And thank you for playing that just before I came. And Black, please, I know you. Stop playing us for a fool. I know you very well. What are you Toto Konayo? You know why I'm saying that. Listen, guys, and don't play us. Duke, I know unataka clout up, even though you're very good on controversy. Kenyan is the first time that I've heard you. Umenifanya nikaingia kwa kitu yote, and I can see you laughing. Wacheni kutubebofala. Some of us here tumeka hapa hivi. We spend time, a lot of time doing all these things when it was happening. And it feels so bad when I see people like you guys bringing some issues up mnasumbua Richi so much that hata analemewa. Guys, first of all, tusidanganyane, hakuna mtu mjinga hapa hivi. Let's just be real. We are Kenyans, some of us are educated, others are learned. Listen, JPEG is JPEG. Nikichukua hii picha saizi nipige hapa hivi na nikutumie, that's JPEG. How can you edit that? Okay? Na tusidanganyane, PDF is more inabebanga gigabytes. JPEG can get a mega. I mean, it's less than, less. It takes less space than a PDF. Okay. Tusidanganyane hapa. Tusikuje ku hapa to be people of disinformation. It's the only reason I came in. Let's not be people who would come here to make disinformation just to be listened to. Let's put something that is real. Na kitu ya ukweli. Now, when you talk about JPEG, when have you ever edited JPEG? Kimskit. Does Kimskit do any PDFs? How do you do PDF from a form that has been signed by someone? How do you even change a number yenye imeandikwa na kalamu yende kakue number? Basically, the portal was to save. Na msikuje hapa kutudanganya na kutupatia nini. The Kimskit takes the picture, it goes to the server. Now, server, by the way, I heard you talk about it yesterday. Server is not the portal. The portal is the number that is being written there. So you take e-certificate ya kutoka Machakos huko Mitaboni, you take the number that is there, and then you put it on the portal. Other than that, the server, that everything was sent, the pictures that were sent are in the server. Ile kitu yenye mlienda mkasign pale my kama mimi ndo nilikuwa nikiran elections, my agent wa huo mwingine, hiyo form yenye hiyo ndo inaenda, and then just for the server so that people can see for the portal so that people can see, you look at that number and then you enter it to the portal. And then now you have a number in the portal. Please, let's not come here to lie to people. Talking about JPEG and PDF, how do you turn a JPEG, a picture, to a PDF? Like even in 2 minutes. Come on, guys. And then there's also something called staging. When you stage numbers because they don't go anywhere until you release them. Na tutaka hapa hivi tudanganyane. Please, guys, wacheni kudanganya wa Kenya. Please, it's okay. You can win the right way. You can be, unaweza shindwa na bado mkishindwa bado nyinyi wa Kenya. But don't come to this channel, msumbue moderator, hata mwezi inua mkono, na mkuje mpige kelele hapa hivi na mnapatia watu false information. I don't care if you're in UDA or if you're in what. If you have a question for me, later nitakuchapa nayo. By the way, I'm not playing those games. Let's not lie to people. Let's just be people who are straightforward and not come in here. Unaona venye Kenyan unacheka hapa because you know I've got you. Na unajua nimekushika and I've cornered you. So Duke, hata wewe kama unakuja hapa for the games of watu wakuja wakwe wengi ulete controversy, please at least try to educate not even the Azimio people or Kenyans, but also educate your own people so that they understand next time something like this happens to them, they know how to counter it. Please save your country, stop saving your name and your clout. Sorry. I'm so sorry. Don't come here trying to create some misinformation. Yes, it's not see mimi niko, so I can give you that. Ni reaching ndio mwenye floor. So Black.
Safi, umemaliza. Sawa Mato, wacha tuende kwa Collins haraka haraka. Tutakuja kwako Black sahi. Unmute. Unmute.
Unmute already. Can you hear me? Okay. Good evening, guys. The discussion is going right. I'm not going to.
Sauti iko chini. Collins, sauti iko chini.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm not going to talk about the PDF and the thing because somebody taught me information technology and they taught me something called encoding and decoding. When you take a picture of something or an image, you are encoding it to a device. You have the opportunity and the authority to command the device you're using on how you want the information to be received on the other side. It is the person operating it or the person who has designed it. If the KIMS kit were configured and designed by the ICT department of the IEBC to send a PDF, it will send a PDF. Because the people operating these machines are only ROs and the DPOs and the POs. The machine comes configured already. That's why when it fails, you are told wait until you get the communication from above. They don't have any authority. So I don't want to talk about that. I don't know how these ones were working. Somebody said, and the UDA guys are so fast in telling us how the case in Supreme Court is frivolous. It's not working. It's not going to create any difference. And somebody also said that the court cannot declare a president or cannot declare a winner. The Election Act 84 says that the court can do a retally and give the winner if the winner is found to have completely won the election and does not have or has not contravened any election rules. Those two things. Somebody may win, but he has electoral problems, then he's not given the certificate. It's only that it's caution that people are taking, that if suppose the election is overturned and the winner is the person who was not the winner, according to the IEBC, then what next? Is there a mitigation process? So those ones the government will take care of. The UDA guys are telling us how election was free and fair and the agents were there. How do you explain the case where Mercy Wangui, it's called Mercy Wangui, was found to have given a voter 5 presidential ballot papers to cast, and the voter raised the alarm to the PO? How was it? How free and fair was it? Or was it by mistake that 5 ballot papers were given to one single voter in central Kenya? This is the design. Even if people go for retallying, whatever is in those forms are still going to be the same at some aspects, because the figures were inflated and some people voted more than once. Case on point is the case of that Wangui. That was just one that was caught. Second case, the election was free and fair. Baringo North constituency, William Ruto got 37,335. Raila Odinga got 923. Wajakoya got 56 votes. And Wahiga got 16 votes. Total registered voters is 50,237. Total valid votes is 36,630. Rejected votes are 159. How did William Ruto get 37,600?
Just go back a minute. Sorry, just go back a minute because I was downloading the form.
Yeah. You good? So that is what we saw on TV, and I think I have the screenshot of it. That Baringo North constituency, William Ruto got 37,635. Raila Odinga got 923. Wajakoya got 56 votes. Waiga got 16 votes. Total registered voters are 50,237. Total valid votes cast is 36,630. Rejected votes are 159. How did William Ruto get 37,635 out of total valid votes 36,630? The election was free and fair. Another thing, how is it that the votes that were gotten by even in Homa Bay, people were saying some things that were wrong. How is it people were saying that Gladys Wanga got more votes than Raila? No. But how is it that Gladys Wanga's votes, when you combine them with the votes of Kidero, they are more than the votes that Raila got? Those are the things that people are asking. How is it that in Central Province, Kiambu to be specific, the votes gotten by women rep and the votes gotten by the governors and all the constituency MPs are less than the votes gotten by the president? Did it mean that some people just went to the polling stations and voted for the president and they never voted for these governors? Whatever sometimes do happen, and we have to be realistic with this. Most of these parties, like for example, you will find that there is a primary school or a ward where William Ruto did not have an agent in Nyanza, because some people fear being identified with William Ruto in some wards. So when the presidential candidate does not have an agent, or they appoint one agent for the ward, because there is a ward I know that there was only one agent walking through the polling stations than a presidential agent. Other people were agents for the MPs and for the MCAs. At the end of the day, these people sit down and say, you know, we are only interested in the ward because their agents are there. Our president is William Ruto or Raila Odinga, then can we add him 5 votes out of those spoiled votes? There was something called the intention of the voter. When you're counting those the ballots, the votes, there is something called the intention of the voter, where a tick has been put from the head of Raila to the coat of Ruto. Somebody has put a whole tick. Then it becomes a disputed vote. At the end of the day, these people want to see it's not a spoiled vote, but it is a disputed vote. Then because the agents are coming from one locality, they are all Luos or they are all Kalenjins, and their member is standing for the election of presidency, they say, he to pay to Raila, ama he to pay to Ruto. That is what sometimes happen in these election things. The numbers on the register could be still the same with those registered voters and on the spoiled vote, but you'll find somebody's votes getting down and somebody's votes getting up. So, Duke, there is something you said that election was free and fair. And at the same time, it is in court. You keep on telling us how frivolous this case is. Osoro was going to court to prevent the court from declaring if Raila Odinga is the real winner according to the retelling and what, that they can go to court so that it should not be, he should not be declared as the winner because the court has the power to give the certificate to the right person. Even if it is Ruto who wins it, the court will tell Chebukati, issue the certificate to William Ruto. Even if it is Raila winning, the court will tell Chebukati, issue the certificate to. That is why the Azimio guys are saying, sisi tutangazwe. Abdul Nasir, the how do you call him, Grand Mullah, has already seen where the case is going. That is why he says the court will say it's rerun, and then Raila refuses, and then Uhuru remains in power for up to 2025. They have already seen what is going on. Moses Kuria goes to the court to gag the other court that Raila Odinga, suppose it's a rerun, then Raila should not participate because there was violence by his agents. Let me leave it at that point.
Are you done, Collins?
Yes.
Okay.
For now.
Yeah, okay. Black, you had your hand up. I'll give you a minute and a half, maybe.
Collins, I must say, you've spoken objectively, and like I've always maintained here, when someone speaks objectively, regardless of whichever side they are, I contend with. And there's something I would like you to repeat, please, that you said here. Please, can you repeat what you said about Homa Bay in regards to Gladys Wanga and Kidero, in regards to their numbers being combined being more than what Raila got? In your view, what do you think happened there? And if you can, if possible, you can give us the numbers, just like you quoted in Baringo. If you can quote for us the numbers that were there in Homa Bay for Gladys Wanga and Kidero in respect to what Raila got. The two got more than Raila. Please. Thank you.
Yeah, respond to that, Collins.
It's muting and unmuting. I did not say that the Wanga got more than Raila. The propaganda that was in the media by Azimio guys was that Wanga defeated Raila in Homa Bay. That was the propaganda by the Azimio guys. Some people who just talk without verifying these things. That Wanga got more votes than Raila. But the truth is, Wanga got less votes than Raila because they combined, they shared the votes with Kidero. But if you add the votes that Wanga had, I think 299 plus 146 of Wanga, you should be getting a total vote. That vote should be shared between Wajakoya, Ruto, Raila, and Wahiga. So in total, Raila should be getting 390,000 votes, plus any other vote that Ruto gets, that should bring us to 400 votes, 400,000 votes. Correct? And if the Azimio guys were saying that Wanga defeated Raila in how do you call it, in Homa Bay, which was not right. But if you add the votes that Raila got, you get the votes that all these two governors got. They are more than what Raila got, plus Ruto, plus Wajakoya. So that we are asking, is there somebody who was suppressing the votes? Because from Gidongo, John Gidongo, what he has put in court as an affidavit, according to his claims, is the votes, the Form 34As and all those other things that you guys were sending from the field were going through a tallying center of UDA before they were being released to the portal of the IEBC. With that, we will see it in court because he says he has somebody who was an insider. But these people also hired hackers, 56 hackers. That one we can attest by Chebukati saying there were 200 attempts of hacking on the system. So we don't know which one went through. I think I've answered you.
No, you went beyond what you said. But anyway, so I can conclusively, as I walk out, say that since the Azimio people, as you said, they were claiming some other numbers. Similarly, what your fellow panelists here are doing, they're just coming up with numbers. Perhaps they could come up with exact 34As that Richie Makiadi himself compiled or Ed compiled of 34As. Because until now, the Azimio side has not given us numbers that they're disputing it. So we're
My question to you, Black, my question to you, why do you want numbers from Azimio side? Why do you want numbers from Azimio side? Zitakusaidia na nini? Hiyo ndio swali yangu.
Of arguing if there are no numbers, what are you arguing with? Dispute with
because
numbers.
they are running a rhetoric that Azimio did not have tallying center, so they want to run with that all the time, which is not making sense. We should not make sense about the agents. Now we should be talking about what do we see in the Supreme Court, and what do we think we should. This is what we should be discussing. What do you think is the outcome? What other factors can influence the judgment that will happen tomorrow on 5th? If we're still talking about the election, then we should talk about the Venezuela brothers, because they're among the hackers.
I don't like to characterize all UDA supporters in one basket, but when you listen to Kipchumba Murkomen speak, you listen to Oscar Sudi speak, and you listen to Black speak here, they speak the same language. Because all they are talking about is Azimio did not have agents. Then I'm asking them, why do they need our numbers? Why is it important? We have a case in the Supreme Court right now. Why are our numbers important? While Chebukati already announced somebody that he felt won the election fairly. Why do they need the Azimio numbers? Zitawasaidia na nini? Anyway, Bob Papa.
Yeah, just to reinforce what Collins has said, you know, if you look at, go to county of Kisumu, and you look at the vote that Professor Anyang' Nyong'o got, the vote that Ruth Odinga got, the vote that Professor Ojenda got, and you look at the votes that that Raila got, they are in that range of between 406,000 and 412. And if you add them all, I mean, those are different elective posts. The difference is a few thousand votes, which probably William Ruto also got the difference, and Waure and Wajakoya. The difference is very minimal. But if you go to Homa Bay, the difference is in that range of thousands, you know, several thousands. In fact, I think about 90 past 90,000. Now, come to Kiambu, where it is not even the UDA, I mean, the Azimio candidate that was complaining. But for the governorship, it is Jungle Wanaina who was complaining, where the total votes that were given to the governors by the electorate of the voters were coming to 645,000. But when you look at the presidential vote for Kiambu, it was coming to 820. I think he mentioned 822,000. And now that disparity of almost 122,000, how do you explain that kind of thing? That is what Duke and I think his friend Kenyan would not want to hear. But like we have said, it's in court. So let's wait for that to be adjudicated by the Supreme Court. Then we will be able to tell who is the liar. Is it Chebukati or is it Azimio? But as far as we know, Azimio have presented their case, and Black should not be asking for Azimio numbers. And just to mention something that also caught my eye, and this is with regard to Jubilee. Jubilee had a press conference, and it is something that maybe most Kenyans did not notice. But during the recruitment of the POs specifically in Central Province, there was an advert on how they were going to recruit the POs. And the deadline for that advert was the 5th of May. But somehow, when it got to 28th of April, that recruitment exercise was closed, and the POs were recruited for the ones who had applied supposedly as of 28th of April. And in the view of the leadership of Jubilee, after, it's like they did a postmortem of this election, they realized that these same POs who had been recruited across Mount Kenya region were those POs who had been trained on how to carry out this exercise and assist UDA in delivering what they delivered from Mount Kenya. So this process is not about the end result. It is about it is a process, and not the event that led to the pronouncement of the presidential candidate, who is now, presidential elect, who is now the 9th respondent, as we call him now. There are a whole lot of factors that are going to determine whether this election was free, fair, verifiable, and credible. Thank you. Let me leave it at that. I can see
Kenyan.
Gentlemen have come in. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob Papa. Kenyan, 1 minute, 1.5 minutes.
I cannot allow Bob to come to this show and pontificate. He is talking about recruitment of PO. This is what we call bias remorse. All that time, there have been no complaints. How many months? From May, June, July, August. Now we are almost in September. Now they are complaining. That's Jeremiah Kieni. In fact, it was Jeremiah Kieni. The next thing is about Collins. He was giving us numbers about Baringo, and he said he saw on TV. I have downloaded it, and I've seen the correct one here. It is actually. I downloaded it. The votes, what you call total valid, are 38,630. So when you get in your data from the media, which might have clerical errors, you're bound to go you're bound to go wrong. These issues about the what do we call this maybe governors versus the presidential. We have not got the data from IEBC. Now, if we start using for media pundits and maybe those propaganda people, we'll go wrong, because you never know. If you ask Itumbi today to give you the results, Itumbi will give you something different. If you ask Alai to give you the results of this election, it will give you something different. So we can only rely on from 34A, 34B, and what IEBC is telling us. On another, before I before I move out of that, there was issue about PDF versus what do you call it, versus JPEG by Martin Detto. Why PDF, which is larger, not an image which is smaller? You know, when you transmit image over WhatsApp, you see the quality reduces, or over internet, it's normally compressed and you reduce the quality over time. So what do? You maintain the quality by scanning it and saying it on PDF. On the other issue, which was by Bob Papa, about Supreme Court announcing the winner. It cannot announce the winner, and it will set a very dangerous precedence in this country. It can order recount, then tell us who to go and tell Jebukati to go and announce. Because next time, Wajakoya might come from US with a lot of millions and tell them, we'll meet one of them and say, Wajakoya with these 60,000 votes is our next president. So we should use new numbers to announce our president. Okay, I think that's all for now.
Let me give Daudi first a chance to speak. I know everybody wants to talk.
Thank you, Makiari. Hello, Bob Papa, Kenyan, Duke, Mark, Sherry, Mato, and Collins. I think I'll begin by just debunking some of what we've been hearing from Kenyan, saying that the Supreme Court cannot pronounce the winner. It's in black and white. So you don't need to even debate about it. It's the same Jubilee MPs who insisted on inserting that aspect of the law in the IAPC Act. So it's in black and white. The Supreme Court will pronounce the winner if they so see it fit. And then you had mentioned about JPEG versus PDF. Now, it's known that Kim's Kit, what they do transmit is JPEGs. Now, the fact that we saw PDF files on the portal, by the way, the portal is not the server, so there is an intermediary in between there. We cannot guarantee that those were the original results. You cannot, because there's no information to substantiate the originality of those images. So I could go to court and argue that these are made up forms, because what is there to show that they indeed Form 34As from the polling station? So just because they're in a server, they're in a portal somewhere, does not guarantee that fact. That's an argument that can be made in the court of law. And then obviously we're here guessing what might go on in the court of law. I had Collins talk about the numbers from Baringo North, and Kenyan was saying that what he saw in Form 34C was 38,000. What is the reference? I mean, what are you comparing with? Are we going to believe what Chebukati gave us? We know there were irregularities there. There are original Form 34As that will be the basis from which we can make that comparison. So it's very hard to make that argument and say, oh, no, there are 38,000 votes from Baringo North. It's hard, unless we have a basis from which to compare. The case in the Supreme Court, as we already know, it's certainly a very hard case to argue. And as I mentioned here previously, the Azimio team were very strategic, and it's very good what they did. They started by proving what is the obvious, and that is William Samoei Arap Ruto did not hit 50%. If you go by just tallying what was there, it did not hit 50%, based on what the law states, that it should be 50% of all cast votes. Now you can go back and say, oh no, there is prior judgment by the Ole Itumbi case in 2013, but the law states it's the total cast votes. So from that basis alone, William Samoei Arap Ruto did not hit 50%. And so we should have been going back for a runoff, but that was curtailed because somebody rushed. Now, from a procedural standpoint, that election is still null and void because, one, there was no total consultation within IEBC. So there are cases from multiple fronts. If you want to go to the numbers, that is another argument we can make. But from one, the numbers we have on the table still, WSR doesn't hit 50%. But from a procedure standpoint, again, the process was bungled. So we need to go back to the drawing board and do another election so that at least we are all satisfied that an election was carried out in Kenya. But as of now, everything that was pronounced at Bomas was fraudulent. There was a siege at Bomas by the KK team, and so we need to go back to the drawing board and do a clean process going forward. Thank you.
Aya, Mato, dakika moja umeniambia unataka kutoka, so acha nikupatie 1 minute.
Thank you, Richie. Thank you for everybody. And I'm so sorry to cut off kama kuna mtu alikuwa amepita. Kama kuna mtu nimepita, I just have to go. Just wanted to say this. First of all, let's be careful. Hizo numbers zenye zilitoka zenye tu zinaonekana na star peke yake. It was about 179,536 9. Guys, kuna watu wengi sana wanakuja hapa hivi wanaongea vitu mob, and especially Kenya, naona tu nacheka nikiongea kila kitu because you know I'm catching you. Na Duke pia wewe mwache kuja kudanganya watu hapa. Listen, hii channel inawachiwa na watu wengi, and let me tell you, some of us here spend 3 days sleepless nights, and I can tell you we have the numbers. We have the real numbers. We know them. The first time ilisemekana kuna kitu imehakiwa, it came from this channel. I can tell you. Some of us spend time to say, hack, we unhack. Immediately was done. I can tell you the exact time it was done. We knew it when it happened. Like your guy tells you, says, Kenya ilisha wajinga. And this time akuku asava ilikuwa ilale France. We had to do it. So msikuja hapa hivi ukidhani tu naongea na watu wajui kitu wenye wanasema. Come here speaking something that you know. Hakuna mtu anajihide hapa. Come here knowing what you know, because utasema na utakuwa demystified. And we are not playing these games of propaganda zenye zimekuwa kina Itumbi and all those games na nini na kuja unafanya vitu za wana hapa hivi. We are not playing that game. Because why? You have real patriots that actually are roaming these areas of the internet and sometimes of these shows. Msikuja hapa kusumbua moderator mkipatiana vitu za uongo. Tutawashika. Kule mnaenda, tutawashika. And we have those numbers. Hata mkidanganya, in fact, Kenyan and Duke, go look at that certificate, the one that RUTO alipewa was fake. Ilikuwa imeandikwa kwa mkono, haikuwa imeprintiwa. And there's no way mtu ashipewa certificate moja yeye na deputy. Go look at it compared to other certificates. It's fake. It was made in a hurry between 1 p.m. and 3. Your delay, that is what was happening. So don't come here trying to lie to people. People know what they are talking about. Wewe ukaongea na Itumbi, rudisha pesa ama uguzu ama utaumwa. Rudisha pesa Itumbi, my friend. Wewe wacha kuja hapa hivi, hiyo pesa rudishie Itumbi na RUTO. Otherwise pia utakuwa ukifuata kamiti, utakuwa ukienda huko hivyo, nani ataenda kukuibia kura huko kamiti. We are not playing these games. Anyways, let me finish at that. Guys, unless kuna mtu akona swali kwangu, I'll be signing off because I have to go do something. Thank you, Richie. Julia, nice to see you. And everybody in the show and the ones that are listening to us, we appreciate you. Kama kuna mtu akona swali na mimi nitachomoka, but wacha nisikize.
Safi Mato, I think Duke ulikuwa unataka kurespond 1 minute niende kwa Julia.
Yes, I wanted to respond
Naona ni
to
kama Roba kona swali pia, sijui.
Duke, go ahead, Duke.
Okay, I want to respond to specific issues about what Collins indicated that the announcement which was made was different from what appears in Form 34B. And that was made deliberately by the so-called the Commissioner, Gerera. What Gerera was trying to do was trying to curtail the process. He was taking original forms and went to stage to read his own figures. He did that like 3 times, and we have submitted that, and we will be confirming that in the court process. Because that Baringo North constituency, he actually like gave his own figures of it. Also, regarding about the Daud talked about quorum. You see, when ASMIO agents and the readers discovered that they have been defeated, they started the process of curtailing the announcement of the results. One, they wanted to delay the process so that
Let me ask you, you know what you don't get away with is propaganda. When did Azimio discover that it has been defeated?
So that's
no, hold on. Before Chebukati announced the presidential results, how did you know that you had won?
You can know that if you are quick enough in adding the values of the 34 A's, which were
Nobody added those values before Chebukati came. Even them, they left 28 constituencies. How did you know?
Without 28 constituency, how
They
could you tell that you had won?
How did you know?
Can I give me time so that you can ask a question? If you cannot
time to give us rubbish.
You know,
no.
Duke, if you take a wrong trajectory,
The problem is you are lying to all of us.
We cannot allow you to take a wrong trajectory. Na sisi tuka, you know, you're punishing us listening to you kituambia propaganda. That's like punishing us. You cannot punish us. Sisi tukae hapa tusikize uongo alafu tukuwa.
Okay, let me just repeat. Let me speak different things because.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
I want to talk about the quorum. Daud has talked that because all the commissioners were not involved in actually announcing the final results, and that can be provided as an evidence in court, that is false because they are trying to use a provision which they are not proper understanding. And that if we go to the constitution, that is 137 3, 138 part 3c, it says that after counting the votes in the polling stations, the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission shall tally and verify the count. So they are confusing the commission and the commissioners. If you are talking IPs as a commission, it entails even the presiding officers, even the returning officers, even the trained cracks who are verifying the results at Bomas of Kenya. So they are trying to reduce IPC commission to just 7 commissioners. It is false. So that cannot be the case because it's talking about the commissioners hall. That's almost like more than 6,000 workers who are actually handling that process and not just seven commissioners. In any event, actually the 7 commissioners were not trained on how to verify the Form 34A. They were actually technical IT experts who were trained on the 9 security features, who were actually doing that at the Bomas of Kenya. So the commissioners were not actually even practically or checking those 9 security features. So that cannot be an argument at all. Also regarding the hacking, remember the attempt of hacking was after all the forms have been submitted. Some individuals wanted to pull out what is in the portal so that they can start physical tallying where forms can be manipulated on their way to farmers and we can have a different outcome. But we are told that the attempt was not successful. So it was just an attempt. So the hacking was not successful. So
Let me ask
That
you,
also cannot be the case.
Duke, why do you have the tendency of believing what you want to believe? I mean,
You know, we
you
are
are
using
saying
opinion. So
you are, yeah, I know, I understand, but your opinion, you're saying that at some point, and you decide what point it was between the process where you will say this is where the hacking was happening, or attempted hacking was at this point, and you're specifically pointing at such a spot where with so much confidence, hata ninaanza kufikiria Bob Papa, ile statement amesema ni kama ya ukweli. Bob Papa, you might have seen this guy from far. I'm beginning to believe what you said, because Duke anasema we are told at some point there was an attempt to hack but it was not successful, lakini anasema hiyo hacking haikufanyika, lakini towards the end anasema okay, at this point there was that hacking but these people did not succeed to pull out the forms. I mean, brother, vile unarusha maneno hapa, nimeanza kuona Bob ni kama alikuonea mbali sana. Unaweza kuwa ile team ya watu 56 yenye tumekuwa tukisikia, but that's on a lighter note. Lakini Bob hapa ni kama ulionea huyu jamaa mbali sana. Ile confidence huyu jamaa ako naye, hata nimeanza kumshuku sasa. Yes, Bob Papa.
You know, I looked at Duke and the precision at which he was delivering his narrative. It has the footprints of everything that UDA was doing on the ground. And you can see now is already driving that narrative of the hacking, and they were not hacked. He talked
And
about
where it happened, where it was attempted, and how it did not succeed. We don't have that information, but he's speaking with so much confidence.
And even more so, you know, Duke gave us the information, which, you know, I was also watching TV like any other Kenyan. Duke knows at what time even more tables were added by Chebukati from 10 to 16. You know, if somebody has this kind of information.
And how many tables they were, exactly tables. The number, 16 tables, eh?
Exactly. Duke, that is why I'm insisting Duke, and I asked him whether he participated in election fraud. Because Duke, you cannot be having this kind of information unless you are an insider. So Duke, we have marked you. We think you are an insider unless you prove it otherwise. But however, I just wanted to mention something that Kenyan was trying to tell the people that I was misleading. You know, it's good to listen. And if you listened in 2017, Maraga told you that this election is about a process and not an event. It is not a one-day thing. So when Jubilee Party did its audit and realized that even the way the recruitment of the POs in central Kenya, which was meant the deadline was 5th of May, but they cut short to 28th of April. This is not something that is new. It is part of the process. And when you change the rules of the game midstream, that is in itself, you are disrupting the flow, the process at which we will arrive at a result. So there are so many factors that will come up, and one thing you also need to realize is that there was a narrative that was being peddled by Chebukati himself, and the same narrative. Just the other day, the deputy president mentioned the same thing. And Chebukati, during one time when he was being interviewed by a panel of journalists, he was asked, where is the server? And Chebukati wanted the people to believe that the server is at the polling station. If anybody who watched that interview, and Chebukati told people that on live television that the server is at the polling station. I don't know what he meant. Later on, he tried to explain that the server is that Kim's kit, that the server is the portal. You know, he kept on, mumbling that everybody will, the results will be there for everybody to see. But one thing we should never confuse is a server and a portal. A portal is just a website. And you can even manipulate that website and put your own figures and put your own your own image if you want to. That is something very, very simple. So the kind of the kind of things that UDA has done, I don't know how they will get out of it. They will need some savior, and that savior, I think it will be the Supreme Court. But the Supreme Court, we must realize that it's guided by law, and they might not succeed in their endeavor to do so. So I am just praying that we are on the right path. And just to refresh your mind for the last few minutes, I want you guys, especially Duke and Kenyan, there is something that one of the affidavits, I want you to go and go to the judiciary registry and retrieve one affidavit by somebody called Wesonga who is going to testify on behalf of Azimio. And Wesonga says that he has analyzed the portal of IEBC portal and found some unauthorized users who are granted access to read, write, modify, edit, and delete Form 34As from the portal. He says he's not a religious expert, but he doubts that God is the one who did it. This is not just a normal consultant. This is a crypto security expert. So it is not just some IT expert. It's not just somebody that we picked from the streets. He will be in court, and you will be shamed. Duke and your army, rethink.
I will just need to rebuttal that one very quickly. Sorry.
Kenyan, hold on. Unajua ukifungua microphone uanze kuongea itakuwa soko. Nimekuambia hivyo mapema. I'll give you an opportunity. Mimi sina kisasi na mtu, nitakupatia nafasi. But I want us to go to Julia because she's been here for a while. I'll give you guys an opportunity. And as we go to Julia, I just want to disabuse the notion that the election was tamper-proof, because we all know that, and I've been sent this by a friend of mine. If each KIMS-kit, that is what he sent me, if each KIMS-kit is configured and locked to a particular station, how come a Form 34B from Lagera was uploaded on Starehe, on the Starehe Form 34B portal? How come that happened? Because you guys are saying there was nothing like interfering in the transmission of those results. Julia, karibu.
Asante Makiadi, good to see you, Bob, Kenyan, Duke, Mark, Shady, Collins, Daudi, Stone. It's good to hear your discussions. It just tells us that we are all forging a way forward for Kenya, whether we are in Udaku or Azimio, and those contributions are highly appreciated. I'm not an expert of technology, IT. I think I can call myself a layman, but clearly the allegations and counter-allegations that are coming, I mean, there's a case. I think if I was in the Supreme Court, I would say clearly there's a case, and a serious case here. And as a layman, I would ask myself the questions Daudi and the others are asking themselves, why RUTO got so many votes in places like Kiambu, more than the governor. Kenyan, Duke, I don't know who is in Kenya here, lakini kuna wengine wanafikiria wale wako America wajapiga kura. Me have voted, Mr. Kenyan, I've voted in Kenya for so many times. And I have gone to vote for the president, but I've never been interested with voting for the MP, governor. But anyhow, because nikiingia hapo nimepewa 6 ballots, I end up voting for them. So huwa nafanyaje? I vote for my president, and the rest I decide based on the parties. Because hata sijui MCA ni nani, hata sijui sura yake, hata sikumbuki jina yake, hata ukiniambia hapo kwa gate, ati vutia Daudi, kifika kwa mlango huwa nimesahau. Pike alisema Daudi ama alisema Collins. So because I usually have forgotten whether to vote for which MCA, but somehow I'm given 6 ballots, I end up voting. I have to vote the 6 ballots. I don't think any Kenyan has ever gone there and said, nipatie tu ballot ya presidency. So clearly Kenyan, Duke, and all the others who are trying to tetea udaku hapa, I think we are going to be intelligent and stop that. Now, the other arguments is the arguments I think Daudi has said. I mean, he has said so many things and other people here. And I think I won't talk about what the lawyers of Azimio are saying because they are lawyers and they are intelligent and definitely they have found enough evidence. But as a layman, I'm also aware that the internet never forgets and the cloud never forgets. Even my laptop, the one I'm using here, doesn't forget. Even if I decide to turn it off and do something to it and I've committed a crime with it, the police will come for it and will search. They must be the way, they have experts. They'll search all my logins, all the information I've been typing in. They can trace everything I've been doing with my laptop, even for the last 1 year plus. And they can pin me. Duke, I think you're aware of that. They can pin me down. Now, the portal. When Daud was, I think someone was talking about numbers. It's not Daud, someone else. Kenyan was asking, Eburudia Niseme, I think it's Collins. I think you are going back to the portal to look at those numbers. But if you can remember that at one time, NTV and Citizen stopped counting the votes. When they realized that they were made a fool of, it was like someone was making a fool of the press, a fool of the Kenyans. In fact, they stopped. They literally stopped counting and posting the votes of the presidential. At first, they thought there was transparency because Chebukati said that tuko na transparency, everything is. Even me, I was excited. I thought, wonderful, we have something on the portal. We can look at it and get the numbers. But at one time, they all stopped. They felt someone is making a fool of them. And they stopped it. And then the fact that 28 constituencies were not reported by the time Chebukati announced, that tells us a lot. And so many malpractices that we have had. Even somebody, a presiding officer, having given somebody 5 ballots for the presidency. So I'm asking myself, now, if all this is unveiled, I even think we have fake MPs and fake senators and fake governors. Fellow Kenyans, I don't think that was an election. I think nobody was legally and fairly elected. I think we have a shambolic thing that happened. And I feel for Kenyan. I don't feel for Duke because I think Duke is an insider. And I think Duke should be careful that he should pray he's not arrested if he's working for UDA. If Duke, by any chances, you're working for UDA, I fear for you because one of these fine days, some people are going to pay for all those crimes against Kenyans in court. Now, but as a layman, I feel for people who voted for UDA and they really believe RUTO was ahead and RUTO won fairly, because I think this is how I have felt 3 times when I voted. I voted for Kibaki 2002, and I want to think that maybe Moi did not bother to rig, though he had the ability to do so, because he didn't mind a Kibaki presidency. After all, he was supporting Uhuru, so he didn't mind a Kibaki presidency. In fact, Kibaki is one of the people that nobody minded his presidency. Even us from Mount Kenya, we used to call him General Kegwaya. So we felt safe in his hands. Nobody minded his presidency. So I don't think Moi cared to rig Kibaki out. But when we go to 2007, is where tumeanza drama. And then more drama in 2013. And me, I voted for Uhuru 2013. And when I saw the other team going to court, I think NASA, I was thinking they are being unrealistic. And I must have been arguing like you Kenyan, like, nini wanatafuta, kwa nini hawaoni wameshindwa genuinely? And then 2017, I may have been thinking the same. But now thinking that RUTO was in that team, working with Uhuru, I really feel wasted and fooled. And I'm telling you, if times would go back, I don't think I would vote for Uhuru. I really feel wasted and fooled. Because I thought I woke up in the morning, maybe like you Kenyan, at 6 a.m., na nikaenda kupiga kura, ati napigia mjumbe wangu, president wangu, alafu ninasikia tu watu wengine wanajitokeza wanasema ati wameibiwa kura, and then sielewi how they were rigged out. I mean, I couldn't see the point. But now looking at what has happened in three times in Kenya's election, and mostly the 2 previous time, I really think Kenyans have been taken for a ride from both sides. Those who think they win, they are fooled to think they win. And Mr. Kenyan, I want to tell you, I don't think RUTO got more than 4 million votes in total. Na uchaguzi ya kweli kama ile Amerika ikifanywa, tuseme yani ile iko proof, iko na real proof, yani haiwezi penya popote. RUTO cannot get more than 4 million votes in the whole country. Hawezi. And he made sure that he rigged out, he stole so much in Mount Kenya region to prove a point that Raila was not getting support in Mr. Kenyan. Why don't you put down your hand, because you not talk when I'm talking? Naomba uweke mkono chini. Asanti kwa kufanya hivyo. Nashukuru. So RUTO cannot get more than 4 million votes. And in those 2 terms, especially 2013 and 2017, and now 2022, he has made a fool of his followers and those who don't support him. His followers, imagine he's so popular that he can amass all those votes. And even now, when you talk about hacking, there was no hacking. I mean, from my point of view, they didn't need to hack, because it is suspected that the people working with the IBC gave out their passwords. But this is going to be proved in the court, because, like I said, the internet never forgets. The cloud never forgets, cannot forget it, cannot forget what happened. So I think we look forward to see justice prevail in the Supreme Court. But I want to prepare Kenyans for a hard journey ahead, for a difficult journey ahead, because one thing we are sure is that this election is going to be nullified. That is done, a done deal. This election is going to be nullified. No Kenyan judge in their normal senses and with their normal moral standards will approve this shambolic election. That is one. But the challenge will be for all of us here from both UDA and Azimio is the way forward. Because I think the Constitution provides that another election should be called within 60 days. But we have a challenge here. I smell a rat that someone like Chebukati may end up in jail one of these fine days. And even some IBC commissioners and some ROs and some presiding officers and all that. You know, we cannot, if you want to disagree with me and you think that RUTO owns half the government, or he controls the police, or he controls whatever, I want to remind all of you that before 1990, we had President Daniel Arap Moi, late President Daniel Arap Moi, who controlled the army and the police and the judiciary and everything. Everything was in his pocket. Moi was the chief justice was the Moi, police was Moi, and Moi was police. You know, it's like they were just one. I mean, he was the center of the command. Moi could sack you on TV or could appoint you on TV. But by the time we reached the struggle began in the late 1880s. I think most of us may be young here, maybe PK ndio na Bob Papa wanaelewa ya maneno, wengine maybe Mark, I don't know. Lakini those of who are mature enough, we can remember how Kenya began the struggle for multi-party and how people were jailed and maimed and all that happened. It took people like Matiba to be detained. It took people like Rubia to look like the late Jaramogi Odinga and the Moites, to the struggle they went through. And then we see like Odinga coming in later. These people fought for this. Kenyans did not relent. No amount of intimidation, no amount, even threats for detention. Nyinyi watu mnajua hata kulikuwa na Nyayo House, Nyayo torture chambers. Hiyo pia haikushtua wa Kenya. Kenyans were done. And they had reached the end of being fed up with being fed up with immunity and dictatorship. So what is happening, all those who are supporting Udaku here, I want to tell you something that clearly, even you can agree. At you can there was some hacking attempted. So we are all agreeing something went very wrong with these elections. And the Supreme Court will be very sober, because I know one thing they all agree. They even said, somebody, I think his mother comment, they are human beings. You cannot detach them from the society. They can feel us. They can feel our frustrations. And they can see the society of Kenya and the trend that we are taking. They can see the level of impunity that is taking over Kenya. And they can see the impunity that prevailed in the Electoral Commission. They can feel it. So they'll have to find a way of proving it legally. And the best option they have now is to nullify the election. But the question is, what next? If they decide to call for another election with 60 days, clearly we will not go that path. Na msisahau sasa hata hatuna Moi, tuko na Uhuru. Uhuru will not detain anybody. That is why we are talking here on TV. Na kila mtu anatuona na tuogopi na tutishiki. Hatutishiki kamwe. Hatutishiki kamwe. Because now we have the freedom of expression. So Uhuru will not detain Julia, will not detain Richie, will not detain Kenya. Uhuru will not detain anybody. So this time we have the opportunity to tell President Uhuru, look here, brother, pay attention. We are not going for another shambolic, because that is what UDA people are praying for. They are praying so hard that if the election is nullified, another one is called within 60 days, the same IBC. Hiyo ndio maombi yao kubwa. Hiyo haitafanyika. Let me promise you, Kenyans, that one will not happen. I don't know what Kenyans will do, but one thing I'm very sure, they will not allow Chebukati legally or through mass protest or picketing. We didn't do anything legally in 1990 to get Section 2A out. It was through mass protest and picketing. I'm not advocating for violence, but mass protest and picketing is legal. Nobody went to court in 1990. It was through mass protest and picketing that Moi bowed down to pressure, plus the pressure of the international community, to the issue of Section 2A. So even now, I want to remind all of you who are too young to understand anything, that we only need the Supreme Court to nullify the election. And after that, we are going to say, we cannot have impunity in the Electoral Commission. So all those who mess with the election, number one, either they are jailed, or step number one, they must step down, or both. The next thing, we have to look at our electoral laws. We have to look at our electoral process. Hii kitu ati mtu ati ahesabu kura, alafu sijui aandike kwa kijikaratasi ni kama ile ya report card ya primary, alafu ndio ipige picha, alafu sijui hapa mna argue ni JP, sijui ni PDF, sijui ni hapa karibu mseme ni Word. Those are the things we're gonna get rid of. We're gonna ask ourselves, what do Americans do? They don't do those stupid, silly things. Ati pika yameandika hata karibu anaandika 8 nakaa kama ni 6. Tunaanza kulizana, hii ni 6 ama hii ni 8 ama hii ni 5. Ndio tunasikia kuna mtu ameenda akadelete 0 penye palikuwa na 1500 imekuwa 150. Hiyo ni upuzi wa hali ya juu. We will never do such a shambolic, a cake election again in Kenya. If we can go to the ATM and withdraw our money, we can also change that and go to the booth and vote for the president, because all of us know Raila's face and Ruto's face. And we know Wajakoya's face. And we know Mutahi's face. Even we can transfer money from America to M-Pesa, why you can't trust me to vote online? Now, if the problem is the hacking, if the banks are able to prevent hacking into their accounts, why can't the IBC prevent hacking to their systems? It is just because we have a lot of impunity of Kenyans who do not believe they can do the right thing. So I want to promise all of you, we cannot do that again. Now, the time is now. And probably, kama Raila angekuwa announced kama president, I think would not have had these changes. Maybe you would be here saying, it's okay. And then we wait for another shambolic election again, you know, if Raila would have been announced president. So maybe God wanted us to make these changes. That's why Raila was not announced president. And because of that, we gotta do a radical change. Sasa mimi nawaomba wenye mnatetea udaku. Let me tell you something, prepare yourself that we cannot have another shambolic election. One, the nullification is a done deal. But the thing we are not sure is the other election after 60 days. So that one, we got to struggle. The hard times are coming. We got to struggle for that because we cannot have another shambolic election. My final point, kama wewe ni mtu wa UDA, na wewe umesoma na uko na akili timamu. Mimi nataka kuongea kama Bwana Stone PK. Na kuomba tu, hata kama ni kutetea mtu kama Ruto, usimtetee, nyamaza tu. Ukimpigia kura, unampigia kura na unanyamaza. Because it is very embarrassing and a shame on behalf of Kenya and the people of Kenya to talk of supporting a presidential candidate who has been accused of crimes against humanity, murder and deportation of people, massive corruption scandals, land scandals, hata kunyang'anya mtu kama Mtesh shamba. A simple Kenyan IDP kama Mtesh anamnyang'anya shamba. Na huyo mtu, he has the audacity to vie for presidency. Na deputy wake ni mwizi mwingine. If they want to take me to court, let them go ahead and do that. Juzi ameambiwa arudishe pesa, ameimba. It is a shame, it is a shame, it is a shame. So the two reasons why those people cannot be presidency is because of rigging and claiming to have won in a shambolic election. But the most important reason why they cannot be presidents, because there are two criminals. In fact, UDA is like a charge sheet. It's a combination of criminals. So I'm asking fellow Kenyans, after the Supreme Court nullifies the election, we cannot go for a shambolic election. It is now or never. We must get rid of this impunity because Kenya cannot be ruled by criminals. Asante Makiadi, nitaka kutoa hayo maoni ndio sababu watu wa UDA hapa ondodonose udaku, watu wa UDA wawache huyo uvumi na waelewe msimamo wetu wa Kenya. I'm from Mount Kenya region and have nothing to do with two criminals posing to be economic reformists, and they are going to steal for us and loot our economy and transform our Kenya to our Sri Lanka or Somali. We refuse that. Asante Makiadi.
All of you lifting your hands, I want us to give the new panelists an opportunity to speak. I think the studio is full, though we'll have an opportunity at least to have an open forum. So, unless it's a burning issue, I can give you 30 seconds. Bob Papa, 30 seconds. Kenya, 30 seconds. Joshua, usinue mkono, utapeana nini? Utapeana submission. So hold on. Bob Papa,
now time 30 seconds, Matiati.
Yeah,
Time 30 seconds.
I want to be fair to Stone PK. Only 30 seconds.
I also want to give space to other panelists to come in. I just wanted to say that finally that people should understand, Kenyans should understand the context which UDA is fighting to get to power, and that Chebukati and William Ruto are one thing. There is a narrative that that after Azimio went to court, UDA and Chebukati have started driving one narrative that Kenyans are fatigued and that the court should not nullify that election. And Chebukati has reinforced this narrative by saying that he does not even have money for an arira. And I don't know who told him that the court is going to declare that we go for a rerun. This is one and the same person. UDA and Chebukati ni kitu moja, Siamese twins. So Kenyans should be very wary of that man. We must get him out. before we can go for anything in the name of an election. Thank you.
Thank you for your 30 seconds. Kenyan, 30 seconds.
First, I'm not going to dignify Julia. I support UDA with a response. I'm not. But this likely, I don't see any possibility of a rerun. It is very dangerous for this country, unless we are going to form a grand coalition or else. So maybe we can go for some time, because I'm seeing a possibility of something like a re-tally or an upholding of an election. If it's a re-rally, maybe we can go for second round, and we'll be forced to go with Chebukati. There is no option. So I'm seeing that one only.
Okay, sawa, Stone PK. Alafu Julia unishikilie niende nikamate kopo la maji nirudi.
I hope yangu si 3 seconds, Matiadi.
Yako ni submission, alafu Joshua pia anapeana submission. Julia.
Sawa, thanks bro Richie, and good to see Julia, good to see Joshua, Mark, good to see Daudio, our great panelists, Collins. I think I've been listening. I heard your wonderful submission. Thank you so much, bro. You know, that time I really wanted to come and congole you, but the studio was full. You really gave a bomb to these Udaku guys here who they have come to this studio to really, I mean, they are reducing us to chicken, and they are the ones who are chicken. These are great minds, and if you hear things they are tossing around, there is no logic at all. Shedi, good to see you. Duke Omariba, the spy, Abariako bro. And then there's somebody called Kenyan there giving his opinion with authority. Mine is one, sincerely speaking, I don't see why people are really breaking heads. Oh, this should happen, this should not happen. Looks like we are idlers, and we are being made to look idle by UDA. They are wametumwa hapa, like Duke. I'm sure he's one of those very indoctrinated UDA guys. I think he's even on salary. From what he has been doing, I think he's on salary. That's my own opinion, and I think I support Bob Papa. You know, these are RUTO has everybody everywhere. You know, after ukienda Choi is there, he wants to know what is happening in the loose because he's a tag. And the other day I said, we call people Christians because they follow Christianity. They follow religion, Jesus. That's why they are called Christians. I also said Muslims are called Muslims because they follow Islam and they follow that doctrine. And when you are at school, you are called a student because you uko shule. So when you are a thief, you are called a thief because you stole. When you are a criminal, you are called a criminal because you have been charged and proven in a court of law. So when you are a conman, you are called a conman because you litapeli mtu. You know, these things are like ABC. When we say RUTO is a criminal, he's a criminal. It is simple. Nobody is, hakuna mtu anamuonea. He's a thief, he's a thief. So his followers, his friends are also thieves because they believe in him. I know I said that the other day and people are like, wow. If you believe in a thief, principles of a thief, principles of a criminal, principles of a crook, you are one. It is automatic. Na hiyo ni as simple as that. It's nothing to debate about. I mean, really, if you believe in a rapist, you are defending a rapist. It's because you believe that raping is okay. Yes. If you walk with somebody who holds ladies or women with demeanor and is your friend, you are part of that. We hold you as that. So simply, you know, UDA followers, it's a gang, it's a world of criminals. All of them, those who come to this panel, those who are even lawyers who go to national TVs giving those kind of round of a lot of rubbish, by the way. I don't listen to them. In fact, the only time I'm listening to UDA people is on this platform, which I cannot leave and I cannot avoid to come. But if I had power, I would not even entertain them because they are telling us garbage. Okay, that is one. So like now coming to discuss about what we have presented in court, trying to probe, give us numbers. We give you numbers so that you do what with them. Go to Supreme Court, wait for the numbers at the Supreme Court. Coming telling us here with that, pretending you have precision, oh, you know this form, JPEG. None of these guys on this panel are experts. I don't even think there is a lawyer here. People are just pretending with the small knowledge, what they are reading and hearing from panelists here, you know, opening the national TV, which has also become useless. Yeah, then they come trying to present very, very misguided facts. Some people arguing that the Supreme Court cannot announce a president. This is the highest ignorance of the highest order. You know, the Supreme Court can also extend. They can cancel the 60 days. Guys, Kenyan, learn this. You are young, my friend. Let's teach you. The Supreme Court, supreme means the highest, the zenith, the peak. That is it. It is simple. Go. Even a nursery school knows that. Supreme means the top, the highest court of the land. And that's the law. Please. Yes, that is it. Supreme Court can change the law anytime. You go refer to anybody. Like the 60 days, they can even say, in our own jurisdiction, for the sake of this nation, we are not able to do X, Y, Z in 60 days. Take that to any bank, if at all you bank. That I can tell you with authority. They can do that, and that is what is going to happen. In fact, the minimum we are going to get is Kenya National Transition Government. That is what you are going to see, which will be led by a chairman. Omariba, you've never heard of such a thing. Kenyan, you've never heard of such a thing. Wacha tuwafunze kidogo, we are your elder brother. We've seen more sunrises than you. Yeah? And we have traveled the world. We have gone to where there are crises. Where Kenya is, people like Kenyan don't know where Kenya is headed. They are just here using theories they are reading from early morning panelists, back in Kenya, who are also wasted. They are paid by RUTO, giving a lot of nonsensical analysis. Okay? And you'll be surprised. And this is the last thing that is going to happen to this country. Julia, you have alluded to that. Let's teach these young guys. They know nothing. They are quick getter, go getter, quick. Yeah? They even don't know what wahenga wanasema. They don't know what is a muhenga. That's why they say they don't want to know what happened yesterday. They want today and tomorrow. You can't have today without yesterday, my fellow young brothers. You know. So let's be careful. Kenya is at the verge of collapse, and you young people, I'm crying for you because where will you be when you don't know even head or tail, and you are the ones who are supposed to even to be praising these processes so that you have a beautiful country, that law and order, electoral justice is there. Ukisimama MCA, kura yako inahesabiwa vile umepata na unapata hiyo cheo na unaenda kusaidia wananchi. That is what you young guys should be going for. You should dump this idiot, this thug called RUTO. If RUTO gets it, he will help you. You will be doomed. Especially if you have a job, you'll never get a job. Forget it. You'll never get any business. This country will be auctioned. It will be, but if you will be selling drugs, if that is kazi utafanya, you'll have an opportunity. Because it will be, kama unaweza uza bangi na drugs zile zingine, Kenya will be free to do that. Because kazi itakuwa kazi. But then it will be a gangster country. Ukiuza yako, ukija territory yangu, I kill you. Go read about Ecuador, go read about Mexico, go read about those countries in Central America. Then you picture, that is how Kenya will be. So it will be everybody with his own gang. And that is what there is today, currently, as we are speaking. Kenya, Nairobi is like that. It's subdivided to thugs. Kiosk zote ni za bangi. They are getting out because they don't want to hear the truth. That is the truth. And that is what Raila and his followers are preventing. Kenya has been hijacked by thugs, by barons, who want now to come and rule with a president of their own, county governors of their own, MCAs of their own. That is where we are. The picture is bigger. It's not a matter of debating, that is showing how we know law. There is no law anymore in Kenya today, guys. Let's not pretend. Hakuna ati, you know, as per the law is very clear. Hakuna sheria sasa hivi. And it has to be, this country has to be saved. This baby has to be saved through hooks or crooks. This baby akizaliwa lazima through hooks or crooks, and the baby has to live. That baby has to live, even if it means the mother dying, but the baby lives. That is what is going to happen. So when we tell you that Supreme Court, and we are not trying to be whatever the language of the lawyers that we are discussing, because that's why I don't want us to go into details. But one thing that must happen is that this nonsensical nonsense of law, of illegality in election has to end. Kenyans are tired. Kimalizia, it is none of his business whether he has money or he doesn't have money. We have never used his money. Pesa yake ni yake na bibi yake, na hiyo amehongwa na RUTO ni yake. So he should not give us that nonsense that he has no money. We've never asked him to pay for us for elections. He has been given 40 billion, he has squandered. So he should keep off. He's not even supposed to advise anybody. We don't need to hear anything from him. We are done with him. And this is not Stone PK speaking. It is Kenyans who are saying, tumechoka na Chepchiet. Sijui anaitwa Chepchiet ama ni Chepwa. We are tired. Kenyans are tired. And it's over. It's over. Now the only thing, we have two buttons. Button number one, Supreme Court. Supreme Court goes against the expectation of Kenyans, they go to button number two. And I'm not going to talk about button number two. Watu watajionea wenyewe. And in my own tribe, we have a saying that says, don't ask, ng'ombe yako imezaa nini? Na uko hapo, unaingia kwenye inaitwa rawaga, unaingia hapo. Ukiingia hapo mtu aulizage imezaa nini? Unaangalia kile kitu imezaa, unaona ni kadume ama ni kajike. You don't ask when you are in the shed. So Kenyans don't ask, you are innate. And Kenyans are innate, and they say they will not ask. They know what calf they want. It's not a matter of guessing the sex of the calf we want. We know the calf we want, and there is no wavering against that. So UDA, entertain yourself, okay? Go entertain yourself, and then start waiting for Azimio to make a statement. Then you start, oh, they didn't have agents. That's none of your business. If we didn't have agents, it's a cool to be one. You know, so guys, UDA, no wonder they have gone all of them, because this is true. This is where they belong. Hecklers, Itumbis, all right? Mwisho kabisa, wacha niseme, sincerely speaking, everything is in court, and Kenyans are not. We have super lawyers, people, we have evidence. This case, even an lawyer would be able to present it, and we win. Anybody who watched and who waited, and anybody who was around in Nairobi and was able to keep tab, anybody who voted and monitored, you are able to even present, and you would win. Omtata is not a lawyer. Okay? It is because this time around, the mistakes are so obvious. And it's because somebody thought he had the 50% government they were talking about. He thought he had the government, so he had the command. You know, you bring the Venezuelans, nobody talks about it. They are chased away quickly. They are told, if you talk, just, you know, because you want to hear, they vomited everything. Okay? So, we are safe. UDA, tulizeni bolu. Tukutane kotini muone. Stop coming to Mtembei and giving things that sound like you have a lot of authority in whatever is happening. Let me leave it there, then I'll come back with some words. But, you know, I just feel we should tell off these guys. We don't need their nonsense here. We've had enough. that mwizi is not mwizi. You are being told alikuibia nini. I think you are being demeaned. Yeah, we have brains. Thank you very much. Back to you, Madam Julia. Thank you.
Asante PK. Someone is saying umefukuza Duke na huyo mwingine anaitwa nani, Kenyan, lakini
Kabisa, mimi nafukuzanga waizi hivyo hata nyumbani. I don't tolerate thieves, thugs, mtaani hao na wafukuza. I have no rights for them. I don't give them any rights.
So there is somebody called Wake Keep is asking anasema hatuna evidence against Ruto unless Wake Keep you live in Mass. If you live in Mass ndakuelewa, because Ruto was accused in court for having legally acquired a farm belonging to a man called Mutesh, and he was ordered to pay back Mutesh damages and return the farm to Mutesh. The court ruled against Ruto that a whole deputy president illegally acquired somebody else's farm. And Ruto, when he was asked about Kimarel and Arol dams, conspiracies and controversies and all that, he said that people are saying 21 billion was lost, but only 7 billion was in question. Ruto has cases concerning where his Western Hotel lies. In fact, William Ruto has so many cases. Now, Wake Up, nenda ukasome, Ruto was sued at The Hague for crimes against humanity. Na hata kama hiyo kesi yake na Uhuru ya Uhuru iliisha, lakini ya Ruto ilisimamishwa. Hiyo kesi ni kama inaenda kurudi kwa sababu his lawyer, lawyer yake anaitwa nani, Stone PK, his lawyer anaitwa nani? What is Ruto?
I think Bichero, is it?
Bichero has presented with him as a witness for the court because of witness disappearances. So, Mr. Wake Up, sisi atuchuki Ruto. Me, by the way, I don't look at people from where they come from, their tribe or anything. But when this election came, I was sure was one thing. I was sure, I couldn't tell you that I was sure that Baba should be president, or Kalonzo should be president, or Mudavadi should be president. But one thing I was sure of is that Ruto should not become president of Kenya. And I feel so sad that Uhuru, thinking he was bringing peace to Kenya, decided to have Ruto as his running mate. It was the biggest tragedy that happened to Kenya, because Ruto is a tragedy to Kenya. And while still, Ruto, the only person that Ruto found they could work with is Gachagua. But we are not surprised because birds of the same feather flock together. So hii kitu hata si kabila, because we can see Gachagua si ametoka Mount Kenya. So si ati tunachukia mtu wa kabila hii ama tunachukia mtu wa kabila hii, hapana. It is two criminals, a bunch of criminals that are trying to take over our dear country. Na nyinyi watu mwenye mnaunga Ruto mkono, mimi nawaambia tu something. It is not even having a personal hate for anybody. It is what happens to our country if these two criminals take over. You people read about what goes on in places like Somalia, what goes on in places like other countries in Central Africa. Now, read what happened in Sri Lanka. We already have enough problems in Kenya as far as the economy is concerned. Now, we can see that corruption skyrocketed between 2013 and 2022. Let's say even 2013 and 2017. When Kibaki came in, he tried to bring it down. But when these people came in, we have seen what has happened. Now, you people, you want us to sell our country to the dogs. So my take is the Supreme Court has a big stake here to rescue our country from the jaws of Satan. Kuseo, karibu.
Oh yes, good evening, Julia, Collins, Dowdy, Stone, PK, Jusin, and Joshua, is it? Yes, thank you for the chance. I don't know whether our discussion here amounts to public opinion of sorts. Now, this matter is before the Supreme Court, and the people who took it there have just leaked a little of this evidence that they have. Yet some people come here saying the Supreme Court can't do this, Supreme Court can't do that. Now, I remember that case that was filed by, I think, is it Osoro from the MP for, is it Kisi? And I think Moses Kura was also part of them. Eh? Now, they were preempting what the Supreme Court was going to do. And as if to appear to tell the Supreme Court what to do, I think somebody has pointed out here earlier on, some people had gone to court and had ruled that in the event where a wrong winner is declared and the matter ends up in court, there are various ways to try to prove a case. Now, if to prove the case is basically a recount, in this case, I think one of the pleas is that Azimio has asked for a retally, or call it an audit retally of the initial Form 34As. You remember, I keep calling them initial for a very good reason, because what was taken to Chebukati at Bomas as initial had been altered. So they are no longer the initial Form 34As that came from the polling stations. It is even wrong to say that where are the original Form 34As? Everything has been amended. If you remember the evidence, I think I said this yesterday, one of the evidence, at least that was leaked to us from the Gidongo side, you realize that some people have been, yes, Stone.
Prof, let me just correct a little bit with all due respect, with permission from Julia. You know,
Yes.
when you use the word amended, Kuseo,
I said
you are
altered.
yes, tampered. You are making these UDA guys feel like, yes, they tampered. They have, thank you. It's not, you amend something for good, for something good. Yes,
Kuseo, niliwaambia hiyo kitu, hiyo form, we have to get out of this.
No, Stone
Una record Kuseo, hiyo form, unaona Kuseo, why we have to get out of this. Ati unachukua form kijikaratasi, ati Kuseo anaanza kuandika 700, pika yanamwambia andika 70. Unaona, we've got to get out of this. Alafu unapika picha.
You see the UDA have sponsored so many people in the media and all of you. And if you hear anybody, when they start to talk, they start telling you how clear things are. They are the people who have the agenda to mislead the public. Now, what I wanted to say here, and I just want to repeat it for the sake of those who takes time to understand. The initial forms were at the polling stations. That time, it was the PO, the presiding officer, and the agents who completed it and filled it. And then those who were taking photos took photos. And then it was supposed to be transmitted. I think I had some people trying to say here that in what form was the transmission done. I remember during one of the presentations, one of the commissioners did explain that, it was Marijuan, did explain that the form will be encrypted at transmission on the other end, so that nobody in between here would interfere with it until it reaches its destination. The destination being the IBC server. Now, from the developments and what are happening, there were more than one IBC servers for true. And on the strength of what PK is talking about, I want to say that there was nothing like hacking here. These people obtained willingly the login credentials from Chebukati and his team. So when you log in with proper credentials and you are in the system, then you can go now, navigate around the server, you navigate the forms which are there, you go deleting, substituting, all manner of changes. You cannot say that that person has hacked. That fellow is properly in the system with the right credentials. And yesterday I did indicate here that You remember the time the 4 commissioners got the blackout? When they went through, Chebukati went into the tallying room and locked himself there with the tallying team. I think that is the time. Since Chebukati, I doubt whether Chebukati himself has got the capacity, the technical capacity, to go into the computer and do those things. Now, these people who illegally obtained the login credentials, I suspect that is the time Chebukati logged in the system with his own overriding password and sat there waiting as the boys who are doing their monkey business, changing things here, changing things here. Remember when he came out, and he came out with the Form 34C, when the other commissioners asked him, how did you get this? I remember during the verification, there were a number of issues which were raised. The discrepancies, what have you done with them? The political parties raised issues. They didn't agree with the figures. What have you done with them? His answer was that he was going to deal with them. Now, coming from the tallying office, that was part of the verification process. And verification process is not declaration. Now, some people are bringing the narrative that Chebukati had every right under the Constitution to declare the winner. Yes, he did, but only after it has been verified. That verification is not Chebukati's work. It is the work of the commission as a corporate. So nobody infringed on Chebukati's rights or powers to declare the winner, but you declare the winner from the work of the commission. Now that was where they are supposed to get some consensus and then agree, okay, here is the winner. Now then Chebukati's works comes in. You can now tell us when we are ready with everything, now you can go and declare. It has nothing to do with verification. Now to lock the other commissioners from the tallying and the verification of even the balance remaining forms is unconstitutional by all means. We'll see what the Supreme Court will find out. Now, I remember the issue of the Umatata petition. It is basically trying to say that the wrong person was declared the winner. Two things: either the true winner was not declared, or the figures, the declared winner did not achieve the required threshold of the 50+1. And with the numbers he has, I think you can see that he has a point. He has a very good point. And based on that law that I think it is Stone Piquet who quoted it, which the last parliamentarians had passed. In the event that the issue is on the numbers, errors are on the figures, and the Supreme Court allows the auditing and the errors, the corrections, or the checking, the auditing proves that the other person is the one who won. The same law act, Elections Act, allows the Supreme Court, so long as that person doesn't have or has not committed any election offense, they are free to declare him the winner. Now, those who ran to court trying to stop the Supreme Court from doing that, well, thanks God the case was thrown out. So it means that is setting the facts straight. Now, I was talking about this, the transmission of the Form 34A. And from what we have learned here in the past, even on this panel, we were told that that form, once it is transmitted, the other presidential candidates will have their carbon copies. The transmission will go straight to the IBC server. It will be decrypted according to the way they were explaining how that system works. It is decrypted at transmission point, decrypted on the other end. But you realize, since these people have the credentials to access the server, remember the person who puts the decryption programs and the encryption programs can do the reverse. Now, when they logged in there and I'm told they were like the ICT support for the same system. Remember the IBC system and the Kenya Konya system are similar and they have the same IT support. You can imagine whoever were given the illegal login, they were quite at home with that system. They know how it operates in and out. Now, once the transmission lands on the back-end server of the IBC system, the IBC now add another program to project this on the portal outside. And as I said earlier, the portal is basically a website which is used for information and marketing to customers. It is not the server. So I hope those who kept saying that people had access to the server through the portal will drop it, and it is misinforming the public. Now, I wanted to propose something that in the event that one of these pleas, which is asking for runoff, comes into being, I'm one of the people who are saying that there is no way we can allow IEBC to conduct that election. There is no way. And I do not know whether the Supreme Court will use the issue of time, because there are some people will come around to say, hey, when will we have another IEBC in place? Remember the big problem with the IEBC when it comes to changing numbers, why Chebukati locked himself inside there, is because of the secretariat. That is where the directors are. That is where the technocrats are. And it is these technocrats who are doing all these malpractices to change forms and to do. The commissioners have no capacity, or I believe technical capacity, to change forms in the system. It is done by the secretariat. Now, that secretariat, even if you remove even if Chebukati is not there, you remove the commissioners, we can't rely on that secretariat. We can't rely on that secretariat. Then something else, we can't use the same printers for the ballot papers. And if I would find a way of enjoining myself to the Omutata case, I think I would. And I would pursue the idea that we cannot use the same printers, the same system, even if it is taking us 3 more months instead of 2 or 4 more months. So be it. I'm sure Kenyans will be prepared to wait for that to happen. Then second, the ballot papers. We must have the ballot papers designed in the way we do checks. You have the amount in figures and you have the amount in words. Once you do both, it will be almost impossible for somebody to go this alteration, malicious alteration of forms. And we want to have an input on how the forms should look like and how they are going to be used. Thank you.
Asante, because that was wonderful presentation. I think we are going somewhere. Joshua?
Yes. How are you, Julia, and the other panelists? Yes, thank you very much. And I said this yesterday, and I'll repeat it each and every time I'm saying this. You know, sometimes when we hear somebody in diaspora is defending impunity, yet country ambayo anaishi, they respect rule of law. Mahali yuko, pene yuko UK ama US, they have rule of law. You cannot find a corrupt leader vie for an office. I wonder, huyu jamaa atakafanya rudi hapa Kenya Kalim, because I don't know what he's doing in UK or US. I said this, I said that we do admire people in diaspora in other countries because we expect them now to bring those good leadership, the good practices, characters to our country so that we can put them in practice. But sometimes when you see somebody seriously defending impunity, you just wonder. Hata sasa mtoto wangu sisi mwambia aende ngambo, because if that's hiyo no ngambo, umeenda ngambo ku defend impunity, yet mali huko US, you cannot find somebody corrupt to vie for a position and then people elect him. So sometimes when somebody is talking about yuko diaspora, can he be sincere? Atuambie what is being practiced in the country ambayo yuko, so that we can have that character, we can enjoy and say that we want to be like UK, we want to be like US, we want to be like China. So I'm very much disappointed with some of people in diaspora because they defend impunity in highest order. Now, let me now come back to the issue of election. You know, when sometimes you wonder somebody defending that this election was not rigged, the question I'm asking, why in strongholds za Raila, especially Nyanza, vote for governors are more than president. And then coincidentally, in Central, president is more than governors and other seats. So I don't know in Nyanza they were given only 5 ballot paper wakampigia president MCA, and ono walipigia governor, walipigia MCA, but wakupatia for president almost like 80, ukapata kama almost like Omabay, there are more than 80 governors. I mean, vote for governor were more than almost 80. Siaya like that, like Kisumu and Amigori. And then coming to Central now, you find now president are more than the other seats. So even if we want to defend this election was massively rigged, and any person should not even defend. Hata zile kura za Raila kama angeachiwa zile kura za Nyanza peke yake angenyang'anywa, because walipunguza zile za Raila in Nyanza. Raila could still have win this election. But now sometimes we hear somebody defending this and they want to claim that Raila anapenda kulia, anaenda kotini. It's better aliende kotini. I do tell people that if Raila angependa money, the time that those 4 commissioners were in Serena, Raila could also stood up and say that I'm the one who was elected, and the can could have banned. So when wakati uko diaspora and then you are celebrating, you don't see this thing. Raila is very peaceful man. Amebiwa 2007, amebiwa 2013, amebiwa 2017, amebiwa 2022. He's still very patient. And like Ruto, 2007 he was very bitter and he didn't even want Raila to accept that they should have a shared government. He wanted Raila to maintain his position that is the one who won this election. But Raila said, no, our country is important than individual. So this election was rigged, and we just want to pray and ask Supreme Court. They're also Kenyans. They see what's happening. Can they do just to people of Kenya? Because so many people have been heartbroken. And I want to tell you, in any case, Ruto will run with this presidency. 2027, 3/4 will not vote in this election. I'm telling you that's the truth. Because people have already been heartbroken, because we don't see the reason why you should take almost 5 hours in a queue, and then the following day, your win is not being counted. So it's better don't have an election, because I'm telling you, if Ruto will escape with this, do you think he'll not defend 2027? He must defend, because he'll be incumbent. He has to defend it. So there's no need of doing election, tumwachia pige miaka 10 yake, and then by the 2032, we think now if we can really do an election. So I'm still requesting that can we have a honest and a country where we respect rule of law. I saw yesterday, who began to Sudi. Sudi can just stand in a podium and tell a county commissioner that you must resign in this government. This government is not for Sudi. This is our government. And by the way, commissioner hajaajiriwa na Sudi. Commissioner ameajiriwa na serikali. So I wonder yesterday, Sudi saying that you must resign. Yet, Ruto bado hajakuwa the president. He has just a name, but today, hata Eugene Takani elect president. No, it's not presidential elect, because now Ruto is just a candidate, like Raila. He will be president-elect immediately after Supreme Court. Wamesema kuwa now Ruto, you upload your win, now he'll be president-elect. Until the time he'll be sworn in, now he'll be president. But for now, Ruto is not a president-elect. And then there's something that sometimes one can jiuliza, and someone can answer me. Why were media depending on the result in Porto? I thought maybe media wangeenda kwa ground, 46,000 polling station, wapige those form 34A, and then they do their own tally than depending on what is in portal. Because that is the work of media. They ought to have done kwa hizo polling station, even if they could, because they could do a joint tally. They employ like 46,000 and they pay them like 5,000 per day. That could be enough. Wapige hizo photo hizo, watume wafanye tally. Because now media were depending on what is in portal. And those what was in portal was already were being tampered. So this, I've been asking myself this question, unless somebody answer and jibu, why were media depending? And yet, Chebukati alisema kuwa you have a right to take a photo and then do your tally. So why were they depending on what is in portal? Because now we don't even know kama whatever they have is something right. Because the time they're streaming in, you could see, ukienda NTV inasema yao, ukienda KTN inasema yao, ukienda KBC inasema yao. Why could they just have a joint tally and then they take the photo pale kwa polling station, watume in their tallying center, they do their own tally and then they come up with their result. Now the media, this is their result. But now they were depending on whatever. They also uploading what is in portal to do the tally. So somebody will answer me this, because I'm also disturbed. If you have a media in our country and they were told that you have a right to take a photo, why could they have done that to save us? Thank you very much.
Asante Joshua. I know that people want to answer you, lakini mimi naomba nipatie mwenye hajaongea kwanza. Somebody is asking Joshua ati kwa nini anaongea maneno ya diaspora. I mean, there is Erikana Shivashi. There's something that happens when you travel abroad. It's expected when you travel abroad, change of attitude. I think it's where I come from, we say kuenda ni tunasemagaje PK?
Kwenda ni kuona mengi.
Kwenda ni kuona mengi. Kwenda ni kuona mengi.
It's better when it's put in our vernacular, it goes out very well. Lakini wacha tuseme na Kiswahili ni hivyo. Kutembea ni kuona
mengi. Tembea
uone mengi. Yeah.
Yes. And you get exposure. And you know the problem with me, everybody like Stone PK, maybe Stone PK may sound harsh. Everybody's coming here mwenye kutetea Ruto. Mimi sijui naweza ita hiyo ignorance ama sijui naweza ita hiyo nini, because when you know what is right, when you know and you know that this is right and this is wrong, you will not utatetea Ruto. You will not do that. Utanyamaza kimya, utasema mimi nimepigia kura mtu wetu, lakini mimi najua huyu mtu wetu amekosa. That is what you'll do. Because these people in the West, hata ukichapa bibi yako, utasimama, you not vie for anything. If you decide, if you're violent to your family. Hata with Father Danny Derez anambia hata traffic ticket. I mean, Mato keeps on saying here that in the West, like here in the US, you meet a stop sign, you stop. You don't wait for the police to ask you to stop. They have a culture of accountability and being responsible. They have really cultivated that culture, which is the culture we are trying to say we cultivate in our country. That is why it is still a shame to have some suspects vying for presidency. Suspects of crimes against humanity, suspects of murder, suspects of theft, suspects of corruption. It really is really a shame on Kenya, and I hope the Supreme Court will give us justice, and that this will never happen again in this country, and that we shall begin to look at impunity. We shall begin to look at Chapter 6 of the Constitution and ask ourselves, does this person meet the conditions laid down by Chapter 6 of the Constitution before atajitangaze anatetea governor, MCA, MP, or anything? I know Kuseo and Josh, Stone, you have a lot of answers. First, I want to ask Stone PK. Stone PK, how long do you want to stay on the show?
For quite some time, but we can allow Justina jaongea.
Do you want me to admit anybody? Lakini sitaki kuadmit mtu yenye atakusumbua, because after I leave, I think you'd want to have an open talk. That is, so nitafikiria mwenye nitaadmit, lakini wacha tusikie Mr. Kimei akiongea before we respond to Joshua. Karibu Mr. Kimei.
Thank you. I'm a new follower of Mutembe. I just ran across in Facebook, and I'm a neutral person. I'm a neutral Kenyan, and I reside in the diaspora. Mine is, I listen earlier on, I've been listening on and off, and there was a sister that touched on my generation, the generation of RUTO, which in Kalenjin we call Kaplelach. And she generalized. Mine is to say, we all love Kenya. And that's why we are passionate about Kenya, even though we live in diaspora, some of us. We love Kenya, and anybody can see that the country is divided 50-50. And we are following the systems that has been set by the Constitution. The Electoral Commission, led by Chebukati, gave their results. The other side did not agree. They went to another independent, the IST court. And starting next week on Monday, the facts that will be submitted will be revealed. I want to applaud Kenyans because irrespective of which commissioner said what, we are not seeing what happened in 2007. That means Kenyans are maturing politically. I do ask the same. If judiciary, which is the Supreme Court of Kenya, makes a decision come next week, I plead with whichever side that the ruling will not favor them to respect. Kenya will soon be celebrating 60 years. I was in Kenya, I was young in the 80s when Moi was our president. And there were controversies. If we talk about the Ouko, there were certain moments, even though I belonged to the Kalenjin, but as a young person, I felt bad. It's not, I stand for justice, irrespective of which side. The people who participated in those days, most of them are gone. So 60 years from now, Kenya will still be in existence. And most of us, and I can say probably most of us who are in this channel will not be here, but our children or grandchildren will be in existence. Elections can bring emotions. Nobody is worth dying for a politician. When everything is said and done, Kenya should move on and wait for the next 5 years to see what will come. We should be charging leaders based on their performance, like where we are in the West. Leaders are seen by their performance, but because of poverty, we don't get quality leaders because those with money can manage to buy elections, and ends we end up getting leaders who are not really in love of the country. They're going for leadership because they want to make more money for themselves. So mine is a word of just peace. Let's lead Kenya the way it is, irrespective of what happens. But I stand with justice. Thank you.
Asante, Mr. Kimei. That's a good call for Kenyans, that justice, integrity, and tusisahau Kenya ni yetu sote. Thank you so much. Mr. Dianga, Dennis Dianga, karibu.
Julia Barry. Thank you. Thank you for allowing me. Thank you for allowing me in. Ndio ile saa makiadi atakagi watu waingie, but I respect you guys and respect you, Mama. I have two concerns. Number one concern is some of the things the elected leaders are speaking. Watu kama Sudi, Ndindi Nyoro, Gachagua. It's so sad. It is so sad. I don't know where Kenya is headed to. And I'm just praying God that the Supreme Court can bring some sanity in our country. Kenya is a very nice country. If Kenya is a nice country. If up to this minute to explode on what is happening, we've grown up in our thinking, in how we handle issues. But such speeches, somebody needs to take care of them, because that is just too gross. And it's like, what I'm thinking is like, wanataka kuchokoza watu so that people can become volatile. You know, politicians are the matchboxes ambazo wazishaga vita. So I wish somebody would take care of them. And I thank God people are praying about Kenya. It's gonna be okay. But the Supreme Court should just change these tables. Ndio tuone watafanya nini, because justice. Bishop Oginda anasema maintaining peace without justice is you can't. The two can't go together. If you want peace, then there should be justice. Kenya needs justice, and I thank God, because I know the judges, there are people who've gone to school, they are eloquent, they know what they are going to do. If they're given the facts, they're going to pass a judgment that is going to be equal to the hearts of many. People are railing, people are painful everywhere. Kenyans who woke up like my friend Collins was saying, they woke up and went and voted. And then the next minute is you're having 5 hours of delay. And then somebody comes up with God, we need sanity in Kenya. Another thing, I think we need just to keep pray together and keep talking what is fact. You know, unapata watu wengine wanakuja kupiga kelele hapa hata hawana facts. And I thank God, I told, you remember a comment I sent there, niliambia nani Kenya akaa hapo teacher Julia shakuja fundishwe, because Collins was putting some sense in them. You don't just come here and start talking. I think it's PK who said some of these people wa UDA wanatumwa kwa hii media yetu. They start talking to, I think it's, hello? Yeah, the people who sent here just to mess. Ni kama tu pepo. Hizo ni pepo. Zinatumwa tu, they're hovering around, look for somewhere they can mess people's minds. So the three of them, G, RUTO, Darius, and the other guy, I don't know who the name is. Kuchokora. They don't understand. We're making a lot of sense and we're enlightening Kenyans wherever they are, but there are people who are just coming to bring us and draw us backwards. So I request us to keep on doing what you're doing. You know, that time people are making noise, so that they can vomit whatever they want, and we will not stop. We were not going to stop until Justice PK alisema, PK akisema twende nyumbani shika bunduki tutaenda. Hatujasahau hizo skills. We will go. Napanda ndege niende. Because we need justice. Koseo, I have a question for you. Where you unajua endo unakuwaga Chief Justice wetu. Is it illegal for the president, the current president, Mr. Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, akisema hatapatiana hiyo sword, is there anything they can do? Or is it like illegal if he can refuse, not gonna accept the swearing in if it happens? I wanted you to answer me that.
It will be illegal, but imagine he can do it.
How illegal will it be?
Let me tell you.
How illegal?
PK, hebu kwanza mtajibu, hiyo ni debate.
Let me tell you how illegal it is and how possible.
Kusa naomba kidogo. Dennis, I feel you so much. I feel you. And that is what I was trying to explain to the people who are here, that by the time tulibadilisha hii section 2A, hapo ndio tulikuwa tumefika mwisho wa kufika, mwisho wa kuchoka, we were tired and fed up of being fed up of dictatorship. Now we are tired and fed up of being fed up of impunity. So if you hear people talking like that, sikupenda kwao, and they are entitled to their contributions. PK inataka kuondoka. Sijui kama Themba atatokezea, I request that you continue moderating. Guru is next, then Anthony. Then I think Kuseo has so many questions to answer, to Joshua, to Dennis. Collins ako na neno la kusema, lakini naomba upatie Guru na Anthony kwanza, tuende round ya mwisho, then I think you can have a free session, hoping that Themba Makiadi siji alienda kunywa chai gani, siji kama ni alienda Kericho ama alienda wapi, atatuambia. Karibu Stone PK, you can welcome, proceed. Na wengine wetu tuonane kesho. Na mlale.
Thank
Bye,
you,
Walimu. Bye.
Tashikilia, you have a very good night. Thank you so much.
Okay, good night. Good night, good morning.
Good night. Bwana Guru, sasa.
I'm requesting for only 2 minutes, please.
2 minutes, Collins, then Guru. Okay, Collins, I see you are burning. 2 minutes.
Yeah. I just wanted to clarify something very fast. The Elections Act, we start from 79, the procedure of election court on receipt of a petition. Upon receipt of petition, the election court shall pursue the petition, and if it's considered that no sufficient ground on granting the relief is disclosed herein by rejecting the petition summarily, or fix a date for trial. So if you see petition being fixed a date for trial, that means from the whims of what they hear, they think there is a case. I heard Gladys Bosch-Sholay saying the how do you call them? The Azimio don't have any case.
The petitioner.
Yes.
They were saying the petitioner doesn't have a case.
Yeah, as Bosch-Sholay said, there's no case there. So if whatever Bosch-Sholay was saying, and she ended up talking like she's much senior, she's also more senior than Orengo, but the reason she gave is so myopic. I don't know how I can say it's highly mediocre. So the next thing I wanted to say is the powers of election court, Article 80 of the same act. But election court may in the exercise of its jurisdiction, I go to 4. An election court may order by direct order the commission to issue certificate of election to a president or a member of parliament on a member of county assembly, A, upon recount of ballots cast and the winner is apparent, and B, that the winner is found not to have committed election offense. So that means the court can declare. So whatever Mkenya was saying, that is wrong. Another thing that I would wish to put to us is 138, Article 138 of the Kenyan Constitution 2010. A candidate shall be declared president if the candidate receives more than half of the votes cast in an election and has 25% of the votes cast in each of more than half of the counties, which is 24. So if the fresh election is requested within 30 days, if there's a rerun. So that is also in Article 138. You can read it from there. These people telling us that Azimio don't have a case. This is a narrative that has been put. And one of the things that will put the case to go is this thing. I'm going to play an audio here by William Ruto in 2008 during election of ODM.
Very minimum request to make. And therefore, for example, in Georgia, and let's be candid. In Georgia, the total number of votes obtained by all the parliamentary candidates is 85,000. The president has 100,000. Now it means 15,000 people voted for the president and walked away. They didn't vote for the parliamentary candidate. I mean, how is that possible? So we are saying as the Orange Democratic Movement that we want the commission to make an announcement on the basis of results that are authentic and that have a basis and that have supporting documents. The commission has told us that they have sent a plane to look.
You hear that? That was William Ruto in 2008. That there is no way that people can go to the polling station, vote for the president, and they did not vote for the members of parliament. If that is not a case, then ODM and Azimio don't have a case. If they don't have a case, then it means the disparity of those voters who voted for president and did not vote for the women rep, did not vote for the MP, or those who went to Homa Bay and did not vote for Raila Odinga, but they voted for Kidero and Gladys Wanga. If that's not a case, then there is no case. Thank you. I think that's my point.
Thank you, Colin. Indeed, we also have a video of that. I think it has, it is really.
The one from the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court one.
No, even this one, Ruto. I think when one of our panelists come who have the key, they can play it. When that same one, but on video now, Ruto was really very passionate about it. And
the one at KICC. The one at KICC.
Yes. Yeah. So in this world, what goes around comes around. Now, what you do unto others will be done unto you. Yeah. If you kill by the sword, you'll be killed by the sword. Bwana Guru, karibu sana.
Staying in the United States after your
student visa or your
Mzuri kabisa.
Habari. Yes, now
BDB Solutions.
By the sword, you'll be killed by the sword.
There's a background noise.
Colin, please. Colin,
I'll put it off.
No, mute. Yeah. Go ahead, Guru.
Yes, now I've heard what you have been saying and I've found, and what I can say is this: justice will prevail at the end of the day. Because what has happened is what happened in 2007, or nearly what happened at that time, that there were unaccountable votes where people would walk into the voting booth, only vote for the presidential candidate, and walk away, which is very, very unlikely. In fact, it is the same question that was asked sometime in the last 2017, and those lawyers who are representing Uhuru were unable to account for those votes. But beyond there, because we have confidence in the Supreme Court, I want to say that the true colors of the people purported to have been voted in has started manifesting. You know, when you have a politician threatening civil servants, and another one directly profiling a community, and I mean Didi Nyoro. He actually talked quite derogatively against the Raila and the rural community, that these are people who cause violence in Nairobi and so on and so forth, that they are ready. He's talking like he's infighting some violence between the two communities in Nairobi, which is very, very sad. When you hear our deputy president, so-called Bigathi in Mombasa, is telling the traders who are basically Kikuyu that they are going to start being, they will do trade in the streets without anybody asking them, and that they will walk into the port and get jobs, and that they will be recruited into the army and the police while in those communities in the coast province, and so on and so forth. we get to a point where some of us have had experience in the 1990s. We are back there now, where we go and profile communities, we make fun of them, and even threaten them. And right now, he's saying that Sarai, the man who is wanting to be the governor of the area, will be called by the Kikuyu community and told and given conditions on what he is going to do for the community there. Then you start wondering whether this is a deputy president or somebody just representing his community. Although I am from Mount Kenya, I detest that kind of politics because I know it brings actually resentment. Those of our own who are in those towns will start facing the reality very soon if they are going to be excited about such statements, because those communities also are people. They have also their interests. Therefore, we pray that we don't degenerate and get to a point where we were in 1990s, where we were more ethnically, oriented in terms of even interactions. You find like a forum like this one, I don't think it would have been very easy to hold in 1990s, because we had been balkanized to a point where RUTO would hardly hold any reasonable debate with a Kikuyu, which is very, very sad, really. But we have come a long way. I think now those who understand, they know that we have a common heritage. And I believe even now that Baba's votes were more than 1.2 to 1.5 million in Mount Kenya. Those are people who have gone to school and they understand matters in a wider sense rather than a community approach. And therefore, we pray that the Supreme Court will give a verdict that will get us back on track, because we are moving very well in terms of national integration. But the last few days have shown that we can go back to where we were in 1990s, where you play this community against the other one politically to survive. And I think that is that seems to be the operation mode of the UDA. Very sad, very, very sad. Let's hope for the best. Let's hope for the best. I think we have some of the best brains in legal circles. The Supreme Court, they are also Kenyans. They can feel, they can hear, they can see that there's a problem, and this problem must be solved so that we don't go back where we were in 1990s and degenerate. Those who are celebrating, especially the young ones, they may not know that once you have some band of men capturing the whole electoral body like IBC, it means that next time when they want to change the leadership, they will find it very difficult, because already matters will be aligned against them. So they should be trained very carefully. This is not about Raila or Ruto. It's about their future. It's about their ability to choose the leadership that they want. So wacha niachie hapo, and we hope for the best. Thank you.
Let's listen to Anthony Onanga.
Asante sana. Thank you so much, Stone. I hope you can hear me.
And clear, bro. Continue.
Okay. Good. I'm very happy for this, this gathering, and I think that you guys are doing a good job. This is my first time. I've been following you, Stone, and Kuseo, and everybody around, and I think it's a good place to be. We are praying for a positive outcome. And I can see sometimes people get so agitated on, we are thinking about a positive outcome because there's a lot of evidence to show that this thing was stolen, right? Yeah, but I would like to ask a few questions. I'd like to play the devil's advocate. That there can be only two outcomes in this thing. You can either go the RUTO way or go the Raila way. Those are the only two possible outcomes that we're going to get, all right? So I know we don't want to think about it. We want to wait until we see that. But in an event whereby it goes the other way, are we thinking what's next for us? What's next for Kenya, right? We say that we are going to accept the Supreme Court's decision, okay? If the Supreme Court goes the RUTO way, are we willing to accept? I would like someone to answer that question, right? Kenya is a peaceful country. We have been very peaceful. Kenyans love each other. And Kenyans, we want the best for our country because, every 5 years we have this thing happening every 5 years, right? And Kenyans are dying to get the best outcome out of this. But it looks like every 5 years we try to get the best outcome, nothing comes out, right? I would say that we are here partly because of the Supreme Court. I don't know if you guys have thought about that, right? If the Supreme Court had done what they were supposed to do, we would not be where we are, okay? Because when Uhuru's victory was nullified and there was evidence, like, you see, everybody is saying that the kind of evidence we have right now is probably 3 or 4 times more than what Maraga did, okay? And the reason why Raila did not want to go back to the election was because we had the same players. It was Chebukati and his people, right? And they were going to do the same thing, right? So the Supreme Court did not go to an extent to where they were supposed to go to listen to Raila Odinga then. And now you see those guys, they became so comfortable, right? Because this thing is being done by inside people. It's people who are there, the Kenyan people who are the IBC, is everybody. We've been doing this thing over and over again, right? So we're gonna do it and nothing's gonna happen to us, okay? So you see, they have done it. And this time they have done it even worse, right? So we have faith in Supreme Court, but how much faith do you have in the Supreme Court that they're going to do the right thing? I want you guys to understand that as much as we are talking in the right direction as people who know the law, people who know that the right thing has to be done. But you have to understand that Ruto and these people, they are not sleeping. They are thinking of the next step. And Ruto and these people will go there. They'll take an extra mile to do whatever it takes to make sure that the cat does not get out of the bag. Right now, they have the cat in the bag. Believe it or not, they have been announced. They have the cat in the bag. Okay, they're not going to let it go easily. By the time you let it go, you've done so much. So my question is, that's question number one. If it goes the RUTO way, what's going to happen? The reason why I'm asking that is because you guys have been hearing Sholei talking. You know, Sholei, she worked in the Supreme Court, in the court for so long. So she knows how the game is played, right? So she's talking about the valid votes. Okay. One thing that we've not thought about is, what if these people are already destroying evidence somewhere and you don't know? Then you come to court, there's no evidence, right? Some of these things are being burned somewhere. I see somewhere in Wajir there was fire, right? They're destroying evidence. That's number one. Number two, what if some of the Supreme Court judges, right, have been bribed and they say, come to the time they don't have a quorum. 4 of them don't show up, right? So there's no quorum. The Supreme Court cannot meet. So they're using the delaying tactics, and come to the time for swearing in, the Supreme Court cannot get a quorum. They swear themselves in, they're gone. What you gonna do? That's number two. And Kusei, I'm gonna give you the last thing is, what if there are majority of the judges that have been fully bribed and they vote the other way? What's going to happen? So as much as we talk about we have the evidence and this thing might go our way, guys, Kenya is a different kind of play game. And we have to think about the next step. What's going to happen if this thing goes the RUTO way, right? And we say we're going to accept what the Supreme Court says, right? Are we going to say, let it go and let's wait for another 5 years? So I will stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Bana Ananga, for your very good submission and the $10 million question. I'm sure we have answers. Kuseo.
I'll answer it, and then I leave the half of it for you, because
Okay.
I need to be moving myself. Anthony, one thing you need to know is that unless for those who have been around quite longer, those are not, maybe those questions are surprising to you, but to others they are not. But what a wise person would do, you cross the bridge when you get there. And I personally, even if you were to ask people like,
we've been waiting.
Just a minute. Even if you are to ask the other more senior fellows, people who have been there for longer, I'm almost certain they'll give you the same answer.
I know it's a good answer, but I'm saying that's why we've always been here, because we're waiting to cross the bridge when we get there, which is the good answer. But if you look at it really from the political point of view, it has always failed us. Because
what are you saying? Yeah? Crossing the bridge, when you reach it, fails you, or what are you saying?
No. What I'm trying to say is that, right?
You have to do a lot of balancing. Basically, that's what I mean.
I know. I understand.
Including the outcome, which you are talking about.
Yeah.
So that is why you cross the bridge when you get there, when you have everything in front of you, all the realities and what have you. And what you are talking about in terms of compromising here and there, those are real possibilities. Because, as I said here, you people are worshiping. Kenya is the next God. From what I've seen, talk to anybody, it's like they throw everything aside so long as they have those billions. That is there. But either way, you have to make such decisions. You can't make them even a minute earlier. You do them when you are on the spot, and you may get the billions that maybe you are a Supreme Court. You may realize that well, I don't know. I don't want to predict, but if you are a wise person, even if you are a Supreme Court judge, unless you are tired of Kenya also, certain decisions you have to do what is called the bigger picture. The bigger picture. And for you at Supreme Court level, hopefully you should be having those credentials within you. Money is not everything, my friend.
But you see, Kusei, I'm not just
the rich also cry.
But you see, Kusei, I'm not just talking about money. Maybe they might not be bribed. But what if, like you saw what happened to our judge, right? The lady, right? Who was blocked from going to court, right? And she never made it. What if there's severe intimidation that night something happens, and I don't want to think that way, but I'm just saying that things can happen in a way that, we are hoping for the best. And I think we have a high possibility to win this case, right? But you got to know that RUTO is also working really, really hard behind closed doors.
Okay. Ananga, you are done?
Yes, I'm done. I'll let the next person.
Let's search for the answer still. Kuseo has done some bit of it. Who else wants to contribute to Ananga's questions? Joshua, and then, Joshua.
Yes, Ananga, I just want to tell you that Hakuna vile this election will be applauded. Hakuna, there's nothing like that. And that should even be our dream. This election will be nullified. The government had power even to block Chebukati not to declare that election, to declare RUTO that day. They had power. But they let it go because they knew very well that this election will be nullified. This election, hakuna ati judge atakuwa compromised, atakuwa blocked. I don't know what we bribe to, because if you look at the evidence in 2017 and the evidence that we have right now, 2017 the evidence for only Form 34A. They didn't have a serial number. They were tampered. And when you look at what is as we tabled before court this time, there's the same Form 34A, and then we have witnesses. Some of them are returning officers. Some of them are commissioners. Some of them are clerk. We have witnesses ambao wanatembea. Wachana na ile ilikuwa Form 34 and the process. This time the process is fake. They didn't follow because I'm asking myself, you are being told that you must verify before doing a declaration. How comes Chebukati managed to declare RUTO without 28 constituencies? Because those 24 constituencies, they are not announced, and people will have said that now this the result unverified. So those are the point that they have a watertight evidence in a court. To me, I don't even imagine that this election will be applauded. This election is going to be even that's why even UDA, they're now started preparing for a rerun, because they know very well that this election will be nullified. I seen a lawyer, Mohamed Nasir. He refused that he cannot be part of the lawyers in this case to defend RUTO, because they knew very well that they're going to be ashamed, and it's very bad for any lawyer to be ashamed. Look at somebody like PLO. PLO is very much ashamed, and that was a senior lawyer. So I'm telling you, without fear or contradiction, that this election is going to be nullified, unless kuna shetani ameingia katikati, which I don't think.
Joshua, I love the passion, but the question is, what if? What if huyo shetani aingie?
Yeah.
Na unajua vile shetani anaingianga Kenya. What if, now Joshua, we all are in agreement that this has to go the way we are saying. Lakini, like now, or did we expect what we saw at Bomas? Joshua, you and me, and you know the way we are passionate. Mimi na wewe tungekuwa Bomas, tungeua watu kadhaa ama tungekufa. I know. With the way I see you passionate, handling this, and the way I feel, tungekuwa pale Bomas na Oledama, we would have killed somebody, ama we would have been killed. Yeah.
Can I put you in this game?
Yeah. So giving yourself a room of
Guru, can you please, as I attend to something, just kidogo.
Yeah. So Joshua, giving yourself a room of what if is always good, right? Because this thing can go either way. You are dealing with two kinds of equations, right? It can go either way. The chances that it's gonna go your way are very high. But what if it goes the other way? And I know we don't want to cross the bridge before we get there, right? But I don't think this is an issue of crossing the bridge when we're there, right? You want to have some kind of preparation like plan A. If this happens, this is what I'm gonna do. If this happens, that's what I'm gonna do, right? So that at the end of the day, you have a game plan. But if you wait that you're gonna look at it when you get there, it's like you're somebody who's putting all your eggs in one basket. And then when everything goes crazy, then you have to start from scratch.
Anthony,
Yes,
how are you?
very well, very well.
Do you know that in a battle, you don't expose all the strategies?
I got you.
Yes, and the leader, if you listened very well, what Baba said is that this will not be around to stand. And quote unquote, they'll use both constitutional and legal means. Can you contextualize what that means? What we are at is...
What that means, constitutional and legal.
Yes.
That's why you're going through the court.
Yes. No. Just think widely. The constitutional is what is happening now, but the other legal means are contained therein. Think out of the box.
Enlighten me on that, Guru.
Okay, just go to the rights of an individual, Kenyan. Just go to that to that part of the constitution. You see what rights the public have been given. So it is good you read and see matters in a wider sense. The one's constitutional and legal means are wider than just going to court. What now you need to do is to apply your knowledge as somebody who's gone to school to go to the Constitution, the 2010 Constitution, and see what the Constitution, what relief the public has been given in matters that they feel they should express themselves on, what actually the Constitution says. Come on, Alanga, you are naona wewe unajua.
In the forum, we were teaching ourselves, right? And
yes.
and that, yeah. So So I understand what you're saying, and
Yes, just go to the constitution. Nobody need. You are well read. You are a person who can read for yourself. Go to the constitution and read. Your problem, yeah, Kenyans, they don't read, or they take matters on a very plain, understanding. The key word here is constitutional and legal means. So go and expand on that by reading the constitution.
You see, Guru, you and me, we can talk about that. Right?
Yes.
But you have to understand that there are common Kenyans that they don't have the ability to go.
Let me tell you, they do not have to understand at this level.
Yeah, but
see, they have leadership, don't they?
And the reason why I'm asking this, Guru, is because, I mean, as much as Kenyans are peaceful right now, there's a lot of emotions going into this. Right?
Yes.
And I've been watching. I watched Ndindi Nyiro talk today. I saw Gachagua. I saw Sholei. And I look at the emotion of the common man in Kenya. Things are not looking good as the way we think.
No. You see, the issue is not things looking bad or good. The issue is, are you acting within the legal and constitutional means? They have a right to talk the way they are talking. Even they have gone out of the context sometimes, even profiling and threatening. But you see, at the end of the day, that will amount to nothing as long as any of the parties confine themselves within the constitutional and legal means of dealing with the matters before us. That's what is important.
Sounds good.
Yes.
I come back. I've heard what Guru you've shared with our brother and Joshua. We have everything. We can have everything legal. Ananga, you just said the way you've heard some people going astray, the Choleis and the rest, they are drunk, of course. And we know from the one. For them, it is do or die, yes. And for this other side, is do or die, yes. Now, that makes it complicated. It is do or die from both sides. Yes, Kenyans love peace, blah, blah, blah. People love peace. There's no human being who doesn't love peace. So that should not be a chorus anymore. And that is what Kenyans are saying. Umesikia wakisema huko mtaani, usituambie maneno ya amani. Amani tuko nayo. And you know, when you hear mwananchi ule, unajua paras who are on TV here, we do nothing, brothers. Sisi ni kupayuka tu. Enda ground. Hapo umesema Ananga, where you have seen. That is the temperature. That is the real thing. When you go that pale ule mama akikatakatia sukuma pale kwa ile kiosk. Pale kwa hao vijana wakikunywa chai, wale wengine wanapiga mogoka pale. That Shushina, when he talks to you, that is Kenya. That guy, the Matiri guy there, akisema vile amejam, that is Kenya. Na huyo mtu sasa akisema amekasirika, you should get what.
But you see, Stone PK, right? What you're saying is what I'm afraid about, because someone like me, I come from around Nyakachi area, around Sondu area, right?
Yeah.
And growing up during Moi time, when I was in high school and all that, right? I could see how emotions. Sometimes I'm coming from school and at the border between the Kalenjin and the Luos, bad. From nowhere in Sondu market, just from nowhere, And these are people who live together and enjoy but when the time for election comes, from nowhere it's like somebody comes and burn your house at night. And, I see from what you're saying, those emotions are there, right? And we have to figure out how we're gonna, what if, right? We don't want that to happen.
Now, Ananga. Okay, Guru, come in, Guru, then I come.
Anyanga, you know, I don't know how many ones I'm going to use. Please, just go and read the relief given to individual Kenyans in matters that they feel they should express themselves on. What else do you need to hear? Honestly.
Okay. I'm speaking for the common man who you and me we can read. But I was just trying to figure out for the common man, how do we, but that's okay. We'll use the legal means.
Ananga, let's conclude it this way. For me, I like calling it a spade, a spade, and and a spoon. Now, the truth of the matter is, the majority of Kenyans are saying this is the end of everything. The end of everything. That we have to begin anew, afresh. And once Mwananchi amesema it's the end of everything, it is end of everything, no matter what. And these judges, they live in this country. They would be very, 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 very unique if they don't associate with what the Kenyan atmosphere is. Remember, Supreme Court is a political court, period. So it has to read the political mood of the country and help based on that. Period. It was a bit about the bush, and the political mood is no RUTO, no Raila, hiyo ingine jimalizie. Asante.
Thank you so much, Son PK, Guru. It's been nice talking to you.
Before you go, Anyanga.
Yeah.
You see, there is something you have not, maybe you may not have known. The persona of Raila Amolo Odinga has transformed beyond the rural community. Today, you have over 1 million people in central Kenya who voted for this man. Need I say any more? Let me stop there.
All right. No, thank you so much. This is Son PK. I see you here every day. You're doing a great job. This is a very good forum for Kenyans. Kenyans need to express themselves, and please keep doing it. It's outstanding.
Thank you, bro. And you will see us on the ground. We are just waiting to hear what happens. Most of us are flying back there. There are people who are coming purposely for that. We will be on the ground.
Yeah,
some of us must be there, no matter what the Supreme Court says, because we know the gaps. We know maybe the what we need for the next phase. So we want to prepare for either way.
Let's use it. Let's go the Martin Luther King way. Making sure that we don't cause violence, just peaceful protest. Huh? Hi, asanteni sana.
Aya, asante and brother Nanga. Have no fear. Inaitwa nini? Giniwaseyodo. Walitupokonya tu kidogo tu, but watajua hawajui.
Asante sana. Thank you.
Karibu.
Stone unmute.
Yeah, Joshua na Guru, inaonekana sisi ndio tumebaki tumeshikilia meli.
Yes, I think me sometime huwa nakaa najiuliza, these are just question najiuliza kwa nini serikali haikublock Chebukati kudeclare this election, because they knew that I'm a mess up with this election. They ought to have blocked him not to declare, because now you don't have to wait mtu adeclare kwanza ndio mwende kotini. First of all, you create crisis for there to be crisis so that you can solve it. So it was very unfortunate that I don't know waliachilia ama I don't know what happened, because when you look at the way this Boshole was behaving, they ought to arrest Chirchir, the like of Itumbo wekwe ndani 1 week before election. Wao watu wangekwa ndani huko kwanza anapoachiliwa baada election. So hiyo ndio kitu nanusa zile. Why were they letting these people out? Yet they knew these people are a terror to our country. These people are very dangerous. By the way, to me, there's no a single day I'll ever support Itumbi. Hata aje awe sanitize, awe kwa Raila ama nini. I'll never support that guy. That guy is a very nuisance. And you know, sometimes you can do something, you want to please this individual. You want to please Ruto. Ruto will not be here forever and ever. One day, Ruto will be no more. We have presidents who have gone. So when sometimes you sit down, you want to defend, not knowing that the person you are defending one day will be no more. I remember the lack of William, the lack of Biwott, the way they used to defend Moi 100%. You know, when Moi was not in power, they were nothing. So 10 years, maybe to assume Ruto amechukua kitu. 10 years you're in power. After 10 years, you'll not be there. Will you be relevant in the public? You won't be there, because someone like Itumbi, I'm telling you, people hate this guy. What when I hate this guy known as Itumbi? Unless amepewa some protection. But guys hate this because these are people who sometimes they're taking our country back. Someone like Kirchir. So to me, serikali fanya makosa, wangeshika watu 1 week before election, wawekwe ndani kwanza, wakae ndani huko hivyo, tupige kureti vizuri, alafu waachiliwe. You know, sometimes you create crisis because you just imagining that waliachiliwa, waka mess up this election, and then now we're in this situation in Supreme Court.
Sorry Joshua,
So,
hebu sikiza Guru kidogo. Guru,
you know, Joshua, you are talking like there's vacuum in government. You know, there are ways in which the government operates. You will be very surprised. Maybe these people have been on the trail of the government for many months before the elections. Sometimes I heard a policeman say, when they know that you smoke bangi and they know where you go to smoke, they will not bounce on you when they see you in the locality. They'll wait at a corner until you have puffed at least 3-4 times, and then they bounce on you. Why? Because maybe when if they bounce on you before you smoke, you can throw away the exhibit, okay? Or you can even swallow it.
Yeah, or even swallow
it. You see? And it will be very difficult to produce the exhibit. But when you wait, you are able fast to get the physical, mangi itself. You are able to take the person for analysis in the laboratory, and the blood will say that you have smoked, and so on. I believe this thing is a trap. I believe it was a trap, and these people have fallen in the trap. Are you aware that the DCI will give a report of what they have been gathering on in the background with the purpose of showing that there is a criminal enterprise within the IEBC? So just relax, my friend, relax.
Yeah, it is true, Joshua. I get your feeling, but the best you could do to deal with this, this is high level. It's like the way Kenya has the highest level of corruption today in Africa. Unajua, in Kenya, Joshua and Guru, in Kenya, you budget for the money you are going to steal. Unaona? Unaiweka kwa budget. Unajua hii ni ya kuiba. So in the government, and this started with the Jubilee government. Hawa watu wameiba pesa ambayo iko budgeted. That's why it's a problem. Because if you budget for a dam, then you steal the money. Of course, the dam will not be there. Then there was feasibility done. Mukalipa hizo 10 million. The rest of the 30, 40, 70 billion, and then for you to come and say 7 billion or just chicken change, it is very easy. Because you cannot steal money that has not been identified na ikatengwa. No. So it tells you that these thieves are very, they are professors in stealing. So what do? You must have as much evidence as possible for you to net them. And this election, for sure, everybody knew mchezo itachezwa. Ile kitu nakwambia udaku wako na haraka, they hijacked. Mtego ilikuwa imewekwa the following day. Following day ndio ilikuwa washikwe. Ile kama ile mtego ya panya unaweka, alafu mahali umetime panya inaingia, ina bahati mbaya tu inabadilisha kashimo. Sasa Ruto alijua hiyo because he is in the government. He knows also ametegwa because sasa wanawindana, is like the two of you hunting each other. So Ruto akajua hapa, wacha the best thing ni nifukuzane na haka ka certificate. Remember it was a handwritten paper. Akaona si watu wanangoja kesho, mimi na
by the way, PK, by the way, do you know the confusion was such that the deputy, so-called deputy president, was not given his certificate. If you look at the time for when Ruto and Uhuru came to power, each was given a certificate, but in this case, only one was produced.
Unajua, the most important thing, it was coup. If you've been in mtaani ama in the village, mahali tukiwa vijana wadogo, you know the way vijana, every time kulikuwa vita. Kuna jamaa moja alikuwa anabuli wengine. Sasa huyu jamaa, manake watu wanajua ana nguvu, ilikuwa anataimiwa. Lazima you time him, either manake most of our bigger brothers walikuwa wanakunywa pombe kidogo. So mna time huyu jamaa leo amelewa. Then mnapigania vinja. You time him. Mmoja anatoka yule unagonga pap unakimbia. That is what Ruto did, because he knew if he waits until that final day, serikali itakuwa imejiseti. Alright? Everybody will be there because it was official announcement which was coming. And you know what happens at Bomas. So in the eyes of everybody, Ruto could not have done the stupid thing that they did. So he does it the day before. He stomped in. He stomped in with good. Actually, that thing has never been seen anywhere else in the world. Kenya is good at keeping records of whatever. Hiyo ni rekodi moja tuliweka. A deputy storming in, na watu hawajulikani. Kenyans are saying they are foreigners. It's only in Kenya where foreigners can come na watawale, wapige polisi wetu, wapige senators wetu, goons. Unaambiwa ati ni bodyguards, people who are not known. Then others wanasema ni foreigners. And imenyamaziwa hivyo. You think people are foolish? They are just saying, we cheza game yako. Sijui Guru kama unachezanga ile draft ya zamani, wacha hii ya siku hizi ya kuruka. Ile ya zamani, ile ilikuwa mnakaushana, you move, I move. You move, I move. Alafu nakuangalia, naona mahali unakuja ninakutega hapa. Unaingia. Nakwambia hizo ni 3, ukikaa ili ile kimeisha. That is the game. That is how you can beat Ruto. Because Ruto, you have to really suffocate him like a rat. Imeingia kwa nyumba, you have to, lazima usibe mashimo ya kutokelezea. Because ukigonga hivi itatoka. Because you know, a rat knows the shimo imetengeneza. Inatengenezanga very many outlets. So ukifunga hii inaruka hii. So kwanza you make sure you've sealed everything. Ikiwa ndani. Then that is when you attack it. And that's why I know we are on Global TV and people are listening. That's why, Guru, mimi, I know it's gonna be messy. But it might not be very messy, but it will be messy. For us to achieve and salvage this country, tunaokoa nchi ambayo it's about to, imehangiwa. Kamba iko karibu kushuka ijinyonge. Kenya is about to suffocate to death. And for you to do that, you may use a sword, you may use everything. Then there was this other question that was asked. Can Uhuru refuse to give out that sword? Yes. Yes, because if he realizes there is no president-elect, okay, he realizes the Supreme Court is messing, and yet as we are talking today, the final man is Uhuru. This is what people don't know. The guy is. Yeah.
By the way, I don't know whether also people know that there is something called state of emergency in situations that are compromised.
A security threat to the nation.
Yes.
Yes. Any situation that is a security threat, because when Kenyans are about to, what do we call it, to conflict against each other, and you are a leader, you are supposed to intervene. How you intervene is up to you. Because if anything goes wrong, even the international court, you will be held responsible. You will be asked, how did you mitigate? Hiyo uliona hiyo moto inataka kuwaka. How did you struggle to stop it? Or kama huku struggle to stop it, wewe ndio uliasha na uliasha hivi na hivi na hivi. It's like you see somebody carrying petrol. Amebeba gallon ya petrol na anaota moto na anaiweka hapa karibu na moto. And you know very well that hii aka kagala kakishika joto kata blow, then you don't tell the guy hii jacket bro, I mean hii jerrycan weka kando. You'll be part of the one that has caused that. So the president has the sole mandate to ensure that the transition goes well. And as I was saying before, this country has reached the end. And always they say the end is the beginning. Wale walifanya literature. The end is the beginning. You could start with the you could begin with the end, or end with the beginning. So that is the situation the country is in. And luckily, we have an elected president. Yes.
PK.
Yeah.
Do you then maybe let's look at it this way? The two sides are said to have been very close. For now, removing the fact that it's saying there was some filtering with the votes, but could this then be if not all else is stays aside? Could this be the basis of the start of BBI as we knew it? Because a political settlement will have to be made. I'm surprised when I hear the young politicians like Ndidi Nyoro and the likes of Sundi talk with a lot of arrogance. They don't know that the country is actually divided into two. And when you talk with arrogance of the manner that they have done in the last, and even Gachagua, in the last few days, you only make people entrench their feelings that hawa apana. And I don't know whether there is anybody who advises them, because actually when you look at societies, the way they have transformed, in most cases, most of the transformation comes out of a crisis. When people don't agree, they have to sit down at the end of the day and agree the way forward. I don't want to anticipate what will happen, but I see this yielding into something else. Either we go back to BBI, as was advocated by the two principals, to bring calm in the country, because I don't think the situation that these people are advocating, that they be given the certificate, will work. Even if they are given, how are they going to govern when half of the country has rejected them? Unmute.
Thank you. Banaguru, I agree with you, but I don't want to be seen like we are drumming drums of war, but we are talking reality. The country is not going to, in fact, the country is not ready for any, it's not either or. And that's the truth. And Kenya Kwanza knows. And Kenya Kwanza knows that they cannot even get a half of what Raila got. Somebody said on this forum, Ruto may not even have been able to reach at 4 million. It makes sense because, I mean, it is everywhere. If this election was to be held properly too, you count his votes the way they were voted, Kenyans, I mean, Ruto people would be surprised. And that is why they are so aggressive and they are so annoyed. That is why Ruto alianza hiyo program over all these years ago to be able to try and get following. Now, BBI will come in, but hiyo BBI inaletwa tu na Raila. Indeed, Ruto now should be softening. He should be softening. One, so that he doesn't get to go to jail. He can repent and be forgiven. Okay? Because Kenya is a forgiving nation. If he softens himself, the Supreme rules in favor of Raila, he accepts without, he will have no choice anyway. Okay? Then he goes to Raila. He says, ndugu yangu, hiyo ilikuwa hiyo ipite nini. You know, in Kenya we have seen things. Do you know this guy will be admitted? And then they will quickly form what will be able to be the pathway to BBI. And we shall have solved Kenyan problems for the last 60 years in less than 6 months. Because BPI will cool all the temperatures down and people will now start ile wanaitanga tusahau yaliyopita tugange yajayo. And I know Kenyans are very good at that. But Ruto akiendelea kushika hiyo kipua hivyo, then he is just looking for trouble. It is Baba, and Baba is not selfish, by the way. And Baba is one guy, hata followers wake saa ingine huwa tunakasirika na yeye. Baba can forgive anything. You know, and anyway, that's why he's Baba. If Baba is pronounced hapo mwisho, Bwana Guru, you will see the peace that will be in this country. This country, itakuwa ni kama mtoto amezaliwa upya. I can assure you that. There will be no issue of budaku. People will not castigate. It will just be mockery hapa kwa TV. But on ground, mambo itaku, because Baba will not be anywhere to revenge. He will not be, oh, Ruto, you did this to me. But of course, the law will start going for waizi. So kama Ruto atapatikana kwa hiyo mkururu ya wezi, then that will be another thing. But if Ruto is very clever, if Baba is pronounced, Ruto should come, apige magoti kama Wakatoliki, aombe msamaha, na ambiwe ile mali yetu uliiba, kama umebakisha kitu, rudisha, na tukusamee. Wakenya tuende pale Uhuru Park, na Baba atatuita hapo, na tuseme tunasamee fulani, na tunasamee, lakini wasimame waseme niliiba, nikafanya, watubu, alafu tuwasamee, we start one Kenya and we move on. That is the way forward. That is the way forward. Because we can forgive, but we cannot forgive if Baba is not the fifth. My opinion.
Yes, John BK. There's something I want to say
Yes,
before. There's something I want to say before I leave. This issue, dynasty. Ruto have used this dynasty for so long. We expect Ruto akitoka kwa politics, mtoto wake asije kavai, because he'll be dynasty. You know, when you bring the narrative of dynasty, you're forgetting the future generation. It's being dynasty because Baba Raila was a vice president. Moi was a president. Kenyatta was a president. Now they're talking about dynasty. Ruto, after 10 years, will call him a dynasty. And we don't expect, and this thing, Kenya should remember this thing. One, mtu yote ambaye mtoto wake asije akavai for any point, because he'll be dynasty. This narrative of dynasty, I don't like it. Sometimes when I get someone to talk about dynasty, a very young man, a very young boy, ambaye bado mdogo anaongea dynasty, hata ajui hata kuwa na Jaramogi Odinga anaongea dynasty. Some of them hata serikali ya Moi hawakuonja. Now they're talking about dynasty. They don't know what is this dynasty. So to me, I'm still saying, in the next 10 years, maybe mtoto wake you want to buy. will remind him of this dynasty they're using right now. Mtu aliongea mambo dynasty, huyu jamaa huyu jana anaitwa sijui nani huyu Ndini Nyoro. Yeye pia anaongea mambo dynasty. So anataka kusema kuwa after akishatoka kwa politics, mtoto wake akitaka kuvai, you should refer him as a dynasty. So this narrative of dynasty, to me, I don't like it, and I'll never condemn it to the highest order, because when you talk about dynasty, what do you mean? Why are you referring dynasty to only these three families? Why are you neglecting Mudavadi? Mudavadi was also the son of one of the prominent people in Kenya. So to me, I think that this dynasty, we should keep it in the bank, and then we'll open it when they want to vie for any position in Kenya. We tell him that we are a dynasty. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joshua. Thank you, Joshua. The truth of the matter is, when we have the right leadership, like in Baba leadership, that's why we are dying for when things will be equalized. We don't want people to be looked at when in Toto Anani ama ni Wanani. But of course, if Ruto takes over now, you want to create the dynasty himself. People should learn that whatever Ruto says is what he really wants to do, you know. Anasema hivi, kumbe ndio vile anafanya. So that is his characteristics. But I'm sure, you know, in Baba's whatever government, you can be, you know, itakuwa when things are put very well, very straight, then anybody has a freedom to contest. Thank you, Richie. I see you are here. You are back. Karibu sana. And yeah, tulikuwa tunajaribu kusukuma gurudumu tukiwa na Bwana Guru na Joshua, sijui ametoka kwa nini, labda ni technology imemtupa nje. Tumeshikilia mambo yalikuwa mazito. Ulipotoka pia nilikuwa niliacha ikiwa heavy, niliingia tukafukuza watu wa UDA ambao walikuwa wanajaribu hijack. Kumbe tumejua leo hao watu wamelipwa. It came out very clear today. They are paid. Bwana nani anaitwa nani ule jamaa?
Nani huyo?
This guy.
Duke
is a spy. This we have confirmed today. He comes here to dub people and all this. He's a useless guy, you know. He's among the loose cannons that have been unleashed by Ruto. You know, he has invested even in some useless gimmicks. How do you come to Mutembei to take people, to dub people? And so when we became so hot, he sneaked out.
I told you leo alikuwa amenivamia hapa.
Wamekuvamia, lakini na wewe ulikuwa studio imeshona, tunajaribu kuingia wapi?
Na propaganda ile inarushwa hapa hata sijaisikia bwana. Ile kitu nasikia Oscar Sudi akiongea huko nje na Itumbi, wao ndio wanakuja kuleta hapa. Yeah.
Wanaleta hapa ati wanataka ati substantiation. Everything is very clear.
Umesikia nikiitishwa ati nilete namba za Azimio hapa. Sasa ukiniitisha namba za Azimio zitakusaidia na nini jameni?
Na nini? Yeah.
People have numbers.
You hear Sholei unasikia huko kwa National TV. By the way, I have really degrade National TV zetu. They are useless. They have been reduced to garbage, man. What is happening?
Yeah, that's what's happening right now. I think hata TV zimekosa maana. So
zimekosa maana. You cannot open to them. Then they are bringing this. I think that is their way of making money. I agree, they're in business, but it is so unfair way. Unaleta sasa. Why do you host Sholei every day to come and give garbage? Sincerely.
TV zimekosa maana. You know, when I realized that the TVs in Kenya were saying that Ruto was raiding the opposition, I tried to understand what kind of statement is that, because Raila Odinga and Azimio have the most MPs. So the TV twists the whole thing to sound like they are the minority and Ruto's side is the majority. And say an raid opposition could buy MP, kuchukua MPs. You look at the logic, at the way people are talking. And unashanga hizi TV, they don't want to do their homework. They don't want to do their homework. Ile kitu wanafanya ni lazy journalism.
They are very lazy.
Yeah, wanakaa tu kwa hizo viti na kupronounce statements zenye make sense. So I think they are even the source of what we call misinformation in Kenya right now.
You know the mainstream media has fallen into the trap of propaganda. They are purveyors of propaganda, because essentially what I know and understand about journalism is that you should verify information. You should not just pass on information because somebody has given it, because at the end of the day there is accountability. Let's say like the one you are now talking about, you say that this party has this number of MPs and this one has this one. There is no middle path there. So the issue is you just give the true picture. And even if somebody were to come and exaggerate information, it is you should take responsibility as the purveyor of news, because you have a responsibility to the viewers. You have responsibility to the society to pass on the information that is authentic. Now, when you have people bringing propagandists as people to be interviewed, creating scenarios that are not even very viable, just to justify their positions, then we are in on a very perilous path, because what it does is it causes confusion to majority of the people, and the truth may never be known. Like now, even up to today, these people are tarring their votes. Why can't they give us what they saw, even if so that we can know? Because actually they are invested in this. Let them give the figures, even if after all they are not the final. They are not the final. The final in terms of declaring. But if you are given, figures to add up, they should give us, and then they tell us that these figures are disputed. But when they just stop giving, they become part of the conspiracy. They leave the public even more confused whether they are part of the political class. Asante.
Thank you. You know what happened? These guys, what happened is that they were all duped. We were all duped. I mean, let's agree. This time around, we all fell into the trap. Even the media. Walikuta wameingizwa box. Here, let's give it to RUTO and Chebukati, that they duped everybody, because media, they were duped and thought that that they should rely directly on IBC, which is the most stupid mistake that media made. Instead of being independent, how do you sit at Bomas and expect that IBC utachukua figures kwa IBC or you use them for your media? That was the most silly thing that the media did. And I never expected Royal Media, for example, sorry to call the name, because I have a lot of trust. I had a lot of trust on Royal Media. It has the resources and all that. For me, I relied on Royal Media, knowing that their network is so wide. Hakuna village, hakuna Royal Media reporter. Guru, you know that. If there is a Royal Media in Mbere, in the village, in Ovariri, then you can tell that this. So these guys were able to cover. And the way they even cover news, by the way, they have agencies in every village. They should have used the same and have their own direct thing. Then, of course, they put the waiver that this is our own and XYZ. And they continue doing it. But they relied on the bombers. Then on the way, they realized, wash, man, this is wash. That's why they had to hang. Because things were coming, they go elsewhere, then they are given the fake number. Instead of them even pulling and saying, oh, what is going on at Bombers is rubbish, they hung there because, one, they did not want to look like they are antagonizing. So they hung there because, again, in being business people, wanatega na pande zote mbili. Raila akishinda wako, Ruto akishinda, they are there. So self-interest came first. But if one media has really gone, like now, I blame one of them, which is stronger, should have given Kenyans with plus 10 or 20% margin, Kenyans would be happy today, you know, and we would be, because even right now, when people are saying retallying, what are you going to retally? These guys have messed up numbers. They have messed up everything. So that's why it's the wisdom of Supreme Court. Watumie namna tu fulani, si ati namba unaenda kuritali. Ati saa hii unafikiria all the votes ati ziko safe. Where? With Ruto around and his agents. Ati zile vote zilipigwa kwetu Kiambere ati zitakuja zikiwa vile vile. When even my own cousin was a returning officer, he stole 300 votes the Baba. And I saw that. I even have that form and he signed when I knew Baba had 385.
Yeah, you should also remember PK wamechoma Tallying Center ile ilikuwa na IBC material dust. I don't know ni nani alichoma lakini that is very suspect. Very, very
of
suspect.
Course. Na watachoma mingi.
And you see IBC officials have come out to say that they fear for their lives. They need to be protected also. So I mean, the system is already corrupted. And the media, the lazy media also is out saying that, you know, last time I was listening, media ilikuwa inaita the 4 commissioners ambao wanafaa kuwa majority kwa commission of 7 wanaitwa the opaque commissioners ama dissenters. Yes, at dissenters. I mean, Guru, if you are 7 and 4 of you break away, you're supposed to be the majority, not the minority. But because someone has tried to wash the commission to show that people who do not support what Ruto or maybe the faction that supported the election pronouncement at Bomas, then they are being called the opaque commissioners. So I think we have a long way to go.
But you know, when you have a criminal intent, like it seems some hand, even as we went to the elections, it is possible to capture every sector that you think will advance your criminal intention. Who tells you that? Yes, who tells you that a lot of money may not have moved around the newsrooms? Who tells you that?
Yeah.
In terms of millions.
Look at Akina Hussein. What made them move to where nobody would have ever expected them to move? You compromise your integrity.
I don't know who brought up the issue of Cameroon, where the president Paul Biya rules from France. What he does, he has captured every sector. He has captured the electoral commission. He's captured the media. He's captured everybody. So he doesn't have to care. He will win the election anytime.
And he doesn't have to be in Cameroon. Yes.
He doesn't have to be there. And Sandri, that's
yeah.
That's
Guru, let me tell you something. You know, we have said here several times that if Raila Odinga was the one that was pronounced as the president-elect, hii machungu yenye unaonaga kwa comment section hapa watu wanakuja kututusi, haingekuwa. I mean, saizi Guru, watu walikuwa wametoa mbuzi tayari ya kukuliwa tayari, eh? I don't know what's wrong with these people. Wameshinda na bado wanakuja hapa kututusi. Wanatuambia endeni Supreme Court. Tukienda Supreme Court wanasema your case is frivolous na hata kesi ijaanza. What is wrong with these people? Why can't you relax? Let the process iendelee venye inatakikana according to the constitution. Kama mtashindwa, mtaambiwa mmeshinda na Supreme Court, tutawasalimia mkono tuambie basi tulijaribu vile tunaweza, lakini imekuwa ngumu. Shikeni mkono, endeleeni na uongozi wa nchi yenu na tuachane. Lakini sasa nyinyi mmeshinda, mko na certificate, mko na deputy president elect, mko na president elect, mnasema mko na MPs wa kutosha, bado mnakuja kututusi hapa. Iko tabu gani? Watu waende wa relax.
Before you came in, I asked you, PK, with the kind of statements we have heard from these young politicians, the likes of Sudi, the likes of Didi Nyoro, even the deputy, the so-called deputy president, Rigathi, do they know really the Kenya they are dealing with?
Unajua hii pesa inakuwa kama bangi. Hii pesa ya Ruto ni kama bangi. If you have ever tasted bangi, ile yani uvute bangi. The way yani bangi, by the way, ni kama miraa. For me, I've chewed miraa. I've not tried bangi, but when the high ile ya miraa nilijaribu, ile nilisikia, niliambiwa sasa bangi nayo pia ukikunywa ukivuta moderately, you go into another world. Na uambiliki kile unaona ndio hiyo unaona. Ikiwa unaona nyumba ya ghorofa, that's what you see. This Dindi Nyoro, they even forget that this country does not belong to Ruto. They forget, and do you know they don't read? These people never read. They bought paper. You know, when you've read properly, you've studied. If you did history, you've studied. If you've done politics, if you studied politics, you research properly. You know what we are talking. Like what now Makiadi has said about Cameroon. Ask them. Hakuna mtu anajua. Don't expect akina Ndindi to know these things. Hao wanaona tu chapa ile walitoa na
unaona wameanza kutisha mpaka county commissioner, wamwambia
Yes.
kwa hii serikali yao resign mapema sana.
Unaambia serikali mtu, what are you saying Guru? Ati unaenda kuambia sahi pale Kiritiri, uende kuanza kuambia usitibia ati wewe sasa utoke. This guy has
na hata hawajaapishwa bado. Wameanza kutisha mpaka Uhuru Kenyatta. Anaambia Uhuru Kenyatta, usituchokeshe na makesi. Wewe ni mtu ambaye ni progressive, ambaye anatakikana kujua kwamba kama unaona hujatreatiwa vizuri kwa electoral, unafaa kwenda kotini uende ukasik justice huko. Lakini kuna mtu ambaye anasema anachokeshwa na kesi. Very young guy in his 30s. These are the leaders ambao tunaenda kuangalia huko mbele. Anyway, let's see what happens, but I think this country might have gone to the dogs literally kama watu watachukua uongozi, kama watachukua. Na sioni.
Have you heard the latest Rigathi was campaigning for Sarai in Mombasa yesterday? And the statements is made there is like it is just to push the Kikuyu business people interests in Mombasa. I felt a bit destabilized because it could hurt the same people that he is talking about. And I know it's very sad. It could actually hurt them very badly because he was talking of how they will be being embroiled in the ports, how they will be taken as in the army and the police in those divisions in the coast province. Now, when you trend on that path, you actually bring. I can tell you that guy Sarai will lose boundary if that message goes out. Atapoteza njia ingine hujawahi kuona.
But Guru, you must also understand that Rigathi does not lie. He speaks out his mind, and that is the reason why people say that he's kimping in quotes wa Mount Kenya, kwa sababu anapigania interest za Mount Kenya. You must also remember that.
But
He also made a statement towards kunyang'anywa pesa za development huko zikapelekwa pande lingine. So he speaks his mind. He's not there literally kuwa deputy president wa Republic of Kenya. He's there literally to push the agenda of Mount Kenya. People should be very worried. Very worried. Alisema juzi akiwa Nakuru huko, ni wapi huko kwa Moi? Rongai. Ulisikia ile statement alisema huko? Wakati watakuwa kwa meza wakigawana na resources na William Ruto, it will be only the two of them and
Makiadi, let me ask you, the way you have known Kenya and the way you have known what happened in 2017, do you think that kind of leadership will be acceptable across the board? They either use a lot of force like the Moi time, otherwise there will be a lot of resistance. If they don't tone down and reach out to the various interests in the country, we will have a very antagonistic political environment that may become very difficult to, even put the government programs on the ground. I don't know how they plan to go about it, but the way I know is that Kenyans have come to know that leadership if the people give the will for you to administer, to administer them, but you can't use force. You can't use force in any way.
I think, Guru, you are underestimating what is called state capture. In Kenya watu wamekuwa na freedom mzuri sana saa hii for the past how many years, tangu Moi aondoke kwa kiti, imekuwa miaka ngapi sasa Stone PK? 20 what?
Moi alitoka 90 ngapi?
2007. No, 2002. Hiyo ni 19 years
19
almost
years.
19. Watu wameenjoy. Unajua saizi ukiambia watu wanasijua wanaitwa generation what, hao wenye wamezaliwa
Generation Z. Z na X.
Si Z. Iko watu wamezaliwa 2000, sijui wanaitwa generation what. Hawajai jua kitu inaitwa kukaliwa. Hawajui. So wakisikia hapa tunaongea mambo ya state capture, wanashangaa tunasema nini, but some of us who have been there hata wakati wa Moi, we can relate to what it means when somebody from Uganda, kama this guy musician anaitwa nani, akienda musician wa Uganda, hiyo anaitwa nani jamaa, hiyo anaimba
ni Bobby Wine,
akitaka kwenda kukampeni anakutana na kifaru kwa gate. People wanaonanga hiyo ni comedy.
Ni comedy,
Yeah, some people wanashangaa how does that happen? People will be asking themselves, how does that happen? At the opposition leader anaenda kukampeni anakutana na kifaru imesimama kwa mlango yake. Watu wanashangaa hii ni gani? But we have seen that happening in Kenya. Watu wametoroka, hata wakina Miguna wanapiganga kelele wakiwa Canada. They've gone through that. Otherwise hawangekuwa Canada. They know what happened. The likes of Anyang' Nyong'o walitoroka wakaenda Mexico huko. That's where they got their education from. So people should understand. We can see something when we see it. When it's said, when it does what? It walks like a duck. It is a duck.
Like a duck.
When it quacks like a duck, it is a duck. So we can see this. And Rigathi Gachagua and his friend, you cannot even tell who is worse than the other. You cannot. Because huyu mmoja anaongea mambo ya mchele na kuchukua pesa yake. I'm telling you, hao watu wanabeba Central Bank kwa mgongo waendage wakigawa pesa. This is a country whereby people will print more money so that they can try to at least wainue economy. And we are telling people, but they think sisi tuko na uchungu ya kushindwa. Sawa. Semeni sisi tuko na uchungu ya kushindwa, but we shall see. Let the Supreme Court do its job. Wakimaliza, wakishinda, very good. Tutawasalimia, tuwaambie endeleeni. But muache machungu. We wish you all the best. So far mngekuwa mnachinja mbuzi na kusherehekea mkingojea uamuzi wa Supreme Court. Yeah. So si tumalize hii kitu Stone PK.
Tunaweza maliza hivi kwa sababu tumepiga hiyo masaa 10:30.
Yeah, naona Guru leo Guru utatutoroka ama namna gani? Tunaimbaga
ametusaidia.
Hiyo screen na watu wawili peke yake Guru inakaa mbaya. Ungekaa hapa tuseme wimbo ya taifa sisi na Stone PK alafu tuonane kesho.
Bana, tufunge tukiwa watatu, ukiwa maridadi na
Guru uko pande gani Guru sahi? Uko Kajiado ama uko wapi? Umezima mic.
Fungua mic Guru. Fungua mic. Mic, unmute.
Yes, niko pahali naitwa Ruiru.
Nyinyi ndio mliacha kura ya Kiambu ikakuwa inflated. Inasemekana president alipigiwa na watu almost sijui 50,000 ama ngapi? 80 ama ngapi?
Ile ukora ilikuwa huku.
Hata huyo gavana wenu naona akitembea taratibu namna hiyo, ile ukarabati walifanya pale, lakini sawa.
Ni kali.
Gavana wenu ni nani sasa Guru?
Matiangi.
Gavana?
No, anaitwa nani?
Anaitwa Wamatangi.
Wamatangi. Oh my God.
Mimi nakwambia nyinyi mliacha pande ile nyingine wakaweka maprofesa, madaktari, manini huko kwenu kulikuwa ile watu wa matinga. Wa mabati, wa marangi,
wa machukuru.
Kabogo wako wapi amenyamaza hivyo?
Kabogo last time alionekana akienda fishing.
I understand I don't know whether he is reaching out to being given a cabinet. I don't know. By this,
Naruto.
I don't know.
No,
It's been mentioned.
Tabogo is a
Those are
good guy.
fake people.
Tabogo is a good guy. The only problem with him ni kwamba aliji overestimate. Aliona anaweza deal na electoral rate peke yake na akasahau kura Kenya. Haitaki kuwe na watu wapiga kura, inatakana kuwe na mtu wa kuhesabu kura. That's the only thing. PK hata ukiwa na supporters, it doesn't help you. All you need is to know an official in the IBC.
But look at it this way: assuming the current status quo is upheld, do you think Kenyans will go to vote in 2027?
No,
I'm very highly doubtful.
The question is watakuwa wanaenda kupiga kura ya nini?
Ya nini?
The one thing that will be happening is kuna mtu ambaye amecapture IEBC.
Yes.
All you need to do is just approach him, umwambie niko na 50 million, nipatie certificate ya chama yako. And that's it.
Yeah. And Matiani, you know, that is what is happening with the parties now, as we are speaking. In parties, you just need to say niko na pesa. Unapewa direct nomination. So it has now reached to the presidential level. Yeah. And that's why you so many people going independent. Parties also zitakufa. And you'll have more independent than parties, and that will be the beginning of collapse of anything called electoral democracy and all that, you know. And party politics is soon going to die in this country. In fact, this is the time that everything has to either collapse or be rejuvenated. It is either way.
I don't believe independents will dominate parliament. I believe the person who will be closer, quote unquote, to the IEBC moving forward will be the person who will be elected. So all we do is you'll have a scenario whereby you have the highest bidder. If ODM has captured the IEBC, then you expect members of ODM to dominate parliament. That is the scenario.
Yeah, that's another scenario.
Yeah.
But then these members also now have to pay a lot of money to ODM or to whichever party. Yeah, so it is who has money that will be able to be in the party that will also be able to corrupt IBC. Then there will be no point of voting completely.
Yeah.
Mwananchi, that is why this time Mwananchi has to get back the country. That is the other card I didn't want to tell people. The Kenyans now have to decide to get their own country back.
And let me ask you, women rep wa Kiambu ni nani alichukua? Women rep Kiambu ni yule alikuwa anatupia watu pilau, ilikuwa nini, keki kwa mkutano. Alikuwa anaitwa nani? Is that the women rep?
Wamuradhi ndiye alichukua? Huyu motivator huyu wa boy child.
Yeah.
Ule mwenye alikuwa anatupia watu keki kwa mkutano kama kuku.
Anaitwa Muradha, ndiye anaongea maneno ya boy child. Vile boy child amefinyiliwa.
Let me tell you guys, mahali uongozi imefika, wacha tu tuachie hapo.
You know, when you want phantoms, you go for people of low caliber, people who cannot challenge you. And I think that is what is happening here. Because what capacity do you have to challenge somebody who is more experienced and more learned than you are? You have to toe the line, isn't it?
Yeah, but I think politics in Kenya has been commercialized officially, and it is sad to see that IEBC is in the lead, making sure that we commercialize our politics. It's a sad thing, and it will take a long time unless the whole system is drained and cleaned. Then we do not need elections in Kenya. There's no need of having elections. It's as simple as that.
Yeah.
From the top, the chairman to the clerk at the polling station. If they don't clean that, then
that
it's
has
gone.
to be. And that will not take less than 18 months to do that.
And that is why I'm saying these people are against Uhuru Kenyatta. There's a high possibility.
I don't know.
There's a high possibility that Uhuru Kenyatta might be there for probably quite a long time. And I'm
He
sorry
will.
to say that.
He will. Is that
Makiadi,
who will
Yes.
head the Kenya National Transition Government?
there's somebody advancing their theory that Kenya has become a captive of foreign interests, and that there are forces on either side, and that Ruto could be a beneficiary of some huge interests, corporate interests from the West, those who may not even want to play by the ball, but they know that there is untapped wealth, especially in the mining industry and oil. I don't know how true it is, but I read a theory of that nature. I don't know how true it is.
Yeah, Lower West, Mexico huko, hizo nchi ambazo hazina, they are ruled by bandits, where there is no law. Venezuela,
we shall
those
know.
things.
We shall know in the next few days. In the next few
You
days,
know, so far the countries that have congratulated, you find Ethiopia there. I understand you find Uganda. So, there's a small Balkan country. It's called Kazakhstan. Ama inaitwa nini?
Kazakhstan. I hear they went soliciting. Aziz, you tume kabarua tu, tuma ka 3 lines.
Nani yuko kwa hiyo kazi kila siku, anaitwa nani huyu jamaa wa Budalangi huyu? Babu na Mwamba, hiyo ndio kazi yake. Kila siku anaokota kabarua kutoka kwa chairman wa KPA ya wapi, ya Mexico, anapost kwa internet
Yes.
Anaokota barua kutoka kwa sijui chairman wa Football Association ya Burundi, anapost.
But Makiende, but on a very serious note, let's believe that out of the submissions that will be made in court, it comes out clearly that IBC is a criminal enterprise that was circumventing the will of the people, even beyond the victory that was quote unquote announced. Where do we move from? Where do we go from there? Because it would seem then the issue is not just about the contestants; it's about the body that is charged with this responsibility. And I understand there is a lot of information that has been collected by the DCI and the intelligence services, running all the way from the time that those guys were captured in the airport and so on and so forth. I think there is more than what if it comes out clearly to the Supreme Court that what they are dealing with here is a well orchestrated criminal enterprise within the IEBC. Do they have the capacity to go beyond merely verifying, but going for the for the IEBC itself? I don't know.
I just want to believe that the Supreme Court's decision will impact the Kenyan politics moving forward, whether negatively or positively, we shall see. But anything the Supreme Court says or pronounces in terms of this case will probably change the political terrain of Kenya. If the IBC is indicted, then it means we are in for a long haul. If the Supreme Court gives this thing a clean bill, then watu wafunge kamba, wajiandae. Unajua miaka 10 iliyopita tuliambiwa hawa watu wawili wamechaguliwa, they are the chosen ones, na wamepakwa mafuta mtu asijaribu kuwaongea. Saa hii mmoja amejitoa, ameachia ule mwingine mataa, akajisema mimi sikuwa kwa hiyo serikali, akajifanya safi, na yeye pia anataka kuleta serikali yake. So let's wait and see. I don't want to engage so much in what the Supreme Court can do or will not do, but what I can say is whichever the decision that the Supreme Court makes, we are in for quite a long haul. We are in for a long haul. Yeah. Hata kama upendi ya IBC ama kama unapenda IBC, Supreme Court ikisema election ilikuwa mzuri my friend, haya ikisema ni mbaya tena ni hivyo hivyo, hatuwezi chagua saa hii. Let's wait and see.
Unajua Richi na Guru, you know, people talk kama mchezo. you know, I realized nchi zimeungua, matajiri wakiwa, you know, matajiri, I mean, people who feel they are safe, wherever you are in, like in Kenya, uko Lavington, unaishi uko, you feel like what is happening, it does not bother you. Like in Kenya, ukisikia kulikuwa na ajali ya barabarani na watu 24 wameaga dunia, wewe unaiangalia tu, hiyo okay, you don't even care. You know, unasikia wezi walivamia estate fulani wakaua watu 25. So long as it's not myself or relative. So now Kenyans have had, in Sri Lanka, XYZ happened. In Rwanda, the genocide was sparked off by XYZ. If you ask most Kenyans about Rwanda, hakuna, you know, I later realized, Guru and Richi, Kenyans don't read. I'm telling you, Kenyans are not readers. They pretend. Most of them, this I've said, because Guru, I've asked Kenyans, very well learned, nikamuuliza Kindaruma iko wapi? Ndio aliambia iko Meru. I mean, it's an example. That is somebody who you cannot engage in current affairs, in geography of the country. Ukimwambia mimi natoka mahali kunaitwa inaitwa Jindia, hapo pale karibu na Meru, kwa hivyo kwenyu ni kwa kule Mtombori. Sasa yani, that's how ignorant we are. Now, politically, we are as ignorant as that. Right now, Kenyans who are well-to-do, they don't care. Wakisikia unga iko 300, because yeye ana afford, does not feel the pinch of this guy who is a mjengo guy earning 400 shillings every jioni, anaenda anaiweka yote kwa unga. Guru, don't be lied to. Ati anasema, oh, I know, I feel them. Hakuna. I'm a Kenyan. I've lived there. I've known. I've suffered. Unaambia mtu una 50 bob, anashindwa how? Ushaulizwa hivyo? Unasikia mtu anasema ati una 50 bob kiaje? Because once a Kenyan has money, anafikirianga watu wote ni sawa. Anakuwa kama gatunu. Kwa Kikwetu tunasemanga the gaturu, what do we call squirrel. Huwa kakishikwa na ile mtego, kanafikiria dunia yote imeshikwa. So right now, the political issue right now, it is so bad. You know, people have forgotten, kwanza, inflation is very high. People are desperate now. Today, you tell people to go to the street, Guru. Haki ya Mungu utashindwa kuwarudisha nyumbani. I'm telling you. Today, uambie watu sasa tukutane Jacaranda. Hiyo Jacaranda itatosha. Alafu, Kenyans, we are very good at saying, tuombe amani, tuombe. Oh, Kenyans will love peace. I hear people coming here on this platform. Oh, you know, Kenyans love each other. Uongo mtupu. We don't love each other. Look at when we say we fundraise for people starving and all that. We have people dying of hunger. Na mtu anamwaga chakula. You have all the money. You are stealing 200 million. Gachagua. Wewe, do you really care about Kenya? So what we are saying, whether we say as whatever Supreme Court will decide, tutafuata. Supreme Court should be told the truth. That now, where we are going, Kenyans will not care about law because law does not make sense to Mwananchi anymore. I know people will think I'm inciting, but it is true. When the law does not protect you when you wake up at 2 o'clock in the morning to go and vote, then you are given rubbish. Then you say, Mwananchi, tuliza, kaa na amani. Mwananchi anakuambia potelea mbali, ata invoke sasa ile ya kwanza katiba ni ngapi? That the power belongs to the people. And it's the people who does what? There is this law of language. that they delegate it to the leaders. Yani, please chukua hii power uende ukaniongoze, but I have the right kukwambia wacha niichukue. The day Supreme Court watasoma judgment hizi, we will decide whether we take back our power and then we do what we want to do. Those are my closing remarks, Bwana Makiadi. That mwananchi anangoja, isipoenda vile anataka, atachukua usukani yake, aseme wacha sasa katambe. Na katatamba.
Haya, wacha.
Ngoja nimalize Makiadi. Mtu akaulizaje, Uhuru anaweza kataa kupatia mtu sword? Mimi nikajibu, unaona nimejibu kimtaa. Nitasema sikupatii sword Makiadi, utadu. Na mimi ndio Sonko, si Sonko ule wetu, lakini mimi ndio mdogo.
Ninajua inasemekananga Kenya, hata si Kenya peke yake, nchi za Afrika unaweza shinda presidency na usipewe na hakuna kitu utafanya. Naona Bobby Wine alishinda Museveni na hakupewa.
Yes.
Na ikaenda namna hiyo. Tumeona Zimbabwe ile jamaa anaitwa sijui nani, yule alishindana na Managwa ama Mandanagwa ama ndio nani,
Wanganagwa
alishinda lakini hakupewa na hakuna mahali alienda. So
alienda wapi?
Kenya cannot be an isolated case. It all depends na hiyo kitu. Kama anaamua hata peana, hakuna kitu utafanya nini?
Na tumechoka na kufuata sheria, tumechoka.
Kama
mimi nafuata sheria na wewe ufuate Makiadi, nitakwambia haya sasa, do vile unaweza.
You cannot use a civil coup to gain power through constitutional offices.
Exactly.
That is what is happening in Kenya. Somebody does a civil coup alafu anatarajiwa atapatiwa power constitutionally. I think he might be sorry. He might be sorry.
That is sickness. Yeah.
But there is this statement that power is never given; it is taken.
Yeah, I remember Uhuru Kenyatta said that.
Uchukue basi.
Not even him. Not even him. Several people have made that statement.
Yeah, but yeah, go ahead, PK.
Yeah, so the truth of the matter is Kenyans tunaambiwa kama Kajwang vile alisema, tujitayarishe, mapambano iko. The inaitwaje, tulifanya zile tulikomboa nchi 1963, tumekomboa nchi mara ya pili, ukombozi wa tatu hautakuwa rahisi. It is not easy. Si ati tutaletewa, uwezi kuletewa authority unyonge wezi guru ati watu waizi na madrug dealers wanakaa hivi stone PK bila anaongeanga hapa kwa TV ati awekwe apewe authority wakujua never. Wameweka hata hao wanapigana, they are saying it can never happen. So it is, huyu anang'ang'ana na huyu anang'ang'ana. It is not easy. Na baba nimefurahia ile speech yake ya mwisho. That is what I was waiting. I saw it. Alisema ni sawa, wacha katambe hivi kanatamba. Let even Supreme Court feel us. Hata watu tunaambiwa watahongwa nini. Supreme Court, you have yourself and your country. Two things.
Baba is talking about justice at the Supreme Court. The other guy anasema ameshaanza kuongea na KRA. Mimi sijui ni nani KRA huyo mwenye aliongea na yeye. Ati kila mtu atakuwa analipa taxes already. You know, some statements hao watu wanafanya ni kama wameshaapishwa tayari. But we are here tutaangalia.
Kwani nani alipangi taxes? They are the ones who don't pay taxes.
These people wa Keroche wenye wamekataa kulipa taxes wako pande gani?
Wako pande gani?
Wakiguswa mnasema ni politics, mnawatafuta kisiasa. Anyway, we are here. You know, some of us tunaangalia tu tunasema it's okay. Be fooled. Lakini if it ever happens, mtajionea wenyewe. Probably hao ndio watakuja pande yetu waseme let's get these guys out of power. And I think the best thing to do is, if we will be the minority, then I think we should sit back. Tushikane mikono namna hii, tuweke kwa kifua. Tuache tuangalie ikienda. Sababu mtu amesema tayari ameanza kuongea na KRA. Sijai sikia president anaongea na KRA akiwauliza ni nani alipi taxes. I don't know. Hata sijai sikia. Huyu jamaa ambaye alipatiwa certificate juzi already ameanza ku reach out to KRA.
You know, one of the most interesting things when Kibaki came to power, one guy, very close friend of his, was called to the KRA over issues to do with taxes. So he called Kibaki to tell him that he has an issue. So Kibaki calls the guy from the hand of then Michael. So the guy was told, you go and talk with Michael. I think that matter will be sorted out. The guy has never gone back because Michael just asked him, what has the president got to do with the KRA? For him, we operate over a certain statutes. Even him is waiting for the money that we collect, and we do it fairly. And
Exactly. This is what you need to run the government.
So, like you are saying, Matiandi, when you hear presidential candidate talking of having talked with KRA, that is very scaring, by the way, because it means then these bodies will become, they may become tools of people. They may just become where it is the way we more used to run the government, which is very, very, very bad. Because essentially these are bodies that run on their own statutes, and they have nothing to do with the president really. Him is just a policy driver and nothing else, and facilitator.
Hey, wacha tumalizia hapo sasa. Hii story hata mimi inanishangaza sana. Wengine wameanza kutisha county commissioners, wengine wameanza kuongea na KRA, mwingine ameenda kusema ataandikisha watu wake peke yake jeshi. Kenyans, brace yourself. Wacha Stone PK tumalizie hii. Guru, situtoroke leo bana. Acha tumalize ukiwa hapa. Ni acknowledge watu wachache ambao wamekuja kwa comment section. Ninaona kuna Samuel Oloch, Danny Darius, Father Danny Darius, asante sana. Anastasia Marachi, Finn Adams, asante sana, na ututafutie Adams, tumemmiss sana hapa kwa siku mingi sana. I'm blessed kutoka Australia, asante sana. Isa Mike Kerry, asante. John Buhasho anauliza, how do you join the conversation? You join the conversation, there will be a link that is always dropped in the comment section. All you do is to click on that link and you find yourself in the studio tayari kutoa maoni yako. So kesho unakuja mapema kidogo, utajipata hapo. Anita Bobo anashangaa na Stone PK pale. Jana Stone PK ulipigiwa blue. Hey, Joy Obesa, asante sana. Moma,
hata leo naomba blue tena
watu wa kuchapie blue pia. Tuko na Guru pia pale anataka blue. Tafadhali watu wa Azimio,
ndio hizo. I'm blessed.
You can give us wanaweza tupatia morali, motisha tuendelee kufanya hii kazi. Chapeni blue pale. Balkis Mohamed, asante sana. Judy Tamira Williams anasema IBC is rotten and we cannot allow them continue throwing our lovely nation to thieves. They should be arrested. Hata sisi tunasema wakamatwe wote, wapelekwe ndani. Douglas Ebole TV, Douglas asante sana, umetutupa muda mrefu bana. Saa nyingine unatokea unasalimia watu. Tukiendelea namna hiyo. Joy Njoki, Alice Wanjiko, Nelson Meli, wengine wanasema hii ilifanyika Kiambu, tuheshimu Wamatangi, at is a very smart guy. Huyo anaitwa Sakong Kiplangat anasema Wamatangi is one smart guy, calling him Wamabati is utter nonsense and very low bro. Hey, sisi hatuna ubaya na Wamatangi bana.
Matangi ni mabati na Kikikuyu. Huyo jamaa juu should research. Matangi zimetengenezwa na mabati. So
sisi hatukumuita majina mabaya, tulikuwa tunapeana tu yale majina imechaguliwa huko, wa Matagi, wa Moradha, wa Masji, wa Manini.
Yes, Kibena, thank you.
Na waona God's favorite Onyango Mayenga, asante sana, asanteni sana wote. Mwituchapie blue. Paris Ayuma, Orio sana, Orio. God's favorite PK, it's the truth. Naona blue ndio hizo. Ontirisi Alfred
zinatiririka kweli. Finn Adams,
tuchapie blue. Hao wajamaa wamekuja hapa kutuchokora leo, wametuvamia kama nyuki. Mkitupatia hizo blue tunaenda tukiwa motisha. Asante sana Yufin, asante sana. Chanel D Imash, asante sana. Blue. Naona morali bado iko. Watu wanasema wako tayari hata kama ni round 2 inaitwa rerun.
I'm blessed
Watu wako
anakuja
tayari.
Washington. I'll meet you. Karibu sana.
Daughter of Zion, blue, Danny Darius, asante father Danny Darius, blue, unaona hizo blue zote, watu wa UDA wamezama tayari, watu wa UDA wamezama.
Wamemezwa hawa.
Wamemelt, yote ni Yasmin Ahmed, asante sana, blue, unaziona, Gloria, go Gloria,
Hey!
jeshi la baba.
Jeshi la
Jeshi
baba
ni ya
moto.
baba Joy, asante sana. Blue, I'm blessed. Stone PK, thank you. Umeambiwa thank you sana and I'm blessed. Umesema nakuja wapi? Washington.
Washington basi tutakuwa tumejaajaa huko. Tuende pale kwa Kenyan dishes.
Swahili dishes,
Inaitwa
mwende
Safari
mkule.
Restaurant. Swahili dishes.
Swahili dishes, mwende mkule ugali.
Kabisa.
Nyama, ugali na nyama, ama inaitwa ugali na managu. Mutegi
Ugali na
bana.
managu.
Umewahi kula managu kweli, Stone PK?
Sana bana. Mpaka pale kwa nani?
Mary Mutindi. Mary Mutindi anasema blue. Kuna jamaa mmoja hapa anatuharibia na yellow bana. Wewe sasa
anasema endo ulale, endo ka celebrate.
Go rest you guys. I know you are tired. Azimio should pay you for being desperate. Asante sana. Tutalipwa na Azimio for being desperate. Watu wa blue, toeni hiyo uchafu imewekwa hapo. Piga blue, heart blue. Sara Eva Wangila, asante sana blue. Ruto mwizi. Haya, ndio hiyo God's favorite anasema namna hiyo. Tutajua. We love you baba for free bila pesa. Asante sana Daughter of Zion. Gigi Wines anasema Ruto for president. Sasa atakuwa for president na already mnasema ni president. Sasa ni gani ndio mnataka bana? Natambia Ruto for president, kwani iko kura nyingine inaenda kupigwa? Mimi sioni kama kuna kura nyingine inaenda kupigwa bana. Hii kitu iliisha. Inaenda kutangaziwa mwenyewe. Blue, watu wa mwage. Gigi Wines, kumbe wewe ni mtu wa yellow Asante sana. Uangalie ratio pia. Ukiweka moja watu 10 wa blue wanaweka, ujue hizo ndio kura wanabandika hapo. Hizo ndio kura sasa za baba, unaziona ziko hapo. Na si ati zinapigwa kwa social media peke yake kama nyinyi na Twitter.
Kenya can't be ruled by thugs. Yes, true justice. Kabisa.
Watu wa blue wanasema tuko pamoja. Asanteni sana. Stone PK, wacha tufunge sasa show kwa wimbo wa taifa. Guru, sitakuambia uimbe. Najua nikwambia uimbe utakata hiyo kitu tupotee. Mimi sitaki tubaki na. Asanteni sana. Naona Brian Odinga, blessings, wanasema Raila will be the 5th of Kenya. Thieves will respect Kenya. Asanteni sana Unaona jamaa wote, anaitwa Lokopirot Samson anasema shenzi sana Mutembei. Bana Lokopirot, kwenda ukakule mbuzi bana, unafaa kuwa unasherehekea. Hasira ni ya nini ndugu?
Kula mbuzi.
Ezekiel Msamba anasema natutazama kutoka Tanzania. Asante sana Ezekiel Msamba kwa pamoja nasi. Douglas Ebole TV. Douglas unamjua Stone PK?
Douglas bro. Poa leo tumekumiss bana.
Usipotee sana hapa. Tuko wengi blue. Baba Tosha Mobera Justice anasema hivyo. Hilary Odhiambo anasema yeye ndio fala. Huyo jamaa anatuita fala, yeye ndio fala.
Kids, I'm blessed. My kids love Stone because he stands for ukweli. They ask what has uncle. Mimi ni uncle, nitaendelea kusimama hapo. Thank you, I'm blessed. Tell them I love them.
Sheila Koech anasema Raila aende Bondo, hata babake sijui alifanya nini. Hii Bondo Raila anaenda. Mimi najua Raila ako na nyumba Karen, anaenda Bondo kufanya nini? Mumempeleka Bondo kuanzia 2007. Mnaenda mnamleta tu. Anaenda Bondo mnamrudisha. Maureen Were, asante sana. Blue.
Morini mwana wefwe.
Amejaza kujaza. Watu wanasema tunajipa moyo. Asante sana. Ni vizuri kujipa moyo. Wewe kama hutaki kujipa moyo, bahati yako mbaya.
Juvina Adams, Raila Blue.
Agnes Nalianya anasema baba ndio president wa 5. Blue. Asante sana. Unatazama kutoka wapi? Mmoja anasema yuko Embakasi hapa. Anaitwa nani? James Gidhome.
James Gidhome Embakasi wapi baba? Hiyo ndio mtaa.
Embakasi Nairobi. Watu wanasema wanasubiri. Balkis Mohamed anasema wanasubiri kuapishwa kwa baba. Asante, hata sisi tunasubiri namna hiyo. Anasema Baraka TV, TTV, anasema I like you guys, keep up the good work. Nasi tunashukuru sana kila siku kwa kuungana nasi hapa. We appreciate you also joining us. Without you hatuwezi. Mabera Justus hata akienda Bondo ni kwao. Asante, umejibiwa ndio hiyo. Unaweza kataza mtu kwenda kwao kweli Stone PK?
Hamna bana. Kila mtu ana kwao, sio?
Alisema huko wako na ng'ombe na mbuzi, shamba ya kulima. Alisema anaweza enda atakuza mandazi Kibira, kwa hivyo si kitu kubwa. Hii Bondo mmempeleka miaka karibu 20, anaenda akirudi. Najma Moha ametuchapia yellow moja hapa, hii kwanza inafanya
aende celebrate ile mbuzi walichinja zimeoza basi hapa wali
aende bana, enda celebrate bana. Sasa ungekuwa umechinja mbuzi bana, hata hiyo mbuzi ulichinja hiyo siku ni Tuesday ama ni lini, inafaa kuwa bado
ishaoza. Sasa wameshindwa
kula, wanapata nafasi ya kuja kuturushia maneno hapa. Daughter of Zion anasema keep on updating us, Team Azimio from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia huko.
Wow,
baba ni moyo wangu.
Tumetamba kila mahali.
Nakwambia watu waende wakule mbuzi, watu waache sisi.
Eric Soti, we will fight till we die, till the last drop of our blood. Eric Soti, thank you.
You better live on your usimame kwa miguu yako kuliko kupiga magoti siku zako zote. So you better fight. Usiishi kama mtumwa bana, usiishi ukiwa umepiga magoti kwa nchi yako, usikubali. Haya, Stone PK, nataka unisemee kifungu cha kwanza cha wimbo wa taifa kwa lugha ya Kiswahili, alafu mimi nitasema cha pili, alafu tutafunga show. Guru ataweka tu hapa. Ni mzuri kuwa na company.
Na tuende na Guru, usitoroke, nataka kuongea na wewe kidogo tukiwa hapo nyuma ya hema. Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi.
Amkeni ndugu zetu, tufanye sote bidii, nasi tujitoe kwa nguvu. Nchi yetu ya Kenya tunayoipenda, tuwe tayari kuilinda. So ningetaka acknowledge wote ambao wako pamoja nasi saa hii. Tunatizamwa na watu takriban 431, 431 viewers right now. So thank you very much for being together with us for this show. We want to also welcome you saa 7:30 Kenyan time mkaweze kuungana na show yetu. What you need to do, kama uja subscribe kwa Motembei TV, enda kwa YouTube pale ukasubscribe kwa Motembei TV, hit the notification button. Wakati show itaanza utakuwa notified ya kwamba kipindi kimeanza, na unaweza ingia hapa. We say all you need is a working gadget, and kuna mtu alisema lazima ukuwe na net ama connection na working brain. You know, don't come kill usikuje kutupanish hapa kusikiza bana na hakuna kitu unasema.
Na unatuambia tu that everything is very clear. The law is
very clear. Usikuje kutupanish na hicho Kiswahili chako cha sheria ni ukweli ama ni
sheria iko wazi.
Sheria iko wazi. We kuja utuambie ile kitu unataka, but kuja na facts, lakini si propaganda. Ukikuja hapa kutupatia propaganda, kuna mtu anasema kuna kitu inaitwa quarantine. Kuna quarantine button. Unasema tunawaweka quarantine, lakini ni vile hatutaki utupanish, hatutaki utupanish kwa kusikiza uongo.
Favor, asante sana. Makiadi Guru, we are very forever strong. Thank you, Favor.
Asante sana. Na mwingine anaitwa Nabatulu wa Mai Recho anasema kutangulia sio kufika. Tunakubali kabisa. Niambiwa mwenda pole hajikwai. Na ukiona mzee Kobe ameinama unajua anatunga sheria.
Kabisa.
Ukiona Uhuru ameinama tuseme anatunga sheria basi. Okay, sawa. Lakini hatutasema yeye ni mzee Kobe. Kiliana Diana, asante sana, anasema Makiadi na Guru. Tuko mpaka na Guru hapa. Guru acknowledgement, unasalimiwa kutoka Australia pale. Watu wanakuona. Chebukati ni shetani. Hey, hiyo ni God's favorite, anasema namna hiyo. Inaitwa Satan. Unajua mama Selina anamuita Chebukati.
Na tuna congratulate Jalango, Richi tumesahau kutembea ku congratulate Jalango our MP Honorable Jalango for turning down the useless invitation ya yellow, ashikishwe ugonjwa ya yellow fever. Alisema tawi, kasema siendi.
Nasikia kuna Chepuchieth, sijui hiyo ni kusema nini?
Chepuchieth,
anaitwa Gachietha. Nilisikia akiitwa Gachietha, sijui hata ndio nini.
Jalango ametujenga, ni mzee wetu, alikuwa ati amepewa sijui do ngapi ndio aende hiyo meeting. You know, they want to buy him. They touched the wrong button. Jalango is not easy. Thank you bro Jalango. Fantastic.
Pesa watu wachukue. Ndio huyo mwenzako amekuja hapa, unaona, na salamu. Ule wa UDA wa jana, unamkumbuka Stone PK mwenye ulibadilisha?
Ule ni wangu, huyo ni wangu mtu.
Ndio huyo amekusalimia sana hapo, unamuona hapo.
Ndio. Alimesema hiyo
salamu ndio hizo mingi.
Nimezipokea kabisa.
Haya, asante sana. So wapendwa wote wanaotutazama, mwingine anasema anawatazama kutoka Bungoma, Sirisia, Azimio blue. Hii Bungoma niliwaambia hakuna uchaguzi ilifanyika huko. Hiyo itakuwa story ya siku nyingine, lakini tungojea kwanza Supreme Court imalize kazi, tutakuja kuanalyze hii mambo ya Bungoma.
Eric Soti, PK for presidency. I'll take it. Thank you.
Amblos, anasema blue hats.
Kabisa, amelenga.
Azimio watu wa nguvu, huyo ni Daughter of Zion. Danvas Nyareru anasema blue.
Favor anasalimia Ann.
Unaona sasa, Favor wewe wachana na mambo yako bana.
Wewe Favor, mbona unanyemelea bana?
Unaingia kwa biashara si yako bana, Haya sasa wameanza
shati blue. Takuja nayo.
Wameanza kujibishana namna hiyo. Eric Kirutu anapiga hii ya yellow na green ni gani?
Sijui ni gani.
Kwa sababu sisi tunajua yellow peke yake. Hii green ya ANC wanajaribu kuongezea hapa. Hakuna kitu inaitwa Kenya Kwanza. Ulisikia Gachagua walisema wanagawana mali yeye na Ruto UDA, watu wawili peke yake,
Kabisa, watu wawili kabisa ndio wanakula Kenya.
Beatrice Ayuma anasema yuko Qatar. Blue. Asante sana. Unaona PK unaangaliwa kutoka ulimwengu mzima, guru.
Wallahi. It's either justice or we unleash Baba the movement. Wow, Ali Wanjiko.
Ndio hiyo. Danvas Nyareru, blue. Asanteni sana. Bora CBC itolewe. Hata sisi tunasema kama CBC haifanyi kazi, kitu yoyote it's not cast on stone, inaweza tolewa. Ile kitu ambayo haisaidii watu basi itolewe. Mnadanganya. Huyo ni Reni Langatu. Wewe umeamka tu kaona tumekaa hapa masaa 11 na dakika 16 tukidanganya watu, na umeingia kutusikiza. My friend, enda chinja mbuzi.
No, aoge macho kwanza, aende apige chai kwanza, manake aone vizuri.
Evelyn Akinyi anasema blue. Asante sana. Without justice there's no peace. Eugene Adams, asante. James Ngari anasema blue is the color, yellow ni fever. Chebukatineza Akai Chebuchieth. Haya, sawa basi. PK, wacha hapo, tutaonana kesho majaliwa Mwenyezi Mungu. Mungu aonekania, wabariki. Tukutane saa na wakati kama huu hapa kwa Mutembei TV. Asanteni.